You refused to take the fall for your boss's 2 million scandal, publicly resigned, and returned to your fishing village only to unexpectedly awaken the heart of the ocean. You slammed your letter of self-criticism down on your desk, and all your coworkers looked down, waiting for you to accept your fate. But instead, you pulled out a USB drive full of evidence of kickbacks and flung the letter right into your boss's chubby face. That evening, the salty sea breeze washed away 3 years of corporate drudgery. Standing on the cliffs of your hometown, you longed for nothing more than to spend your days gathering seafood and living a carefree life. Just as you closed your eyes to savor the tranquility, a voice like a thunderous bell suddenly exploded in your mind, and a deep blue light surged from your chest through every fiber of your being. Ding! Legendary ability awakened heart of the ocean, underwater breathing, underwater vision, and marine empathy activated simultaneously. The ocean, which others saw as treacherous and unpredictable, became a treasure trove open only to you from that day forward. Chapter 1. Quitting my job to return to the fishing village. Zane, I'll tell you this one last time. There's been a screw-up with this 2 million project, and someone has to take the fall. You're from the countryside, no connections, no backing. You're signing this confession and self-criticism statement today, whether you like it or not. At worst, I'll pay out of my own pocket and give you 3 months' salary as severance pay. This is already a massive favor I'm doing you. Don't push your luck. Shanghai CBD, Prosper Capital Group's third project team office. Wade, the portly department head, was arrogantly slamming an A4 sheet filled with fabricated evidence down on Zane's desk. His greasy, plump face was contorted with anger and guilt, spit flying from his mouth, his small eyes gleaming with condescending malice. In the office, which had been as quiet as a church, colleagues in dozens of cubicles all lowered their heads, not daring to even breathe a sigh. Everyone knew that this project had clearly collapsed because Wade had lined his own pockets with kickbacks, causing the cash flow to dry up. Now that higher-ups were investigating, he was brazenly trying to make Zane the most honest, hardest-working, and lowest-paid 996 corporate drone, the scapegoat. Everyone assumed Zane would surely cave in. After all, in a big city like this, losing a job meant losing one's livelihood, not to mention that he decrossed Wade, a local power broker with connections to the company's upper echelons. Zane slowly raised his head from his computer screen. His handsome face, which had previously shown signs of exhaustion from late nights, now betrayed not a trace of fear. He didn't look at the ridiculous self-criticism letter on the desk instead. He stared coldly at Wade with a gaze as if he were looking at a dead man. Manager Wong, what did you just say? The wind was too loud, I didn't catch that. Say it again. Who's giving who face? Zane's voice rang out particularly jarringly in the office area, where you could hear a pin drop. Wade froze for a moment, seemingly taken aback that this usually docile pushover who'd always taken his share of hard work without complaint would dare talk back. He immediately flew into a rage. Zane, are you fucking trying to push your luck? Do you think I can't blacklist you across the entire industry with a single word, leaving you unable to find even a job shoveling shit in Shanghai? Blacklist me completely? Zane suddenly laughed. He rose to his feet unhurriedly, tugged at the cheap tie around his neck which was choking him, then ripped it off, tossed it casually on the floor, and stomped on it hard. Wade, do you really think you're some all-powerful local tyrant? Don't you have the slightest clue how all the shady accounts on this project came about? On the 15th of last month, you and Mr. Liu from Blue Sky Building Materials spent $88,000 at the Imperial Dynasty nightclub. That money came out of the project's promotional budget. On the 22nd of last month, a shell company registered under your brother-in-law's name siphoned off $500,000 in consulting fees from the project funds. Do I need to read off all your dirty deeds one by one right here? As soon as those words were spoken, the entire office fell silent. All the colleagues' eyes widened like copper bells, and gasps of shock echoed one after another. Holy shit, has Zane lost his mind? How dare he just flip the table like that? Wade's face turned from red to white, then from white to green, and every ounce of fat on his body trembled uncontrollably. He leaped to his feet like a fat cat whose tail had been stepped on, pointing at Zane's nose and screaming, You're making baseless accusations. This is defamation. I'm going to sue you. Defamation? Zane pulled a jet black USB drive from his pocket and weighed it in his hand. This drive contains all the recordings, bank transfer records, and photos of fake invoices from the kickbacks you've taken over the past 2 years. Guess what? If I hand this over to General Manager Wong in HR, or send it straight to the board of directors, will you get fired, or end up behind bars? You! Wade stared at the USB drive. His legs gave way, and he nearly collapsed onto the floor. Cold sweat soaked through his designer shirt. He never would have imagined that Zane, who usually kept his mouth shut, had secretly gathered so much damning evidence. "Sue, little Sue, let us talk this out. Let us talk this out." Wade's original arrogance vanished instantly, and his tone even took on a hint of pleading. "Forget about that self-criticism letter. I'll handle it. I'll handle it. If you're not satisfied with your salary, I'll apply for a raise right away. 2,000, no, 5,000. My ass." Zane let out a cold laugh, his eyes showing not a shred of hesitation. "I've had it with getting up earlier than a rooster and going to bed later than a dog, only to earn less than what you spend on a single meal. This crappy shift, whoever wants it can take it. I'm done with this." Smack! Zane snapped his hand back, slapping the self-criticism letter hard across Wade's chubby face. The edge of the paper even left a red mark on his cheek. "Wade, listen up. You didn't fire me, I fired you. I've already set the USB drive to be sent to the board at a specific time. Now hurry home, pack your stuff, and get ready to run. Have a nice time in the slammer." With that, Zane paid no heed to Wade's blood-curdling wails or the stunned, numb stares of his colleagues. He casually grabbed his backpack from the desk and walked out the front door without looking back. The moment he pushed open the company's front door, the sunlight outside made him squint slightly. But Zane took a deep breath and felt as though the massive boulder that had been weighing on his chest for 3 years had finally been shattered to pieces. Fuck the 996 work schedule. Fuck the rat race. Rather than being a workaholic lapdog in the big city, I'd rather go back to my hometown and be a laid-back slacker. That very afternoon, Zane bought a high-speed rail ticket, traveled over 1,000 kilometers, and returned to his hometown White Sea Village, situated on the shores of the East China Sea. White Sea Village was a typical remote fishing village where the villagers had made their living for generations by foraging the tide flats and fishing. Though the scenery was beautiful, the economy was underdeveloped. Young people had mostly left to find work elsewhere, and those remaining in the village were mostly the elderly and women. As Zane stepped onto the bumpy concrete road at the village entrance, carrying his suitcase, a salty sea breeze blew in his face, bringing with it a sense of familiarity unique to his hometown. "Hey, isn't that Zane, the college student from the Su family who's making big money in the city?" A sharp, caustic voice suddenly rang out from the roadside. Zane turned to look and saw Aunt Lou, the village's notorious snob. She was cracking sunflower seeds, eyeing the old, faded canvas bag in Zane's hand with a sidelong glance, her eyes brimming with undisguised mockery. "Zane, why are you back in broad daylight? It's not a holiday or the weekend. What's the deal? Did some big company in the city fire you?" "Oh my, I told your mom ages ago that people like you without any connections can't make it in the city, even with a college degree. Just look at my Gavin. He started working at the town's hardware factory right after junior high, and now he makes $4,500 a month. He even married a girl from town. What a stable life." Aunt Lou's loud voice immediately drew a crowd of middle-aged women who were cooling off under the trees, and they all started pointing and whispering at Zane. Faced with this village woman who loved to put others down to make herself look better, Zane remained completely unfazed. He even felt like laughing. He gave Aunt Lou a casual glance, his tone calm yet devastating. "That's right, Aunt Lou, your son Gavin really is something. $4,500 a month, which comes to just over $50,000 a year. I heard he was docked 3 months' wages last month for stealing sheet metal from the factory. He couldn't even afford formula for his wife's postpartum recovery, and just yesterday he was borrowing money from a loan shark in town. I certainly can't envy that kind of stable life. You're full of it." Aunt Lou's face turned as purple as a pig's liver. She never would have imagined that Zane, living in Shanghai, would be so well versed in the village gossip. Humiliated in front of everyone, she stamped her feet in fury. "Stop spewing that crap. I think you're just a defeated dog slinking back home." Zane couldn't be bothered with such impotent rage. He dragged his suitcase away, leaving Aunt Lou hopping up and down in a fit of fury. Back home, his parents hadn't returned from their fishing trip yet. Looking at the old house dilapidated but spotlessly clean, a warm feeling welled up inside Zane. That he tossed his luggage aside, changed into a pair of old shorts and flip-flops, and decided to take a walk by the sea to wash away his weariness. As evening fell, the setting sun bathed the entire sea in a shimmer of scattered gold. Wave after wave crashed against the rocks, producing a rush of white noise. Zane walked to the edge of a deserted cliff, spread his arms wide, and let the sea breeze caress his cheeks. "This is the life. he murmured to himself, thinking about buying a fishing net in town tomorrow. Even if he just went out to the shore every day to catch a few small fish and shrimp, even if he only made a few dozen yuan, it would be a million times better than putting up with all that nonsense back in the city. Just as he closed his eyes, ready to fully savor this peaceful, laid-back life, suddenly, deep within his mind, there was a thunderous boom, as if a massive bell had been struck. Immediately afterward, an ethereal, vast, and mysterious voice, as if coming from the depths of the ocean, exploded in his mind without warning. Detected that host possesses a unique skeletal structure and an extremely high affinity for the ocean. I bestow power upon you, youth. Zane opened his eyes, his heart racing at 180 beats per minute. Who's talking? In the very next second, a blindingly bright, deep blue light burst forth from his chest, enveloping his entire body. Chapter 2, Bestowing Power. Boom! That deep blue light, like a tangible tide, surged from Zane's chest and instantly washed over every fiber of his body. He felt no pain. Instead, he experienced the ultimate sense of comfort, as if soaking in a top-tier hot spring in the dead of winter. He could clearly feel his bones cracking as his muscle fibers reorganized and became incredibly resilient. The cervical spondylosis and lumbar muscle strain caused by years of desk work were completely healed in that moment, as if ice and snow were melting away. In his mind, that vast voice rang out again, this time with crystal clarity. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully awakening the legendary ability, Heart of the Ocean. Ability 1, Underwater Breathing and Tide Control. Host can move underwater as if on dry land, ignore water pressure, breathe freely, and control the tides within a certain range. Ability 2, Ocean Scan Novice Rank. The hostess' eyes undergo a transformation, granting them an ocean scan, like vision beneath the waves. No matter how murky the water or how dense the reefs, they can see through to the essence of things and precisely locate all high-value marine life and items. Ability 3, Marine Empathy Passive. The host possesses marine empathy. Even top predators will not actively attack the host. Current legendary ability level. Level 1 experience points can be earned by continuously exploring the ocean and acquiring ocean treasures. The blue light gradually faded. Zane stood dumbfounded on the reef. The sea breeze was still blowing, but his mind was in complete disarray. Heart of the Ocean? Ocean Scan? SNT, this the kind of game-breaking power you only see in novels. I quit my job to go back to my village, and I actually managed to get bound to the ocean system. After the initial shock wore off, Zane's eyes burst with uncontrollable elation. With this game-breaking ability, there was no way he was just going to sit around doing nothing. While others relied on luck when foraging the ocean, for him, it was like having auto-targeting on top of auto-targeting. In his eyes, this vast ocean was no longer a dangerous unknown, it was a super treasure trove belonging solely to him. Let us see what this is all about. Zane was a man of action. To verify the information in his mind, he walked to the shore without hesitation. Without even taking off his clothes, he leaped straight into the seemingly icy water with a splash. The moment he hit the water, a miracle happened. The seawater didn't fill his mouth or nose. On the contrary, he discovered that as long as he opened his mouth slightly, oxygen from the seawater would automatically filter into his lungs, and breathing was even smoother than on land. Even more astonishing was that the coastal waters, which had already begun to look dim and murky by evening, underwent a dramatic transformation the moment Zane opened his eyes. His vision actually pierced through the murky water. The previously blurry cluster of reefs appeared on his retina as clearly as if he were wearing 8K resolution VR goggles. With a thought, he activated Ocean Scan. BZZZ. Before his eyes, the seabed scene instantly transformed into a 3D radar map straight out of a sci-fi movie. The vast majority of the reefs and ordinary sediment appeared dull and gray, but amidst this grayness, faint white specks began to glow here and there. Zane knew this was feedback from the ocean system. The specks indicated living creatures, and their color represented their value. He swam toward a slightly brighter white speck and reached into a crevice in the rocks covered with oyster shells. With a splash, water churned. To his surprise, he had just pulled a top-grade premium stonefish as thick as an arm and weighing over 1 gene precisely from the depths of the crevice with his bare hands. Stonefish are masters of camouflage. They usually hide in rock crevices, and even veteran fishermen with decades of experience can't spot them unless they smash the rocks open completely. But in front of Zane's Ocean Scan, it stood out like a searchlight in the night. Wow! A wild stonefish, this thing goes for at least 1 or 200 per gene on the market, and you just pulled it out like that? That's an insanely good catch. Zane was so excited he almost laughed out loud in the water. Not wanting to overdo it, he casually tied the stonefish with some seaweed, surfaced, and strolled leisurely back to shore. The next morning, the small pier in White Sea Village was bustling with activity. Boats returning from their fishing trips were arriving one after another, and the shore was packed with fishmongers and restaurant owners from town looking to buy fresh seafood. Zane strolled onto the pier carrying a tattered plastic bucket filled with the premium stonefish he decaught bare-handed the night before. No sooner had he found a spot to set the bucket down than a fat man in a floral shirt and a big gold chain sauntered over. This man was Rocco, the town's notorious and scrupulous fishmonger. Relying on his cousin's influence in town, he often colluded with others to drive down the prices villagers received for their seafood, leaving them seething but too afraid to speak up. "Hey, I sent this the kid from Soochow University? I heard you couldn't make it in the city. So, what, you've come out here to sell seafood?" Rocco, a cigarette hanging from his mouth, kicked Zane's plastic bucket with a look of contempt. "Just this lousy fish? You actually think you can make any money off it?" Zane didn't even bother to look up, replying lazily, "Wild premium stonefish, 3 liang per gene, fresh and unharmed. Fixed price, 300 yuan. If you're not buying, get lost, don't block my luck." 300? Have you gone completely broke? Rocco raised his voice as if he'd heard the biggest joke in the world, making sure everyone around could hear. "What's this lousy stonefish worth? I'll give you 50 at most. Take the money and get out of here, stop making a fool of yourself." Villagers nearby heard the commotion and began to gather around. Aunt Lou, who happened to be buying vegetables, immediately jumped on the bandwagon. "Oh my! These city folks just don't know their place. You should be grateful Doggy's offering you 50. Do you really think you've struck gold?" 50? Zane sneered. "Rocco, if those eyes of yours are just for showing off, you might as well donate them to someone who needs them. With this quality and vitality, 50 yuan 1 even buy you a single fish scale. Who the hell are you calling eyes for nothing?" Rocco instantly flew into a rage, slapping his thigh. "I'm putting it out there today, right here at the White Sea Village dock. If I say this fish is worth 50, then it's worth exactly 50. Let us see who dares to buy your fish." As Rocco roared, several of his henchmen behind him immediately glared menacingly at the villagers around them. The casual shoppers who'd originally come to check out the catch were so frightened they scrambled to back away. This was clearly an attempt to force a sale and make Zane's life miserable. Faced with such a blatant threat, Zane didn't back down. Instead, he crossed his arms and let a mocking smile play at the corners of his mouth. "Oh? Is that so? Are you sure you're the one calling the shots at this dock?" Just as tensions were running high, a crisp, icy voice carrying the unique aura of a powerful woman came from the back of the crowd. "I'll take this premium stonefish. I'll pay 500. The crowd gasped and turned to look. There stood a tall, stunningly beautiful woman in a well-tailored business suit. Striding forward in high heels, 2 employees followed behind her to help carry the catch. This was Lena, the purchasing manager of Sea Delight Restaurant, the town's largest and most upscale establishment. Even Rocco had to kowtow to her on a regular basis. She was simply not someone to mess with. Lena walked up to the plastic tub and cast a sharp glance at the stonefish, which was still wriggling vigorously. A hint of surprise flashed across her beautiful eyes. What perfect condition! No net marks, no hook wounds, it's as if it just materialized out of the water. "Mr. Su, is that right? 50 is an insult to this fish. Sea Delight Restaurant will take it 500. Transferred immediately." Rocco was dumbfounded, the fat on his face twitching. Manager Lin, how could this possibly be worth 500? Don't let this kid fool you." Lena shot him a cold glance. Her powerful aura silenced Rocco so completely, he didn't dare utter a word. "Mr. Zhao, Lena, am taking this in. Do I need you to tell me how to do my job? Don't bring those dead fish soaked in your chemical solution here to make a fool of me." "Ah!" The villagers around them couldn't help but burst into laughter. Rocco's face turned the color of a pig's liver. Feeling the mocking stares all around him, he gritted his teeth and shot Zane a venomous glare. "Fine, Zane. You've got some nerve. Just you wait, if you ever catch a single crab worth selling while foraging along the shore in White Sea Village, I'll take your last name." With that, he slunk away with his men. Zane glanced at the 500 yuan deposit notification on WeChat, then looked at the business card Lena handed him and smiled slightly. Manager Lin, you're a straight shooter. If I come across any good stuff in the future, I'll contact you right away. It's a deal. As long as it's top-notch, the price will definitely satisfy you. Lena gave Zane a penetrating look. She met countless people, and her intuition told her that this young man, dressed plainly and even a bit casually, possessed an indescribable air of composure and mystery. With the fortune of 500 yuan he just earned in hand, Zane didn't head home instead. He turned and walked into the village convenience store. He bought the sturdiest extended titanium alloy crowbar, a large mesh bag, a pair of non-slip gloves, and a few cans of Red Bull. Today was the first day of the lunar month, and the grand low tide, the month's most dramatic tidal range, was just around the corner. While other fishermen were scouring the well-trodden mudflats for scraps, Zane, armed with Heart of the Ocean and Ocean Scan, was heading to the Dead Reef Zone, the most dangerous, barren, and supposedly seafood-free area in White Sea Village legend. He is eager to see what mind-blowing surprises the sea will reveal after today's low tide. Chapter 3. First time shellfishing. It was 2:30 p.m., and the sun was blazing overhead. The coastline outside White Sea Village was experiencing a rare, grand low tide. The seawater seemed to have been violently pulled back by an invisible giant hand, retreating 2 or 3 kilometers, completely exposing vast swaths of mudflats and reefs usually hidden deep beneath the sea to the sunlight. At moments like this, the entire village erupts into a wild, tide-chasing carnival. Men, women, and children of all ages, armed with buckets and metal rakes, surged like a swarm toward the flat mudflats. Cheers of excitement filled the air as people dug for cat-eye snails, gathered clams, and caught small blue crabs. 2 middle-aged women even got into an argument right there on the spot over a slightly better puddle. Only Zane, like an outsider, with a mesh bag slung over his back and that coldly gleaming titanium pry bar in hand, went against the crowd, striding toward the Dead Reef Zone at the easternmost tip of the bay. This area was extremely treacherous, littered with black boulders as sharp as knives, with treacherous undercurrents swirling beneath. Most importantly, the rocks here had been polished to a mirror-like sheen by years of wave action, making it impossible for ordinary fish or shrimp to hide. Not even an oyster could grow to maturity. The villagers had long since written this place off as a forbidden zone. Look, has that kid from the Su family lost his mind? Why is he heading toward the Dead Reef Zone? Over on the mudflat, Rocco, who had been crouched down digging up a clam the size of a fingernail, straightened up and pointed at Zane's retreating back with a sneer on his face. Ha ha ha, dog brother. I bet he got his guts scared out of him by you at the pier. He is too scared to compete with us for the prime spots now. One of his underlings chimed in obsequiously. Aunt Lou also shouted in a sarcastic, high-pitched voice. Oh my, college kids really are something else. They even pick out feng shui hotspots for beachcombing. I bet he's heading over to that crappy pile of rocks. He probably won't even find a single strand of kelp. He'll end up going back with an empty bucket and crying his eyes out. A wave of schadenfreude-filled laughter rippled through the crowd. Faced with their mockery, Zane didn't even turn his head. He couldn't be bothered to flip them off. You can't explain ice to a summer insect. A bunch of mortals don't know a damn thing. Zane snorted coldly and stepped onto the slippery black reef. As his foot touched down, a faint blue glow flashed in his eyes. Ocean Scan Novice Rank Full Power activated. The world before him transformed. The blazing sunlight and jumbled black reefs lost their original colors in his eyes, replaced by a 3-dimensional, perspective-rich world composed of gloomy blue lines. The penetrating power of this perspective was simply terrifying. On the surface, these rocky crevices contained nothing but murky seawater and a few strands of floating seaweed. But under Zane's ocean scan, he could see everything clearly: cracks 2 or 3 meters deep beneath the rocks and hidden cavities beneath the silt. Beep, beep, beep. Countless dots immediately popped up on the radar screen. The vast majority were dim white lights, representing worthless microscopic organisms. Occasionally, a few green lights appeared: small crabs and cone shells hiding under shallow rocks, worth perhaps only a few yuan in total. Zane's gaze swept right past this trash. He activated filter mode to lock onto high-value targets only. Suddenly, at the 12 o'clock position to his left front, a dazzling blue dot began to flash on the radar. Blue light? Something good. Zane's eyes lit up. He took 2 steps for the price of 1, nimbly leaping over the jagged rocks, closing in on the target like a cheetah. It was a seemingly ordinary stagnant puddle, its bottom even covered with a thick layer of mud that gave off a faint, fishy stench. An ordinary beachcomber wouldn't even give it a second glance. But Zane's ocean scan clearly showed that beneath that layer of mud, about half a meter deep, the blue light was lying quietly. "Come out!" Without a word, Zane swung his titanium crowbar and slammed it against a loose rock beside the mud. Creak! Empowered by the heart of the ocean's boost to his physical prowess, he unleashed a strength beyond that of ordinary humans, flipping the rock weighing over 100 Gene with a single hand. The mud was washed away by the current. A creature covered in spines, resembling a black sausage, was exposed to the air, writhing feebly in the puddle. Holy shit! A black spiny sea cucumber? One this big? Zane gasped in shock. This wasn't some cheap farmed version you'd find at the market. A black spiny sea cucumber, over 20 centimeters long, with incredibly thick spines at its base. This was definitely a top-grade sea cucumber. This one alone weighed at least 1 Gene. Just this one, if he took it to Lena, would sell for at least 1,500 yuan. Even if someone dug in the mud all day, they wouldn't earn enough to buy a single spine from this sea cucumber. Awesome. Got it. Zane deftly tossed the black spiny sea cucumber into his net bag. This was just the beginning. With his X-ray vision sheet, Zane was practically picking up cash in his own backyard in this dead zone that others considered a wasteland. 9 o'clock, blue light. Whoa, a 3-gene wild giant grouper. That camouflage is amazing. Too bad it's like running around naked in front of me. Haul it in. 4 o'clock, 2 overlapping blue lights. Holy crap, a giant grouper this big and it's a 2-for-1 deal? A male and a female hiding here to spawn? Sorry, but a family should stay together. You're all going into the net. Haul it in. In just half an hour, Zane's net was already heavy with catch. Inside were all the top-tier seafood treasures that even veteran fishermen, after a lifetime of bragging, might only encounter once in a blue moon. Humming a tune to himself, Zane continued deeper into the reef zone. Before he knew it, he had reached the very edge of the entire area, a massive trench where the currents were the most turbulent. Here, the reefs were as massive as small mountains, and the waves crashing against them produced a deafening roar. Just as Zane was about to turn and head in a different direction, a sharp alarm suddenly sounded in his mind. Beep! Zane looked up, and on his ocean scan set to maximum sensitivity, a scene appeared that made his breath catch in his throat. Directly in front of him, beneath a massive, elongated reef as big as a large truck tire and deeply embedded in the mud and sand. It wasn't white light, nor green, nor blue. Rather, it was a blindingly bright, almost eye-searing purple-gold glow. The purple-gold glow was immense. Even its outline on the radar was nearly as large as a wash basin. Even more terrifying was that within that purple-gold halo, an extremely violent and ferocious life force was emanating, indicating that this was undoubtedly an extremely rare, top-tier marine colossus that might even have undergone some kind of mutation. Gulp! Zane swallowed hard, his heart pounding like a drum. A creature the size of a wash basin, hidden beneath a boulder this deep. This was definitely no ordinary fish. Without a moment's hesitation, Zane tossed aside his net, gripped the long titanium crowbar tightly with both hands, and stepped up to the massive boulder. The rock weighed at least 300 Gene under normal circumstances. Even 5 or 6 burly men might not have been able to move it. But Zane took a deep breath, and the legendary ability of the heart of the ocean instantly coursed through his body, tensing his muscles like steel rods. He jammed the crowbar firmly into a crack at the base of the boulder, using the principle of leverage. Veins bulged in his arms as he let out a thunderous roar. Lift! It! Boom crack! Accompanied by the teeth-grinding sound of rock grinding against rock, the massive boulder, which hadn't been moved in centuries, was actually forced open by Zane, revealing a huge crack. The moment the boulder parted, a surge of water laced with the icy chill of the deep sea gushed out instantly. Immediately afterward, a terrifying colossus, exuding an air of unchallenged dominance, swept out from the dark crevice. Crack! Crack! Accompanied by 2 sharp, metallic clangs. A pair of absurdly massive, bluish-black crab claws as large as discuses slammed violently onto the rocks at Zane's feet. Sparks flew everywhere. The hard reef was actually forced to yield, leaving several white marks. Zane stared wide-eyed at the colossal creature crawling out of the cave, his scalp prickled with goosebumps, yet his eyes blazed with an unprecedented fervor. It was a massive blue crab, so enormous it defied all reason. Its shell was a full circle larger than a household wash basin, its edges bristling with sharp serrations. Its two massive claws looked like heavy weapons, gleaming with a chilling metallic sheen. This was a top-tier specimen, the mutant blue crab king that had lived in the dead reef zone for who knows how many years and had long since become a supernatural being. And behind its terrifying form, the purple-gold glow of the ocean system radar was exploding with intensity. Zane licked his parched lips and gripped the pry bar tightly with both hands. No matter what kind of demon or monster you are today, the foundation of my villa is counting on you. Chapter 4. The Crab King's Wrath. Zane gripped his titanium crowbar tightly, planted his feet firmly on the slippery reef rocks, and stared unblinkingly at the colossal beast before him. This mutated blue crab king was even more terrifying than he'd imagined. Just those two giant claws alone, each likely as big as a child's head, were covered in a dense network of raised scars, having smashed countless hard-shelled prey on the ocean floor. The edges of its shell were even lined with a ring of serrations, and its blue-black carapace was encrusted with seaweed and barnacles, making it look like a well-worn miniature armored vehicle. Hey, buddy, with a build like that, how many years have you been holed up in this dead reef zone? Zane taunted with his words, but dared not move a muscle. He'd seen firsthand the power of that crab's claw strike. Just moments ago, the hard reef rock at his feet bore several clear white indentations, looking just like they'd been struck by a sledgehammer. If that claw had clamped down on his leg, his bone would been shattered on the spot. Ocean system alert. Mutant blue crab king detected. Estimated live weight, 13.6 gene. Crab roe is exceptionally plump, quality is top-notch. Estimated market value, over 2,000 yuan. Strongly recommend the host capture it. 2,000. Zane's eyes lit up. He licked his lips and gripped the pry bar even tighter. 2,000 yuan, that was exactly what he earned in a whole week working like a slave for that bastard Wade in the city. This single crab was worth more than his entire week's pay back then. This deal was a total steal. Bro, don't blame me for playing dirty, you're just too valuable. Zane sidestepped, blocking the king crab's path back to its lair. Sensing the threat, the king crab raised its two giant claws high, making a clicking sound, while its 8 thick legs scuttled sideways across the reef, assuming a classic defensive stance. Zane timed his move perfectly, sweeping the crowbar horizontally toward the king crab's side. Crack! The king crab's reaction was astonishingly fast. Its right giant claw intercepted the crowbar directly. The moment the titanium alloy struck the crab's claw, a crisp metallic clang rang out, sending a tingling sensation through Zane's thumb. Wow, that's some serious strength. Zane was knocked back half a step. He looked down at the crowbar and saw a faint indentation had appeared on it. Even a titanium crowbar had been marked by its grip. The hardness and biting force of those claws were simply off the charts. All right, you're tough. Let us try a different approach. Zane stopped trying to go head-to-head and instead moved quickly around the Crab King, using the rocky terrain to constantly change his position. The Crab King's two giant claws could only protect a 180-degree arc in front of it. Its flanks and rear were blind spots. As he circled, Zane tapped the crowbar against the rocks, making a clanging noise to distract the Crab King. Look left, no, look right. Whoa, buddy, you sure take your time turning your head. The Crab King was spun around in circles by his maneuvers. Its massive claws snapped open and shut, slamming into the rocks and sending debris flying, yet it could never catch a glimpse of Zane. Just then, a strange sensation welled up from the depths of Zane's mind. It was a kind of fear. To be precise, it was the Crab King's fear. Marine empathy passive triggered. Host is receiving the target creature's emotional signals. Fear, vigilance, protection. Protection. Zane paused for a moment, halting his movement. He looked down at the Crab King. Although this giant crab had its two claws raised high and foam bubbling from its mouth, giving it a ferocious appearance, its 8 legs were steadily moving toward the cave. It wasn't he trying to attack him, it was protecting the cave behind it. Wow, you're guarding your lair? Zane's mind raced. On a whim, he aimed ocean scan at the massive rock cave behind the Crab King, which had been exposed. Buzz! On the radar screen, deep within the pitch-black cave, several blue lights were flickering densely, and there were even 2 green ones. Zane sucked in a sharp breath. This guy's lair is hiding a whole bunch of treasures. No wonder you're defending it so fiercely, so you're here to guard the place after all. Zane looked at the Crab King's 2 massive claws, the corner of his mouth twitching into a mischievous grin. Sorry, old buddy, but today I'm definitely raiding your place. Zane stopped beating around the bush and walked straight toward the Crab King's front. The Crab King glared with its two soybean-sized eyes. Seeing that this two-legged prey actually dared to approach, it slammed its two giant claws heavily onto the ground, emitting a warning clack-clack sound. But Zane could sense that the aggression behind this warning was gradually fading. The passive ability of marine empathy was taking effect. The Crab King's hostility toward him was gradually dissipating, giving way to a more instinctive wariness and confusion. The aura emanating from this two-legged monster felt strange to it, neither that of prey nor that of a natural predator. Zane seized this window of opportunity. With his left hand, he jabbed the crowbar into the reef in front of the king crab, producing a sharp clang. The king crab's two claws instinctively snapped toward the crowbar. At the same time, Zane struck with his right hand, reaching out from behind and to the side of the king crab. His fingers clamped down like iron pincers on the rear edge of its carapace, lifting the massive creature weighing over 10 tons off the reef in one swift motion. The king crab's 8 legs flailed wildly in the air, and its two giant claws swung backward, but they couldn't reach Zane's arm no matter how hard they tried. Ah, got it! Zane hoisted the king crab up to eye level. Once flipped over, the giant crab lay on its back. Its golden abdominal plate unusually plump. It was obvious at a glance that it was brimming with crab roe. A 13-gene mutant king crab, packed with roe and fat. This one alone is worth a month's earnings for an average beachcomber. Zane ran the numbers in his head and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Meanwhile, over 300 meters away on the mudflats, several villagers digging for clams also noticed the commotion over here. Hey, look at that kid from the Sioux family. Wasn't he just moving rocks over there a moment ago? An old man who had been hunched over, straightened up, cupped his hand over his eyes, and peered toward the dead reef zone. Bullshit about moving rocks. You can't even find an oyster in a place like that. He probably slipped on a reef and is lying there making a fool of himself. Rocco didn't even look up, continuing to dig for his fingernail-sized clams in the mud. Aunt Lou cackled beside him. College kids these days, they don't even know how to forage properly. They deserve to get their asses kicked in a godforsaken place like that. No one noticed that Zane had already stuffed a record-breaking giant king crab into his net. He turned his head and fixed his gaze on the pitch-black cavity that had been exposed. Those densely packed blue specks still lay quietly deep within the cave, waiting for him to claim them. Zane slung the net over his shoulder, propped his pry bar against a rock, and walked toward the cave. I've already caught the king crab. How could its minions down there possibly escape? He crouched by the entrance and peered inside. In his radar view, 7 or 8 blue dots and 2 green dots were clustered together, like a string of glowing gems arranged in the darkness. The entrance to the cave wasn't large, but the interior was surprisingly spacious. Zane shook the seawater from his hands, gripped his crowbar tightly, and leaned his body into the opening. Chapter 5, The Lair. The interior of the cave was much more spacious than Zane had anticipated, about half the size of a living room, with the highest point of the ceiling allowing him to stand upright while bending at the waist. The walls were smooth rock, polished by seawater over countless years, and the floor was covered with a thin layer of fine sand, with a small pool of clear seawater left behind after the tide had receded. The air carried a strong, salty, fishy odor, but it wasn't overpowering. The moment Zane activated Ocean Scan, the entire cave lit up like a Christmas tree. The nearest blue speck of light was less than 2 meters away, right at his feet. Zane crouched down and gently pushed aside the layer of sand at the bottom with his pry bar, revealing something the size of his palm. Holy shit! Is that an abalone? It was a large wild abalone clinging tightly to the rocks at the bottom of the cave. Its shell was covered in moss, its mantle was thick and wide, and it was only slightly smaller than his fist. How many heads does this have? 6? No, judging by its size. Zane positioned the pry bar against the edge of the abalone shell, found the perfect angle, and gave it a swift shove. Crack! The abalone was pried right out of its shell. Zane caught it in one swift motion, flipped it over, and while the flesh was plump, full, white, and tender, this single abalone weighed at least half a ton. A wild 6-head abalone. This one's worth at least 300 or 400 yuan on the market. Excitedly, he tossed the abalone into his net bag, then, guided by the radar, quickly moved toward the next blue dot. The second target was hidden in a crevice in the cave wall. Zane reached in and felt something rock hard with a powerful tug. He actually pulled out 2 caddis-eye conchs the size of his fists. Caddis-eye conchs? And jumbo-sized twins at that. Zane held them up to the light streaming in from the cave entrance. The patterns on the shells were clear and beautiful, and the cat's eye lids at the mouths of the shells shimmered with a faint green glow. These extra-large wild cat si conchs you can sell one for 20 or 30 at a barbecue stand. They're not worth a fortune, but they're still a good find. Let us take them. A third speck of light shone from deeper within. Zane waded through seawater that reached just past his ankles and looked down beneath a flat slab of rock half buried in the sand. Ocean scan showed that this speck of light was significantly brighter than the previous ones. He pried the slab open with his crowbar, revealing a small, sunken sand pit beneath. Lying in the pit was a jet-black sea cucumber covered in thick, fleshy spines. It was even a full size larger than the one he decaught earlier out in the open. Another top-grade black-spined sea cucumber. My luck today is off the charts. Zane carefully lifted the sea cucumber out of the pit and weighed it in his hands. It weighed at least 1.5 jin. Sliced up and served as sashimi at a high-end restaurant, a single plate of the sea cucumber could fetch several hundred yuan. He placed the sea cucumber alongside the abalone, taking care to line the net bag with a layer of wet seaweed to prevent them from bumping into each other. Over the next 10 minutes, Zane turned the cave upside down. The fourth glowing spot was an abyssal giant octopus weighing nearly 2 jin. Its 8 tentacles were tangled in a crevice in the rock wall, and Zane yanked it out with a mix of pulling and tugging. The octopus, enraged, squirted a mouthful of ink in his face. What's the point of glaring at me? Tonight you're going to be blanched, octopus. Just accept your fate, buddy. Zane wiped the ink off his face and stuffed the octopus into his net bag. The 5th and 6th points of light were right next to each other, hidden beneath a pile of rubble in the farthest corner of the cave. Zane cleared away the rubble to reveal 2 bright red, massive lobsters. These weren't the Boston lobsters you find on farms. They were wild brocade lobsters from the East China Sea. Jinxiu lobsters. Zane's voice cracked as his hands trembled while he lifted the 2 lobsters. These were the absolute top of the line among domestic lobsters. 1 jin could fetch several hundred yuan, and during holidays, the wealthy would line up to snap them up but still couldn't get their hands on them. The 2 lobsters weighed at least 3 jin combined. This pair alone was worth over 1,000 yuan. Crab boss. You're sitting on a mountain of gold and silver. No wonder you've been holed up in this den for so many years without moving. This isn't a crab den, it's a safe. As Zane stuffed them into the net bag, he couldn't help but glance back at the crab king, tied to the bottom of the bag. The giant crab was lying on its back, its 8 legs twitching listlessly, looking as if it had lost all will to live. Finally, only 2 green dots remained. Zane walked to the deepest part of the cave. The radar showed that these 2 green signals were buried about 30 centimeters beneath the sand. They weren't large, but the signals were stable. He used a pry bar to dig up the sand and pulled out 2 oval-shaped objects slightly larger than a fist, their surfaces covered with a layer of dusty mud. What on earth are these? Zane rubbed them between his fingers. The muddy crust flaked off, revealing a grayish-white shell surface beneath. Ocean system alert. Detected 2 wild giant clams, small. High probability of containing natural pearls. Host advised to store them securely. Giant clams? And there might even be natural pearls. Zane's breathing grew heavier. High-quality natural pearls can be sold individually, with each one potentially fetching thousands or even tens of thousands. He didn't crack them open right there. Instead, he carefully wrapped the 2 giant clams in seaweed and stuffed them into his shorts pocket. After clearing out the entire cave, Zane, carrying a bulging net bag, crouched low as he crawled out of the cave entrance. The sunlight outside shone down on him. He looked down at his haul and couldn't help but let out a loud, triumphant howl. Ha 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 ha. Now that's what I call beach foraging. Back in the city, I used to work my ass off for a month just to make 6,000 yuan. But today, in just one afternoon, I've probably already made over 10,000. The net bag contained a mutated king crab weighing 13 jin, a 6-head abalone weighing over half a jin, 2 top-grade black-spined sea cucumbers, an abyssal giant octopus, a pair of brocade lobsters, several extra-large cat's eye conches, and 2 giant clams that might contain natural pearls. Add to that the large grouper he decaught earlier in the reef area and other assorted treasures, and the haul from this single trip would likely be enough to keep the veteran fishermen of White Sea Village busy for half a year. Zane tied the net bag securely shut, hoisted the plastic bucket containing the grouper with his other hand, and began walking back along the reef. He walked at a steady pace, the sea breeze ruffling his hair, feeling so happy he could almost fly. Meanwhile, over on the mudflats, the peak of the low-tide foraging rush was drawing to a close. The villagers had been bending over for 2 or 3 hours, and their hauls were all roughly the same. Aunt Lou's bucket was more than half full of clams, with the occasional small crab mixed and sold together in town. They fetched 30 or 40 yuan at most. Rocco's crew had dug up a huge pile of clams and oysters, items that sell for just a few yuan per jean wholesale. So even in large quantities, they aren't worth much. Bro dog, today's catch is so-so. It's all clams and mussels, we didn't even see a single decent fish. One of Rocco's guys wiped the sweat from his forehead and said dejectedly. Rocco, a cigarette hanging from his mouth, snorted. That's just how it is out here. The good stuff's been fished out long ago. If you want to find anything valuable, you've got to take a boat out to the open sea. You won't find a damn thing just digging around in this mud. Speaking of which, what about Zane? It's been an hour or two since he went into the dead reef zone, right? Nothing's happened to him, has it? Another henchman tilted his head and glanced toward the dead reef zone. Rocco curled his lip dismissively. What could possibly happen? There aren't even any big waves out there. At most, he'll take a few tumbles and scrape himself up a bit. But I bet he's coming back empty-handed right now, looking totally dejected as he searches for a spot to sit and zone out. After he finished speaking, Rocco and a few of the guys burst into a cackle. Aunt Lou leaned in, cracking sunflower seeds as she chimed in. That's right. College kids are all about saving face. Just wait till he comes out with an empty bucket, then you'll see how I make fun of him. No sooner had she finished speaking than one of the sharp-eyed guys suddenly pointed in the distance. Hey, dog brother. Look, isn't someone coming over there? Everyone turned their heads in unison. At the edge of the distant reef, a figure wearing old shorts and flip-flops was strolling leisurely toward them. With a huge, bulging net bag slung over his shoulder and a heavy plastic bucket in his other hand. His gait was relaxed and carefree, just like he was out for a stroll. Zane stepped onto the edge of the mudflat with a grin and walked toward Rocco and the others. Chapter 6. The whole village is in shock. When Zane reached the edge of the mudflat, Rocco was the first to notice the bulging net bag on his shoulder. Hey, so university student, what's in that net bag of yours? It's not just a bunch of seaweed and rocks, is it? Rocco, a cigarette hanging from his mouth, blocked his path with a mocking grin, deliberately refusing to move out of the way. Zane stopped in his tracks, thrust the net bag forward from his shoulder, its heavy weight forcing him to switch hands, and looked at Rocco leisurely. If you've got good eyesight, take a look for yourself. If not, I don't mind describing it to you. Rocco leaned in, squinting as he glanced into the net bag. His expression shifted from disdain to confusion, then to shock, until finally every muscle in his face contorted. What the hell is this? Rocco pointed at the giant blue crab lying on its back at the bottom of the net, his voice cracking. Even though it was tied up, the exposed claws of that king crab alone were bigger than Rocco's entire palm. Its shell was covered in deep blue plates and dense barnacles, and its sheer weight was intimidating at first glance. Can't tell? Zane set the net on the ground and patted the water off his hands. A blue crab, a mutant 1/13 gene. What's the matter? You've been digging in this mud all afternoon and haven't seen one this big. 10-13 gene? The few henchmen behind Rocco all crowded around, craning their necks to peer into the net, their mouths agape. Dog brother, this crab's shell is bigger than my cutting board at home. Is this really a crab? Isn't it a mutated lobster? Have you ever seen a lobster that big? Are you stupid or what? The guys chattered away in a jumble, their voices so loud they drew half the villagers on the mudflat over. Aunt Lou squeezed her way to the front, peered into the net, and dropped her sunflower seed shells right out of her hand. Good heavens! Has this crab turned into a spirit? In my 50 years of life, I've never seen a blue crab this big. Zane ignored her, crouched down, and pulled the net open so the onlookers could see more clearly. Besides the king crab, take a look at these up here. As the net opened wide, layer upon layer of seafood was laid bare. 2 bright red brocade lobsters, tied with seaweed, sat on the top layer. Their antennae were still fluttering feebly, and the patterns on their shells shimmered in the sunlight. Brocade lobsters. An old fisherman who'd been selling seafood at the pier for 20 years recognized them at a glance and immediately grew agitated. Xiao Su, where did you get these brocade lobsters? We haven't come across one of these in these waters in 10 years. Zane pointed behind him toward the dead reef zone. Right over there, I found them under the reef. The dead reef zone? The old fisherman was stunned. Not even a snail would go to a place like that. How could a brocade lobster possibly be hiding there? Look further down. Zane parted the lobsters, revealing two thick, jet-black wild sea cucumbers beneath, a plump abyssal giant octopus, a palm-sized six-headed wild abalone, and several extra-large caddis-eye conches. The sheer variety and top-notch quality of the seafood in the entire net left everyone present speechless. How much is this whole net worth? A young fisherman's wife covered her mouth and whispered to the person next to her. Just that pair of brocade lobsters is worth over 1,000. Those two giant sea cucumbers combined are worth at least 2,000 or 3,000. Not to mention that giant king crab and the 6 abalone. The old fisherman counted on his fingers for a long time, his expression growing more and more complex as he calculated. Conservatively speaking, this catch, I'm afraid it's worth between 8,000 and 10,000 yuan. 10,000. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. For the fishermen of White Sea Village, a single trip out to sea working from dawn till dusk might net them 200 or 300 yuan on a good day. On a bad day, they couldn't even cover the cost of fuel. Zane had spent just one afternoon in the Dead Reef Zone, a place everyone else looked down on, and managed to haul in nearly 10,000 yuan worth of catch. Wasn't he that a fairy tale? Rocco's expression had already turned grim. His eyebrows were knitted tightly together, his small eyes darting back and forth between Zane and the net full of seafood. His lips trembled a few times, but he couldn't bring himself to say a word. Earlier that morning at the dock, he'd even made a bold claim, saying that if Zane ever managed to catch a single crab worth selling while foraging along the shore in White Sea Village, he'd take Zane's last name. Now, looking at the 13-gene Crab King at Zane's feet, Rocco wished the ground would swallow him whole. Aunt Lou stood on the edge of the crowd, looking as though she'd swallowed a fly. Just that morning at the village entrance, she mocked Zane as a stray dog, who'd been kicked out of the city now. This stray dog had earned in a single afternoon more than her son Gavin made in 2 months. What kind of damn luck does this kid have? Aunt Lou muttered under her breath from the back of the crowd. Her bitter tone made a few people nearby roll their eyes. Just then, Rocco finally found his voice. He cleared his throat twice and forced a smile. Xiao Su, you really pulled off a great haul today. I'll take all this stuff, and I'll give you a good deal. Altogether, I'll pay 2,500. How about that? 2,500? Zane tilted his head to look at him, his expression as if he were looking at someone with a low IQ. Rocco, did your gym teacher teach you math? Zane picked up the king crab and waved it in front of Rocco. Just this one crab, a mutant blue crab king weighing over 13 gene. Even if you searched online, how many people in the whole country have ever seen one this size? You want to buy the whole lot for 2,500? Why don't you just say I'm giving it to you for free? So how much do you want? Rocco's face was stiff as he clenched the bills in his hand, trying to maintain his dignity as a fishmonger. I'm not selling my stock to you. Zane smiled, bent down to retie the net bag and said, with the little capital you have, you can't afford it. Zane, don't be so ungrateful. Rocco's face turned bright red as he jutted his finger toward Zane's chest. If you want to sell it to me, who else in this White Sea Village are you going to sell it to? Can casual customers afford stuff like this? You'll just end up with it rotting on your hands. No sooner had he finished speaking than a crisp sound of high heels clicking on the concrete came from outside the crowd. A tall figure in a sharp business suit stepped in from behind the crowd. It was Lena, the purchasing manager at Sea Delight Restaurant. Behind her were a driver operating a refrigerated truck and 2 porters. Ever since Lena had picked up that stonefish from Zane that morning, she'd been keeping a close eye on things. She'd just received word in town that someone at the White Sea Village Pier had obtained a batch of rare seafood from the Dead Reef Zone. So she'd driven over immediately. Mr. Su, it's good to see you again. Lena walked up to Zane, her gaze sweeping over the mesh bag and plastic buckets on the ground, her slender eyebrows arching slightly. She crouched down, opened the mesh bag to take a look, and then stood up, a movement that was noticeably much slower than when she had crouched down. Mr. Su, may I take a closer look at your catch? Go ahead. Zane generously opened the mesh bag wide. Lena pulled a pair of white gloves from her bag and slipped them on, then carefully removed the seafood from the bag one by one, arranging them on a clean plastic sheet nearby. Her movements were professional and meticulous with each item she took out. Her expression grew more astonished. Wild brocade lobsters, a pair, alive and in perfect condition, with bright red shells and intact antennae, 1 gene and 6 liang, plus 1 gene and 8 liang. She looked at Zane. Mr. Su, do Do you know when was the last time our restaurant procured brocade lobsters of this quality? When was that? 3 years ago. An old local captain struck gold out at sea and hauled in just one. Lena's tone carried an unmistakable excitement. She moved on to the next item. Black spiny sea cucumbers, 2 of them, each over 25 centimeters long, with thick, tightly packed spines and excellent elasticity. This quality is even better than what I get from the Liaoning sea cucumber production areas. 6 wild abalones, with thick abalone frills and no signs of aquaculture whatsoever. A live abyssal giant octopus, weighing 3 jin and 2 liang, perfect freshness. Lena listed the names and qualities one by one with each announcement. The onlookers would murmur among themselves, and Rocco's expression would grow darker. Finally, Lena reached to the bottom of the net and touched the giant king crab. She tried to lift it but couldn't budge it, so she turned and shouted to the driver, "Come give me a hand." The driver and a porter had to work together with all their might to lift the king crab out of the net. When the king crab was placed on the plastic sheet, a chorus of gasps erupted from the crowd. Lena circled the king crab once, then crouched down, gently tapping the shell with her finger to listen for the echo, and feeling the thickness of the joints at the crab's legs. As she stood up, she took a deep breath, her eyes brimming with unbridled excitement. "Mr. Su, I've been a seafood buyer for 12 years, and I've never seen a crab like this. A wild blue crab weighing over 13 jin, this isn't commercial product. At all, it's a museum-quality specimen." Zane folded his arms and grinned. "Manager Lin, let us cut to the chase. How much?" Chapter 7. Sold at a high price. Lena circled the seafood laid out on the plastic sheet twice, finally stopping in front of the Crab King. She took off her white gloves, pulled out her phone, and began crunching the numbers. "Mr. Su, I'll go over the price for each item first. Let me know if you think it's fair." Zane nodded. "Go ahead." A pair of Jinxiu lobsters, total weight 3 jin and 4 liang. Based on the market price for live wild lobsters, I'll give you 450 per jin. That comes to 1,503 in total for this pair. Lena glanced up at Zane. Seeing that he didn't say anything, she continued listing the prices. 2 black spiny sea cucumbers, total weight 2 jin and 9 liang. Perfect condition with no damage. 800 per jin, for a total of 2,302. 1 wild abalone 6-headed, half a jin and 3 liang. This is priced per piece. I'll give you 600. 1 live abyssal giant octopus, weighing 3 jin and 2 liang. 60 per jin 192. A batch of extra-large cat si conch, total weight 1.5 jin. 40 per jin 60. After listing these items, Lena paused for a moment, her gaze settling on the last king crab. She crouched down to examine the king crab's abdomen and leg joints once more, gently pressing her fingernail against the shell. When she stood up, her expression was serious. "I can't estimate the market price for this mutant blue king crab." Hearing this, Rocco's mouth twisted into a smirk. Just as he was about to say something, Lena's next sentence cut him off. "Because there's simply no point of reference on the market." Lena opened her phone, swiped through a few screens, and turned the display toward Zane. Last year, a fisherman in Fujian caught a wild blue crab weighing over 8 jin. It made the news and was eventually bought by a high-end club for 6,000 yuan, where it served as the restaurant's signature attraction for a week. She put her phone away and looked at Zane. "Yours weighs 13 jin and 6 liang, nearly double that. In my opinion, this crab shouldn't be sold as an ordinary ingredient. We should go the high-end, custom route and have our restaurant's head chef design a special king of crabs banquet, with a starting price of 20,000 per table." "So what?" Zane asked. "So I'll pay 5,000 for this crab." As soon as Lena announced her offer, the crowd around them erupted in commotion. 5,000? 5,000 for a single crab? My family's boat doesn't even make 5,000 in a month. Zane must have stepped in dog shit to get this lucky, right? Rocco's face had gone pale, and the few henchmen behind him exchanged glances, none daring to say a word. Zane looked down at the king crab. The creature was still flipping onto its back and blowing bubbles on the plastic sheet, acting as if it had nothing to lose. "Manager Lin, I think 5,000 is a bit low." Zane held up one finger. "You said the Crab King banquet starts at 20,000 per table. This crab is the main attraction. Without it, the banquet wouldn't hold water. A 5,000 purchase cost is just a fraction of your revenue from a single table." Lena raised an eyebrow but didn't argue. I want 8,000, and I'm taking the entire net S worth of catch today. Give me a total price. Lena looked at him, the corner of her mouth twitching slightly, then picked up her phone and ran the numbers again on the calculator. 8,000 for the king crab, 1,503 for the lobsters, 2,302 for the sea cucumbers, 600 for the abalone, 192 for the octopus, and 60 for the cat si conch. Total, 12,684. She paused for a moment, locked her phone, and put it back in her pocket. I'll round it up to 13,000. How about that? Deal. Zane held out his hand, and Lena shook it. His palm was dry and firm. Add me on WeChat. I'll transfer the money right now. Lena pulled out her phone, scanned Zane's QR code, and tapped a few times. Ding. Zane's phone vibrated, and a WeChat payment notification popped up. Add that to the 500 for the stonefish this morning, and today's total earnings came to 13,500. Zane slipped his phone back into his pants pocket and watched Lena's laborers carefully load the seafood from the nets onto the refrigerated truck, feeling a strange mix of emotions. Just 2 days ago, he'd been berated by Wade in his cubicle in Shanghai, earning 6,000 yuan a month, and after deducting rent, utilities, commuting costs, and meals, he'd be grateful to have 1,500 yuan left over. Today, in just one afternoon, 13,000 yuan. As Lena walked away carrying the king crab, she glanced back at Zane. Mr. Su, if you ever have goods of this quality again, feel free to contact me anytime and no matter when or what species, as long as it's top-grade wild catch. My Sea Delight restaurant will take it all, no haggling. Don't worry. There'll be plenty more. Zane smiled and waved at her. After the refrigerated truck drove off, the crowd on the pier slowly dispersed, but murmurs drifted over from afar all about Zane. Earning 13,000 in one afternoon, that's faster than dealing drugs. You're full of it. He earned it the honest way, foraging the seashore. That's skill. He can even dig up treasures in a place like the Dead Reef Zone. That guy's got real talent. Rocco stood rooted to the spot, his face ashen, oblivious to the cigarette burning his finger. One of his henchmen whispered a warning. Dog, your cigarette is burning your hand. Rocco flicked the cigarette butt away and spat viciously on the ground. Let us go. Back to the shop. He led his henchmen away from the pier in disgrace. As they passed Zane, Rocco paused for a moment, his lips moving slightly, but in the end he said nothing and walked on. Aunt Lou had left as well, walking away with her back to Zane, her pace noticeably faster than when she arrived. Zane was left alone on the pier. He stood with his hands in his pockets beneath the setting sun, the sea breeze ruffling his hair. His phone vibrated again. He pulled it out and saw a WeChat message from Lena. Mr. Su, your stonefish was served tonight, and the guests were very satisfied. I've already asked the head chef to design the menu for the king crab banquet, which is scheduled to launch next week. I'll reserve a VIP seat for you then, for a free tasting as a token of my gratitude. Zane replied with an OK emoji, locked his screen, and turned to walk toward the village. After walking just a few steps, he stopped again, fished the 2 giant clams wrapped in seaweed out of his shorts pocket, and weighed them in his palm. He hadn't shown these treasures to Lena, nor did he plan to sell them. Ocean System had said there might be natural pearls inside. You can't rush things like this, you have to find an expert to open them. Zane rewrapped the giant clams and stuffed them back into his pocket, humming a tune as he walked home. 13,500 yuan. This was Zane's first big payday. It wasn't earned by slaving away in a cubicle, it was pulled from the ocean with his own 2 hands. That feeling was a million times better than getting a promotion or a raise in the city. Chapter 8. Treating himself to a feast. It wasn't quite dark yet when he got home. The yard lights were on, and the smell of cooking oil wafted from the kitchen. Zane's mom, Grace, was bustling around the stove. When she heard the yard gate creak, she turned and saw Zane. She nearly dropped the spatula she was holding. Zane? Didn't you just get back the day before yesterday? Why are you dressed like that? Oh my, your pants are covered in mud. Mom, I went shellfishing today. Zane leaned his clean, empty fishing net and pry bar against the wall, walked into the kitchen, and plopped down on a small stool. When Grace heard foraging for seafood, she froze for a moment, then smiled. Foraging for seafood? You've been seasick since you were a kid. You'd throw up all over the place just from paddling a small rowboat. Where did you go to forage? I didn't take a boat, I walked there. I picked up a few things over at the Dead Reef Zone. The Dead Reef Zone? Grace's smile faded as she set her spatula down on the stove. Listen, Zane. The rocks over there are sharp and slippery. A few years ago, a young guy from town took a tumble there and needed 8 stitches in the back of his head. Why on earth would you go over there for no good reason? Mom, don't get upset just yet. Take a look at this. Zane pulled out his phone, opened WeChat wallet, scrolled to today's earnings record, and held it out to Grace. Grace wiped the water off her hands, took the phone, and squinted at the screen for a long time. 13,000? What's this? That's what I made today from foraging for seafood. Grace looked at the number on the phone screen, then at Zane, then back at the phone, going over it several times. Don't lie to your mom. 13,000? You made 13,000 just by going to the beach. It's true. I sold them to the Sea Delight restaurant in town. I caught a huge crab weighing over 13 gene, plus lobsters, sea cucumbers, abalone, and stuff like that. Grace handed the phone back to Zane, stared at him for a long moment, then reached out to touch his forehead. You don't have a fever, do you? 13,000 yuan? Your dad only makes 200 or 300 yuan on a single fishing trip. Mom, I'm telling the truth. Zane took Grace's hand and sat down. I'll explain everything to you later. Just know that your son's got what it takes. We're not having stir-fried greens for dinner tonight. I'm treating you and Dad to a meal out. Why go out? We've got food at home. Mom, I made 13,000. Can't I even treat you two to a nice meal? Grace grumbled a bit, but in the end she couldn't get the better of Zane. She turned off the stove, changed into clean clothes, and headed out with him. Zane's dad, Gordon, was a man of few words. When he came back from his fishing trip and heard his son had made 13,000, he didn't say a word. He just squatted by the door, smoked half a cigarette, and then stood up to change his shoes. The three of them rode an electric tricycle into town. Zane found a reasonably decent restaurant and ordered a table full of dishes. Braised yellow croaker, blanched shrimp, clams and spicy sauce, steamed grouper, plus a bottle of the town's finest baijiu. Dad, have a drink. Gordon took the glass, glanced at Zane, his deeply wrinkled face showing little emotion, though the hand holding the glass trembled slightly, and downed it in one gulp. Did you have a rough time in the city? Zane picked up a piece of fish with his chopsticks, chewed it, and swallowed. It wasn't exactly rough, I just didn't want to do it anymore. Well, it's good you're back. Gordon poured himself another glass. It's good you're back. Grace sat nearby, her eyes red-rimmed, poking at the rice in her bowl with her chopsticks without saying a word. Zane placed a shrimp in her bowl. Mom, why are you crying? Your son's right here, sitting right here. Things will get better and better for our family from now on, trust me. I'm not crying, it's just the smoke. Grace wiped the corner of her eye, peeled the shrimp, and placed it in Zane's bowl. No matter how much money you make, stay safe out there. Try to avoid that dead reef zone in the future. I know. The three of them enjoyed a warm and comforting meal together. The total came to just over 400, and Zane paid the bill without batting an eye, transferring the money via WeChat. By the time they returned to the village, well-fed and well-rested, it was already past 9 o'clock. As soon as the electric tricycle turned into the alley at the village entrance, Zane spotted 7 or 8 people standing at the gate of their courtyard, chattering away about something. Why are there so many people? Grace noticed them too and furrowed her brow. Before the tricycle had even come to a complete stop, someone from the crowd stepped forward to greet them. Leading the group was Bruno, their next-door neighbor, a burly man in his 30s who made his living fishing at sea and had a fairly decent relationship with the Su family. Brother Zane, you're finally back. I've been waiting for you for ages. Zane hopped off the tricycle and glanced at the people behind Bruno. Some he recognized. Some he didn't, but their expressions were all similar. A mix of curiosity, eagerness, and a touch of shyness, as if they were hesitant to speak up. Zhuang, what's up? Bruno rubbed his hands together and chuckled a few times. Here's the thing, Zane. I heard all about what happened at the dock this afternoon. You hauled in a huge net full of top-quality seafood from the dead reef zone and sold it for 13,000. Right? News sure travels fast. Zane already knew what was going on, so he stayed silent, waiting for him to continue. Zane, you know I'm not the best with words, so I'll just come right out with it. Did you discover a good spot in the dead reef zone? Is there actually a lot of good stuff hidden over there that we just didn't know about before? As Bruno said this, his eyes were full of anticipation. Bro, are you planning to go foraging in the dead reef zone? Hey, it's not just me who wants to go look at these guys. Bruno pointed behind him. We all want to go with you to check out the spot. Don't worry, we'll split whatever we find proportionally. We want to take advantage of you. The men behind him nodded vigorously. Exactly. Dane, just take us along. Will you? Right. Just let us have whatever's left after you've picked what you want. Zane glanced at them but didn't rush to answer. He'd seen this coming a long time ago. In a fishing village, when someone strikes it rich, the news spreads faster than a typhoon. With so many people crowding the dock this afternoon just to gawk, word of the 13,000 earnings had already spread throughout White Sea Village and probably even reached the neighboring fishing village. But taking others along? This wasn't a matter of whether Zane was stingy or not. The seafood in the Dead Reef Zone didn't just grow like weeds by the roadside. Those top-grade sea cucumbers and abalones had taken many years to grow in that environment, and the stock had been built up only gradually. Today, he raided the king crab's lair and already cleared out more than half of what was in that cave. If he took a bunch of people over there to turn the place upside down, it wouldn't take 2 days before that area looked just like those clam pits on the mudflats that have been dug up for decades, not a single thing left. Bro Zhuang, I appreciate your offer, but you guys aren't familiar with the terrain in the Dead Reef Zone. The rocks are sharp and slippery. If someone falls and gets hurt, who's going to take responsibility? As soon as Bruno heard this, the smile on his face, which hadn't quite faded yet, clearly began to waver. Zane, we all grew up by the sea. What's a little fall? Then let me put it another way. Zane looked at him, his tone calm but firm. Zhuang, I did get lucky today in the Dead Reef Zone, but that kind of luck doesn't happen every day. There's only so much valuable stuff in that place. If I go after it on my own, I can keep at it for a few more days, but if a bunch of people rush in, it'll be cleaned out in 3 days. When that happens, you won't make any money, and you'll blame me for stringing you along. What's the point? Bruno looked a bit awkward. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but finally just sighed. All right, Zane, you've got a point. But if you ever need a hand in the future, just give me a shout. I will. Zane patted him on the shoulder. Bruno led a few people away. Once everyone had dispersed, Grace whispered in the courtyard. Zane, it's not very nice to turn them down like that. We're all from the same village. Mom, it's not that I don't want to help them. There's only so much to go around, and once it's divided up, no one will make any money. I'll figure things out on my own first, and if I really find a good lead, I'll bring everyone along. Grace hesitated for a moment, then said nothing more and went inside to tidy up. Zane stood in the courtyard and looked up at the sky, which was dotted with countless stars. You couldn't see a starry sky like this in the city. He felt the 2 giant clams in his pocket and thought about his plans for tomorrow. Today's haul from the Crab King's cave had already proven one thing. The waters near White Sea Village were far from fully explored. Those conventional fishing grounds and mudflats had been fished to death over decades and truly held no value left. But those treacherous areas no one dared to venture into, like the Dead Reef Zone or the deep water trenches, were the real treasure troves. The key was that no one else had his ocean scan or the ability to breathe underwater. These hidden treasures belonged to him alone. Zane pushed open the door, lay on the bed for 10 minutes, rolled over, and sat up again. He glanced at his phone. It was 11 o'clock. Low tide was at 2:30 a.m. There had been a major low tide earlier today, and tonight there would be another nighttime low tide. Although the tide wouldn't be as low as during the day, it would still be enough to expose some deep pools that are usually submerged. Zane changed into a pair of dark pants, slipped on his non-slip rubber boots, strapped a headlamp to his forehead, grabbed his crowbar and a net, and tiptoed out the back gate. The moonlight was bright, and the sea shimmered silver. Zane walked toward the shore, his steps quick and steady. Chapter 9. Another late-night mission. Just past 2 a.m., Zane was already standing on the shoreline. The pier and mudflats, bustling during the day, were now deserted. Only the beam from the distant lighthouse swept across the water every few seconds, casting long shadows of the nearshore reefs. The tide was receding not quickly, but steadily, and every few minutes, a new patch of seabed was exposed. Zane did not head toward the Dead Reef Zone he'd visited earlier that day. He'd already scoured that area, and there wouldn't be much new loot to be found there anytime soon. Tonight, he had his sights set on another direction. About 800 meters west of the White Sea Village coastline lay an area the villagers called Old Dragon Gully. Though called a gully, it was actually a very narrow and deep natural trench, less than 10 meters wide but at least 5 or 6 meters deep. At low tide, several deep pools formed at the bottom of the trench, and the water in them never dried up. The surrounding reefs are covered with sharp oyster shells. One false move could result in a cut. Combined with the darkness and slippery terrain, the villagers never venture into such places at night. But Zane wasn't afraid. With underwater breathing and ocean scan, night was no different from day for him. He walked along the coastline for over 10 minutes, and the outline of Laolong Gully gradually emerged in the moonlight. The seawater had receded to 2/3 of the way down the gully, and several deep pools lay like dark mirrors embedded among the rocks at the bottom, their surfaces perfectly still. Zane turned on his headlamp and carefully climbed down the gully wall. His limbs were far more agile than before, even on rocks covered in oyster shells. He could find secure footholds and step firmly, reaching the bottom of the gully in just a few minutes. Beneath his feet lay a layer of fine shell fragments and coarse sand, crunching with every step. Once Zane had steadied himself, he thought to himself, "Ocean scan activate." A familiar hum filled his mind, and the world before him shifted to a deep blue 3D radar view. The terrain of Old Dragon Gulch unfolded in 3 dimensions before his eyes, the internal structure of every rock, the direction of every crack, and even the cavities beneath the sand layer were all clearly visible. Then the lights came on. Zane froze for a moment. Not just one or two, but a whole swarm. The nearest deep pool was densely packed with white and green specks of light, at least several dozen of them. In the second deep pool, a little farther away, 7 or 8 blue specks lay at the bottom, arranged in a regular pattern. The third deep pool was the deepest. Its bottom was invisible from the surface, but the radar showed 3 blue specks and a large, almost blindingly bright blue light at the bottom. "Wow," Zane said, a smile spreading across his face. A place like Laolong Go is deserted year-round, and since the seawater in the deep pools never completely recedes, it essentially provides a natural sanctuary for these marine creatures. They've lived here undisturbed for who knows how many years, growing larger and multiplying in number. Zane headed straight for the nearest deep pool. The pool wasn't large, about 2 or 3 square meters, and the water reached the top of his thighs. As he stepped in, the water felt pleasantly cool. All the white and green dots on the ocean scan were hidden beneath the cracks in the rocks and layers of sand at the bottom. Zane bent down and reached into the water on his first try. He pulled out 3 small blue crabs, each about half the size of his palm, flailing their little claws wildly. These little guys aren't worth much individually, but in large quantities, they're definitely worth the effort. He tossed the blue crabs into his net bag and kept searching. Over the next 10 or so minutes, Zane turned the puddle upside down, pulling out more than 20 small blue crabs, over a dozen large spicy snails, and a pile of plump oysters. Individually, these weren't worth much, but with such a large quantity, selling them all together to casual buyers at the dock would net him at least 300 or 400 yuan. He didn't waste too much time at the first puddle after packing up his modest haul. He waded through knee-deep water toward the second deep puddle. The second puddle was deeper, the water reached his waist, and the water was cooler. Zane turned off his headlamp, relying entirely on the light from the ocean scan to navigate. 7 or 8 blue dots were scattered across the bottom of the pool. 5 of them were pressed tightly against the rock wall, flat in shape, clearly mollusks. Zane dove down and ran his hand along the rock wall at the bottom of the pit. At the location of the first blue light, his fingers brushed against a rock-hard object with uneven edges, firmly suctioned to the stone. He slid his pry bar underneath and gave it a shovel-like thrust. With a click, the object came loose. Zane surfaced to take a look. A large wild abalone with 8 heads. Though not as fine as the 6-headed one from the Crab King's cave, it was still top-notch. "Let us keep going." He pried out 5 abalones in one go. They varied in size, but all were pure wild specimens, their shells covered in natural seaweed and mineral deposits, with thick, firm frills. The remaining 2 blue specks were hidden in the sand at the bottom of the pit. Zane dug them out with his hands, pulling out 2 large adult conch shells, each a size larger than a fist, with smooth, glossy shells. This type of conch is called a sounding conch. Its market price isn't exorbitant, but isn't cheap. Either one can fetch 30 or 40 yuan. With the second puddle cleared, Zane gathered his haul and headed toward the last and deepest puddle. This puddle was different from the previous 2. It was larger, covering about 5 or 6 square meters, with a depth that appeared to exceed 2 meters at a glance. The walls dropped almost vertically, and the water's surface was a pitch-black mass under the moonlight, with no bottom in sight. Zane crouched at the edge of the pit and carefully scanned it with the ocean scan. 3 blue light spots were visible in different corners of the pit's bottom, judging by their shape and size. They appeared to be sea cucumbers or large shellfish. But what really caught his attention was the large blue light right in the center of the pool. That light was noticeably brighter than the surrounding blue glow, and its halo was much wider, covering an area roughly the size of a small washbasin. Moreover, it was completely motionless, not at all like a living creature. Not a living thing? Then what is it? Zane was extremely curious. He set his net and pry bar down at the edge of the pit, took a deep breath, and dove toward the bottom of the pool. His underwater breathing ability activated automatically, filtering oxygen from the seawater into his lungs, allowing him to breathe effortlessly. Zane's vision underwater was as clear as it was during the day. He could see every grain of sand on the bottom of the pit with perfect clarity. He first dealt with the 3 blue points in the corners. 2 medium-sized black-spined fish and a wild abalone the size of a palm, all of good quality. Then he swam toward the very center of the water pit. That large blue light was buried in the sand just over a meter deep directly beneath him. Zane lay flat on the bottom of the pit and began digging with both hands. As the sand scattered, his fingers touched something hard and irregularly shaped. It wasn't a shell, nor was it a rock, it felt more like metal. Zane's heart skipped a few beats, and he dug faster. A minute later, the object was fully exposed. It was a verdigris-colored metal box, mostly covered in sand and marine sediment, about the size of a shoebox, secured at the corners with rivets, and featuring a rusted but still recognizable latch on the lid. Zane dug the entire box out of the sand, cradled it in his arms, and surfaced. He climbed out of the pit, turned on his headlamp, and examined the box closely by its light. The box was heavy, at least 7 or 8 gene. The surface was severely rusted, but one could tell the original craftsmanship had been exquisite. There were even decorative patterns on the rivets at the corners. This didn't look like a fisherman's gear, nor did it resemble a toolbox that had fallen off a fishing boat. Zane tried fiddling with the latch, but it was completely rusted shut and wouldn't budge. He didn't try to pry it open by force. Instead, he carefully placed the box deep inside his net bag and wrapped it in a layer of his clothes. He couldn't open something like this out in the open. If there were any valuables inside and someone saw them, it would be a huge problem. He'd deal with it when he got back. Zane packed away all his loot and climbed up the ravine wall, carrying the net bag. He just scrambled onto the edge of Old Dragon Ravine and hadn't even steadied himself when he heard the clamor of voices and saw the beam of a flashlight not far away. Someone was heading this way, and not just one person. Zane narrowed his eyes and peered into the distance by the moonlight. 3 figures were creeping toward Laolong Gulch from the direction of the shoreline. The one in the lead was stocky, walked with a wide stance, and was brandishing a long pole. Zane recognized him. Rocco. Chapter 10. A thunderous move. Rocco was followed by 2 men. One was Ague, the henchman who'd run errands for him at the dock that afternoon. The other, whom Zane hadn't seen before, was short but stocky, with a crew cut, carrying a large metal bucket and a landing net. The 3 of them shone their flashlights as they made their way toward Laolong Gully. Stepping unevenly over the rocks, they seemed to have a clear destination in mind. Zane stood behind a large rock on the edge of the gully, not moving. He set the net bag down at his feet, crossed his arms over his chest, and waited for the 3 men to approach. When Rocco reached the edge of Old Dragon Gulch, he shone his flashlight around the bottom of the gulch, muttering something under his breath. "Bro, is this the place?" Ague leaned in to ask. "No kidding, Old Dragon Gulch. It's the only one in the whole village. That guy surnamed Sue stole the show during the day, but I don't buy it at night. If he can score good stuff in the dead reef zone, there's no way these deep pools here are empty." Rocco jammed his long pole into the ground and pointed at the deep pools at the bottom of the ravine. "You 2 go down there and comb through those pools. Scoop up every crab and conch you find. Hurry up, we've got to get out of here before dawn." The guy with the crew cut grunted a reply and started climbing down the gully wall. Zane emerged from behind the rocks. His headlamp wasn't on the moonlight shone on him, and a figure suddenly appeared high up on the edge of Old Dragon Gully, startling Rocco and his 2 companions. "Who's there?" Rocco shone his flashlight upward, the beam landing squarely on Zane's face. Zane squinted and raised his hand to shield his eyes from the light. "Rocco, why are you out here in the middle of the night instead of sleeping?" Rocco recognized Zane, paused for a moment, then forced a grim smile. "Hey, Suchow University student. You're here too? What a coincidence. I just came out for a stroll." "Just strolling?" Zane glanced at the metal bucket and dip net in their hands. "Strolling with a bucket and a net? Mr. Zhao, Do you think I'm blind? Rocco's smile faltered. I said I'm out for a stroll, so I'm out for a stroll. Old Dragon Gulch isn't your property, why can't I come here? Is it any of your business, Zane? Old Dragon Gulch isn't my property. That's true, Zane said flatly. But if you're planning to go down there to fish, I'd advise you to think twice. Rocco's face darkened. What do you mean by that? Nothing in particular. I know exactly what's in this gully. The three of you heading down there in the dead of night, not to mention whether you'll find anything worthwhile. What if you slip and sprain your ankle? Or get your leg slashed by an oyster shell? In the middle of the night, with no one around to call an ambulance. Do you, Rocco, have the money to cover that? Ague muttered under his breath from the side. Dog brother. Is he trying to keep it all for himself? As soon as Rocco heard this, his expression changed. Zane, you made over 10,000 yuan worth of haul at the Dead Reef Zone today, and now you're coming down to Laolong Gully. Are you trying to claim the entire coastline as your territory? Rocco took 2 steps forward, closing the distance between him and Zane to less than 2 meters. The beam of his flashlight shone up at Zane's face, and his tone grew harsh. Who do you think you are, Zane? Aren't you just an unemployed bum who couldn't make it in the city and slunk back here? You've been foraging the shore for 2 days and already think you own the stretch of ocean? Let me tell you, the seafood business in White Sea Village isn't something you get to boss around. Zane looked down at Rocco, who was half a head shorter than him, and said nothing. Thinking Zane had backed down, Rocco grew even bolder and turned to wave at the guy with the crew cut and Ague. Get down there and start fishing. Anyone who gets in the way is picking a fight with me. Rocco. The guy with the crew cut took a step forward, just about to head toward the gully wall, when Zane's voice came down from above, not loud, but every word was crystal clear. Rocco, I'll tell you this one last time. Take your men and leave right now. You tell me to leave and I'll leave? Zane, who do you think you are? Rocco slapped his thigh and shouted at the top of his lungs. Zane didn't want to waste any more words. He bent down, picked up the titanium pry bar from the ground, and thrust it backward with a flick of his wrist. The tip of the pry bar plunged into a crevice in the rock less than 10 centimeters in front of Rocco's feet. The sound of titanium scraping against rock was sharp and piercing, and a few sparks flew out into the darkness. The move was so fast and sudden that Rocco instinctively flinched backward. His feet slipped, and he plopped down onto the rocks. The flashlight flew out of his hand, rolling across the ground a few times before coming to a stop. You. Rocco sat on the ground, pointing at Zane, his voice trembling violently. Ague and the guy with the crew cut were also stunned. The guy with the crew cut couldn't even hold onto the metal bucket in his hand, and it clattered against the rocks. Zane pulled the crowbar out of the crevice in the rock, casually slung it over his shoulder, and looked down at Rocco from above. Rocco, you've been running roughshod over this village for quite some time now, bullying those honest fishermen, driving down prices and forcing them to sell. I won't hold those past deeds against you. Zane's voice was calm and measured, and the crowbar swayed slightly on his shoulder. But starting today, as long as I'm out here gathering shellfish in these waters, you'd better stay far away. Not because the sea belongs to me, but because the way you, Rocco, go about things is so disgusting it turns my stomach. Are you threatening me? Zane, just you wait, I'll call my cousin to come and take care of you as soon as I get back. Rocco scrambled to his feet, his pants caked with mud and shattered oyster shells, looking a sorry sight. Your cousin? Chun Lao-san, the guy who runs the hardware store in town. Zane tilted his head. Tell him if he wants to come take a stroll along the shore, he's welcome. But didn't the tax office just audit him this year? I hear that's still unresolved, right? Rocco froze. How do you know that? It's none of your business how I know. Zane patted his crowbar. Rocco, I'm not the type to start trouble, but I'm not afraid of it either. If you stick to being a fishmonger, we'll mind our own business. But if you insist on crossing me, there's more than just sea cucumbers and crabs I can get my hands on. The tone was neither too harsh nor too soft, but as Rocco listened, the color drained from his face bit by bit. He knew his cousin's background better than anyone. The tax issue was real, and it was still a hot-button topic. If it were exposed now, Chun Lao-san would be in deep trouble. After all, Zane had worked at a major corporation in the city. Who knows what connections he had or what channels he could tap into. Rocco clenched his teeth, bent down to pick up the flashlight from the ground, and gave Ague and the guy with the crew cut a nod. Let us go. Back to the hotel. Dog brother, are we just going to walk away like this? Ague shot Zane a resentful glance. Let us go, Rocco bellowed, turning to head back. After taking a few steps, he turned around and threw over his shoulder, "Zane, mark my words. White Sea Village isn't to run by you alone. Don't get too cocky." Zane watched as the beams from the 3 flashlights grew increasingly distant, finally disappearing over the horizon, and only then did he lower the crowbar from his shoulder. To be honest, he didn't want to let things get too tense with Rocco. A guy like that just isn't worth it. But if he didn't teach him a lesson, Rocco would keep showing up here every other day to cause trouble, and he wouldn't be able to carry out his plan to forage along the shore in peace. Zane cracked his neck, bent down to pick up his net, and glanced at the time on his phone. 3:40 a.m. Dawn would break in 2 hours. He still had time. Zane didn't head home instead. He continued walking west along the coastline. He could use Ocean Scan to scan the areas he hadn't had time to survey during the day, taking advantage of the low tide at night to get a handle on the seabed topography and resource distribution within a few kilometers. As he walked, he kept the radar on, mentally noting the positions of every light he saw along the way. After walking for about half an hour, Zane arrived at a coastal cliff he'd never seen before. Here, the terrain suddenly rose. A cliff face over 10 meters high plunged vertically into the sea, its surface covered in green and brown seaweed that rustled in the sea breeze. Zane stood at the top of the cliff and looked down. The moonlight illuminated the base of the cliff. With the tide out, a semicircular opening had been revealed at the base of the cliff, about 1.5 meters high and nearly 2 meters wide. The interior of the opening was pitch black, and seawater was slowly trickling out. Zane activated Ocean Scan and swept it toward the opening. His breath caught in his throat for a split second. Inside that opening, the space revealed by the radar was far larger than it appeared from the outside, extending inward by at least 20 or 30 meters, and becoming more spacious the further in he went. More importantly, deep within that dark space, a vast cluster of blue light dots glowed densely. Not just 8 or 10, but dozens. Intermixed among them were several large, extremely bright blue lights. Zane stared at the radar screen for a full 10 seconds, his palms drenched in sweat. It was a natural sea cave formed by years of constant erosion by the sea. And hidden inside that sea cave was a treasure trove of marine resources beyond his wildest dreams. Chapter 11: Treasure Hunting at Low Tide. Zane found a natural stone staircase along the side of the cliff face, barely wide enough to step on and climb down using both hands and feet. The height wasn't too daunting, about 10 meters, but the rock surface was slippery in the dark, so he planted his feet firmly with every step. 3 minutes later, his feet touched the gravelly beach at the base of the cliff. Traces of the receding tide were still visible. The rocks and sand beneath his feet were soaked, and the air was thick with the mingled scent of seaweed and salt water. The semicircular opening of the sea cave was less than 5 meters to his right. Zane walked over and stood at the entrance, peering inside. The beam from his headlamp shone in, illuminating only 3 or 4 meters ahead. Beyond that, the darkness swallowed everything. But the view on the Ocean Scan screen revealed a different scene. The structure of this sea cave was unique. Narrow at the entrance but wide inside, forming an irregular gourd shape. The front section was a passage less than 2 meters wide. Once past it, the space opened up into a circular chamber at least a dozen square meters in size. The floor of the space was covered with a thick layer of sand and broken seashells. Years of standing water had formed a natural shallow pool, with a depth of about half a meter to 1 meter. Those densely packed blue specks of light were scattered throughout this shallow pool. This place gets flooded when the tide comes in. The entrance only becomes visible at low tide. Zane quickly calculated the time in his head. It's not quite 4 in the morning yet. High tide is around 6:30. I have a safety window of a little over 2 hours. Without hesitation, he crouched down and stepped into the cave entrance. The passage was very low at its narrowest points. He had to walk in a half crouch, his headlamp illuminating the path ahead as the water lapped at his ankles. Clear patterns of water erosion were visible on the walls of the passage over the years. The stones had been polished smooth. After walking about 15 meters, the space began to widen, and Zane was finally able to stand up straight. His headlamp swept across the interior of the cave, and he exhaled a long breath. The ceiling of the cave rose about 3 meters above the water's surface, with scattered stalactite-like formations hanging from the dome, their surfaces glistening with moisture. The surrounding rock walls were covered with algae and moss of various colors, and in some places, clusters of small mussels hung from the surface. What excited Zane the most was the shallow pool at the bottom. The pool took up 2/3 of the cave's area. The water was so clear that he could see right down to the sandy bottom. He crouched at the edge of the pool and turned the Ocean Scan's power up to maximum. The sight before him nearly made him cry out. There were so many light points. From the sandy layer at the bottom of the pool to the crevices in the rock walls, blue light points were everywhere, large and small, crammed together, some even overlapping one another. Zane took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and began to count these light points systematically. 12, 15, 20, 23. By the time he finished counting, he tallied 31 blue light points, plus 6 green ones. No purple gold ones. But 31 blue light points was already a terrifying number in itself. In the Crab King's cave in the Dead Reef Zone, there were at most a dozen or so light points, and that single trip had already netted him 13,000. The number of light spots here was 3 times that of the Crab King's cave. Zane took off his rubber boots and stepped barefoot into the shallow pool. The water came just above his calves. Cool but not bone-chilling. He started with the nearest blue light spot. Beneath the layer of sand at the bottom of the pool, with a single shovel scoop, he unearthed a massive wild abalone a full circle larger than his fist. This size, a 5-head abalone? No, it's even bigger than that. Zane flipped the abalone over. Its flesh was white, tender and plump, with an absurdly wide mantle, and it felt springy to the touch. A 4-head abalone. His voice echoed through the cave. A wild 4-head abalone on the market. One of these could fetch 1,500 or more. He carefully placed the abalone in the net bag, patting it with seaweed. A second glimmer appeared in a crevice on the rock wall across the pool. Zane gently pried it open with his pry bar, and out came another abalone, slightly smaller, but still a proper 5-head-sized specimen. The third, the fourth, the fifth, all abalone. When Zane pried out the 7th one, he couldn't help but stop. Looking at the 7 large abalone lined up in the net bag, he let his tongue roll around his mouth. This cave is an abalone nest. He continued deeper into the pool, the water now reaching his waist. The density of blue specks was even higher in this area, so Zane felt his way along one by one. The 8th abalone, the 9th, the 10th. They were all sizable. Even the smallest was on par with a 6-head-sized specimen. When he reached the 11th, what Zane felt had a different texture. It wasn't the flat, hard shell of an abalone, but rather plump and rounded, with a textured surface. He pulled it out of the water and saw that it was a large giant clam, more than twice the size of the 2 he found earlier in the Crab King's cave. The size of this giant clam, Zane shone his headlamp into the clam's crevice and saw a faint silvery sheen inside. There's a pearl. He slipped the giant clam into the pocket on his chest and continued searching. Over the next half hour, Zane combed through the outer and central areas of the shallow pool. The final tally of his haul was almost too good to be true, even to him. 15 large wild abalones, 3 4-head abalones, 5 5-head abalones, and 7 6-head abalones. 2 large giant clams, 6 black spiny sea cucumbers, each over 20 centimeters long, 2 deep water groupers, each weighing over 2 gene, plus a variety of other items, including large conch, cat-eye snails, sea urchins, and more. The net bag was already full, so he found a few thick strands of seaweed in the corner of the cave and wove a makeshift bag to barely fit everything inside. Zane sat down inside the cave, caught his breath, and glanced at his phone. 5:40. The tide would come in less than an hour. He had to get out before 6 o'clock. But he didn't rush off, because there were still a few blue specks of light in the very center of the pool that hadn't moved. Those specks were located in the deepest central area of the pool, where the water appeared to be over a meter deep, and they shone much brighter than the ones around them. Zane dragged the filled net bag up to a high spot near the entrance of the passageway, making sure it wouldn't be submerged by the rising tide, then returned to the edge of the pool, took a deep breath, and dove in. Underwater breathing activated automatically, and his vision was as clear as it was in daylight. The layer of sand at the center of the pool bottom was much thicker than at the edges, at least 30 or 40 centimeters deep. Zane dug into the sand with both hands. Once he cleared away the sand at the location of the first light spot, a massive abalone emerged. This abalone was absurdly huge. When Zane dug it out of the sand hole, his hands nearly couldn't support its weight as it sank heavily downward. He surfaced, placed the abalone on a dry rock, and examined it closely with his headlamp. The shell was dark brown, with intact edges and clearly defined rows of pores. It was well over 20 centimeters long. Turning it over to examine the flesh, he saw it was white with a hint of yellow, astonishingly thick, with a wide, dense mantle that pulsed with vitality. Zane swallowed hard. This was a single-head abalone. A single-head abalone weighing 1 gene. A super premium specimen that had all but disappeared from the entire coastal waters of the East China Sea. In the high-end auction market, the starting bid for a live, single-head abalone in perfect condition is typically no less than 10,000 yuan. Zane's hands were trembling. He examined the single-head abalone 3 times over, confirming there were no flaws, then wrapped it layer upon layer in the thickest seaweed and placed it in the safest spot, right in the center of the net bag. There were still a few blue specks of light on the pool floor. Zane glanced at the time. 5:55. He gritted his teeth and dove back into the water. The second glowing spot also turned out to be an abalone, about the same size as the previous one and also a single-head specimen. Zane could hardly believe his luck, his hands trembling. He carefully wrapped the second single-head abalone and placed it in the net. Time was running out. There were still 3 blue lights left on the pool floor that he didn't have time to deal with. The first signs of the incoming tide had already appeared, the sound of seawater rushing and echoed through the passageway, and the water level was rising at a visible pace. Zane decisively abandoned the remaining lights, hoisted the incredibly heavy net and makeshift bag onto his shoulders, and, hunched over, sprinted into the passageway. The seawater had already risen to his knees, the current wasn't fast, but it was steadily gaining strength. He half ran, half jogged through the 15-meter-long passage and burst out of the cave before the water reached his waist. A pale, fish-belly-white hue was already breaking over the horizon, and the sea surface glistened brightly. Zane climbed to the top of the cliff with 2 large bags of catch in hand. Looking back down, he saw seawater surging into the cave from both sides of the opening in less than 5 minutes. The semicircular entrance was completely submerged. If he'd been 5 minutes later, he would had to use his underwater breathing ability to swim out, and it would been anyone's guess whether he'd have been able to save his catch. Zane plopped down onto the grass at the top of the cliff, gasping for breath. 2 nets lay spread out before him, brimming with abalone. The 2 single-headed abalone, tightly wrapped in seaweed, lay right in the center of the nets. A morning breeze blew in, carrying the warm, salty scent of the sea. Zane looked at the pile in front of him, his mind already racing with calculations. 15 large abalones, plus 6 black-spined groupers, 2 grouper, and miscellaneous items, a conservative estimate of 15,000 to 20,000. As for the 2 single-head abalones, if he went for the high-end market, at least 10,000 each, that's a minimum of 20,000 for both. Add to that the 13,500 he sold to Lena earlier. That meant that in less than 48 hours since returning to the village, his earnings were about to top 50,000. Zane pulled out his phone and checked his WeChat wallet. As he looked at the 13,500 figure in his balance, he was already thinking about how he'd quote Lena a price later. But first, he needed to go home and get some sleep. He hadn't slept a wink all night. Zane tied the mesh bag securely, slung one over each shoulder, and walked toward the village with heavy but steady steps. After walking for about 10 minutes, as he passed the old banyan tree at the village entrance, he spotted someone crouching beneath it in the distance. The person looked up at the sound of his footsteps. It was Bruno. "Bro Zane? You didn't come back all night." Bruno stood up, and when his gaze fell on the 2 fishing nets bulging to bursting on Zane's shoulders, his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. "Bro Zane, what's that on your shoulders?" Zane smiled at him but didn't stop walking. "Bro Zhuang, we'll talk later. I'm heading back to catch some sleep." Bruno stood dumbfounded under the banyan tree, watching Zane's back disappear around the corner of the alley. The edges of a few abalone shells, faintly visible through the mesh of those 2 bags, glowed with a dull sheen in the morning light. Bruno rubbed his eyes hard to make sure he wasn't seeing things, then turned and ran toward the village, shouting as he went. "Damn it! That Zane's got his hands on some good stuff again." Just as Zane pushed open the gate to his yard, his cell phone in his pocket vibrated. He pulled it out to check. It was a WeChat message from Lena. "Mr. Su, the menu for the Crab King banquet is finalized. Our head chef says this crab is the finest he's encountered in his 20 years in the business. I have a favor to ask. If it's convenient, I'd like to stop by to discuss a long-term partnership. Are you free this morning?" Zane slipped his phone back into his pocket, and the image of those 3 blue specks of light deep inside the sea cave, which he hadn't had time to retrieve, floated into his mind. The brightness of those specks was no less than that of 2 single-headed abalones. The next low tide was this afternoon. Chapter 12. The finest single-headed abalone. Zane swiped down on Lena's message on his phone screen, revealing the second half. Mr. Su, the menu for the king crab banquet is finalized. Our head chef says this crab is the finest live specimen he has seen in his 20 years in the industry. The menu consists of 8 courses and is scheduled to launch next Wednesday. We'll reserve a table for you then. Also, if you have any new stock, please contact me immediately. Our restaurant is currently preparing for a high-end ingredient tasting event and urgently needs top-grade wild abalone and sea cucumbers. After reading the message, Zayn's lips curled into a slight smile, and he replied with 3 words, "I've got it. Wait for me." He tucked his phone under his pillow and fell asleep. He slept straight through until noon. Grace was airing out the quilts in the courtyard when she heard a noise coming from the room. She called out through the door, "Zayn, are you up yet? I've got some porridge warming up for you on the stove." "Mom, don't rush me to eat just yet." Zayn pushed open the door and stepped out, his hair a mess and his eyes still a bit puffy, but full of energy. He walked to the corner of the yard, dragged the 2 fishing nets he brought back last night into the shade by the main room's doorway, and crouched down to untie the ropes. Grace walked over, wringing out her laundry. When she looked down, the clothes in her hands fell straight to the ground. "Zawazi, what's this?" "Abalone, Mom." Zayn opened the mouth of the net bag. 15 wild abalone of varying sizes were neatly arranged on top of the seaweed. Their shells were still damp with seawater and glistened with a dull brown sheen in the midday light. Grace crouched down, reached out to touch the shell of the topmost abalone, then pulled her hand back. "Abalone this big? This one must be as big as my palm, right? And this isn't even the biggest one." Zayn parted the layers of seaweed from the very center of the net, revealing the 2 specially protected single-head abalones. Grace glanced at them, not quite grasping what she was seeing. "How come these 2 are twice as big as the others?" "Mom, these are single-head abalones. Each one weighs a jade. They're wild species that's nearly extinct in the entire coastal area of the East China Sea." Zayn carefully cradled one of the single-head abalones in his hands and turned it over to show Grace the flesh. "Look at this meat, it's white with a hint of yellow, as thick as a steamed bun, and the mantle is this wide." Grace stared at the single-head abalone for quite a while, then looked up at Zayn. "Is it valuable?" "Mom, this one is worth at least 10,000 yuan. "How much?" 10,000. Grace's legs went weak, and she plopped down on the doorstep. "You're pulling my leg, right? 10,000 yuan for one abalone." "Mom, when have I ever lied to you?" Zayn placed the single-headed abalone back among the seaweed and pointed to the 6 black spiny sea cucumbers and 2 grouper in the makeshift basket beside him. "All of these together, a conservative estimate, could fetch 30 to 40,000. Grace sat on the doorstep, rubbing her hands together, unable to speak for a long time. Zayn didn't bother explaining further. His top priority right now was figuring out how to keep these live seafood fresh. If the abalone and sea cucumbers stayed out of the water too long, their quality would deteriorate, especially those 2 single-headed abalone. Every slight drop in quality could mean losing several thousand in sales. He ran to the kitchen, grabbed 3 large plastic buckets, drew several buckets of water from the well in the yard, mixed in some seawater he brought back from the beach, adjusted the temperature and salinity to roughly the right range, and then sorted the abalone and sea cucumbers into the buckets. He put the 2 single-head abalone in one bucket, the rest of the abalone in another, and the sea cucumbers and grouper in the third. Just as he finished setting everything up, there was a knock at the courtyard gate. Brother Zay, are you home?" It was Bruno's voice. Zayn walked over and opened the gate. Bruno was standing in the doorway, followed by 3 or 4 villagers, all craning their necks to peer into the courtyard. "Brother Zhuang, what's up?" "Brother Zay, I saw you coming back with 2 big sacks of stuff at the village entrance this morning. What exactly was in there?" "I've been on pins and needles all morning." Bruno rubbed his hands together, his curiosity practically bursting from his face. Zayn stepped aside and pointed toward the courtyard. "Come on in and take a look." Bruno led the group into the courtyard. When they reached the entrance to the main hall and saw the 3 buckets, they all fell silent. "Zayn, are those buckets full of abalone?" Bruno crouched by the buckets and began counting, his voice speeding up with each number. 1, 2, 3, 15? You caught 15 big abalone?" Behind them, a fisherman in his 40s named Old Su, a man who spent half his life at sea, crouched down the moment he saw the abalones in the buckets. "Xiao Su, are these wild?" "Yeah, all of them." Old Su reached into the bucket and pulled out a 5-head abalone, turning it over and over in his hands, growing more and more excited the longer he looked at it. The layer of seaweed and mineral deposits on this shell, it's been growing for at least 7 or 8 years. There's no way this could be farmed. Xiao Su, where do you get these? A little further west from Laolong, there's a sea cave that only appears at low tide. A sea cave? Old Su was taken aback. I've been going out there for 30 years and never saw any cave. It only comes out during the lowest tides, it's usually underwater. Zane pointed to the bucket containing the single-head abalone. Uncle Su, take a look at this one for me. Old Su reached his hand inside when he touched the single-head abalone. He paused for a moment, then cradled it out with the utmost care. He placed the abalone in the palm of his hand and weighed it, then turned it over to examine the flesh side, staring at it for a full half-minute. The courtyard was so quiet you could hear the water dripping from the well. Xiao Su. Old Su's voice was a little hoarse. Do you know what this is? A single-headed abalone. Right, a single-headed abalone. Old Su put the abalone back in the bucket, his knee cracked as he stood up. I've been fishing for 30 years. I've been out on the open sea, to the Zhoushan fishing grounds, and even out in the South China Sea. As for single-headed abalone, I've only ever seen one once, 15 years ago, at an old captain's house. He looked at Zane, his tone carrying a solemnity Zane had never seen on his face before. That old captain caught only one in his entire life and sold it at an auction in Ningbo for 26,000. 26,000? Bruno practically jumped out of his seat. 26,000 for a single abalone? That was the price 15 years ago. Nowadays, a live single-headed abalone of this quality would fetch an even higher price on the market. After Old Su finished speaking, silence fell over the courtyard once more. Several villagers exchanged glances, their eyes darting back and forth in disbelief. Brother Zane. Bruno swallowed hard, his voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. How much could you sell these 2 single-headed abalones for? Along with the other abalones, sea cucumbers, and so on. Zane leaned against the doorframe, his hands in his pockets. I haven't calculated it yet. We'll figure it out once the buyer arrives. Buyer? Who's buying? The Sea Delight restaurant in town. Zane pulled out his phone and sent Lena a message. Manager Lin, the shipment has arrived. It's quite a bit more than last time. There are a few items you might not have seen before. If you're available, please come by this afternoon to take a look. Less than 30 seconds after he sent the message, Lena's reply popped up. What kind of goods? Zane typed a few words. Live single-head abalone, 2 of them. There was silence on the other end for a full minute. Then a long string of messages popped up. Mr. Su, are you sure they're single-head abalone? Live ones? You're not joking. I'm not joking. I'm heading out right now. I'll be there in half an hour. Please make sure to keep them safe. Don't let the water temperature exceed 20 degrees. Add some sea salt to the bucket and keep them out of direct sunlight. Zane replied with a okay and locked his screen. He glanced at Bruno and a few villagers. They were still crouched by the bucket, staring at the abalones as if they were treasures. All right, stop staring. You can gather around later when the buyer arrives. Bro Zane, I'm not going anywhere. I'm staying right here to see how much you sell them for. After saying that, Bruno plopped down on a stone bench in the courtyard, crossed his legs, and looked every bit like he wasn't moving an inch. Zane couldn't be bothered to shoo him away, so he walked into the kitchen, brought out a bowl of congee, and leaned against the courtyard gate, sipping it as he waited. 25 minutes later, a white refrigerated truck turned into the alley at the village entrance. Chapter 13, 3 Buckets. The refrigerated truck pulled up at the entrance to the alley. Lena jumped out of the passenger seat without even taking the time to change out of her high heels. Today she was wearing a navy blue shirt with the sleeves rolled up to her forearms. Her hair was tied back in a ponytail. She strode purposefully, followed by the same driver from last time and a stranger. The stranger was around 50, with neatly groomed graying hair. He wore a gray Chinese-style jacket with a stand-up collar and carried a black leather briefcase. Zane stood at the courtyard gate, holding a bowl of congee as he stepped forward to greet them. Manager Lin, you're here quickly. Mr. Su, this is Chef Zhao, the executive chef at our Sea Delight restaurant. Lena pointed to the middle-aged man behind her. With an ingredient of this caliber single-head abalone, I'm not confident in estimating its value myself. I had to ask Chef Zhao to come in person to assess it. Chef Zhao didn't waste any words. He walked up to Zane, gave a slight nod, and then fixed his gaze on the 3 buckets in the courtyard. Zane ushered them into the courtyard. Chef Zhao walked over to the bucket containing the single head abalone, bent down, and first checked the clarity and temperature of the water. Then he reached in and deftly scooped out the first abalone. Without a word, he took a small digital scale from his briefcase and placed the abalone on it. The numbers on the scale flickered a few times before settling at 520 grams. 1 jin and 4 qian. Master Zhao spoke, his voice low but steady. He turned the abalone over, pressed gently on the flesh with his thumb, and leaned in to examine the density and color of the abalone's mantle. Mr. Su, how long has this abalone been in the water? From the time it was harvested at dawn until now, about 8 or 9 hours. It's in good condition. The meat has over 90% elasticity, and there are no signs of dehydration. Master Zhao placed the first abalone back in the bucket and scooped out the second one. The scale read 495 grams, just shy of 1 jin. This one is slightly smaller, but its appearance is equally perfect. The shell surface is intact, and the rows of pores are complete. Master Zhao put the second one back as well, straightened up, and turned to look at Lina. Manager Lin, both are authentic, live single-head abalones, wild-caught from the East China Sea, with a shell age of at least 12 years. In terms of quality, they rank among the top 3 of their kind that I've ever seen. Lina took a deep breath and looked at Zane. Mr. Su, Master Zhao thinks they're fine, so I'll make an offer. Zane set his porridge bowl aside, folded his arms, and waited for her to speak. The first single-head abalone weighs 1 jin and 4 qian. I'll price it as a whole abalone and offer 12,000. Bruno and several villagers in the courtyard all gasped in unison. The second one weighs 9 liang and 9 qian. I'll offer 10,000. That's 22,000 yuan for both. After announcing the figures, Lina looked up to gauge Zane's reaction. Zane remained silent, tapping his finger against the doorframe. Manager Lin, you mentioned last time that your restaurant is preparing for a high-end ingredients tasting event? Yes, in the middle of next month. If you could serve 2 live single-head abalones as the signature dish at the tasting event, how much attention do you think it would bring to the restaurant? Lina narrowed her eyes slightly. If handled properly with media coverage and invitations to high-end clients, a single tasting event could boost the restaurant's profile by at least 2 levels, and the resulting high-end orders would be immeasurable. So for you, the value of these 2 abalone goes beyond the ingredients themselves. Zane held up 2 fingers. I'll take both for 28,000. That's my final offer. No haggling. Lina stared at him for 3 seconds, then glanced back at Chef Zhao. Chef Zhao nodded slightly. 28,000 deal. Lina's tone was crisp and decisive, without a hint of hesitation. Shall we take a look at the rest as well? Zane walked over to the other 2 barrels and introduced them one by one. 5 wild abalone size 5, 7 size 6 charge the same price as last time. 6 black spine sea cucumbers, similar quality to last time, 800 per jin. 2 deep water groupers, a little over 2 jin each. There's also a batch of large conch and sea urchins. You can set the price for these miscellaneous items as you see fit. Lina had the driver bring over an electronic scale and a logbook, then began weighing and recording each item one by one. Master Zhao stood nearby, closely scrutinizing the quality the entire time. He personally ran his fingers over the flesh of every abalone and pinched each sea cucumber to check its elasticity. The weighing process took about half an hour. Bruno crouched nearby the whole time, his eyes darting back and forth with the numbers on the scale, occasionally letting out exclamations like, "Good heavens!" Once everything was weighed, Lina tallied the total in her notebook. 5 5-head abalones, priced at 1,200 per piece, subtotal 6,000. 7 6-head abalones at 600 each, subtotal 4,200. 6 black spine sea cucumbers, total weight 4 jin and 1 liang, 800 per jin, subtotal 3,208. 2 grouper, total weight 4.5 jin, 120 per jin, subtotal 504. Assorted conch and sea urchins, total weight 3 jin, flat rate of 300, plus 2 single-head abalones at 28,000. Lina handed the calculator to Zane. The numbers on the screen were crystal clear. 42,100. Let us round it off to 42,000, is that okay? Zane glanced at the numbers and quickly ran the figures through his head. Adding the 13,500 from the previous sale of the Crab King, his total earnings now stood at 55,500. in less than 48 hours. Sure. Lena opened her phone to make the transfer. This time, her finger paused briefly as she glanced at Zaina's face. Mr. Su, if I may ask, how long have you been foraging in these waters? 2 days. 2 days. Strictly speaking, a day and a half. Lena was silent for a few seconds before completing the transfer. Ding. Zain's phone beeped. Exactly 42,000 had been credited to his WeChat account. Master Zhao, standing nearby, was packing the last few abalone into a special insulated box, moving as gently as if he were cradling a baby. Mr. Su. Master Zhao spoke as he finally straightened up. Among the 5 abalone in this shipment, 2 have shell patterns and meat density very similar to the premium Japanese abalone. Though not exactly the same, they carry the distinctive seaweed flavor unique to the East China Sea. If you can consistently supply wild abalone of this quality in the future, our restaurant would be willing to sign a long-term purchase agreement. Zane smiled. Chef Zhao, that depends on the CS whims. I can't guarantee I'll have them every time. But whenever I have good stock, you'll be the first I think of at Haiwe. Chef Zhao nodded, said nothing more, and followed Lena toward the refrigerated truck. Lena turned her head as she reached the courtyard gate. Mr. Su, I'll go back and report on the tasting event to our CEO, Mr. Chen. We might invite you over to meet him then. Sure, anytime. The refrigerated truck made a U-turn in the alley and drove away slowly. Zane, Bruno, and a few others remained in the courtyard, and for a moment, no one said a word. Bruno sat on a stone bench, his hands resting on his knees, his expression so complicated it looked like he'd been constipated for 3 days. Bro Zane. 42,000? Plus the 13,000 from before? That makes 55,000? Zane lit a cigarette and didn't respond. Bruno slapped his thigh hard, stood up, and paced around the courtyard twice. Bro Zane, let me be completely honest with you. I've been sailing for 15 years, and in my best year after deducting fuel and repair costs I barely made 40,000 net. You made 55,000 in 2 fucking days. That's not fishing, that's robbing a bank. A few villagers standing nearby nodded in agreement, their eyes reflecting not only shock but also a vague, indescribable envy. Zane stubbed out his cigarette on the sole of his shoe, stood up, and brushed the dust off his pants. Bro, don't go spreading the word about the money too much, it'll just invite trouble. I get it. I won't say a word. Bruno said that, but Zane knew full well that within half an hour of them stepping out of the courtyard, the whole village would be talking about it. But he couldn't worry about that right now. He still had one more thing to take care of. Zane went back inside and fished out the 2 giant clams wrapped in seaweed from an old metal box on top of the cabinet, placing them on the table. He dug these up in the Crab King's cave. Ocean system had indicated there was a high probability of finding natural pearls inside, so he never brought himself to open them. He picked up one of them and turned it over in his hand. There was a very fine line along the seam of the shell, thin enough to wedge his fingernail into. Zane found an old fruit knife, inserted the tip into the seam, and gently pried it open. The giant clam shell slowly pried open. Zane looked down into the shell, and his breath caught for a moment. Chapter 14. The Seafood Restaurant. Inside the giant clam shell, nestled among the white clam flesh, lay a perfectly round pearl. Its color wasn't a plain white, but rather had a very faint pinkish golden sheen when turned in the sunlight. Its surface refracted a soft rainbow-colored halo. Zane pinched the pearl out of the shell with 2 fingers and placed it in the palm of his hand. It was a size larger than an ordinary soybean, nearly perfectly round, with a smooth surface and no obvious flaws. He didn't know much about jewelry, but this pearl was certainly of high quality. Natural giant clam pearls are rare in themselves, let alone one with this pinkish golden sheen. Zane wrapped the first pearl in a paper towel and placed it in the metal box, then picked up the second giant clam. This time he was even more careful, adjusting the angle of the fruit knife repeatedly as he slowly pried the shell open. The second giant clam also contained a pearl, but it was just a tiny white bead, smaller than a mung bean, and of average quality. Zane put the tiny pearl away as well, closed the metal box, and pushed it all the way to the back of the cabinet. There was no rush with the pearls. He needed to find an expert to appraise them. Taking them out recklessly could easily get him ripped off. His current cash flow was sufficient, 55,500 yuan. For someone who had been back in the village for less than 3 days, that amount was enough to let him plan his next steps with ease. At 2 p.m., Zane took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and headed out on his family's beat-up electric tricycle. First, he went to the hardware store in town and bought 2 professional-grade live seafood buckets, the kind with oxygen pumps, for 600 yuan. Then he stopped by a fishing supply store to pick up a few sturdy new nets, a more ergonomic stainless steel pry bar, and a pair of professional non-slip wading boots. You can't skimp on gear if you want to do a good job. You need the right tools. If he was going to be frequenting places like sea-eroded caves, relying on flip-flops and an old pry bar would only lead to trouble sooner or later. On his way back from town, Zane's cell phone rang. The caller ID showed an unknown number, registered in the same city. "Hello, is this Mr. Zane Su?" On the other end was the voice of a middle-aged man, speaking with a local accent but sounding very polite. "That's me. Who's this?" "Hello, Mr. Su. My last name is Chun. I'm the owner of Sea Delight Restaurant Chun Weiman. Manager Lin just briefed me on your situation, and I'd like to speak with you in person. Would that be convenient for you?" Zane narrowed his eyes slightly. The owner of Sea Delight Restaurant calling personally, it seemed that Lina's shipment of single-head abalone had indeed caused quite a stir among the restaurant's top management. "You're too kind, Mr. Chun. Any time is fine. How about 4 p.m. today? I'll come to White Sea Village to meet you. Is that okay?" "Sure. Give me a call when you arrive. I'll be waiting for you at the village entrance." After hanging up, Zane rode his tricycle slowly toward the village, wondering what exactly this Mr. Chun wanted to discuss with him. If it was just about purchasing seafood, Lina could have handled it. There'd be no need for the owner to make the trip himself. He guessed it was either about a long-term partnership, a tasting event, or some other business proposal. At 5 to 4 in the afternoon, Zane stood waiting under the old banyan tree at the village entrance. A black Audi A6 turned onto the concrete road leading to White Sea Village. The car wasn't going fast and came to a stop at the village entrance. The door opened, and Lina stepped out first, followed closely by a man in his early 40s from the back seat. Chun Weiman wasn't very tall, about 1.7 meters, and was on the slender side. He wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and a dark blue polo shirt. He looked more like a college professor than the owner of a restaurant. "Mr. Su." Chun Weiman walked over and extended his hand. "Mr. Chun." Zane shook his hand briefly. The man's palm was somewhat rough, unlike that of someone who works in an office. "Mr. Su, shall we find a place to sit and chat? My place is just up ahead. If you don't mind, come in for a cup of tea." Zane led the 2 of them down the alley. As they passed a few houses, the villagers squatting at their doorsteps saw the man stepping out of the Audi following Zane, and their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. "Who's that? The guy driving the Audi?" "No idea. Looks like a businessman." That Zane's really made it big now. Even someone driving an Audi's come knocking on his door. Zane ushered Chun Weiman and Lina into the main room. Grace hurriedly poured 2 cups of tea, but Zane gave her a subtle nod, and she scurried off to the kitchen. "Mr. Chun, please get straight to the point." Zane sat across from him and got straight to the point. Chun Weiman picked up his teacup, took a sip, set it down and smiled. "Mr. Su is a straightforward man, so I won't beat around the bush either. I saw the shipment Manager Lin brought back today with my own eyes, especially those 2 single-head abalones. Master Zhao's assessment was that they're the very best of the best." He pushed his glasses up his nose. "I've been in the restaurant business for 18 years, working my way up step by step from a street stall to where I am now. Sea Delight Restaurant is my life's work. But to be honest, competition in the high-end dining sector has become increasingly fierce over the past 2 years. Relying solely on dishes and service is no longer enough. Ingredients are the core competitive advantage." "What are you getting at, Mr. Chun?" "I'd like to sign an exclusive supply agreement with you." Chun Weiman leaned forward slightly. "As long as you come across top-tier wild seafood, regardless of species or quantity, supply it to Sea Delight first. I'll offer you the highest price in the industry, paid in full on the spot, with no delays or outstanding balances." Zane looked at him, taking his time to respond. "By exclusive, do you mean I can't sell to anyone else?" "That's right. What if the volume I source exceeds your restaurant's needs?" Chun Weiman paused for a moment. Lina chimed in from the side. "Mr. Su, how much can you source in a day?" "It's hard to say. It depends on the weather and the tides. On a good day, I might source tens of thousands of yuan's worth. On a bad day, I might not get anything at all." Chun Weiman and Lina exchanged a glance. "Here's what we'll do." Zane tapped the table. "I want to sign an exclusive agreement, but I can give you priority access to the supply. For the same product at the same price, I'll ask you first if you want it. If you don't want it or can't take the whole lot, then I'll look for other buyers. Chen Weiman thought for a few seconds. All right, I'll accept priority access. He pulled a business card from the pocket of his polo shirt and handed it over. Mr. Su, this is my personal number. From now on, just call this number when you have stock. Also, has Manager Lin mentioned the tasting event to you? Yes, he has. The tasting event is scheduled for the 15th of next month in our restaurant's banquet hall. The invited guests are all high-end clients from this city and several surrounding cities. Those two single-head abalones will be the absolute stars of the event. I plan to create a custom menu centered around them. Chen Weiman stood up, took 2 steps toward the door, then turned back. Mr. Su, why don't you join us as a guest of honor at the tasting event? You won't have to do anything, just tell the guests a bit about how these ingredients were harvested. How does that sound? That's no problem. Chen Weiman nodded with satisfaction and shook Zane's hand a second time. It's been a pleasure working with you. After seeing Chen Weiman and Lena off, Zane stood at the gate of the courtyard, watching the Audi disappear around the corner of the village. Grace poked half her head out of the kitchen. Zawazi, who was that guy? He's driving such a nice car. He's the owner of a restaurant in town. I'll be selling most of my seafood to him from now on. Is that restaurant big? It's one of the largest seafood restaurants in the city. Grace opened her mouth, then closed it again, and turned back into the kitchen to chop vegetables. But Zane noticed her steps were much lighter than they had been the past couple of days. Just then, his phone rang again. Zane glanced at it. It was a WeChat message from Lena. Mr. Su, General Manager Chun told me on the way back that if you can provide a live single-head abalone for display at the tasting event, they'll give you an additional 10,000 as a demonstration fee. Zane thought for a moment and replied, there are still a few big ones in the sea cave that I didn't have time to harvest. I'll head back there during the next low tide. Lena replied instantly, then I'll arrange for a refrigerated truck to be on standby in advance. Zane locked his screen and looked up at the sky. The sun hadn't set yet, the evening breeze had just picked up, and the leaves of the pomegranate tree in the courtyard rustled in the wind. 55,500 yuan. Plus, he hadn't sold the pearls yet. It was his 3rd day back in the village. Zane walked into the house, opened his mobile banking app, and glanced at the total balance in his WeChat wallet and bank accounts. Then he opened an online shopping site and typed 3 characters into the search bar. Pickup truck. Chapter 15. A sky-high purchase. Zane spent the whole night browsing cars online. He didn't need a luxury vehicle, something practical would do. Once his seafood harvest from the tide flats increased, relying on an electric tricycle to transport the catch to town was clearly impractical. Not only was there no refrigeration, but the bumpy ride would easily kill the live seafood, and a loss in quality meant a loss of money. A pickup truck was the most practical choice right now. The bed could hold live-keeping buckets, the cab could seat people, and its excellent off-road capability meant it could handle the village's rough roads and the gravelly beaches by the sea with ease. He set his sights on a domestic diesel pickup. The base price was 86,000 with insurance, registration, and miscellaneous fees. The total cost would come to just over 100,000. He was currently short by half that amount. Norus. Zane checked the tide table. There would be a major low tide in the early hours of the day after tomorrow, with an even greater tidal range than the past 2 days, meaning the entrance to the sea cave at Laolongo would be exposed for a longer period. Last time, he left 3 blue light spots in the center of the shallow pool inside the sea cave that he hadn't had time to deal with. At least one of them was as bright as those 2 single-headed abalones, so it was likely another big one. Add to that the other corners of the sea cave he hadn't searched thoroughly yet, and a conservative estimate suggests that another trip could net him at least 20,000 to 30,000 worth of goods. With one more trip the day after tomorrow, he'd have nearly 100,000. The next day, Zane didn't go anywhere. He spent the day resting at home. In the morning, he helped Gordon patch the holes in his fishing nets. In the afternoon, he inspected all his newly purchased gear. He ran the aeration pump for the live well for 2 hours to make sure it was working properly, checked every clasp on the new net bags one by one, and put on his non-slip wading boots to walk a few laps around the yard to get a feel for them. At dinner, Gordon, in a rare move, struck up a conversation with Zane. Zane, is there really that much good stuff in that sea cave? Dad, how did you hear about the sea cave? Gordon shoveled a mouthful of rice without looking up. Word's gotten around the village that you found a treasure cave over by Laolongo, full of abalone. Zane put down his chopsticks, feeling a bit of a headache coming on. That big mouth Bruno he told him not to say too much, but he probably turned around and broadcast it to the whole village. Dad, there are some things in there, but it's not as crazy as the rumors make it out to be. I just got lucky and stumbled upon it. Luck is a skill in itself. Gordon took another silent bite of rice, chewing for a long time before swallowing. Don't tell anyone where that sea-eroded cave is. I know. I mean, don't tell anyone, including your brother Bruno. Zane glanced at Gordon. The old man's expression was serious. Dad, I've got it under control. Gordon said nothing more, just kept his head down and scraped the bowl clean. At 1:30 a.m. on the third day, Zane set out. This time he was even better prepared than last time. 2 oxygen tanks strapped to a small handcart, a net bag and a pry bar slung over his shoulder, a headlamp and a spare flashlight, and 2 compressed biscuits tucked into his pocket. The moon was hidden behind the clouds, and visibility by the sea was much worse than last time. But Zane didn't care at all with ocean scan. He could find his way even with a blindfold on. At 2:40 a.m., he reached the coastal cliff where the sea cave was located. Sure enough, the tide had receded even further this time. Last time, only the lower half of the semicircular entrance had been exposed. Now, the entire entrance was out in the open, and even the rock face above it was exposed to a height of over 2 meters. Zane climbed down the rock face and entered the sea cave. There was much less standing water in the passage than last time. It only reached the tops of his feet, making it much easier to walk through. After passing through the passageway into the inner chamber, Zane immediately activated Ocean Scan. A humming sound filled the air as a deep blue 3D image unfolded. The shallow pool was still there, though the water level had dropped by about 30 centimeters since his last visit, exposing more of the sandy pool bottom. The 3 blue light points he hadn't had time to deal with last time were clearly visible, their positions largely unchanged. In addition, Zane noticed something he hadn't spotted before. On the rock wall at the very edge of the shallow pool was a very narrow horizontal crack about 20 centimeters wide and only 10 or so centimeters high. A person couldn't squeeze through it, but a hand could fit inside. Inside the crack were 2 green light points. Zane ignored the crack for the moment and headed straight for the 3 blue light points in the center of the pool. He had already pinpointed the location of the first light last time, so he reached into the sand and dug until he felt something. It was another large abalone. He pulled it out, placed it on the scale, and found it weighed 480 grams. It was close to the size of a single head abalone, but fell just a tiny bit short, making it a top-tier 2-head abalone. Zane placed it in the live holding bucket and continued digging for the second one. The second light was deeper than the first. Buried under nearly half a meter of sand, it took Zane quite a while to dig it out. It was a giant clam, larger than any he'd ever seen before. He could barely wrap both hands around it. Ocean system alert. 1 large wild giant clam detected. The shell contains 2 high-quality natural pearls. Host is advised to store them properly. The moment Zane saw the ocean system alert, his heart skipped a beat. 2. And ocean system had explicitly stated they were high quality. He didn't open the shell right there. Instead, he carefully wrapped the giant clam and placed it deep inside his net bag. The third light spot was in the deepest recess at the bottom of the pool. Zane had to lie flat in the water and stretch his hand for quite a while before he could reach it. The moment his hand made contact, he smiled. Another single-headed abalone. It felt exactly the same as the previous 2, heavy and substantial in his hand, with a thick, smooth shell. When he pulled it out, he saw that it was even a size larger than the previous 2. Zane didn't have a scale with him, but judging by the weight in his hand, he estimated this one weighed at least 1 jin and 2 liang. After processing the 3 abalone, he went back to check the crack in the rock wall. The 2 green lights inside the crack were very small. Zane reached in and felt around carefully, pulling out 2 exquisitely crafted little conch shells. Their surfaces were adorned with naturally formed golden patterns, so beautiful they seemed almost unreal. He'd never seen this kind of conch before, and Ocean System didn't pop up any prompts, so he decided to pocket them for now. After searching the entire sea cave for an hour and a half, Zane had scoured every accessible corner, unearthing an additional 4 6-headed abalones and 2 sea cucumbers. At 4:30 a.m., Zane emerged from the sea cave carrying a bulging live well bucket and a net bag. It wasn't yet dawn, and as he slowly made his way back along the coastline, his mind was already calculating the profits from this trip. 1 single head abalone, better quality and larger than the previous 2, should fetch no less than 15,000. 1 2-head abalone, between 8,000 and 10,000. 1 large giant clam containing 2 high-quality natural pearls, its value is incalculable but certainly substantial. For 6 head abalones and 2 sea cucumbers, plus miscellaneous items, should bring in about 7,000 to 8,000. A conservative estimate for this trip, not counting the pearls, is between 30,000 and 35,000. Add that to the previous 55,500. The total is about to break 80,000. If the pearls sell smoothly, 100,000 won't be a problem. When he got home, Grace was already up and making breakfast. Zane carried the live tank into the yard, hooked up the oxygen pump, and filled the tank with seawater and sea salt. After eating 2 bowls of congee, he pulled out his phone and sent a text to Lena. Manager Lynn, the new shipment has arrived. 1 single head abalone, even bigger than the 2 from last time, plus a batch of other abalones and sea cucumbers. Lena's reply came back instantly. I'll send a truck right away with Master Zhao. This time, Lena arrived even faster than last time. She was there in just 20 minutes. When Master Zhao saw the extra-large single-head abalone, his hands gloved in white began to tremble slightly. 1 Jin, 3 Liang, and 4. Master Zhao announced the number on the scale, his voice half a tone higher than usual. This one has been growing in its shell for at least 15 years. The meat is exceptionally dense. Mr. Su, the quality of this abalone is a step above the previous 2. Lena looked at Master Zhao's expression and felt confident. Mr. Su, please name your price for this one. 15,000. Lena didn't haggle. 15,000, it's a deal. For the 2-head abalone, Lena offered 9,000 based on its appearance. The 4 6-head abalones, 2 sea cucumbers, miscellaneous items, and the 2 golden patterned conch shells. Master Zhao said they were Australian golden mouth conchs. Highly prized for their ornamental value, she paid 500 each on the spot. This batch of miscellaneous items totaled 8,200. All told, the total came to 33,200 yuan. After Lena completed the transfer, Zane opened his mobile banking app to check his total balance. Between his WeChat wallet and bank card, he had 88,700 yuan. He was still 11,300 yuan short of 100,000. And in Zane's pocket lay a large giant clamshell containing 2 high-quality natural pearls. He took the shell back inside, closed the door, and carefully pried it open with a fruit knife. The 2 pearls lay side by side within the shell, emitting a soft luster under the light of his headlamp. The first was about the size of a pinky fingernail, nearly perfectly round, with a very pure silvery white color and a surface sheen as if it had been waxed. The second was slightly smaller, but its color was more distinctive, a pale golden pink, very similar to the one he'd previously extracted from Crab King Cave, though with a brighter luster. Zane placed the 2 pearls alongside the previous golden pink one, 3 in total, and took a few photos with his phone. He scrolled through his contacts and found a number. It belonged to a colleague he'd met while working in Shanghai, a man named Fong Lei. After 2 years at the company, Fong Lei had quit to focus exclusively on jewelry appraisal and the second-hand jewelry trade. He was a true expert in the field. He dialed the number, and after a few rings, the call was answered. Zane, didn't you go back to your hometown? What made you think to call me? Fong Lei, I've got a few natural pearls here, and I need you to appraise them for me. Natural pearls? What kind? Tridacna pearls. There was a 2-second silence on the other end. Did you take any photos? Send them my way. Zane sent the photos over. Fong Lei looked at them for about 3 minutes, then sent a voice message back, his tone noticeably more urgent than before. Zane, listen to me. If these 3 pearls are genuine natural giant clam pearls, the golden pink one is especially valuable. Giant clam pearls are already a niche and scarce variety in the jewelry market, and those with a golden pink luster are even rarer. Judging by the photos, the quality of yours could fetch at least 15,000 to 20,000. The large silvery white one is worth around 10,000. The small one is worth 5,000 or 6,000. Zane held his phone, the corners of his mouth slowly curving upward. 3 of them together, 30,000 to 35,000? That's a conservative estimate. But you'll need to sell them through legitimate channels. Don't let those street-side jewelers take advantage of you. Those guys haggle harder than butchers slaughtering pigs. If you trust me, send the pearls over, and I'll handle the sale through an auction house. I'll only charge a 5% commission. All right, I'll mail them tomorrow. After hanging up, Zane sat on the edge of his bed and ran the numbers. Current balance, 88,700. Estimating the 3 pearls at a conservative price of 30,000, minus a 5% commission, that leaves 28,500. Total, 117,200. He'd finally broken the 100,000 mark. It was his 4th day back in the village. Zane clutched his phone, pulled up the page for the pickup truck he had his eye on, and tapped the dealer's contact information. Chapter 16. The whole village is abuzz. The news of Zane buying a car spread faster than he did. He had just paid the deposit and signed the contract at the car dealership in town that morning, and by the afternoon, word had already spread throughout the village. The rumor started with a fishmonger at the town's seafood market, who had seen Zane walk out of the dealership holding a purchase agreement, with the salesman beside him grinning from ear to ear. The fishmonger told the folks at the dock, and they passed it on to White Sea Village. The chain of transmission was as clear as a package tracking number. By the time Zane rode his electric tricycle back to the village entrance, a line of people was already sitting under the old banyan tree. Bruno was the first to come up to him. "Brother Zay, did you really buy a car?" "I paid the deposit. I'll pick it up next week once I pay the balance." "What kind of car? How much?" "A pickup truck. Just over 100,000 yuan, all in."
Bruno gasped.
"A 100,000 yuan truck? Dane, you've only been back a few days." Zane hopped off the tricycle but didn't answer the question, because he spotted a few unfamiliar faces among the crowd, sitting under the old banyan tree. "Zhuang, who are those guys?" Bruno glanced back. "Oh, they're from Dongsha village next door. I heard they came all the way over just to ask about you." Dongsha village was separated from White Sea village by a small hill, less than 3 kilometers away as the crow flies. Fishermen from both villages often worked the same waters, so news spread quickly between them. Zane nodded at them in greeting but didn't linger, pushing his tricycle toward home. After walking just a few steps, he heard an aged but strong voice behind him. "Xiao Su, wait a minute." Zane stopped and turned around. The speaker was an elderly man in his 70s with a long, thin face and skin so dark it gleamed. He wore an old straw hat and leaned on a wooden cane. Zane recognized him as Chun Fuxing, the former village chief of White Sea Village. Although he retired several years ago, he still commanded great respect in the village, and villagers were accustomed to seeking his advice on matters both big and small. "Uncle Fuxing, I've been waiting here for you for over an hour." Chun Fuxing hobbled over on his cane and gave Zane a thorough once-over. "I've heard all about what you've been up to lately. You're doing great, kid." "Uncle Fuxing, you're too kind. It's just good luck." "Can good luck last 4 or 5 days? You made 13,000 on the first day, 42,000 on the second, and 33,000 on the third. That adds up to nearly 90,000, right? If that's just luck, I'll eat this cane tomorrow." Zane smiled but didn't respond. Chun Fuxing didn't beat around the bush. "Xiao Su, I know you're capable. I want to pry into how you found those good things. That's your secret. But there's something I'd like to talk to you about." "Go ahead, Uncle Fuxing." Chun Fuxing pointed toward the old banyan tree, motioning for Zane to follow him and sit in the shade. The two sat down on stone stools, and Chun Fuxing pulled a handful of loose tobacco from his pocket and slowly rolled a cigarette. "White Sea Village hasn't been doing well these past few years." Chun Fuxing lit the cigarette and took a puff. "All the young people have run off to the city to find work. The only ones left are old men and women and teenagers. Fishing at sea doesn't bring in much money, and fuel prices are high. A boat goes out for a day and comes back with 200 or 300 yuan after deducting costs. There's hardly anything left. The village can't even keep a decent little convenience store open these days." Zane listened without interrupting. "What you've done these past few days has been a wake-up call for the villagers. Turns out there's still good stuff in these waters. It's just that before, nobody knew how to find it or couldn't find it. But the problem is, you're the only one who can do this. No one else could pull it off even if they tried." Chun Fuxing looked at Zane. "Xiao Su, I'm not asking you to lead the whole village out to forage along the shore. That's not realistic. I just want to ask you one thing. How long do you plan to stay in the village?" Zane hadn't thought about this question. Or rather, he'd been avoiding it all along. When he returned, his plan was simple. Since he couldn't stand living in the city anymore, he'd go back to his hometown to rest and make some money by foraging along the shore to tide him over. But his experiences over the past few days had completely changed his mind. The sea had rewarded him far beyond his expectations. Under his ocean scan, this stretch of water overlooked by everyone else was practically a gold mine, and one that kept replenishing itself. Marine life was constantly growing and reproducing. As long as he didn't overfish, this gold mine would never run dry. "Uncle Fuxing, I plan to stay in the village for the long term." Chun Fuxing's eyebrows twitched slightly. "Really? Really?" Zane gazed out at the distant sea, where the sunlight shattered into shimmering specks on the water's surface. I plan to set up a seafood supply chain here in the village. I'll handle the entire process myself, from catching high-end wild seafood from the sea to delivering it to the dinner table. At first, I'll be the only one gathering seafood from the shore to supply the chain, but once I've established the channels and scaled up operations, I can bring the village fishermen on board. Chun Fuxing remained silent after hearing this, lowering his head to smoke for quite a while. What kind of help do you need from the village for this? Nothing for now. We'll talk about it once I've got things sorted out. Chun Fuxing stood up and brushed the dust off his pants. All right, come see me anytime you need the village's help. Even though I've stepped down, those old-timers still give me some respect. Leaning on his cane, Chun Fuxing slowly made his way back toward the village. After taking a few steps, he turned back and added, "You're picking up that car next week, right? Right? On the day you bring it back, set off a few strings of firecrackers at the village entrance, make some noise and cheer up the villagers. It's been years since White Sea Village saw a new car." Zane smiled and agreed. After the old village chief left, Bruno came over. "Brother Zane, what did Uncle Fuxing want to talk to you about?" "Nothing much, just chatted about my plans for the future." "What plans?" "Staying in the village long term." Bruno's eyes lit up. "Really? You're not leaving?" "I'm not leaving." Bruno slapped Zane on the shoulder so hard he nearly knocked him over. "Great, great, great. Brother Zane, I'll rest easy now that you're staying. If you ever need help, just give the word. Bruno, will be the first one there." "All right, remember what you said." Zane patted the back of his hand and was just about to get up and head home when his phone in his pocket vibrated. It was a message from Fong Lei. "Zane, I received the pearls. I just had an appraiser take a preliminary look at them. The golden pink one is of even better quality than I expected. The appraiser said if we go through an auction, it could fetch up to 25,000. The silvery white one will easily go for 12,000. The smaller one is worth 6,000. The total estimated value for all three is 43,000. Are you sure you want to go through an auction? It'll take a bit longer, about 2 to 3 weeks. Zane thought for a moment and replied, "Go ahead with the auction. No rus." He sent another message. "Fong Lei, I might have more natural pearls to sell in the future. Keep your channels open." Fong Lei sent back a thumbs-up emoji, followed by, "What the heck are you up to, kid? Diving for pearls in the ocean?" Zane didn't reply to that message. He locked his screen and stood up. The setting sun hung right on the edge of the horizon, casting an orange-red glow over the rooftops of White Sea Village. A few kids returning from school ran past through the alley, calling out, Brother Zane, are you going to the beach again tomorrow? Can you take us along?" Zane waved at them. "You little brats. Hurry home and do your homework." The kids ran off, giggling and laughing. Zane shoved his hands into his pockets and headed home. As he reached the entrance to his alley, he ran into Rocco. Rocco was walking toward him from the opposite direction when he saw Zane. His pace visibly slowed. The two drew closer and closer. Zane didn't step aside, and neither did Rocco. Just as they brushed past each other, Rocco suddenly spoke up. "Zane." Rocco's mouth moved, as if he were chewing on something he couldn't swallow. "Your pickup truck's arriving next week. Do you need someone to run the registration for you? I know some people at the DMV." Zane stopped in his tracks and turned his head to look at him. Rocco's expression wasn't exactly pleasant, but he didn't seem to be looking for a fight either. A somewhat awkward smile forced its way onto his face, which was usually set in a scowl. Zane watched him for a few seconds. "No thanks, I'll handle it myself." Rocco nodded, said nothing more, and walked past Zane with his head down. Zane watched Rocco's back turn into another alley, then turned around and continued walking home. As he pushed open the yard gate, he saw Gordon crouched beside a bucket in the yard, staring blankly at the empty container. "Dad, I sold everything this morning." Gordon lit a cigarette and took a drag. "That car next week, are you going to pick it up yourself?" "Yeah, I'll go pick it up in town." Gordon took another drag. The cigarette tip glowed briefly. "Since you're going to the city, pick up that rice cooker your mom wants while you're there. She's been going on about it for half a year." Zane smiled. "Sure." As he went inside to grab his phone, he came across an unread message from 4 hours earlier. The sender's display name was Wade, his former department head at that company in Shanghai, the one who berated him the most back then. The message contained just one sentence. "Zane, after you quit and ran off, the client's project fell apart. CEO Lee is holding someone accountable. You'd better have a compensation plan ready. Zane looked at the message, and the corners of his mouth slowly curled upward. He didn't reply. Instead, he swiped up a bit to glance at the last few messages in the chat history. They were all from Wade, sent on the day he quit. Things like, "Once you're out, don't even think about coming back, and the world will keep turning without you." Zane slipped his phone back into his pocket and walked over to the window to glance at the pomegranate tree in the yard. He'd have to pass through the city next week when he picked up his new car. The city was a 2-hour high-speed rail ride from Magic City. Zane pulled open a drawer and dug out last year's high-speed rail ticket stub, which had the destination printed on it. He picked up his phone and opened the high-speed rail ticketing app. Chapter 17. Picking up the new truck and heading to the city. The pickup day for the truck was set for Wednesday. Zane left early in the morning, taking the village's only minibus to town, then transferring to a long-distance bus to the city. Grace ran out to the gate and shoved 2 hard-boiled eggs into his hands, muttering for him to be careful on the road. Gordon was crouched on the doorstep smoking. He didn't speak until Zane had walked out of the alley. "Don't forget the rice cooker." At 10 a.m., Zane arrived at the car dealership in the city. The sales manager, surnamed Lou, was in his early 30s. He'd been the one to assist Zane when he paid the deposit last time, and this time, upon seeing Zane walk in, he came running to greet him. "Brother Sue, you're here. The car's been washed and is parked behind the showroom. Let us take care of the paperwork first. It'll only take half an hour." "All right, let us go." The paperwork went smoothly. He paid the full amount by credit card, signed and stamped the documents, and received the temporary license plate on the spot. When manager Lou handed the keys to Zane, he grinned from ear to ear. "Brother Sue, it's the Diesel 4WD model. We've added anti-slip lining to the bed. You mentioned wanting to install seafood buckets, right? I had the mechanics weld 4 mounting brackets into the bed. Just strap the buckets down with a rope, and they won't budge even on mountain roads." "That's very thoughtful." Zane patted the metal of the bed, quite satisfied. "It's the least I can do. For future maintenance, just come straight to me. I'll give you a 20% discount on labor." Zane drove the truck out of the dealership and made a stop at an appliance store first. He bought a rice cooker that Grace had been nagging him about for half a year, and picked up a small freezer. While he was at it, it would come in handy for storing seafood later. After loading the items into the car, he checked the time. It was 11:30. He was feeling a little hungry. Zane thought for a moment, then drove to a food street next to Wanda Plaza in the city center, found a noodle shop, parked, and went inside. Just as his beef noodle soup was served, he took a couple of bites and, out of the corner of his eye, noticed 2 people entering the restaurant. The one in front was wearing a gray suit jacket, his hair slicked back with gel and combed immaculately. He had a briefcase tucked under his arm and walked with his chin slightly raised, the classic posture of a mid-level office manager. Zane recognized him. Wade, his former department head at that company in Shanghai, the same guy who sent him a message last week threatening to sue him for damages. Following behind Wade was a young man in his mid-20s whom Zane also knew. Xiao Sun, a former colleague from his team, the type who always looked to Wade for guidance. The 2 men clearly didn't notice Zane in the corner. They walked straight over and sat down at a table by the window. Zane lowered his head to continue eating his noodles, his ears automatically picking up their conversation. "Sun Lei, have you gauged General Manager Li's stance yet?" Wade flipped through the menu, his tone impatient. "Brother Wang," General Manager Li said, "the penalty for the client's project is 300,000, and someone has to cover it." "I know someone has to cover it. The question is who?" Mr. Li's suggestion is for Zane's side to foot the lion's share. After all, he drew up the initial project proposal, and his sudden resignation caused problems with the handover. Wade snorted and slammed the menu down on the table. "That penniless bum Zane, he quit his job and ran back to his hometown to farm. Do you really think you can squeeze 300,000 out of him? So what do you suggest, Brother Wang?" "What I'm saying is, let us pin this on him first. Have the legal department send a cease and desist letter. We'll scare him into coming forward if we have to." Wade leaned back in his chair and crossed his legs. "People from small towns like that are terrified of lawsuits. One cease and desist letter will have him coming clean." Zane put down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth with a napkin. Holding the bowl of beef noodle soup, which was still about half full, he stood up and walked over to Wade's table. "Brother Wang, what a coincidence." Wade looked up and saw Zane's face. The peanuts he was chewing nearly choked him. "Susanne." "Yeah, it's me." Zane pulled up a chair, sat down, set the bowl of noodles on the table, and smiled. I heard everything you guys were talking about just now. Saves me from having to call and ask you. Wade's expression shifted several times before finally settling. Zane, what are you doing here? Picking up my car. Just bought a pickup truck. Bought a car. Wade eyed Zane up and down, his gaze clearly skeptical. Didn't you quit your job and go back to your hometown to gather seafood, because you couldn't even afford the rent anymore? And now you're buying a car. That was a while ago. Zane pulled out his phone, scrolled to the message Wade had sent last week, and placed it on the table, turning it so the screen faced Wade. Brother Wong, I never got back to you on this message. Let us clear this up face to face today. Wade glanced at the screen and retorted defiantly. Zane, don't change the subject. You're responsible for the client's breach of contract. You quit suddenly without handing over your work, and the company lost $300,000. Brother Wong, you can say that here, but don't bring it up in court, it'd be too embarrassing. Zane's voice wasn't loud, but every word was clear. I submitted a written resignation notice 15 days in advance. I sent you 3 emails with the handover documents, and you didn't reply to a single one. I worked on the project proposal up to the 3rd draft. You know full well who you assigned to handle the subsequent implementation phase. Wade's mouth twitched. Your proposal was flawed to begin with. The client's dissatisfaction triggered the subsequent chain reaction. Whether the proposal had issues or not is made crystal clear in the client's second review feedback report. Do you want me to pull up the original? Zane pulled up a screenshot from his phone's photo album, a screenshot of an email bearing the client project manager's signed confirmation, dated 2 days before Zane's resignation. This is the confirmation letter approving the client's second review, signed by Manager Zhang. You can see the date for yourself. The proposal had already passed the client's review before I resigned. The subsequent execution went wrong. You know better than I do whose fault that is. Wade stared at the screenshot for 5 seconds, the color draining from his face bit by bit. Xiao Sun, standing beside him, kept his head down and said nothing, wishing he could shrink into his chair. Brother Wong, I'm putting this out there. Zane put his phone back in his pocket and stood up. If you go through proper legal channels, I'll see it through to the end. I've got all the evidence I need. But if you send any more threatening texts, I'll call the police right away. Look up harassment in the law. Wade opened his mouth but couldn't get a single word out. Zane turned and walked toward the door, glancing back as he reached it. Oh, and I paid for today's meal. Consider it my final treat for an old colleague. He tossed a 50 yuan bill on the counter and pushed the door open. The sunlight outside was bright. That brand new pickup truck was parked by the roadside, its paint gleaming dazzlingly in the midday light. Zane got in, started the engine, adjusted the rearview mirror, and glanced at the noodle shop's glass door. Wade was looking out through the glass, his expression incredibly complex. Zane shifted into gear, stepped on the gas, and the pickup smoothly merged into traffic. He rolled down the window, letting the wind rush in, and drove back with the breeze at his back. His phone buzzed. It was a message from Fong Lei. Zane stopped at a red light and glanced at it. Bro, that gold-pink mother-of-pearl just went up for preview, and 3 buyers have already inquired about the price. The highest bidder offered 28,000 right off the bat. Someone else also asking about the silvery white one. The current offer is 13,000. At this rate, the total sale price for the 3 pearls could hit over 45,000. Zane replied with a single word, okay. The light turned green, and he stepped on the gas, the pickup rumbling onto the highway back to White Sea Village. Chapter 18. A new car at the village entrance. At 3:30 p.m., Zane's pickup truck turned onto the concrete road leading to White Sea Village. The road had been built 10 years ago, and the surface had long since been pitted and rutted by heavy farm vehicles, but the pickup's high ground clearance meant the ride was bumpy yet manageable. From a distance, he could see a crowd gathered under the old banyan tree at the village entrance. Zane slowed down and drove forward cautiously. Bruno was the first to spot him. He darted out of the crowd, waving to the people behind him as he ran. Here he comes. Here he comes. Zane's truck is back. Zane parked the truck in the open space next to the old banyan tree, turned off the engine, and jumped out. At least 20 or 30 people had gathered, young and old alike, completely surrounding the pickup truck. Bruno walked around the truck, ran his hand over the metal of the bed, and let out a series of admiring tiscas. Bro Zane, is it 4-wheel drive? 4-wheel drive, diesel model. With a bed this big, It'd be a breeze to load up 8 or 10 barrels of seafood, right? It'd easily hold 20 barrels. An elderly fisherman in his 60s standing nearby stepped forward to take a look at the front of the truck, then pressed his hand against the hood. Xiao Su, how much did this truck cost? Just over 100,000 yuan, all in. The old fisherman took a deep breath and pulled his hand back, as if afraid of damaging the car. 100,000 yuan? That's more expensive than my fishing boat. A few bursts of firecrackers rang out from the edge of the crowd. Zane turned his head and saw that Chun Fuxing had had a string of firecrackers brought over. He was crouching by the roadside, lighting the fuses. The crackling sounds exploded at the village entrance. A few children, startled, covered their ears and ran backward, but couldn't resist looking back, bursting into laughter. Red confetti scattered across the ground, and the air was thick with the sulfuric smell of gunpowder. Chun Fuxing walked over, leaning on his cane. He circled the pickup truck, then stopped in front of Zane and sized him up from head to toe. Xiao Su, after our last chat, I had a word with my wife. What did you say, Uncle Fuxing? I told her that things might really be about to change in White Sea Village this time. Chun Fuxing reached out and tapped the edge of the truck bed, producing a crisp metallic clang. This is the first new car to come into White Sea Village in 15 years. The last one was a minivan bought by old Lu's son, who works in the mines out of town. Zane smiled. Uncle Fuxing, there'll be more and more new cars in the village from now on. I'll take that as a good omen. Chun Fuxing nodded. Where are you planning to park this truck? The alley leading to your house is too narrow for it to fit. I'm planning to build a simple carport on that empty lot next to the courtyard, just a color-coded steel roof to keep the rain off. That land belongs to the collective. I'll let the village committee know you can use it for now, and we'll sort out the paperwork later. Grace had squeezed her way into the crowd at some point, still clutching a bunch of half-washed greens, water dripping from the leaves as she walked. She circled the pickup truck twice, reached out to touch the passenger side door handle, then pulled her hand back. Zawazi, did you really buy this truck? Mom, if I didn't buy it, who else would have? Did you have enough money? You didn't borrow any, did you? I paid for it in full. I didn't borrow a single penny. Grace's lips trembled slightly. She wiped the greens on her apron, turned, and hurried off down the alley. Bruno leaned close to Zane's ear. Zane, did your mom just cry? It's nothing, she's just happy. Zane unloaded the rice cooker and small cooler from the back seat and asked Bruno to help carry them home. As the two walked into the alley, Aunt Lee, their next-door neighbor, was sorting green beans at her doorstep. Seeing Zane pass by carrying a large cardboard box, she gave a nod. Zane, your mama's eyes were all red when she walked back from your car just now. She kept muttering, my son's made something of himself. My son's made something of himself. Zane didn't say a word and quickened his pace slightly. Back home, Grace had already returned to her usual self and was stir-frying at the stove, the oil sizzling in the pan. Mom, I brought the rice cooker home. Put it on the table. There's also a small cooler, put it in the corner of the kitchen. Zane plugged in the mini fridge, flipped the switch to test it, and confirmed it was cooling properly. Leaning against the kitchen doorframe, he watched Grace's back as she stir-fried, noticing that her movements were much more nimble than usual, and her posture was straighter. Mom, let us add an extra dish tonight. I've got 2 6-head abalones in my fridge, let us steam them. Save the abalone to sell. Why would we be eating abalone? Mom, if I can't even bring myself to let you eat this abalone, then what's the point of me making all that money? Grace paused with her spatula, but didn't turn around. Then steam 2 of them. Your dad hasn't had anything good to eat in a long time either. Okay, I'll steam them tonight. Zane walked out of the kitchen, sat down on a stone bench in the yard, and pulled out his phone to check the tide table. There's a moderate low tide early tomorrow morning, but the range isn't very large. The entrance to the sea cave might not be fully exposed, so it won't be suitable for working inside. There's a decent low tide the day after tomorrow, but he doesn't plan on going into the sea cave so frequently anymore. If he overharvested one spot, the resources wouldn't have time to recover. He had to give those abalones and sea cucumbers time to grow. What he needed to focus on now was something else: expanding his operational range. Currently, all his foraging activities were confined to the nearshore area between Laolonggo and the sea cave. The distance he could cover on foot was limited, as was the amount of seabed resources he could search for. If he had a boat, even a very small one, he could expand his range to the nearshore waters. The area covered by ocean scan would increase exponentially, and the resources he could discover would multiply accordingly. Zane pulled out his phone and searched his browser for listings of local used fishing boats. After scrolling through a few pages, one post caught his eye. The title read, "For sale at Baisha Town Pier, 6-meter wooden fishing boat with a 5-horsepower outboard motor, 80% new. Owner changing careers, urgent sale. Price negotiable." The accompanying photo showed a small, fairly well-maintained wooden boat. The hull was painted blue and white, the bow had a nice upward curve, and it looked quite sturdy. The post had been published 3 days ago. Zane clicked on it to check the contact information. The cell phone number was a local one. He saved the number, planning to go take a look tomorrow. Just then, Gordon returned from outside, carrying a live fish strung on a piece of twine. As he walked into the yard, he spotted the small cooler in the corner. "What's that?" "A cooler for storing seafood." Gordon walked over, opened the freezer lid to take a look, then closed it again. "Where do you park your car?" "In the open lot at the village entrance. I'll have someone build a carport tomorrow." Gordon tossed the live fish into a basin of water and sat down across from the stone bench. "Are you heading out to sea tomorrow?" "Not tomorrow. I'll decide the day after tomorrow depending on the tides. Tomorrow I'm going to the pier in Baisha Town to check out a used fishing boat." Gordon's finger, holding a cigarette, paused mid-air. "You're going to buy a boat?" "A small one, a 6-meter wooden-hulled boat for fishing in coastal waters." Gordon said nothing. He lit the cigarette and took a puff. There was silence for over 10 seconds. "Do you know how to sail?" "Dad, I went out to sea with you when I was a kid. I still remember the basics." "You don't know the ins and outs of the currents and reefs in these coastal waters. It's easy to get into trouble." "I've got a plan." Gordon glanced at him, but didn't he ask what that plan was. "How much would it cost to buy a boat?" "It's secondhand. I figure I can get it for 10 to 20,000. Gordon took another drag. Ash fell onto his pant leg. But he didn't flick it off. "Take me along when you go look at it. I've been on boats my whole life. I can tell a good one from a bad one." Zane paused for a moment, then nodded. "Okay, Dad, let us go together tomorrow." Chapter 19. Fixing up the old house. Early the next morning, Zane didn't rush out the door. Instead, he took a stroll around the yard, carefully examining every detail of his family's old house. The house had been built by Gordon over 20 years ago. It was a 2-story brick and concrete structure. The whitewash on the walls had yellowed and peeled off in large patches. The window frames on the second floor were rotten, and a few wooden planks had been nailed in place as a makeshift windbreak. As for the roof's waterproofing, needless to say, whenever there was a downpour, the house would be filled with buckets set out to catch the rainwater. The yard itself wasn't small, nearly 100 square meters from front to back, but the bricks in the surrounding wall were loose in several places. The gate consisted of 2 old wooden doors that didn't close properly whenever the wind blew. They creaked and groaned. Zane crouched in the yard for a while, and a rough plan began to take shape in his mind. Grace came out carrying a bowl of congee and saw her son crouching by the base of the wall, looking up. "Zane, what are you doing crouching there?" "Mom, our house needs some repairs." "Repairs?" Grace nearly dropped the bowl. "Did that money just blow in on the wind? You bought a car. How do you have money left to fix the house?" "Ido. It's enough." "How much money do you actually have left?" "Mom, don't worry about how much I have left. It's enough to fix up the house." "So how do you plan to do it?" Zane stood up and pointed toward the second floor. "We'll tear down the entire second floor and rebuild it from scratch. We'll replace the windows with aluminum alloy ones, add a waterproofing and insulation layer to the roof, and tile the floors." He pointed toward the courtyard again. "We'll tear down the yard wall and rebuild it, replace the gate with a stainless steel one, keep this pomegranate tree in the yard, and build an open-air pergola next to it. We'll lay some floor tiles and set out a couple of chairs so we can sit under it in the summer to enjoy the shade and have tea." Grace's mouth grew wider and wider as she listened. "There's more." Zane walked over to the section of the wall at the very edge of the yard and looked out. Beyond the wall lay a gentle slope leading down to the sea. From this vantage point, one could see the curve of the horizon and fishing boats in the distance. "We want to build this wall solid. The upper half will be replaced with railings and glass panels. So from the second floor, you'll have an unobstructed view of the ocean." Grace walked over to his side, looked out at the view, then glanced back at Zane's face. "Are you renovating a house or building a villa?" "It's not a villa at most. It's a custom-built house with a balcony overlooking the ocean. It 1T cost that much. If it 1T cost that much, give me a specific figure. Zane ran the numbers in his head. He looked up the renovation costs for this kind of rural custom-built house online earlier, based on local labor and material prices. Between 100,000 and 150,000. It depends on the materials we use. 100,000? Grace's voice was so shrill it startled the sparrows under the eaves into flight. 100,000 to fix up the house? Are you out of your mind, Zane? It's not like we can't live in this place as it is. Mom, how many buckets did you set out in the living room to catch rainwater last time it rained? Grace was at a loss for words. 6 buckets, right? I almost tripped 3 times walking from the living room to the kitchen. But that doesn't cost 100,000. We could just hire someone to patch up the waterproofing. Mom, patching the waterproofing is just a temporary fix. The entire roof structure needs to be redone. Since we're starting the work anyway, we might as well do it all at once, fix it once so it lasts 20 years instead of having to repair and patch it up year after year. Grace was about to say something else when Gordon walked out of the living room. If he wants to fix it, let him. It's his own money. Grace glanced at Gordon, then at Zane. With a mouthful of words she couldn't bring herself to say, she turned and went back to the kitchen, clanging pots and pans, her signature way of expressing dissatisfaction. Zane paid no mind to her. He pulled out his phone and called a local renovation crew in town, scheduling them to come the day after tomorrow to measure the house and draw up a design plan. With the renovation arranged, he glanced at the time 9:30 and turned to Gordon. Dad, let us go to Baisha Town to look at boats. Gordon changed into a clean pair of cloth shoes, and the two walked out the gate, one in front of the other. As they passed by Aunt Leah's house next door, she was just coming out with a basin of laundry to hang out to dry. Seeing Zane and Gordon heading out together, she immediately went on high alert. Brother Jangwo. Zane, where are you two off to? Baisha Town, Gordon replied tersely. What for? Zane chimed in. To look at boats. Aunt Lee nearly dropped the clothes she was holding into the basin. It's only been a few days since he bought a car, now he is buying a boat? Zane smiled but didn't answer. He tugged Gordon along and walked briskly away. Behind them, Aunt Leah's booming voice rang out. Hey, Chin family, have you heard? That kid Zane is buying another boat. What kind of boat? Didn't he just buy a car a couple of days ago? That's right. First a car. Now a boat. How much is that going to cost? He makes a lot of money, that SY. Didn't you see him hauling buckets of abalone home the other day? Each one was bigger than my fist. Is that for real? Absolutely true, I saw it with my own eyes. As Zane walked out of the alley, he could still faintly hear Aunt Lee and the others chatting. He shook his head. News travels faster in this village than 4G internet. Father and son drove their pickup truck out of the village and took the coastal highway for 20 minutes until they reached the pier in Baisha Town. The pier wasn't large, with 20 or 30 fishing boats of various sizes moored there. A few fishermen were onshore mending nets and repairing boats, and the sea breeze carried a strong fishy smell. Zane pulled out his phone and dialed the posteress number. It rang twice before someone picked up. Hello. I saw your post online about that wooden fishing boat and wanted to come take a look at it. Oh, sure. You're at the pier, right? I'll be there in 5 minutes. The man on the other end was in his 40s. His surname was Huang, and his name was Huang Laosi. He was jogging over from a corrugated iron shed at the far end of the pier, his hands still smeared with engine oil. That's the one, the blue and white one all the way in the back. Huang Laosi led them to the far end of the dock and pointed to a small wooden boat tied to a pilings. The 6-meter-long hull was painted blue and white. With the bow slightly raised, the cabin was open air, with no roof. A 5-horsepower Yamaha outboard motor hung from the stern. The metal casing showed some rust, but overall it looked fairly sturdy. Without a word, Gordon jumped onto the boat and spent a full 10 minutes inspecting it on his own. He tapped the wooden planks on the hull, checked the keel joints, then crouched down to examine the outboard's intake and propeller. How long has the outboard been in use? 3 years. It's been maintained pretty well. I replaced the spark plugs last year. How's the fuel economy? It can easily go 50 or 60 nautical miles on a full tank if you're careful. You can get up to 70. Gordon stood up, jumped back onto the shore, glanced at Zane, and gave a slight nod. Zane had a good idea of what to expect. Brother Huang, name your price. Huang Laosi rubbed his hands together. I paid 32,000 for this boat, brand new 3 years ago, And the outboard motor was an extra 8,000. That comes to 40,000 total. Since I'm selling it used now, I 1T rip you off. Take it for 15,000. 12,000. The propeller blades on that outboard motor have some dents and scratches. You'll need to replace them with a new set. That LL cost about the same. Huang Laosi hesitated for a moment. 13,000. I 1T sell it for any less. 13,000 it is. Can we handle the paperwork today? Sure. I've got the fishing boat registration certificate and insurance with me. We just need to go to the Maritime Safety Administration in town to transfer the title. An hour later, the paperwork was all taken care of. Zane stood on the pier watching his new little fishing boat rock gently on the water, mulling over his plans for the future. With the boat, his range of operations expanded from the coastline to the nearshore waters. Water depths in the nearshore area generally range from 10 to 30 meters, which is well within the effective detection range of the ocean scan. Moreover, the nearshore waters contain numerous reef zones and sedimentary belts, areas that ordinary fishermen dare not venture into. Yet these are precisely where high-value marine resources are most concentrated. Gordon's voice came from behind him. Should we leave the boat here for now, or take it back today? I'll leave it here for now. I'll come back tomorrow to take it to the small dock at White Sea Village. Are you sure you know how to operate it? Dad, a 5-horsepower outboard ISNT, an aircraft carrier. You just pull the cord to start it, push forward to go, pull back to stop, and use the tiller to steer left or right. I watched you do it on your boat so many times when I was a kid. Gordon grunted, said nothing more, and turned to walk toward the pickup truck. He took 2 steps and then stopped. If you're coming to drive the boat yourself tomorrow, remember to wear a life jacket. Got it, Dad. Chapter 20. Picking up the boat at the dock. Early the next morning, Zane drove his pickup straight to the White Sand Town dock. In the bed of the truck were 2 live wells and a full set of tidapooling gear. He planned to use the ocean scan to scan the underwater terrain along the coast on his way back to White Sea Village, just to get a sense of the area. When he arrived at the dock, Huang Laosi was already waiting there. Brother Su, I checked the boat for you this morning. The tank's full, and I tested the outboard motor. It starts up just fine. Thanks a lot, Brother Huang. I'll pay you for the gas. Forget it. Forget it. Consider it a favor between friends. If you're ever out in these waters and need a hand, just let me know. Huang Laosi helped Zane haul the live well onto the boat, then pointed to several spots at the stern and walked him through the operating procedures. Start the outboard with the pull cord. When you pull it, use a smooth, controlled motion with your wrist. Don't yank it hard. This Yamaha's pretty easygoing. It usually fires up in 2 or 3 pulls. The throttle is on this knob on your right. Turn it clockwise to speed up, counterclockwise to slow down. The rudder's connected to this lever. When you're standing at the stern, pushing it to the left makes the boat turn right, and pushing it to the right makes it turn left. It's the opposite of a car's steering wheel, so beginners tend to get confused. Got it. Zane hopped onto the boat and felt the slight sway beneath his feet. It was steadier than he imagined. One more thing. Huang Laosi pulled an orange life jacket out of the shed and tossed it to him. Put this on. The water isn't deep near the shore, but if the boat capsizes, this will save your life. Zane slipped on the life jacket and fastened it, then untied the mooring line and stood at the stern. He bent down, grabbed the outboard motor's pull cord, flicked his wrist, and gave it a sharp tug. The outboard motor sputtered twice and died. He tried again. Sputter, 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 sputter. The engine settled into a steady hum, and the small propeller at the rear of the outboard began spinning beneath the surface, sending up a ring of white spray. Zane gently turned the throttle knob 1 notch, and the boat moved forward slowly. Not bad, not bad. You've got a good feel for it, Huang Laosi said from the shore, giving him a thumbs up. Brother Huang, see you later. Zane used the rudder to steer the bow toward the pier's exit and slowly sailed out of the harbor. Once past the marina's breakwater, the view suddenly opened up. The waves were gentle, the weather was clear, and visibility was excellent. The distant horizon appeared as a crisp, straight line. Zane increased the throttle to medium speed, bringing the boat up to about 6 or 7 knots, neither too fast nor too slow. While steering, he opened Ocean Scan. A deep blue 3D image unfolded before his eyes, covering the waters within about 100 meters of the boat. The underwater world lay fully exposed on the radar screen. The seabed in these coastal waters was mostly sandy and muddy. With few undulations, the depth ranged from about 12 to 15 meters, and scattered reefs and patches of seagrass were visible. There were a few scattered green dots on the radar screen, Zane glanced at the most were common seafood of little value, not worth stopping the boat to harvest for the time being. After sailing for about 20 minutes, as the boat passed over a stretch of seemingly calm water, the radar screen suddenly came alive. A large cluster of raised reefs suddenly appeared on the seafloor, rising and falling in varying heights with crisscrossing crevices, resembling a submerged hill. The crevices of the reef glowed with a dense cluster of lights mostly green, interspersed with 7 or 8 blue ones. Zane noted the approximate coordinates of the area on his phone and labeled it Underwater Reef Cluster Number 1. He continued onward. After another 10 minutes or so, a second group of reefs appeared. It was slightly smaller than the first, but the density of blue light points was higher, with more than a dozen clustered together. Zane recorded another set of coordinates, labeling it Number 2. The straight-line distance from the Baisha Town Pier to White Sea Village was about 8 nautical miles. Zane spent over an hour navigating the boat, scanning 4 areas of underwater resources worth marking along the way. One area left a particularly strong impression on him. The seafloor there featured a deep rift with a depth exceeding 25 meters. The rock walls on either side of the rift were covered with specks of light, a mix of blue and green, and 1 or 2 brighter specks could be faintly seen flickering deep within the rift. He didn't stop there, the water was too deep, and since it was his first time piloting the boat, and he wasn't yet familiar with the area, it wasn't suitable for diving operations on the spur of the moment. He decided to mark the location first and return when conditions were right. At 10:30 a.m., the small pier at White Sea Village came into view. Though called a pier, it was really just a small jetty built of concrete and rubble, extending no more than a dozen meters into the sea. Moored there were 3 or 4 of the villagers' old wooden boats, half of which were rusting in the sun. Zane slowed down as he approached the pier, found an open spot at the very end, moored the boat and tied off the lines. As soon as he jumped from the boat onto the pier, he spotted 3 people standing on the shore. Bruno, old Sue, and a young man he hadn't seen before in his early 20s, lanky with deeply tanned skin, wearing an old t-shirt washed to a pale white. "Brother Zay, you really bought a boat?" Bruno's voice carried 50 meters away. "Yeah. I bought it yesterday at the Baisha Town Pier." Zane walked to the shore and glanced at the young man. "Who is this?" "This is my cousin, Leon." Bruno tugged the young man over. "Xiao Jun. Say hello to Brother Zay." "Hello, Brother Zane," Leon said in a soft voice, but his eyes sparkled as he greeted him politely. "Xiao Jun used to work away from home. He just came back last month and hasn't found a job yet, so he has been hanging around at home," Bruno said, rubbing his hands together and chuckling. "Look, Brother Zane, you're driving a car and operating a boat now. Can you really handle it all by yourself? Why not find a helper?" Zane looked at Leon, then at Bruno. "Zhuang, are you here to recommend someone?" "Brother Zane, don't get the wrong idea, I'm not forcing you to hire anyone. I just think Xiao Jun is a reliable, hardworking kid. He spent 3 years delivering packages out there. He is tough and hardworking. It's just that kids from small towns don't have many connections. So he came back and couldn't find a decent job." "Can you swim?" Zane asked Leon. "Yeah, I grew up by the sea, so I'm a pretty good swimmer." "Do you get seasick?" "No, my dad is a fisherman, and I used to go out to sea on his boat when I was a kid." "Do you mind hard work?" "Bro Zane, I'm not afraid of hard work. I've managed to work over 10 hours a day delivering packages in the city." Zane thought for a moment he did need an extra pair of hands right now. The physical labor involved in beach foraging was increasing. Moving live well buckets and seafood crates was too inefficient for one person to handle alone. Plus, since they'd be heading out to the nearshore waters soon, it was safer to have 2 people on the boat. "Here's the deal. You'll work with me for a week on a trial basis. I'll pay you by the day 200 a day, plus a lunch. After a week, if you do a good job and I'm satisfied, you can stay on long term, and we'll renegotiate your pay then." "Deal," Leon replied without hesitation, looking as though he'd struck gold. Bruno stood nearby, grinning from ear to ear. "Brother Zane is a true friend. Xiao Jun, you'd better work hard." "Don't worry, Brother Zhuang." Zane had Leon carry the livewell and equipment ashore, then walked to the end of the pier, sat down with his feet dangling over the water, and pulled out his phone to check the tide and weather forecast for the day after tomorrow. The weather the day after tomorrow looks good. Wind force 2 to 3, with waves under half a meter high, perfect for small boat operations at sea. As for the tides, there is a low tide at 4 p.m. the day after tomorrow, when the water will be about 2 meters shallower than usual, ideal for an underwater search around the nearby reef clusters. Zane finalized the itinerary. They head out the afternoon of the day after tomorrow, targeting reef clusters number 1 and number 2, which he marked earlier that day. He opened the chat window with Lena and sent a message. Manager Lin, I'm planning a trip to the nearshore area the day after tomorrow. There might be a big haul, get your end ready. Lena replied 2 minutes later. Mr. Su, what kind of haul are we talking about? Zane typed a few words. Something in the deep waters off the coast. Not sure exactly what it is yet, but the radar is picking up a very high signal density. He deleted the last 4 words and replaced them with my gut feeling is good. After sending the message, he locked his screen, stood up, and walked toward shore. Leon had already loaded all the gear and was crouched next to the live well, figuring out the switch on the oxygen pump. Bro Zane, how do I use this pump? Press the red button once to turn it on. Press it again to turn it off. If the water level drops below this line, you'll need to add water. Got it. You're coming out to sea with me the day after tomorrow. Take tomorrow off to get yourself in order, bring a change of clothes and a pair of shoes that can get wet. Got it, Zane. Zane nodded and walked toward the pickup truck parked by the dock. Before getting in, he turned his head and glanced through the dock railing at the small blue and white fishing boat on the water. The day after tomorrow, he used that boat to head out to the nearshore waters. The blue dots the radar had picked up along the way today were still flashing in his mind, especially that bright spot, faintly visible in the deep-sea rift. He'd only seen that kind of brightness in one place before. Single-headed abalone. No, it was even brighter than single-headed abalone. Chapter 21. Sailing out to the nearshore waters. At 5:30 a.m. the day after tomorrow, just as dawn was breaking, Zane pulled up to the small dock at White Sea Village in his pickup truck, the bed loaded with 4 live wells and a full set of gear. Leon was already waiting at the dock, wearing a dark quick-dry shirt, a pair of old rubber boots, and carrying an army green canvas bag slung over his shoulder, filled with a change of clothes and 2 bottles of mineral water. Brother Zane, here I am. Zane hopped out of the truck and, together with Leon, hauled the live wells onto the boat. The 4 live wells were lined up in the cabin and secured with ropes tied to cleats along the gunnel. The pry bar, landing net, digital scale, and spare batteries for the headlamp were all stowed in their proper places. Zane checked the outboard motor's fuel level. It was full, enough for a round trip. Xiaojun, stay at the stern and keep an eye on the throttle and transom rudder. I'll tell you where to go, and you just steer accordingly. Got it. Leon took his position at the stern, both hands on the tiller handle, his legs planted firmly. Zane pulled the starter cord, and the outboard motor roared to life. He cast off the mooring line, and the boat slowly pulled away from the pier, heading toward the harbor exit. The early morning sea was calm in the dim light of dawn. The water took on a deep gray-blue hue, while the distant horizon was just beginning to glow with a hint of orange-red. Bro Zane, where are we going? Leon asked, his voice slightly muffled by the engine noise as he held the tiller. Head southeast. There's a reef about 4 nautical miles out. I know that reef. My dad mentioned it before. He said the waters there are full of hidden reefs, so it's dangerous for boats, and most fishermen give it a wide berth. Exactly. It's precisely because most fishermen stay away that there's something good down there. After sailing for about 40 minutes, Zane glanced at the coordinates marked on his phone and pointed in a direction. 10 degrees to the left. Slow down. Leon adjusted the course and eased off the throttle. The boat slowed down, swaying gently on what appeared to be an ordinary stretch of ocean. Zane stood at the bow and opened Ocean Scan. A deep blue 3D image exploded in his mind, revealing the underwater world in its entirety. This was Reef Cluster Number 1, which he had marked the day before yesterday. About 14 meters below the surface, a vast reef spread out much larger than he estimated the day before when passing by on the boat, at least 2 or 3 basketball courts wide. The reefs took on various shapes. Some were sharp as bamboo shoots, others flat as tables, and most were large, irregular rock formations that formed a dense network of crevices and caves. The density of the light points made Zane squint. Green light points almost completely covered the surface of the reef, as if a handful of green stars had been scattered across the rocks. The blue light points were mainly concentrated near the crevices and cave entrances. He roughly counted at least 20 of them. 3 even brighter blue specks were hidden inside a large cave at the center of the reef formation. Their brightness was comparable to that of a single-headed abalone. Xiaojun dropped the anchor. Let us stop the boat here. Leon followed Zane's instructions and cast the anchor into the sea. Once the iron anchor hit the water, it sank to the bottom, and the boat rocked twice before coming to a steady stop. Zane took off his jacket, put on a waterproof vest, tucked the pry bar into his waistband, and slung the net bag over his shoulder. Bro Zane, are you going in? Leon glanced at the water's surface. He didn't say anything, but his expression was a bit tense. The water's about 10 meters deep here, right? Don't worry. I'm a strong swimmer, and I've got this. Zane waved the waterproof headlamp in his hand. He couldn't explain the details of underwater breathing and ocean scan to Leon, so he had to fob him off with a standard excuse. I'll surface about once every half hour. Keep an eye on the bucket from the boat. When I retrieve something, I'll float up and hand it to you. Just catch it and put it in the bucket. Got it, Zane. Stay safe. Zane sat on the gunnel, took a deep breath, leaned back, and plunged into the water with a splash. The seawater enveloped his entire body. It was several degrees colder than the water near the shore, and the chill seeped through his skin, penetrating to his bones before spreading out. Underwater breathing activated automatically, and the suffocating sensation in his chest vanished. Breathing became as natural as it was on land. Zane opened his eyes and activated ocean scan at full power. The underwater world unfolded before him, with even greater clarity than what he'd seen from the boat. The reef was just a stone's throw away, with massive rock formations stacked in a jagged pattern. The crevices were filled with seaweed and coral of every color, and schools of fish darted through the reefs in numbers so vast they were staggering. Zane dove a few meters deeper and approached the nearest reef. The first blue light was in a crevice at the base of this reef. He reached inside and felt a large abalone. He pulled it out and saw it was a 6-head-sized specimen in excellent condition. He stuffed the abalone into his net and swam on toward the next light. The second, third, and fourth. They were all abalone, varying in size, with the largest approaching a 5-head size. Zane had been searching the outer area for about 10 minutes, and his net pouch was already filled with 7 abalone. He surfaced and handed the net pouch to Leon on the boat. Brother Zane. Leon took the net pouch and opened it, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. This many abalone? It's only been a few minutes. Put them in the bucket to keep them alive, and hand me an empty net. Okay. Leon frantically dumped the abalones into the live well and tossed an empty net to Zane. Zane grabbed the net and dove back down. This time, he swam straight toward the large cave in the center of the reef. The cave's entrance was much larger than a typical sea cave, nearly 4 meters wide and about 3 meters high, with thick layers of yellow and brown spongy organisms clinging to the surrounding rock walls. 3 bright blue lights shone from inside the cave. Zane swam into the entrance, his headlamp illuminating the interior. The space wasn't very large, extending about 7 or 8 meters deep. The bottom was covered with fine sand and broken seashells, and the current formed a slow eddy inside the cave, causing the fine sand to swirl gently. The first bright light was on the left-hand rock wall of the cave. Zane swam over and gave it a gentle tap with his pry bar. A heavy object fell from the rock face, and Zane caught it in one swift motion. It wasn't an abalone. It was a massive lobster. Its shell was bluish-green, its 2 large claws wider than Zane's palm, and its antennae trailed behind it like 2 ropes. The entire lobster measured a full 40 centimeters from head to tail. A word flashed through Zane's mind. Blue lobster. These large wild blue lobsters are sold by the piece on the market. One of this size would fetch at least 3,000 yuan. He carefully wrapped the lobster's claws with the straps of his net bag to avoid being pinched, then stuffed it into the bag. The second bright spot was beneath the sand at the bottom of the cave. Zane dug into the sand twice, revealing a giant clam twice the size of his fist. An ocean system notification popped up. Ocean system notification. Large wild giant clam X1 detected. Shell contains 1 natural pearl, quality to be determined. Host advised to retain for appraisal. Zane stowed the giant clam in his net pouch. The third highlighted spot was in a small recess at the very back of the cave. Zane swam over, reached in, and felt something smooth, cool, and very heavy. He pulled the object out and held it up to the light of his headlamp for a closer look. His heart skipped a beat. It was a conch, but not an ordinary one. The patterns on the shell's surface were exceptionally unique, displaying a natural spiral gradient of colors, gradually transitioning from a deep red at the mouth to a golden yellow at the tip. The overall luster was as warm and lustrous as jade, and it felt heavy and substantial in his hand. Zane had seen photos of something similar on a jewelry collector's forum. That type of conch is called a wanbao conch, a prized collector's item among sea conchs. A naturally formed, perfectly preserved wanbao conch can fetch several thousand or even tens of thousands on the collector's market. He wrapped the wanbao conch separately in the innermost pocket of his net bag, then turned and swam toward the cave's exit. Once out of the cave, Zane glanced at the radar screen. There were still numerous unscanned light dots among the reef formations. But he had to manage his time. He'd already been underwater for nearly 40 minutes. Although his underwater breathing was fine, he was steadily losing body heat, and if he stayed submerged any longer, his hands and feet would go numb. He surfaced and handed the net bag to Leon. When Leon took the net bag and opened it, he froze in shock. Zane, is that a lobster? It's huge. Stop staring, put it in the bucket. And what's this? Leon cradled the conch shell, turning it over and over in his hands. How come this conch is so beautiful? It's valuable. Handle it with care. Wrap it separately in a towel and put it in my case. Okay. Zane sat on the gunnel for a few minutes, wiggled his fingers to get the feeling back, and then dove underwater for the third time. This time, he didn't head for the cave instead. He focused on the ordinary blue specks around the outer edges of the reef. Abalone, sea cucumbers, grupe, sea urchins. He weaved through the reef like a high-efficiency harvester, pinpointing every glimmer with precision and never missing a catch. By the time he surfaced for the fourth time, 3 of the 4 live well buckets were already full. Leon stood on the boat, staring in disbelief at the 3 buckets brimming with seafood, his mouth opening and closing several times without closing. Bro Zane, how much did we catch today? We'll count them when we get back. Zane climbed onto the boat, soaking wet, and sat on the wooden floor of the cabin, panting. Let us head back, we're running out of buckets. Got it. Leon pulled up the anchor, started the outboard motor, and the small fishing boat turned around and headed toward White Sea Village. Zane leaned against the gunnel, watching the outline of White Sea Village's small pier in the distance gradually grow larger on the water's surface. He reached into his pocket and felt the conch wrapped in a towel. In the box with the conch was also the giant clam containing a pearl. Today's haul was even richer than he'd expected, and he'd searched less than a third of Reef Cluster Number 1. Reef Cluster Number 2 remained untouched. The bright spot in the deep-sea rift farther out was still waiting for him. In the distance, Zane spotted a figure standing on the pier at the small dock, waiting motionless in the sea breeze. It wasn't until the boat drew closer that he could make out who it was. Gordon. The old man was wearing a worn jacket with his pant legs rolled up to his calves. Leaning on his wooden mooring pole, he bent down the moment he saw the boat returning and caught the mooring line. Zane tossed him with a deftness that belied his 60 years. Dad, what are you doing here? Gordon wrapped the rope around the post twice and tied a knot, then glanced down at the 3 live wells in the cabin, each brimming to the brim, and his lips twitched. Your mom sent me to see if you drowned. Zane laughed. Gordon's gaze swept over the live wells and settled on the massive claw of the blue lobster peeking out of the top one, lingering for 2 seconds. Are we steaming that lobster for dinner tonight? Dad, that lobster's worth 3,000. The corner of Gordon's mouth twitched. Forget it, then. He turned and walked toward the shore, took a few steps, then stopped without looking back. Let me know before you head out to sea next time. I'll keep an eye on your boat at the dock. Zane hoisted the live well onto his shoulder and jumped onto the pier, watching Gordon's slender silhouette slowly fade into the distance. Leon leaned in and whispered a question. Bro Zane, was that your dad? Yeah. Your dad's pretty cool. Zane didn't say anything. He just curved the corners of his mouth slightly and strode toward shore with the bucket on his shoulder. His phone vibrated in his pocket. He freed one hand to pull it out and glance at it. It was a message from Lena. Mr. Sue, I heard you went out to sea today. How was the catch? Zane typed with one hand. 3 buckets are full. I'll deliver them to you tomorrow. Lena replied within 3 seconds. Okay, I'll have Master Zhao stand by. Also, President Chun said that if there are any tasting event grade ingredients in the shipment, the price will go up by 20%. Zane locked his screen, loaded the 3 insulated buckets one by one into the back of the pickup truck, and secured them with ropes. Leon stood beside him, helping to tie the ropes with nimble hands and feet. Bro Zane, are you heading out again the day after tomorrow? Zane tapped the metal side of the truck bed and glanced out toward the sea. That 25-meter deep rift off the coast was still waiting for him. Whatever lay hidden inside would be more abundant, larger, and more valuable than what he hauled up from the reef today. I'm going. He started the pickup's engine, and Leon pulled open the passenger door and climbed in. The truck made a U-turn next to the dock and slowly drove along the gravel road by the sea toward the village. The setting sun had turned the entire sea into a cauldron of liquid gold. Zane glanced at the golden sea through the windshield and narrowed his eyes slightly. In that fissure, there was a point of light brighter than anything he'd ever seen, neither blue nor green. It was golden. Chapter 22. Unleashing the Power of the Sea God. Zane started the pickup truck, its engine rumbling softly through the morning mist at the dock. Leon sat in the passenger seat, his army green canvas backpack slung over his shoulder, his legs swinging restlessly back and forth. Bro Zane, are we heading to Reef Cluster number 1 again today? Not number 1. We're heading south today to check out the number 2 area. Number 2? The one you marked when we passed by last time, right? The signal density in that area is even higher than at number 1, and the underwater terrain is more complex. There should be plenty of good stuff there. Leon rubbed his hands together, his face full of anticipation. Bro Zane, did Manager Lin buy up the entire haul from that last trip? He bought it all. Master Zhao offered a price 15% higher than the market rate. He paid 3,800 per blue lobster. 3,800 for a single lobster? Leon's voice shot up. My dad's been fishing his whole life and has never seen a lobster go for 3,800. Wild blue lobsters are expensive to begin with, and ones of that size are even rarer. The pickup truck drove along the concrete road hugging the coastline to the small dock at White Sea Village. The two men loaded their gear onto the boat, and Zane checked the oil level and the outboard motor. Everything was in order. Leon untied the mooring lines, and Zane pulled the starter cord. The outboard motor roared to life. The small fishing boat pulled away from the dock's pier and headed southeast. The sea was much calmer today than on their last trip. The wind was less than force 2, and the waves appeared to be only 30 centimeters high. The boat glided across the water with hardly any rocking. Zane stood at the bow and turned on Ocean Scan. A deep blue 3D image unfolded in his mind's eye, clearly revealing the sandy seabed terrain, with the occasional glimmer of fish darting by. After about 30 minutes, they reached the location of Reef Group number 2. Zane signaled Leon to slow down and drop anchor. Right here, stop. Leon dropped the anchor into the sea, and the boat swayed twice before coming to a steady halt. Zane crouched at the bow, running Ocean Scan at full power to scan the seabed. Reef Cluster number 2 was indeed smaller than number 1, but the density of blue dots was much higher. They were packed tightly into the crevices of the reef, as if something were exceptionally concentrated in that area. Just as he was about to take off his jacket and enter the water, an ocean system notification suddenly popped into his mind. Ocean system notification. Host S marine exploration progress has reached 15%, unlocking the new skill power of the Sea God beginner level. Skill description. The host can emit biological signal waves at a specific frequency to attract schools of fish within a 200-meter radius to the host S location. Each use lasts 30 minutes with a cooldown of 6 hours. Activate immediately. Zane stared at the prompt for 3 seconds. Summon schools of fish. A 200-meter radius. His heart skipped a beat, and he silently repeated a single word in his mind. Yes. Power of the Sea God beginner level has been activated. Usage. The host can trigger it with their mind. Once triggered, fish within a 200-meter radius centered on the host's body will be drawn by the signal waves and gradually gather toward the host. It is recommended to use this skill for the first time in open waters. Zane stood up and glanced at the Ocean Scan display. There were already quite a few scattered fish school light dots near the reef cluster, but they were spread out, a cluster here, a cluster there. He silently repeated the command in his mind and released it. An extremely faint vibration radiated out from his body, like a pebble tossed onto the water's surface, invisible and intangible. Yet the change on the radar screen was immediate. Those scattered green fish school blips began to move. At first, they merely shifted their swimming direction slightly, but then their speed increased steadily as they converged toward the boat in wave after wave. Zane watched the increasingly dense blips on the radar screen, his breathing slowing. Every school of fish within a 200-meter radius was surging toward him. Bro Zane, look at the water's surface, Leon suddenly shouted, pointing over the side of the boat. Zane looked down and saw dense splashes and ripples on the water's surface around the boat. In the distance, he could also see vast swaths of the ocean churning and heaving, the result of massive schools of fish swimming rapidly just below the surface. What's going on? So many fish. Leon leaned over the railing, peering into the water, his face full of confusion. Why are all these fish swimming toward our boat? Maybe the ocean current washed some bait into this area, and the fish are chasing it. Zane made up an excuse on the spot. Leon believed him, but he kept staring at the water. Zane, this school of fish is way too dense. In all the years I've been out at sea with my dad, I've never seen the surface churning like this. Zane didn't offer any further explanation. Instead, he studied the fish schools converging on them closely on the radar screen. Most were medium-sized silver dots, likely a common school of small fish. But on the outer edge of the school, a cluster of noticeably larger fish was slowly approaching. There were about 30 or 40 of them. Each dot was a full circle larger than the ordinary fish, and their color was different, with a faint golden sheen. Zane stared at the cluster of golden dots for 5 seconds. He'd seen dots of this color before, but only as fleeting flashes during long-range radar scans, never this close. Xiao Jun, get the net out. Brother Zane, are we setting the net? Right. Unroll that large single-panel gill net and get ready to set it. Leon moved quickly, pulling the net out from the bottom of the cabin and beginning to spread it out. Zane had gone to the fishing tackle shop in town specifically 2 days earlier to buy this net, a 60-meter-long single-panel gill net with a mesh size of 12 centimeters, chosen specifically to trap large fish while letting smaller bycatch pass through. Bro Zane, the net's set up. We're ready to cast anytime. Wait a moment. Zane watched the cluster of golden specks on the radar screen. They had already entered the 150-meter range, and their direction of movement was clear. They were heading straight for the boat. 120 meters. 100 meters. 80 meters. Set the net. At Zane's command, Leon began lowering the net over the side of the boat. Weighted with lead sinkers, the fishing net sank into the sea, forming a semicircular wall beneath the surface. Zane maneuvered the rudder to move the boat slowly, aligning with the net's deployment path and pulling it into a pocket shape along the path of the cluster of golden specks. The net's all set, Leon called out, securing the end of the net rope to the iron cleat at the stern. Zane watched the radar screen. The cluster of golden specks was still closing in. 60 meters. 40 meters. They swam into the entrance of the pocket formed by the net. Zane's hand gripped the net rope, every finger tense to the limit. 30 meters. 20 meters. The main body of the school had already entered the middle section of the net pocket. Close the net opening. Leon yanked the drawstring at the net's opening, and the entrance snapped shut like a drawstring bag. The entire net formed a massive, enclosed pocket beneath the surface, trapping the entire school of fish inside. The next second, the net began to shake violently. The net rope tied to the iron cleat at the stern creaked under the strain. The entire boat was dragged off course, and the hull began to sway violently. Brother Zane, I can't hold it anymore. Leon clutched the securing rope with both hands, his face flushed crimson. Zane lunged forward to help him grip the rope. Only the combined weight of the two men managed to barely stabilize the boat. Beneath the surface, the fish inside the net were struggling frantically, churning up large swaths of white foam. Zane, what on earth is in this net? How can it be this strong? Leon's voice was trembling. Zane glanced at the radar screen. The net was filled with those golden specks, packed tightly together. He counted them, at least 35. Each one was quite large. Don't rush to haul in the net just yet. Let them tire themselves out a bit first. Then we'll pull it up. Okay. The two of them held against the net's pull for nearly 10 minutes. Finally, the struggle beneath the surface subsided somewhat, and the net's vibrations shifted from violent jerks to a steady, muffled thud. Zane seized the moment. Start hauling. The two began working together to pull the net rope upward, hauling it onto the boat section by section. The net was far heavier than Zane had expected. Every pull required every ounce of their strength, and the rope cut into their palms, causing a stinging pain. Bro Zane, it's so heavy this must weigh several hundred gene, right? Leon was panting. Zane was panting too, but his full attention was on the part of the net gradually emerging from the water. When they had hauled in about half the rope, the edge of the net beneath the surface finally surfaced. Leon glanced down into the net. His grip loosened for half a second. Brother Zane. His voice cracked. Bro Zane, what kind of fish are these? Zane also glanced into the net. Sunlight filtered through the shallow water into the net, and the colors reflecting off the densely packed fish dazzled both of their eyes. A shimmering gold. The net was filled with gold. Chapter 23. The first haul. The net was too heavy. It took the two of them half an hour to drag the top half of the net up to the gunnel. Xiao Jun, hold this end, I'll go get the winch. Okay. I've got it. Veins bulged in Leon's arms as he arched his back like a bow, struggling to keep the net from slipping back. Zane rummaged through the toolbox in the cabin and pulled out a hand-crank winch. Huang Laosi had given it to him when he bought the boat, saying it was for hauling in large nets, though at the time, Zane hadn't thought he'd ever need it. As it turned out, Huang Laosi had been a man of foresight. He secured the winch to the iron frame at the stern, threaded the net rope through it, and began cranking. The winch's leverage made an immediate difference. With each turn of the handle, the fishing net was hauled up section by section, and water gushed continuously through the mesh. Brother Zane, fish. The fish are coming out. Leon's voice trembled. The moment the bottom of the net was pulled out of the water, the entire boat tilted several degrees to that side. The net was crammed full of fish, each one thrashing and struggling, their scales reflecting a dazzling golden sheen in the sunlight. Zane cranked the winch a few final times, hoisting the entire net up to the level of the gunnel. Loosen the rope and dump them into the hold. Leon untied the slip knot at the bottom of the net, and as soon as the net opened, the fish poured into the hold with a splash. The sound was deafening, as if a truckload of river pebbles had been dumped. The wriggling fish covered half the hold, their tails slapping against the wooden floorboards, creating a continuous series of slapping sounds. Leon stood beside the pile of fish, his eyes wide with astonishment. Brother Zay, why are these fish golden? He bent down, scooped one up, and examined it from every angle. The shape of its head, this color, the shape of its mouth. He brought the fish close to his nose and sniffed it. Brother Zay, could this be a yellow croaker? Zane crouched down and picked up the largest one from the pile. The fish had a slender body with golden scales. Its belly was a lighter shade with a silvery sheen. Its mouth was round and blunt, curving slightly upward, and the edges of its gill covers were ringed with a pale orange hue. The entire fish was at least 45 centimeters long from head to tail. It's not your ordinary yellow croaker. Zane flipped the fish over and examined the shape of its dorsal and caudal fins. It's wild. Leon's hand trembled slightly. Wild yellow croaker? Look at the color of these scales. Farmed yellow croaker has a dull, grayish-yellow hue, but wild ones have this true golden color. Zane pointed to the scales on the fish. And look at the body shape. Farmed yellow croakers don't grow this proportionate. Their bodies tend to be stockier and shorter. Wild ones have a slender build with smooth, flowing muscle lines. Also, take a whiff. Does it have a fishy smell? Leon leaned in to sniff. No fishy smell at all. There's a faint scent of seawater, and maybe a hint of sweetness. Right? The flesh of wild yellow croaker isn't fishy. It has a natural, fresh sweetness that farmed fish can never replicate. Leon put the fish he was holding back into the pile, then began counting. 1, 2, 3. He counted for nearly a minute. Bro Zane, I counted 37. 1's stuck in the mesh. Go get it out. That makes 38 in total. Leon jogged over, pulled the fish out of the mesh, and carried it back to place it in the pile. 38 wild yellow croakers. Standing beside the pile, his legs felt a little wobbly. His voice was low, but he couldn't hide his excitement. Brother Zane, what's the current price for wild yellow croakers? Don't rush. Get the scale, we'll weigh them one by one. Zane took an electronic scale out of the gearbox and placed it on the flat surface in the cabin. Weigh the biggest one first. Leon placed the largest fish on the scale. The number flickered twice before settling. 1 Jin and 7 Liang. Zane nodded. Wow. A wild yellow croaker at 1 Jin and 7 Liang. How much can this one sell for? Brother Zay? For wild yellow croakers over 1 Jin, the market price ranges from 2,000 to 3,000 yuan per Jin, and top quality ones can go as high as 3,500. Leon's mouth opened, closed, then opened again. 3,000 yuan per Jin? Keep weighing them and tell me the weight of each one. I'll write it down. Okay, sure. Leon began placing the fish on the scale one by one. Second one, 1 Jin and 4 Liang. Third one, 1 Jin and 2 Liang. Fourth one, 1 Jin and 6 Liang. Fifth one, 8 Liang. Zane jotted down the weights one by one on his phone while mentally crunching the numbers at lightning speed. After weighing about 10 of them, a pattern emerged. The fish in this batch ranged in size from 8 Liang to 1 Jin and a half, with most weighing over 1 jin. The largest was 1 jin and 7 liang, and even the smallest was just over 6 liang. Once all 38 fish had been weighed, Zane pressed a button on his calculator. Total weight, 43 jin and 6 liang. Leon stood beside him, his hands clenched tightly around his pant legs. Bro Zane, how many jin in total? 43 jin and 6 liang. If we go by 2,500 per jin. Leon counted on his fingers for a few seconds, then froze. 100,000? A rough estimate would be a little over 108,000. The exact price depends on the quality grading. The bigger ones can fetch more, while the smaller ones might be a bit cheaper, but the average price 1 TB less than 2,000. 100,000. Leon crouched down, covering his face with both hands, and squeezed out a sentence through his fingers. Bro Zane, 100,000 for one netful. Zane stood up, slipped his phone back into his pocket, and walked to the bow to glance out at the ocean. On the ocean scan display, countless points of light were still flickering in the area around reef group number 2. The effect of the power of the sea god had lasted for over 20 minutes. Although some of the fish that had been drawn in were caught in the net, quite a few were still swimming back and forth in the waters surrounding the net. But they couldn't set the nets again today. 38 wild yellow croakers were enough. The species has a limited survival time out of the water, so they had to transport them back as soon as possible for fresh keeping. Xiaojun, sort the fish into the live well buckets, 1 bucket for the large ones, 1 for the medium ones, and 1 for the small ones. Fill each bucket with seawater and turn on the aeration pumps. Got it. Leon was 3 times as quick as usual, sorting the fish into the buckets one by one. Zane walked to the stern, pulled up the anchor, and started the outboard motor. Let us head back. The small fishing boat turned around, its bow cutting through the waves toward White Sea Village. While steering, Zane pulled out his phone and sent Lena a message. Manager Lin, we have a special shipment today. You'd better come in person. Lena's reply came quickly. What kind of shipment? Zane typed 4 characters. Wild yellow croaker. There was silence on the other end for nearly a minute. Then a message popped up. How many? 38. The largest weighs 1 jin and 7 liang. Another minute of silence. Mr. Su, I'm leaving right now. I'll be there in an hour. Another message followed immediately. President Chun will be coming with me. Zane locked his screen and slipped his phone back into his pocket. At the stern, Leon was crouched beside the live well, refilling it with seawater while unable to resist stealing glances at the yellow croakers swimming inside. The look on his face was as if he were dreaming. Brother Zane. Isn't my daily wage of 200 yuan a bit low? Zane glanced back at him and smiled. Let us talk about that after your probationary period is over. Well, I'd better get through it quickly then. Leon chuckled and went back to work. In the distance, the small pier at White Sea Village was gradually growing larger on the horizon. On the pier's boardwalk, a figure in a worn jacket was standing there once again. Chapter 24. Glittering Gold. As the boat pulled up to the pier, Gordon's hand holding the mooring line was steadier than last time. He coiled the rope around the bollard and tied the knot with clean, precise movements. He glanced down into the hold and saw 4 live wells filled with the swirling golden silhouettes of fish. What kind of fish? Yellow croaker wild caught. Gordon's hand paused on the mooring post for a second. How many? 38. Gordon didn't ask about the price. He spent his whole life by the sea. He didn't need his son to tell him the going rate for wild yellow croaker. He turned and took a couple of steps off the pier, then stopped. When's your manager Lin arriving? Within an hour. I'm going to ask old Sue to lend me 2 large coolers. In this heat, the fish can't just sit in the buckets. We need to add ice to keep them cool. With that, Gordon headed toward shore, his pace noticeably faster than usual. Zane and Leon carried the 4 live well buckets from the boat onto the concrete pier. The oxygen pump's battery was still charged, and it hummed as it bubbled air into the water. The large yellow croakers in the buckets had already lost much of their strength, but they were still swimming slowly, their golden scales reflecting the sun's scattered light in the water. Brother Zane, these fish are really beautiful. Leon crouched by the bucket, watching the fish, his tone tinged with a cautious solemnity. They're more beautiful than gold. To connoisseurs, they're indeed worth more than gold. The annual catch of wild yellow croakers weighing over 1 jin is extremely low these days. The total catch along the entire East China Sea coast isn't even enough to serve a few banquet tables. So what about these 38 of ours? Leon swallowed hard. Does that count as striking it rich? It's not a windfall, they've always been there in the sea, it's just that no one knew where to look before. As Zane spoke these words, his heart was actually churning. The effect of the power of the sea god's skill far exceeded his expectations. Its ability to draw fish within a 200-meter radius was incredibly powerful. It was essentially condensing fish scattered across a vast expanse of ocean into a single spot. Combined with a fishing net, it was nothing short of a game-changer. And this was only the beginner level. The ocean system prompt clearly labeled it as beginner, which meant there were intermediate, advanced, and even higher tiers to come. The range would be wider, the duration longer, and the types of fish attracted might be even more valuable. Zane pushed these thoughts to the back of his mind. The most important thing right now was to sell today's catch. 15 minutes later, Gordon brought over 2 large foam coolers from the village, filled with crushed ice that old Sue had set aside from the cold storage. The father and son divided the crushed ice among the live well buckets as the water temperature dropped. The fish's condition improved noticeably. Uncle Jangwo, what did Brother Zay catch today? Old Sue walked over behind Gordon. Still holding a pair of seafood shears, he clearly dropped everything in the middle of his work to come over. Yellow croaker. Gordon was a man of few words. Old Sue leaned over to look into the bucket and nearly dropped his shears into the water. These are yellow croakers? Wild ones. Over 30 of them? 38. Old Sue straightened up, glanced at Gordon, then at Zane. Jangwo, is your son the reincarnation of the Dragon King of the Sea? Gordon took a drag on his cigarette but didn't respond. Old Sue hadn't kept his voice down. 2 old fishermen mending nets near the dock heard him and walked over. Old Sue, what are you shouting about? Come take a look, these are the fish Zane caught. The 2 old fishermen walked over to the bucket, bent down to look inside, and one of them immediately pulled his tobacco pipe out of his mouth. Is this wild yellow croaker? Look at the color of the scales and the size. If this isn't wild, I'll swallow my pipe. The other old fisherman reached into the bucket, pulled one out, and weighed it in his hand. Just over 1 gene. Wow. I haven't seen a wild yellow croaker this big in years. The last time I saw a wild yellow croaker was 20 years ago. Back then, fishermen all over the East China Sea were chasing schools of yellow croakers. They chased them for years until the stock was wiped out, and we haven't seen them in schools since. The news spread even faster than Zane had expected. Within 10 minutes, more than a dozen people had gathered at the dock, all rushing over from the village. Men, women, and people of all ages crowded around the 4 live wells, forming 3 tight circles both inside and outside. Bruno was squeezed right at the front, his voice loud enough to carry halfway across the village. Brother Zay, 38 wild yellow croakers? Did you raid the Dragon King's fish pond today? Brother Zhuang, keep your voice down, you've brought the whole village running. So what if the whole village hears? This is exactly the kind of thing the whole village should know about. Bruno's face was flushed with excitement. Zane, did you know that last month, a fisherman from the neighboring county caught a wild yellow croaker weighing 2 gene in the open sea? He sold it for 8,000 yuan and made the local news. 1 fish made the news for him, but you've got 38. What's that going to get you? A spot on CCTV. Zane chuckled at his remark. All right, Zhuang, stop spreading rumors. Let us keep today's catch low-key. Low-key? Bruno glanced around. More than 30 people on the dock had gathered around the live well, and their chatter was louder than the engine noise. Zane, tell me how we're supposed to keep this low-key? Zane was at a loss. The village was so small that it was impossible to keep the news under wraps. He glanced at his phone. Lena was calling. Mr. Su, General Manager Chun, and I just got off the highway. The GPS says we'll be at White Sea Village in 20 minutes. How do we get to your dock? After you enter the village, turn left and follow the coastline to the end. Give me a call when you arrive. Got it. By the way, Master Zhao can't make it today because he has something else to do, but I brought along Master Hu, our company's seafood appraiser. He specializes in fish identification, and when he heard the words wild yellow croaker in the car, he practically jumped out of his seat. Just have him come over. After hanging up, Zane told Leon to watch over the live well and walked over to sit on a rock by the dock. He pulled out his phone, opened the calculator, and crunched the numbers again. 38 fish with a total weight of 43 gene and 6 liang. Based on current market prices for wild yellow croaker, those weighing over 1 gene range from 2,500 to 3,500 per gene, while those between 8 liang and 1 gene range from 1,500 to 2,000 per gene. He sorted the fish into 3 weight categories. There were 23 fish weighing over 1 jin, with a total weight of about 29 jin. At an average price of 3,000 per jin, that comes to 87,000. There were 11 fish weighing between 8 liang and 1 jin, with a total weight of about 9.5 jin. At an average price of 1,800 per jin, that comes to 17,010. There were 4 fish weighing between 6 liang and 8 liang, with a total weight of about 2 jin and 6 liang. At an average price of 1,500 per jin, that comes to 3,900. Adding up the 3 categories, 108,000 yuan. And this price was estimated based on the market average if Lena's boss, Mr. Chun, were willing to pay tasting event level prices. There'd be room for a higher offer. Zane locked his screen and slipped his phone back into his pocket. The sea breeze blew in from the east, carrying a salty, fishy scent, but it felt pleasant on his face. Behind him, the pier was bustling like it was New Year's. He overheard several comments about himself. Does that Zane guy have some kind of secret technique? It's not a secret technique, he's just lucky and willing to work hard. Lucky enough to catch 38 wild yellow croakers? Do you really believe that? Who cares how he caught them? The fact that he caught them is what counts. A black minivan appeared on the highway in the distance, speeding along the coastal road. Zane stood up. Here they come. Chapter 25. The deck covered in gold. The black minivan came to a stop in the open space next to the pier, and both front and rear doors opened simultaneously. Lena got out of the passenger seat. Today she was wearing a dark blue work jacket, her hair tied back in a high ponytail, giving her a very capable appearance. A middle-aged man in his early 40s got out of the driver's seat. He was short but stocky, with a round face and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. He wore a well-tailored light gray jacket, and his polished leather shoes looked out of place against the concrete of the pier. Another person got out of the back seat, a man in his 50s with a long, lean face, wearing an apron with 3 differently colored markers tucked into the breast pocket. He was carrying a black instrument case, clearly a technical specialist. Mr. Su. Lena walked over and gestured toward the round-faced, middle-aged man behind her. This is our CEO, Chun Changming, chairman of Yunhai Seafood. Zane turned to Chun Changming. Hello, Mr. Chun. Chun Changming's voice was much more steady than his appearance suggested.
Mr. Su, I suppose?
I've heard a lot about you. Lena showed me the full reports on your previous shipments. Every single one was top-notch. His gaze had already drifted toward the 4 life preservation barrels on the dock. Where's today's shipment? Inside the barrels. Zane led the 3 men over to the barrels, and the villagers gathered on the dock instinctively parted to make a path. Chun Changming walked up to the first tank and bent down to take a look inside. His body visibly paused for a moment. Master Hu, come here. The man with the long, thin face carrying the instrument case hurried over, crouched by the tank, opened the case, and took out a small handheld spectrometer and a pair of rubber gloves. I'll take a sample first. Master Hu put on the gloves, scooped a fish out of the tank, and placed it on a clean plastic tray. He first turned the fish over with his hands, examining the color and density of the scales, then checked the color and elasticity of the gill covers, and finally scanned the fish's body twice with the spectrometer. The instrument beeped once, and a set of data appeared on the screen. Master Hu studied the data for 5 seconds, then stood up and looked at Chun Changming from a distance of 1 meter. Mr. Chun, go ahead. Wild yellow croaker, no aquaculture markings, no feed residues, extremely high muscle fiber density, and fat distribution consistent with deep sea wild specimens. Master Hu paused for a moment, then added, the quality of this batch is the best I've seen in my 12 years in the business. Chun Changming crossed his arms over his chest, stared at the fish in the bucket for about 10 seconds, then turned to Zane. Mr. Su, 38 fish? 38 fish. The largest is 1 jin and 7 liang, the smallest is just over 6 liang. I'll take the whole lot. Chun Changming said this without a moment's hesitation. You name the price. Zane glanced at him. Mr. Chun, 3,200 per jin for those over 1 jin, 2,000 per jin for those between 8 liang and 1 jin, and 1,500 per jin for those under 8 liang. Lena, standing nearby, tilted her head slightly. She could tell this quote was about 10% higher than the market rate. Chun Changming didn't haggle. Deal. He pulled his phone out of his pocket and looked at Lena. Yeah. Double-check the numbers with Mr. Su, and once you're done, transfer the payment right away. Lena took out a notebook and walked over to the live fish tank. Together with Zane, they reweighed the 38 fish and recorded them according to 3 weight categories. 23 fish weighing over 1 gene, with a total weight of 28 gene and 9 liang at 3,200 per gene. That S 92,480. 11 fish weighing between 8 liang and 1 gene, with a total weight of 9 gene and 5 liang at 2,000 per gene. That S 19,000. 4 fish weighing less than 8 liang, with a total weight of 2 gene and 5 liang at 1,500 per gene. That S 3,750. After finishing her calculations, Lena handed the notebook to Zane to review. The total is 115,198. Mr. Su, please double-check. Zane glanced at the numbers and nodded. No problem. Chun Changming took the notebook, looked at the numbers, and chuckled. Let us round it up to a nice round number 116,000. He opened his mobile banking app, scanned Zane's payment QR code, entered the amount and password, and confirmed. Zane's phone vibrated. The payment of 116,000 yuan was received. Leon stood a few meters away watching the scene, his legs feeling weak. His mouth moved several times before he finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. 116,000? Zane slipped his phone back into his pocket. Bro Zane, one netful of fish 116,000. Leon's voice sounded as if it were being squeezed out of the back of his throat. Bruno, standing in the crowd, heard the figure and spat out the sugarcane pulp in his mouth with a splatter. How much? 116,000. An old fisherman standing nearby took off his hat. 116,000 for one haul? My boat doesn't even make 116,000 in a whole year. The dock fell silent for 3 seconds, then erupted into a frenzy. The buzz of conversation roared like a swarm of bees, louder even than the waves. Chun Changming didn't join the commotion. He motioned for Master Hu to pack the fish and load them into their refrigerated truck, then pulled Zane aside to a quiet spot at the edge of the pier. Mr. Su, let me speak to you from the bottom of my heart. Chun Changming pushed his glasses up his nose. I've been in the seafood wholesale business for 15 years. I've dealt with everything from ordinary fish to high-end varieties to imported seafood, but you're the first supplier like you I've ever encountered. Zane said nothing, waiting for him to continue. Other suppliers send me shipments that vary in size and quality every time, forcing me to go through another round of sorting and grading, which is time-consuming and labor-intensive. But everything you give me is uniformly consistent in appearance and top-notch in quality. Every single item is ready to go straight to the table without any further processing. What does that tell me? It means you're either lucky enough to win the lottery, or you have some unique ability to source goods that others don't have. He looked Zane straight in the eye. I want to pry into your methods that's your core competitive advantage. I just want to discuss a framework for long-term cooperation. Give me first refusal on all your high-end seafood, and I guarantee to buy it at 10 to 15% above market price. For large volumes, we can negotiate the price further. Also, if you have a stable supply of wild yellow croaker in the future, even if it's only 8 or 10 fish a month, I can connect you with several top-tier private dining restaurants and high-end hotels. The prices they offer will be even higher than what I'm offering. Zane thought for a moment. Mr. Chun, your offer is very generous, but I can't guarantee supply volume or frequency right now. What's in the sea depends on the weather and luck. All I can say is that I'll do my best to give you the best catch as soon as I get it. That's enough. Chun Changming held out his hand. Let us have a fruitful partnership. The two shook hands. Before getting into his car and driving off, Chun Changming glanced back. Mr. Su, your boat is too small. It's fine for coastal waters, but if you want to venture farther out, you'll need a bigger one. I'll think about it. Once you've made up your mind, go straight to Lena. Our company has a partner shipyard that can get you an insider rate. The business van and the refrigerated truck drove off, one in front of the other. The crowd at the dock hadn't completely dispersed yet. People were standing in small groups, chatting. Zane walked back to the live well buckets. 3 of the 4 buckets were now empty. Only the last one still had 2 fish swimming inside. He left them there on purpose. Xiaojun, take these 2 home, send one to your family, and I'll keep the other to steam for my parents tonight. Leon took the bucket containing the 2 fish, and his lips twitched slightly. Brother Zane, each of these fish is worth 2 or 3,000 yuan. Are you sure you want to give me one? You worked with me all day today, carrying stuff all morning, hauling in nets all morning, and you almost got dragged into the sea by a rope. Just take 1 fish. Then I won't say no. Leon hugged the bucket to his chest, his eyes shining as bright as light bulbs. Zane stood on the pier for a moment, watching Chun Changming's car disappear at the end of the road, then pulled out his phone to check his bank balance. His savings from before today, plus the proceeds from previous shipments, plus the payment from the pearl auction Fong Lei, had notified him the day before yesterday that all 3 pearls had sold, netting him 41,300 after fees, plus today's 116,000. Total balance. Zane looked at that number 3 times. 247,000 exactly. 8th day back in the village. Balance in the account. 247,000. He locked his phone and walked back. As he passed the pier, he glanced at the small blue and white fishing boat tied to a pilings. Chun Changming was right, this boat was too small. He needed a bigger one. Chapter 26. Returning to port. When Zane drove his pickup truck back home, the atmosphere in the alley was already off. Aunt Lee from next door was standing at her doorstep, shouting across the alley to Mrs. Chun across the way, her voice loud enough to sound like she was using a megaphone. 116,000, 116,000 for a single netful of fish. Can you believe it? Who said that? Everyone at the dock saw it. The money was transferred right there on the spot. Zane's phone pinged the moment it went through. Is that for real? What kind of fish sells for that much? Wild yellow croaker, do you know what that is? Do you know how much wild yellow croaker goes for? Several thousand per gene. Zane walked past them, and Aunt Lee's voice immediately took a turn toward him. Zane, did you really make over 110,000 today? Aunt Lee, you're so well informed. How could I not be? Your mom is so happy she is spinning in circles in the courtyard. Zane pushed open the courtyard gate. Sure enough, Grace was there, holding an enamel bowl. It contained something, but she wasn't eating it, she was just standing there, staring blankly beneath the pomegranate tree. Mom! Grace snapped out of her daze. You're back. Yeah, I had a good catch today. I've heard all about it. Grace set the bowl on the stone table, her voice sounding a bit subdued. The whole village is talking about how my son caught 38 big yellow croakers and sold them for 110,000. Even people from Dongsha village called to ask about it. Who called? Old Huang from Dongsha village, the shrimp farmer, and your dad's old mahjong partner called to ask if it was true. Zane smiled and sat down on a stone bench in the courtyard. Mom, I want to show you something. He lifted the large yellow croaker he'd saved for the family out of the live well and placed it on a white porcelain plate on the stone table. The golden scales glistened in the afternoon sunlight, and droplets of water still clung to the fish's body. Grace looked at the fish and reached out to touch the scales on its back. Is this a wild yellow croaker? Yeah, 1 gene and 2 liang. It's in excellent condition. How much is this fish worth? About 3,500. Grace pulled her hand back as if she'd been burned. 3,500 for a single fish? You brought it home just to eat. Mom, here we go again. S&T making money supposed to be about living a better life? What is the point of earning money if you can't even treat yourself to a single fish? It's not that I can't bring myself to do it, it's just that. Grace pinched the corner of her apron and rubbed it between her fingers. You're making so much money, but you still need to spend it wisely. Don't go splurging just because it comes easily. Mom, I know what I'm doing. Don't worry. Gordon came back just then, carrying an old fishing net. As he walked in and saw the big yellow croaker on the stone table, his eyes lingered on the fish for 2 seconds. Are we keeping this one? Yeah, we'll steam it for dinner. Gordon walked over to the basin to wash his hands, then sat down on the stone bench and lit a cigarette. After 4 or 5 puffs of silence, he finally spoke up. How do you catch those fish when you went out to sea today? Zane knew exactly what Gordon was asking. The old man had spent his whole life at sea. He wouldn't believe that 38 wild yellow croakers could have just stumbled into the net by luck. Dad, I've got my own way of doing things. What method? I found an area with a dense school of fish, near a group of reefs just offshore, a spot ordinary fishermen don't know about. Gordon glanced at him and took another drag on his cigarette. How did you find that spot? I discovered it on the way back from my last trip. I observed the direction of the ocean currents on the surface and the patterns of the seabirds' activity, and deduced there was a school of fish gathering down there. Zane had prepared this story in advance. It wasn't a complete lie, at least part of it was true. Seabirds do tend to circle above waters teeming with fish. After hearing this, Gordon didn't press the issue, but the look on his face suggested he wasn't entirely convinced. The old fisherman's intuition told him there was more to the story, but he wasn't going to pry into something his son didn't want to talk about. I'll steam that fish tonight. Gordon stubbed out his cigarette and stood up. I've been a fisherman my whole life. Steaming fish is my specialty. Grace rolled her eyes from the side. Last time you steamed fish, you cracked the plate. That was last time. It won't happen this time. You're still being stubborn. Fine, go ahead and steam it. But if you crack it this time, I won't have a new plate to replace it with. Don't worry. Gordon rummaged through the spice rack in the kitchen and found that while they had plenty of scallions, ginger, and garlic, one thing was missing. We're out of steamed fish soy sauce. I told you last time to go buy some in town, but you said it was too expensive. Now look what has happened. Stop nagging. Zawazi, go check the corner store to see if they have any. The corner store doesn't carry steamed fish soy sauce. You have to go to town for that kind of seasoning. Just as Zane was about to say, I'll run to town to get some, the courtyard gate was pushed open from the outside. It was Bruno running in, drenched in sweat and panting heavily. Bro Zane, why couldn't I reach you on your cell? Zane pulled out his phone and saw it was on silent mode, with 4 missed calls. What's up, Zhuang? 2 guys showed up at the dock in a white SUV. They said they're from the city and are looking for you. Looking for me? Who? I don't know them, but they had business cards. I brought them back for you. Bruno pulled a business card from his pocket and handed it to Zane. Zane took it and glanced at it. A few words were printed on the card. Donghai Seafood Group, Premium Ingredients Division, Regional Director, Fong Ziyuan. Next to it was a line of smaller text. National Provider of Premium Seafood Procurement and Supply Chain Solutions. Zane flipped the card over to look at the back. There was no additional information. What did they say? Bruno swallowed hard. Those 2 asked around at the dock. When they heard you caught 38 wild yellow croakers today and sold them for over 110,000, they immediately asked me to lead them here to find you. I told them you weren't at the dock anymore, so they left their business card, saying to have you call them when you're available. They're not leaving today, they're waiting at a hotel in town. Zane slipped the card into his pocket and glanced at the 4 missed calls on his phone. The numbers matched the ones printed on the card. Donghai Seafood Group. He heard that name while he was in the city. It was one of the largest high-end seafood distributors along the entire eastern coast, with operations spanning 5 or 6 provinces and a client base consisting entirely of 5-star hotels and upscale private clubs. It was several tiers above Chan Changming's Yunhai Seafood. Zane unlocked his phone and looked at the missed call number, but didn't rush to call back. He thought for a moment, then sent Lena a message first. Manager Lin, someone from Donghai Seafood Group, came to White Sea Village looking for me today. Do you know this company? Lena's reply came slower than usual. It took nearly 3 minutes. Mr. Su, Donghai Seafood is a leading company in the industry. Their purchasing power is more than 5 times ours. If they reached out to you proactively, it means news of your batch of wild yellow croaker today has already reached municipal level channels. She followed up with another message. I suggest you proceed with caution. It's possible they're trying to secure your exclusive supply rights by offering a high price. Zane read the message and slipped his phone back into his pocket. Gordon's voice drifted in from the kitchen. Zawazi, do we have any soy sauce for steamed fish? No, I'll go buy some in town tomorrow. Then how are we going to steam the fish today? Just use regular soy sauce with a little sugar. It'll do just fine. Just fine? You call that just fine for steamed fish? Grace chimed in from the side. You can't even tell the difference between steamed fish soy sauce and regular soy sauce, yet you're complaining that it'll do just fine? Just let Zawazi do the steaming. I'll steam it myself. I don't need him. Zane ignored the bickering in the kitchen, walked over to the courtyard wall, sat down, and pulled the business card out of his pocket, turning it over and examining it twice. Donghai Seafood Group, Regional Director, Fong Ziyuan. News really travels fast. A deal closed at the dock this morning, and by this afternoon, a major company from the city had already come knocking. Zane put the business card back in his pocket, took out his phone, and dialed the number on it. It rang twice before someone picked up. Hello, is this Mr. Zane Su? The voice on the other end was steady and polite, with a hint of unbridled enthusiasm. This is Fong Ziyuan, Regional Director of the Premium Ingredients Division at Donghai Seafood Group. I apologize for reaching out so abruptly today. Director Fong, I received your business card. Great, Mr. Su. I was wondering if you'd be available to meet and chat tonight? We can go to town or the city, you pick the place, and I'll treat you. Zane glanced toward the kitchen, where Gordon was arguing heatedly with Grace over how much soy sauce to use. I can't make it tonight, I have something to take care of at home. How about tomorrow? We can work around your schedule. Zane thought for 3 seconds. Tomorrow at 10 a.m. at the White Sea Village Pier. No problem. Tomorrow at 10 a.m. I'll be there on time. Zane hung up the phone and slipped it into his pants pocket. A sharp clatter came from the kitchen as a porcelain plate hit the countertop, followed immediately by Gordon's booming shout. All right, the fish is steaming. Nobody touch my pot. Chapter 27. The Bidding War. Zane dialed the number on the business card. It rang twice before someone picked up. Hello? Is this Mr. Zane Su? The voice on the other end was calm and polite, yet carried a hint of unbridled eagerness. This is Fong Ziyuan, Regional Director of the Premium Ingredients Division at Donghai Seafood Group. I apologize for reaching out so abruptly today. Director Fong, I received your business card. Great, Mr. Su. I was wondering if you'd be available to meet and chat tonight. We can go to town or the city, you pick the place, and I'll treat you. Zane glanced toward the kitchen, where Gordon was arguing heatedly with Grace over how much soy sauce to use. I can't make it tonight, I have something to take care of at home. How about tomorrow? We can work around your schedule. Zane thought for a moment. Tomorrow at 10 a.m. at Old Chun's Tea House next to the pier in Baisha Town. I'll be waiting for you there. Okay, that's great, Mr. Su. Old Chun's Tea House at 10 a.m. tomorrow, I'll be there on time. After hanging up, Zane sent Lena another message to let her know about tomorrow's plans. Lena replied, Mr. Su, do you need me to come along? Zane typed 2 words, no. Then, after a moment's thought, he added, look into Fong Ziyuan's background and Donghai Seafood's recent purchasing activities. Send it to me tonight. Lena replied, got it. At dinner, the large yellow croaker Gordon had steamed was served. The plate hadn't tea-cracked. The fish was steamed to perfection, the flesh was pure white and tender, and a whole piece could be lifted with chopsticks without falling apart or being tough. Grace picked up a piece of fish with her chopsticks, put it in her mouth, chewed a couple of times, and her expression changed. Old Su, how did you steam this fish? I lined the bottom with scallion segments, topped it with shredded ginger, steamed it over high heat for 8 minutes, turned off the heat and let it sit for 2 minutes, then drizzled hot oil over it before serving. Gordon held his bowl, his tone even. I wasn't asking about the steps, I mean the flavor. How come it tastes exactly like the yellow croaker we used to eat on the fishing boat? Gordon picked up a piece of flesh from the belly of the fish, put it in his mouth and chewed slowly. Because this is wild caught. It's the same species we used to catch in the ocean, so of course it tastes the same. Grace picked up another piece with her chopsticks, this time from the fish's back. This meat tastes so much better than the yellow croaker sold at the market, not a hint of fishiness, just pure umami. Mom, now you know why one of these goes for over 3,000, right? I know. It's worth the price. Grace said this, but her chopsticks moved noticeably faster. The 3 of them polished off the entire fish, which weighed 1 jin and 2 liang, and she even picked all the meat clean off the bones. After dinner, Zane returned to his room and opened his phone to look at the information Lena had sent him. The information was very detailed. Lena's intelligence gathering skills exceeded his expectations. Fong Ziyuan, 36 years old, Regional Director of the High-End Ingredients Division at Donghai Seafood Group, was in charge of high-end seafood procurement across the 3 provinces along the eastern coast. He had a good reputation in the industry, efficient and fair in his dealings, but Donghai Seafood Group's procurement strategy leaned toward exclusive contracts. Once they set their sights on a high-quality supply channel, they would secure exclusive partnership rights at a high price. Lena added a note at the end. Mr. Su, please note that East Sea Seafood's recent purchase orders indicate they are stocking up for next month's East China Sea International Food Festival. The exhibitors at this festival are all top-tier domestic restaurant brands, and their demand for wild yellow croaker is extremely high. After reviewing the information, Zane turned off his phone. He now had 2 buyers to consider. Chun Changming's Yunhai Seafood is a medium-sized company, but they've already established a foundation of trust through their partnership, and their offer is 10 to 15% above market price. Fong Ziyuan's Donghai Seafood Group is more than 5 times the size of Yunhai Seafood and has stronger purchasing power, but they may demand exclusive supply. He couldn't afford to offend either party, but he also couldn't let either one tie him down. At 9:30 the next morning, Zane drove his pickup truck to Baisha town. Old Chinese tea house was located on an old street next to the pier. The storefront was small, with a few old-fashioned square tables and bamboo chairs inside. A yellowed mirror and several faded ink wash paintings hung on the walls. The owner, Old Chun, was a thin man in his 60s who had spent his entire life brewing tea. When Zane arrived, Fong Ziyuan was already seated by the window, accompanied by a young assistant in a suit. "Mr. Su, hello." Fong Ziyuan stood up and shook Zane's hand with both hands, applying just the right amount of pressure. "Director Fong, please have a seat." Zane sat down across from him, and Old Chun brought over a pot of Tiguanyin tea. "Mr. Su, let me introduce myself first." Fong Ziyuan got straight to the point. Donghai Seafood Group is one of the top 3 premium seafood distributors in the country. Our clients include more than 25-star hotels in China, over a dozen top-tier private dining brands, and 6 Michelin-starred restaurants. Our procurement volume is substantial, but our quality standards are extremely strict. Only the very best products can enter our supply chain. Zane lifted his teacup and took a sip, but didn't respond. Fong Ziyuan continued. "Yesterday, we received word that someone at White Sea Village had caught 38 wild yellow croakers in a single haul, each of which was of a top-tier quality rarely seen on the market. I applied for special approval from headquarters overnight and made a special trip here today to meet with you. Mr. Su, I'd like to ask you a few questions. Please answer directly if you're available." "Go ahead." "First, in which waters was this batch of wild yellow croaker caught?" "In coastal waters. I'm not at liberty to disclose the exact location." "Understood." Fong Ziyuan nodded. "Second, do you have the capacity to supply us on a consistent basis?" "I'm not sure. What's in the sea depends on the weather and luck. I can't guarantee a catch every time." "Third," Fong Ziyuan leaned forward slightly, "if we offer a purchase price 20% higher than what your current partner is paying, would you be willing to grant us priority access to your entire supply of wild yellow croaker?" Zane set down his teacup. 20% higher? Yes, a 20% increase on top of the price you negotiated with Chen Changming. With no quantity limits, we'll take whatever you have. The young assistant beside him had already pulled out a printed copy of the contract and slid it across the table. Zane didn't touch the contract. "Director Fong, let me ask you a question." "Go ahead." "How long can you maintain that 20% premium?" Fong Ziyuan's smile faltered for a moment. "What do you mean?" "What I mean is, you're offering this price today because you're in a hurry to get the goods. Once your food festival's stocking period is over, will this price still hold?" Fong Ziyuan's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly resumed his smile. "Mr. Su, you're very well informed. It's not about being well informed, it's basic business sense. You're offering a high premium because you're in a hurry to get the goods. This premium can't possibly be a long-term arrangement." Fong Ziyuan was silent for a few seconds, then reached out to pick up his teacup and took a sip. "Mr. Su, you're a smart man, so I won't beat around the bush. The Donghai International Food Festival opens on the 15th of next month. The exhibitors are all top-tier culinary brands from across the country, and wild yellow croaker is one of the festival's featured exhibits this year. We need to secure at least 50 wild yellow croakers weighing over 1 gene each before the opening. So far, our entire procurement network has managed to source less than 20. We're facing a significant shortfall. If you can help us fill this gap before the festival, even if it's just 10 or 20 fish, we're willing to purchase them at 4,000 per gene. 4,000 per gene." Zane tapped his finger lightly on the table twice. That was 25% higher than the price he agreed upon with Chen Changming. A wild yellow croaker weighing over 1 gene at 4,000 per gene is worth at least 4,000 per fish, and larger ones can fetch as much as 7 or 8,000. "Director Fong, that price certainly shows good faith." Zane's tone remained even. "But I have a principle. I don't sign exclusive supply agreements with anyone." Fong Ziyuan's hand paused over his teacup. "Mr. Su, if we don't sign an exclusive agreement, I'm afraid this price." "Director Fong, look at it from another angle." Zane interrupted him. "Even without an exclusive agreement, I can still give you priority access to supplies. But if you tie me down with an exclusive deal and later block me from using other channels, I'll feel uncomfortable, and our partnership won't last long. What you want is the product, not just a piece of paper." Fong Ziyuan stared at Zane for 5 or 6 seconds, then smiled. "Mr. Su, how old are you?" 25. Not many 25-year-olds would say something like that. He took the contract back, folded it twice, and stuffed it into his briefcase. All right, no exclusivity. The price stays the same, 4,000 per gene. I'll take whatever you have before the food festival. What about after the food festival? We'll renegotiate the price after it ends based on market conditions at the time, but I guarantee it 1 TB lower than what Chen Changming offered you. Zane thought for a moment, then nodded. Deal. The two clinked their teacups. Fang Ziyuan stood up, pulled a business card from his pocket, and handed it to Zane. This is my personal number. Whenever you have stock, contact me directly. I'm available 24 hours a day. Zane took the card and slipped it into his pocket. Fang Ziyuan walked to the door, then turned back. Mr. Su, let me just add one more thing. Your fishing boat is too small. It's fine for coastal waters, but if you want to reach better fishing grounds, you'll need a bigger boat. Someone else already told me that. That just goes to show everyone has good judgment. Fang Ziyuan smiled as he got into his car. The white SUV turned the corner at the end of the old street and disappeared. Zane sat in the tea house and drank half a pot of tea before pulling out his phone and calling Lena. Manager Lin, let President Chun know that Donghai Seafood has quoted me 4,000 per gene. There was a 3-second silence on the other end of the line. Mr. Su, what do you mean by that? I mean, I want General Manager Chun to be aware of the market conditions. As for what he thinks or decides to do, that's his own business. Lena was silent for another 2 seconds. I understand, Mr. Su. I'll pass that along exactly as you said. Also, Manager Lin, I'm not using this price to threaten General Manager Chun. My partnership with him 1T change. I'll continue supplying him as usual, but I'll give Donghai Seafood priority for this batch of yellow croaker. All right, I'll make that clear to General Manager Chun. After hanging up, Zane got up, paid the bill, and walked out of the tea house. The sea breeze from the pier blew in his face, and he squinted as he gazed out at the distant ocean. His phone vibrated again in his pocket. It was a message from Lena. Mr. Chun said he understands. It's fine for you to sell this batch of yellow croaker to Donghai Seafood first, but for the next batch of abalone and sea cucumbers, he wants first refusal. Zane replied with a single word, okay. He started the pickup truck and headed toward White Sea Village, his mind already calculating the plan for his next fishing trip. There were still 20 days until the food festival. Fang Ziyuan wanted 50 wild yellow croakers weighing over 1 gene each, leaving a shortfall of more than 30. That quantity would be a pipe dream for anyone else. But for him, the cooldown time for the power of the sea god was 6 hours, meaning he could use it twice a day. As long as he could find an area with dense schools of fish, 20 days would be more than enough. His phone vibrated again, a text message from an unknown number. Hello, Mr. Su. I'm Vice President Liu from the headquarters of the Donghai Fisheries Group. Fang Ziyuan has already briefed me on your intention to collaborate. We're very impressed with your supply capacity. If it's convenient, I'd like to discuss a larger framework for cooperation with you. Zane glanced at the text, locked his phone, and tossed it onto the passenger seat. A larger partnership framework. He chuckled, pressed the gas pedal, and the pickup accelerated along the coastal highway toward White Sea Village. First things first, let us get the fish. Chapter 28. A sudden surge in value. Over the next 18 days, Zane went out to sea almost every other day. His target for each trip was clear: Reef Cluster number 2 and a newly marked area number 3 further south. Both locations had high fish density, and combined with the attracting power of the sea goddess force, he never came back empty-handed. First trip, 12 fish. Second trip, 15 fish. On the third trip, he changed course and headed east for half an hour, discovering a deep water reef area he'd never visited before. After unleashing the power of the sea god, the school of fish it attracted was larger than on either of the previous 2 trips. He hauled in 21 fish in a single net. Over the course of 18 days, he went out to sea 9 times, hauling in a total of 107 wild yellow croakers. 73 of them weighed over 1 gene, and the largest one reached 2 gene and 1 liang. Every time Zane returned from a trip, a crowd would gather at the dock. The villagers of White Sea Village had grown completely accustomed to this scene. Zane's pickup truck parked beside the dock, with Leon unloading live well buckets from the boat, each brimming with golden yellow croakers. Starting with the third trip, people from neighboring villages began making special trips just to watch. Zane didn't sell all the fish to Fang Ziyuan. Of the 73 large yellow croakers weighing over 1 gene each, 50 were supplied first to the Donghai Aquatic Products Group, settled at a price of 4,000 per gene, totaling 196,000. The remaining 23 fish weighing over 1 gene, along with 34 weighing less than 1 gene, were supplied in batches to Chan Changming's Yunhai Seafood. Chan Changming proactively raised the purchase price to 3,500 per gene, though he didn't match Donghai Aquatic Products' price of 4,000. He demonstrated sufficient goodwill. The total payment received for these fish was just over 127,000. Combining both channels, his income from wild large yellow croaker alone over the 18-day period totaled just over 320,000. On top of that, during that time he had also casually caught quite a few abalones, sea cucumbers, and grouper near the reef clusters. These miscellaneous items were sold through Chan Changming's regular purchasing channels, contributing nearly 40,000 yuan in additional revenue. Add to that the 247,000 yuan already in his account. Zane sat on a stone bench in his backyard and opened his mobile banking app to check his balance. Exactly 614,000 yuan. Wait, that's not right. He scrolled down through his transaction history and discovered that another final payment from Fong Lei for the pearl auction had come through 23,000. There was also an extra bonus payment from Fong Ziyuan after the last shipment arrived. In Fong Ziyuan's own words, the Food Festival Organizing Committee had given the ingredients a perfect score, so he was personally treating Zane to tea listed as a consulting fee in the transaction details, amounting to 20,000. Adding up these small amounts, the balance came to 657,003. It had been less than a month since he returned to the village. Zane locked his screen and set his phone on the stone table. Grace came out of the house carrying a plate of washed grapes. Looking at your phone again? What are you looking at? Checking my accounts. What is so interesting about your accounts? You look at them every day. Mom, I want to talk to you about something. Grace set the grapes on the table and sat down across from him. Go ahead. Our family pickup truck has been running for over a year now. It's still in decent shape, but it's not very convenient for loading cargo in the back. I'd like to buy a bigger vehicle. What kind of vehicle? A small cargo van for hauling goods, and another one for family use at LL make it easier for you and Dad to get around. Grace peeled a grape, popped it into her mouth, and chewed it a couple of times. You want to buy 2 more cars? Yeah. Are you just going to spend whatever money you have? Mom, this isn't a waste of money. The small truck is for business. We'll have more and more cargo to ship out to sea, and the pickup just 1 TB big enough. What about the family car? You and Dad have to walk half an hour just to catch the bus to town to buy groceries. It'd be so much more convenient to have a car. The corners of Grace's mouth twitched. She put up a tough front, but her eyes had already softened. Your dad doesn't know how to drive. I'll teach him. He can study for the written and theory tests on his phone, and I'll take him to practice for the driving tests. Your dad's 60 years old. Why would he need a driver's license? 60 isn't the same as 80. Old Lou in town is 63, and he just got his license. Grace fell silent, lowering her head to peel grapes, but her pace had noticeably slowed, a sign that she was deep in thought. Do you really have enough money to buy 2 cars? Zane unlocked his phone and flashed the balance screen at Grace. Grace's grape fell onto the table. She stared at the numbers on the screen for 5 seconds, then looked up at Zane. Over 600,000? Yeah. Didn't you say last month when you came back that you only had a little over 3,000 left? That was last month. I earned this month. Grace picked up the grape that had fallen on the table, wiped it on the hem of her shirt, popped it into her mouth and chewed on it for a long time. Did you really make this much money fishing at sea? Mom, you see me go out to sea every day, bringing back so many buckets of fresh catch. Every sale has a bank transfer record. You can judge for yourself whether this money is legit or not. I'm not saying your money is ill-gotten, I just think it's way too much. Grace lowered her voice and glanced toward the courtyard gate. Don't go telling everyone about this. If the villagers find out about this amount, all hell will break loose. I haven't told anyone, but every time I make a deal at the dock, a crowd gathers to watch. They probably have a pretty good idea of how much I've sold. Then you definitely can't make a big deal out of it. Your dad told you, didn't he? Don't flaunt your wealth. I know, Mom. Do you approve of the car or not? Grace stood up, cleared away the grape plate, took a couple of steps, then turned back and added, it's your money, so you decide, but don't buy anything too expensive, just something practical. Zane chuckled. That meant she agreed. He pulled out his phone, just as he was about to look up car models, when the courtyard gate swung open again. Gordon walked in carrying a bundle of old ropes he'd just hauled back from the dock. He tossed the ropes into the corner and sat down on the stone bench. Has Fong Ziyuan settled all the payments? All settled. He wired the payment for the last shipment the very same day. Gordon lit a cigarette and took 2 puffs. Is that guy from Donghai Seafood reliable? He's decent enough, generous with his offers and quick to pay, but we'll have to keep an eye on him. Gordon took another puff and fell silent for a moment. Are you planning to keep fishing like this? Zane glanced at him. Dad, what do you mean? What I mean is, the ocean's resources aren't endless. You've caught over 100 yellow croakers this month alone. How long can the fish stocks in that area last? Zane didn't answer right away. Gordon had hit the nail on the head. I know. I've thought about that. Zane traced a circle on the stone table with his finger. I want to fish in the same spot back to back. Next, I'll move to a different area, and I'll wait at least half a month between visits to each marked spot, giving the fish time to recover. Also, I plan to expand my search range, heading further out into the coastal waters to find new fishing grounds. Gordon took another drag on his cigarette and stubbed it out in the ashtray on the edge of the stone table. You're right about that. If you take just a little from the sea, it'll grow back. But if you overfish it, it won't. The fishermen in your grandfather's generation had a rule. Never fish the same grounds 3 times in a row. Once you're done, move on and let the sea catch its breath. I know, Dad. I'll keep that in mind. Gordon stood up and started toward the house, but stopped after taking 2 steps. Your mom said you're planning to buy some cars? Yeah, one for hauling cargo and one for the family. For the family car, get one with plenty of cargo space. Your mom loves to buy all sorts of odds and ends at the town market and stuff them into the car. Got it. Gordon went inside, then poked his head out the window about 10 seconds later. About getting my driver's license, check it out for me and let me know. Zane leaned against the stone table and chuckled, then pulled out his phone to look up nearby driving schools. Bruno called. Bro Zane, are you free tonight? What's up? I want to treat you to dinner to celebrate. You made so much this month, it's not too much to ask for a barbecue. Is it? I'm treating you? S&T, it's supposed to be the other way around. Come on, Zane, don't be so picky. How about this? I'll pick the place and you pick up the tab. There's a new barbecue joint that just opened in town, and I've been wanting to try it for ages. Shuang, your logic is pretty out there. All right, I'll treat you. Bring Xiao Jun along too. See you in town tonight. Got it, Zane. I'll go get Xiao Jun right now. Zane hung up the phone, slipped it into his pocket, and walked over to the courtyard wall to glance at the alley beyond. The alley was quiet. The evening sunlight slanted across the walls of the old houses, and Aunt Leah's dog from next door was dozing by the doorway. 657,003. It was his 26th day back in the village. A month ago, he had only 3,000 yuan left to take the long-distance bus home now. Even he found the number on his bank card hard to believe. But this was just the beginning. He hadn't yet explored that 25-meter deep oceanic rift. That bright golden speck of light within the rift was still waiting for him. He needed a bigger boat, better equipment, and a more robust logistical support system. 650,000 was enough to buy a decent medium-sized fishing boat. But he didn't want to pour all his money into a boat just yet. He needed to sort out his current affairs first. His phone rang again. This time it was Leon. Brother Zay, Brother Zhuang said we're having barbecue tonight? Right, at that new place in town. Be there by 7. Got it, Brother Zay. By the way, I want to ask you something. Go ahead. Is my probation period over yet? Zane glanced at his calendar. Leon had been working with him for nearly 3 weeks now, going out to sea every day to haul buckets and haul in nets, without slacking off even once. It's over. So, what about my pay? Starting tomorrow, your base salary is 6,000 a month. You'll also get an extra commission for each trip out to sea, 3% of the total catch value for that day. There was a 3-second silence on the other end of the line. Bro Zane, 3%? Think that's too little? No, that's plenty. 3% of that 110,000 shipment last time was 3,300. Add that to the base pay, and I'll make over 10,000 a month. Leon's voice was trembling. Bro Zane, I only made 4,000 a month delivering packages in the city. Well, you're making more now than you did delivering packages. Work hard. Bro Zane, don't worry, I'll work my ass off for you. Don't risk your life, just put in the effort. Save your life for later. After hanging up, Zane changed his clothes and got ready to head out. Grace poked her head out from the kitchen. "Aren't you eating dinner at home tonight?" "I'm going out for barbecue with Brother Zhuang and the guys." "Don't drink too much. Aren't you going out to sea tomorrow?" "Got it, Mom." Zane drove his pickup truck out of the village and headed toward Baisha town along the coastal highway. As he passed the pier, he glanced out at the sea. Small fishing boats lay quietly moored to the pier, swaying in the twilight. It really was time to replace this boat. As he drove, he ran the numbers in his head. If he were to buy a larger boat, a 12-meter medium-sized fishing vessel equipped with a proper diesel engine and refrigeration equipment, the market price would range from $400,000 to $600,000. Chun Changming had mentioned he had a partner shipyard that could offer an insider price at a 30% discount. That would come to $300,000 to $400,000. Add in the necessary fishing gear, nets, and safety equipment, and that would cost an additional $50,000 to $80,000. The total investment would be between $350,000 and $480,000. Subtracting $450,000 from the remaining $650,000 would leave him with about $200,000 in working capital. $20,000 would be enough to cover operating expenses, but it wasn't exactly a comfortable cushion. He'd need to make 2 more trips. The food festival at Fang Ziyuan's place had already ended, but he said he'd continue buying at market prices afterward, so the channel was still open. He'll make 2 more trips out to sea, focusing on the previously marked areas he hasn't searched yet, and push the balance past 1 million before considering buying a boat. 1 million. On his first day back in the village, all he thought about was earning 10,000 yuan to cover emergencies. Now he's thinking about how to push his balance past 1 million. People's appetites really do grow along with their capabilities. The pickup truck drove into the streets of Baisha town, and he pulled up in front of the newly opened barbecue restaurant. Bruno and Leon were already waiting at the entrance, and Zhuanggu was holding up 2 skewers of raw lamb that hadn't been grilled yet. "Zhuanggu, look, they skewer the lamb fresh right here. It's fresh." "Zhuang, did you even check their raw meat?" "Of course. When eating barbecue, you have to inspect the ingredients first. That's basic etiquette." The 3 of them went inside and found a table in the corner to sit down. Zane ordered a table full of skewers and beer. Bruno's appetite was astonishing within 10 minutes. He polished off 20 skewers of lamb and 10 of pork belly. Leon's face turned red after just 2 beers, but he wasn't drunk. As he ate, he briefed Zane. "Zane, there's something I forgot to mention today." "What is it?" "This afternoon, while you weren't at the dock, 2 people pulled up in a black sedan, saying they wanted to talk business with you." Zane paused for a moment as he held a skewer. "More people?" "Yeah, a man and a woman." The man was in his 30s and dressed quite smartly. The woman was in her 20s and carrying a notebook. She looked like an assistant. "What did they say?" "They said they were from some kind of seafood supply chain platform and wanted to discuss an online sales partnership with you. They left a WeChat ID for you to add when you're free." Leon handed him a slip of paper with a WeChat ID written on it. Zane glanced at it and tucked it into his pocket. Bruno, munching on a chicken wing, chimed in with his mouth full. "Bro Zane, you're really in high demand right now. The folks from Donghai Seafood just left, and here come new ones. In a few days, will a publicly traded company be coming to see you? Bro Zhuang, just eat your food." "I was just reflecting. Zane, you've only been back in the village for a month, and the entire Baisha town seafood industry already knows who you are. That's way too fast." Zane took a sip of beer but said nothing. It really had been fast. So fast that even he needed to hit the brakes and figure out where to go next. Chapter 29. The old village chief steps in. The next day at noon, while Zane was eating at home, there was a loud pounding on the courtyard gate. "Is Zane home?" Grace put down her chopsticks and stood up, her expression changing instantly. That voice. Zane glanced at her. "Who is it?" "Your second aunt." Grace's lips turned down slightly, but she still walked over and opened the door. 2 people were standing at the doorway. A plump woman in her 40s with permed, auburn-red curls, wearing a sequin top and carrying a plastic bag containing 2 cartons of discounted milk from the supermarket. Beside her was a young man in his early 20s, wearing a colorful, trendy t-shirt and clutching a pillow, as if he were ready to move in at any moment. "Sister Guilan, it's been ages." The plump woman's smile creased her face with wrinkles as she shoved the bag of milk into Grace's hands. "I brought you guys a little something, nothing much, really." Grace took the bag of milk and forced a smile. "Tohua, what brings you here?" "Just came to see you guys visiting family, you know." We haven't been to White Sea Village in ages. Though she said this, the plump woman's eyes were already darting around the yard glancing at the pickup truck, then sweeping over the equipment and the water tank in the yard. Zane had overheard most of the conversation from inside. He stood up and walked out into the yard. Auntie! Oh my Zawazi! Suihwa's eyes lit up, and she hurried over to look Zane up and down. You've grown so tall you're half a head taller than your second uncle now. You look much more lively after working out there for a few years. She turned around and tugged at the young man behind her. One, call me bro. The young man called out weakly. Bro Zane. Zane glanced at him. Is this Xiao Wen? Yeah, your cousin Zhang Wen. Don't you remember? You two used to play in the mud together when you were little. Zane did have a vague memory of him, but that was more than a decade ago. Grace, standing nearby, set the bag of milk on the shoe rack by the door. Zane glanced at the date on the carton. It would expire in 3 days. Suihua, have a seat and have some water. Sure, Sister Guilan. You're too kind. Suihua sat down on the stone bench and started talking before she even had a chance to settle in. Sister Guilan, I heard Zane S. made a fortune recently? Grace's expression changed slightly. Who told you that? I heard it from old Huang in Dongsha village. He said Zane caught dozens of wild yellow croakers and sold them for several $100,000. The whole town's been buzzing about it. Suihua spoke faster and faster. Sister Guilan, I'll be blunt. You know our family's situation. My second uncle isn't in good health and can't do heavy labor. So our family relies on me running a stall at the vegetable market to make ends meet. One graduated from college, but still hasn't found a job. He has been sitting at home doing nothing for nearly a year. She pulled Zhang Wen over and pushed him toward Zane. Zawazi, look, One isn't a dumb kid. He just hasn't had a good opportunity yet. Your business is doing so well now. Could you take your cousin under your wing? Zane glanced at Zhang Wen. Take him under my wing for what? Anything at all. He could go out to sea with you, run errands for you, or even help you keep track of the accounts when you're selling fish. Zhang Wen yawned from the side and set his pillow down on the stone table. Mom, don't negotiate for me. I'll handle this myself. He looked at Zane, his tone nonchalant. Bro Zane, what my mom's saying is that she wants me to tag along with you. You're making good money now, and taking me along wouldn't be any trouble. I don't need much, just $3,000 or $4,000 a month for living expenses. Zane looked at the pillow on the stone table, then at the pair of unlaced limited edition sneakers on his feet. Can you swim? Not really. Do you get seasick? I don't know, I've never been on a boat. Can you lift a 50-gene bucket of live fish? Zhang Wen looked down at his hands, slender and pale, with neatly trimmed nails. 50-gene? That's a bit heavy. I senti it. Zane turned to Suihua. Auntie, the work I do out at sea is physically demanding. We set out at 5 in the morning every day, bake in the sun all day long, and hauling buckets and pulling in nets are all heavy labor. By the end of the day, I'm soaked through and my hands are covered in cuts. This isn't a job just anyone can do. I already have one helper. I don't need anyone else for now. Suihua's smile began to falter. Zane, you don't necessarily have to go out to sea. Don't you have work to do on land too? Delivering goods, running errands, keeping the books, that sort of thing. One is a college graduate, after all. Surely he can do some lighter work. Second aunt, it's not that I don't want to help, it's just that I really don't have a suitable position for her here. Suihua's face darkened, and the smile at the corners of her mouth vanished completely. Zane, do you look down on your second uncle's family? Grace, sitting nearby, couldn't stay quiet any longer. Suihua, that's not what Zane meant. Then what does he mean? He has made hundreds of thousands himself, and he won't even give his own relatives a hand. It's not that I want help. Zane's tone was calm. Auntie, if you make Xiao Wen work with me, do you really think he can last a whole day on the boat? Can he get up at 5 in the morning? Can he handle 8 hours of sun out at sea? Suihua fell silent, but the look on her face was already grim. Zhang Wen was leaning against the stone table nearby, playing with his phone, looking as if the whole thing had nothing to do with him. The atmosphere turned tense. A cough sounded from the courtyard entrance. Zane turned to look. It was Lu Dushing, the elderly village chief of White Sea Village, 65 years old, lean and wiry, wearing a white shirt that had been washed countless times, neatly tucked into his belt. Zawazi, your dad asked me to come take a look. Lu Dushing walked into the courtyard, his gaze sweeping over Suihua and Zhang Wen before settling on Zane. Got guests. Uncle Lu. This is my second aunt and my cousin. Lu Dishing nodded and stood beside the stone table without sitting down. Suihua recognized Lu Dishing even if she weren't very familiar with the village. She knew he was the village chief. Hello, village chief Lu. Good, good, good. Lu Dishing smiled, then turned to Zane. Zane, your dad asked me to tell you something. About your boat taking up space at the dock. I've worked things out with old Joe, the dock manager. I've secured a permanent berth for you, and the monthly fee will be deducted from your rent starting next month. There's one more thing. Lu Dishing's tone was casual, but his words carried weight. Lately, more and more outsiders have been coming to the village to see you. Every time, a crowd gathers at the dock to watch, disrupting the other fishermen's work. I've already discussed this with your dad. From now on, anyone coming to talk business with you will need to register at the village committee first. I'll act as a filter for you. Your father knows exactly who you should and shouldn't be meeting with. When you're away, he'll handle the screening for you. Zane glanced at Lu Dishing. The old village chief's gaze was calm, but his meaning was clear. These words weren't just meant for Zane. A hint of unease flashed across Tsuehua's face. Village Chief Lu. I'm Zawazi's second aunt-in-law, a relative. Not someone from out of town here to discuss business. I know. It's always good to keep in touch with family. Lu Dishing smiled warmly. But Zawazi really has been very busy lately. Even though you're visiting family, please don't stay too long. Let him get some rest, he has to go out to sea tomorrow. Tsuehua's mouth opened slightly, then closed again. She could, of course, tell that the old village chief was giving them the hint to leave. After a few seconds of silence, Tsuehua stood up, brushed off her pants, and tugged at Zhang Wen's arm. Let us go, Wenwen. We're heading back. Zhang Wen picked up the pillow from the stone table and lazily stood up after her. Tsuehua walked to the courtyard gate and glanced back at Zane. Zane, think carefully about what your second aunt said. It's only right for relatives to help one another. You can't forget your own family just because you've made it big. Zane didn't respond. Grace saw them off at the gate, her expression a mix of something between awkwardness and resignation. Tsuehua, drive carefully on the way back. Tsuehua walked away without looking back, and the minivan she hitched a ride in started up with a hum and drove out of the alley. Grace closed the courtyard gate, walked back to the stone table, sat down and sighed. That's just how your second aunt is. The moment she hears someone struck it rich, she's the first to run over. Mom, you don't have to feel awkward about things like this in the future. I won meddle in matters that aren't my business. Lu Dishing was still standing in the courtyard. He glanced at Zane and chuckled. Zane, you've got the exact same work ethic as your dad. Uncle Lu, thanks so much for your help this time. Don't mention it. Your dad and I have been friends for ages. He asked me to come, so I came. Just focus on your work from now on. Your dad and I will handle all the village's trivial matters. Lu Dishing patted Zane on the shoulder and turned to walk out of the courtyard. After taking a couple of steps, he turned back and added, if you really do end up getting a bigger boat, your dad asked me to check with you, is that old berth at the dock big enough? If not, there's a stretch of shoreline by the village committee that could be turned into a makeshift boathouse. I'll handle the paperwork for you. Zane watched Lu Dishing's back as he walked out of the alley and turned the corner, then sat on the stone bench for a while. Grace was washing dishes in the kitchen. The clatter of plates and bowls drifted through the window. Gordon hadn't shown up yet. He was probably still at the dock. But he'd taken care of everything that needed to be arranged. The old village chief's visit wasn't a coincidence. Gordon had called him in advance. The old man never said much, but he always thought of everything ahead of time. Zane picked up his phone and sent Gordon a message. Dad, thanks. 5 minutes later, Gordon replied with a single character. Chapter 30, Leisurely Days. Zane didn't go out to sea for the next 3 days. For one thing, a southeasterly wind had been blowing for 2 days. With waves nearly a meter high, it wasn't safe for a small boat to go out. For another, he really needed some rest. 18 consecutive days of intense work at sea had taken a heavy toll on his body, and the calluses on his hands hadn't fully hardened yet. On the first day, he slept in until 9 in the morning, a rare luxury for him. Grace was hanging laundry in the yard when she saw him emerge from the house with his hair a mess, and she muttered under her breath. Finally decided to get up. Zane splashed some water on his face and sat down at the stone table in the yard. Grace brought him a bowl of plain rice porridge and 2 plates of pickled vegetables. Mom, is there any yellow croaker left in the fridge? Yes, There's still half of the yellow croaker you left over last time. It's in the freezer. Take it out to thaw. I want to grill it for lunch. Grill it? You're going to grill fish at home? Yeah, yellow croaker over charcoal. I saw a recipe online and want to give it a try. Grace gave him a look. Do you know how to grill it? If I don't know how, I can learn. It's not that hard. Just don't burn the kitchen down. After finishing his kanji, Zane went next door to Old Sue's house to borrow a cast iron grill. Old Sue's grill had been brought back from the city by his son 2 years ago and had been gathering dust in the storage room ever since. Zane, go ahead and use it. We don't even use it once a year.
Thanks, unsosu.
I'll bring it back in a couple of days.
No rush, no rush.
If you grill up something good, just bring me a serving to try. Zane carried the grill home, set it up in the yard, and then went to the corner store to buy a bag of charcoal and some aluminum foil. On his way back, he ran into Bruno de Zhuang was coming from the pier, carrying a basket of fresh oysters on his shoulder. Bro Zane, aren't you going out to sea today? Taking a couple of days off. Grilling fish at home. What kind of fish? Yellow croaker. Bruno stopped in his tracks. You're grilling yellow croaker? A fish that costs 3,000 or 4,000. You're going to grill that? Is it not okay to grill it? It's not that it's not okay, it's just a bit extravagant. I senti it? Bro de Zhuang, last time I treated you to a barbecue, it cost over 300. Did you think that barbecue was good? It was good. So do you think spending over 300 on a barbecue is extravagant? No, it's a normal expense. Well, if I grill a fish I caught myself at home, the only cost is a bag of charcoal and some seasoning. It's way cheaper than going to a barbecue restaurant. Bruno thought about it for a moment and realized he had a point. Now that you mention it, say you're right. Are you coming over to eat? Sure. I'll definitely be there. Bruno shifted the basket of oysters to the other shoulder. I'll bring this basket of oysters over too, we can grill them together. All right, noon at my place. Zane went home and started getting ready. He took the yellow croaker out of the fridge to thaw. Half a fish weighed about 7 liang. He looked up how to charcoal grill yellow croaker online. It was actually quite simple. Score the fish a few times to help the flavors penetrate. Rub it with salt and pepper. Drizzle a little cooking wine over it. Marinate for 15 minutes. Then wrap it in aluminum foil and grill it over charcoal. Grace watched as he sprinkled seasoning on the fish. You're using way too much salt. Mom, this is grilled fish, not steamed fish. You need more salt to bring out the flavor. More doesn't mean this much. Look at how much you've sprinkled. Fine, 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 you do it. Grace pushed him aside, pinched a small pinch of salt, and sprinkled it evenly over the fish. See? That's the right amount. Zane stood obediently to the side, watching. Mom, why don't you just grill it for me? I don't know how to grill fish. You do it yourself, I'll just handle the salt. Gordon came back from outside. As he entered the yard, he saw the grill set up and the charcoal already burning, and stood there for a moment. Grilling fish? Yeah. What kind of charcoal are you using? Machine-made charcoal from the corner store. Gordon walked over, crouched down beside the grill, and picked up a piece of charcoal to examine it. This charcoal is too crumbly, the heat won't stay steady. For grilling fish, it's best to use fruitwood charcoal. There's a dead longan tree in Old Sue's backyard. It was snapped by the last typhoon. I'll go cut a couple of branches, chop them up, and use them for fuel. Dad, you know about this stuff? Of course. You weren't even born yet when your dad used to grill fish out on the boat. Gordon turned and walked out the backyard gate. About 10 minutes later, he returned carrying 2 thick longan tree branches. He chopped them into small pieces in the corner of the yard and placed them under the charcoal fire. Once the fruitwood charcoal caught fire, it was indeed different. The heat was even and long-lasting, and it gave off a faint, fresh, fruity aroma. Dad, come on up. What? Come up here and help me grill. You've got experience points. Gordon glanced at the half-yellow croaker wrapped in aluminum foil on the grill and reached out to adjust the way it was wrapped. You're wrapping it wrong. You need to leave an opening in the foil for the steam to escape. If it's completely sealed, the fish will steam until it's too soft and get that crispy texture. He tore a small slit in the side of the foil. Also, keep the fish farther from the flames. Yellow croaker has thin flesh. If the heat is too intense, the outside will burn before the inside is cooked through. Zane took a step back, watching Gordon crouch beside the grill. With one hand holding the edge of the foil and the other flipping the fish, his movements were surprisingly skilled. Dad, Did you used to grill fish on the boat a lot? When I was young, I did go out to the open sea with your grandpa. We did be gone for 3 or 4 days at a time. There was no way to cook on the boat, and who could stand eating dry rations every day? Gordon flipped the fish over as the charcoal crackled. Sometimes when we caught small fish, we did just set up a wire mesh at the stern and grill them right there. Your grandpa was much better at grilling fish than I am. He had a secret seasoning recipe. And to this day, I still don't know what went into it. Grandpa had a secret recipe? Fishermen of your grandfather's generation all had their own secrets they didn't share with outsiders, not just seasonings, but the know-how for finding fish, reading the sky, and tracking ocean currents. Those are things you can't learn from books. Zane crouched nearby, listening to Gordon talk. It was a rare moment when the old man was so talkative. It's a shame your grandfather passed away so early. He didn't have time to teach me so many things. Gordon's voice dropped a notch. But it doesn't matter. You're already much better at finding fish than your grandfather ever was. Dad. You should flip that fish over, it's starting to smell burnt. I know. Don't rush me. Gordon frantically flipped the fish over. The edges of the foil were already turning slightly black. Grace heard the comment about the burnt smell from inside the house and immediately poked her head out the kitchen window. You're going to burn it again, aren't you? It's not burnt, it's not. A little charred makes it even more fragrant. Last time you steamed fish, you almost cracked the plate, and this time you almost burned the fish. Old Sue. Why does something almost go wrong every time you cook? Bruno showed up at the courtyard gate at exactly 11:50, carrying the basket of oysters on his shoulder. Brother Zay, I'm here. As soon as he walked in, he caught the aroma of charcoal and sniffed the air. That smells great. Are you grilling? Brother Zhuang. Come quick, it's just coming out of the oven. Gordon unfolded the foil to reveal half a large yellow croaker lying inside, its surface lightly charred and golden. The flesh was fully cooked and still steaming, and the fish, grilled over fruitwood charcoal, had taken on a faint smoky hue. Zane picked up a piece of flesh from the fish's back with his chopsticks and popped it into his mouth. The texture of the fish wasn't as tender as steamed fish nor as dry as fried fish. It was somewhere in between. The outer layer was slightly crispy, while the flesh inside was firm yet smooth. With each bite, his mouth filled with the distinctive sweet and savory flavor of yellow croaker. The delicate aroma of fruitwood charcoal blended with the fish's natural umami, almost melting on his tongue. Delicious. Zane picked up another piece. Zhuang, try some. Bruno picked up a piece with his chopsticks, put it in his mouth, chewed a couple of times, then froze with his chopsticks suspended midair. Jade. This fish, it's nothing like any fish I've ever eaten before. You don't have to exaggerate that much. I'm not exaggerating. This umami flavor seeps right out of the bones. A barbecue joint could never replicate this taste. Grace took a bite as well, then glanced at Gordon. Old Sue, this grilled fish is better than your steamed fish. Gordon held his bowl without saying a word, but the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. The oysters were also placed on the grill. The basket Bruno had brought contained some sizable oysters. After just 2 or 3 minutes over the charcoal fire, the shells opened, and the white, tender oyster meat inside steamed within the shells. Zane drizzled a spoonful of garlic sauce over each grilled oyster. With a sizzle, the aroma of garlic mingled with the briny flavor of the oysters and rose into the air. The 4 of them gathered around the stone table to eat the grilled fish and oysters. Grace also brought out a plate of cold shredded kelp salad and a bowl of white rice from the kitchen. Leon heard about it over the phone and rushed over too, carrying 2 bottles of soda as he walked in. Bro Zane, I'm here to pig out too. Have a seat. Help yourself to some chopsticks. The 5 of them enjoyed a grilled fish feast in the courtyard, eating from noon until 2 p.m. They polished off a whole basket of oysters, and half the yellow croaker was eaten down to the bones. Finally, Grace used the fish bones to simmer a pot of soup, and everyone had a bowl. Bruno rubbed his round, full belly as he leaned back on the stone bench. Brother Zay, from now on, I'm coming over to your place for a meal once a week. You're welcome to come, but bring your own meat. Then can I bring a basket of oysters every time? Brother Zhuang, those oysters you dug up yourself didn't cost you anything. Who says it doesn't cost anything? Digging for oysters takes effort, you know? Leon, slurping his soup nearby, chimed in quietly. Zhuang, the labor cost of that basket of oysters is about 100 times less than the price of half that big yellow croaker Brother Zay bought. Why are you getting so involved? We've already eaten, now you're running the numbers for me? Everyone in the courtyard burst into laughter. Gordon sat in the corner, barely joining in the laughter, but he already polished off 3 bowls of fish soup. Life was like the afternoon sunlight slowly bathing the stone table in the courtyard, stretching everyone's shadows long and thin. Zane sat beside the stone table, watching everyone's faces, and suddenly felt that this kind of life was pretty good. But he knew deep down that a good life needed a solid foundation to sustain it. Relying solely on his small boat and meager savings was far from enough. He glanced down at the weather forecast on his phone. The day after tomorrow would be sunny, with winds dropping below force 2. Once the wind died down, he'd have to head out to sea. But before he set sail, there was one more thing he needed to take care of. At 9 p.m., after taking a shower, Zane sat in his room, picked up his phone, and dialed Chun Changming's number. "Mr. Chun, do you have a moment to talk?" "Mr. Su, go ahead. You mentioned earlier that your company has a partnership yard where you can get an internal rate. Is that still on the table?" Chun Changming chuckled on the other end of the line. "Of course it is. Are you planning to buy a boat?" "I'm considering it a medium-sized fishing boat around 12 meters, diesel-powered, with a refrigerated hold. Could you check what the price range is for me?" "Sure. I'll get back to you tomorrow." After hanging up, Zane dialed Fong Ziyuan's number. "Director Fong, I'd like to ask you about something unrelated to fish." "Go ahead, Mr. Su. Does your company, Donghai Aquaculture, handle any business related to leasing maritime areas or contracting islands?" There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the line. "Mr. Su, are you thinking of leasing an island?" "I'm considering it. I can look into uninhabited island resources for you, but this involves approvals from the Marine Administration and local government, so the procedures are quite complicated. First, see if there are any suitable ones nearby. It doesn't need to be very large, and it shouldn't be too far from White Sea Village. Preferably an uninhabited island as long as the paperwork can be processed." "Sure, Mr. Su. I'll look into it for you." Zane hung up the phone, leaned back against the headboard, and stared at the ceiling. Buying a large boat, leasing an uninhabited island. Once these 2 things were accomplished, the scope of his coastal fishing operations would be completely different. A large boat meant he could operate in farther and deeper waters, and a refrigerated hold meant he could stay at sea longer without having to rush back every day. An uninhabited island meant having his own forward base, where he could build temporary warehouses and a dock to store equipment and fresh catch nearby, drastically shortening the logistics distance from the fishing grounds to the shipping point. And that 25-meter-deep underwater rift lay about 12 nautical miles southeast of White Sea Village. If he could find an uninhabited island near the rift to serve as a base, his overall operational efficiency would increase several-fold. Zane rolled over and turned off the light. He'd have a busy day ahead tomorrow. Chapter 31. Leasing an unnamed deserted island. 3 days later, when Fong Ziyuan called, Zane was checking the fishing nets at the dock. "Mr. Su, I've looked into the island." Zane set the net aside and answered the call. "Go ahead. About 9 nautical miles southeast of White Sea Village, there's an unnamed islet. It covers an area of about 32 mu, has no freshwater sources, no residents, and no record of development. Administratively, it falls under the jurisdiction of Baisha Town and is currently classified as an unused marine resource." "What are the conditions like?" "I had someone take a few photos and sent them to you on WeChat. The island has some natural vegetation, though not much. The terrain is relatively flat, and there's a small natural cove suitable for a simple dock. But there's no infrastructure on the island at all. You'll have to provide your own water and electricity." Zane opened WeChat to look at the photos. The island wasn't large viewed from the air. It resembled an irregular oval, with a coastline surrounded by reefs. Slightly north of the center was a patch of low-lying trees, and in the southwest corner was a small, indented cove. The water in the cove was calm and a clear, pale green. "How far is this island from the deep water rift I marked?" "I looked up the approximate coordinates you gave me earlier. The straight-line distance is about 3 nautical miles. 3 nautical miles. It would take only 20 minutes by boat to reach the rift from the island." "What's the process for obtaining the lease?" "I've looked into it for you. Development and usage rights for uninhabited, unclaimed islands like this are managed by the local maritime authorities. You'll need to submit applications to both the Baisha Town government and the Municipal Marine Resources Administration to go through the maritime usage rights approval process." "How long does the approval process take?" "Under normal procedures, it takes 3 to 6 months, But if you apply for a temporary usage permit for a small island rather than long-term development rights, the process can be shortened to about a month. What about the fees? The annual fee for a temporary use permit for a small island is calculated based on area. For 32 mu, it's roughly 20,000 to 30,000 per year. If you negotiate well with the town government, you might even get a better rate. 30,000 a year? Right, but that's just the usage fee. Your subsequent investment in construction on the island is a separate matter. Zane did a quick mental calculation. An annual usage fee of 30,000 wasn't expensive. In fact, it was quite cheap. Director Fong, I'd like to move forward with this as soon as possible. Could you help pull some strings with the paperwork? I know Deputy Town Mayor Wong, who oversees the marine economy in Baisha Town. I can set up a meeting for you, but you'll have to handle the rest of the paperwork yourself. All right, set up the meeting for me. The sooner, the better. Sure, Mr. Su. I'll contact Deputy Town Mayor Wong today. After hanging up, Zane sent Lena a message, briefly outlining his plan to lease the deserted island as a forward operations base. Lena replied with a lengthy message. Mr. Su, this is an excellent idea. Having an island base for offshore operations would significantly improve logistics efficiency and product freshness, and it would also be very helpful for expanding your operational range into more distant waters. However, I suggest you don't rush the planning for the island. First, obtain the permit to secure the usage rights. Subsequent construction can be carried out in phases. For the first phase, a simple dock and a temporary warehouse will suffice. Also, General Manager Chun mentioned that the shipyard has already checked the price for you. A 12-meter diesel boat with a refrigerated hold is available at an internal price of 340,000. If you're certain you want it, you can go to the shipyard this week to see the actual vessel. Zane replied, I'll go take a look this week. Please set up an appointment for me. 5 days later, Zane was sitting in the conference room at the Baisha Town government, facing Deputy Town Mayor Wong and 2 staff members from the Marine Resources Management Office. Fong Ziyuan, who had accompanied him and made the introductions, stepped out, leaving the negotiation space to Zane and the government officials. Deputy Town Mayor Wong, in his early 50s and a local, was very familiar with the situation in White Sea Village and had recently heard about Zane's wild yellow croaker fishing operations. Zane, right?
Zhonggu et son.
Yes, hello, Deputy Mayor Wong. I know the island you want to lease. The local fishermen call it Bird Droppings Island because there are so many seabirds there that bird droppings are everywhere. A staff member standing nearby chuckled. Zane laughed as well. That's not a very nice name. Can it be changed? Once you obtain the usage rights, you can apply to the place names office to rename it. You can call it whatever you like, as long as it doesn't violate any regulations. All right then, Deputy Town Mayor Wong, can you approve my application as soon as possible? Deputy Town Mayor Wong flipped through the documents on the table. You've applied for a temporary use permit for a small island. The stated purpose is a transit base for nearshore fisheries operations that's perfectly fine and in line with policy. The area is 32 mu, and the annual usage fee is 28,000 yuan according to the standard. You've brought all the required documents: ID card, business license, and fishing permit. If we expedite the approval process, the permit can be issued within 15 working days. Deputy Town Mayor Wong, could it be any faster? Deputy Town Mayor Wong looked up at him. What's the rush, young man? Deputy Town Mayor Wong, to be honest, my fishing operations are constantly expanding, but every time I go out to sea, I have to depart from the White Sea Village pier and then drive back. The trip alone takes 2 or 3 hours, and the quality of much of the fresh catch deteriorates during that time. If there were a base on the island, I could perform initial preservation right there and then transport everything back in bulk. That would more than double my efficiency. With improved efficiency, my output will go up, and higher output means better export figures for Baisha Town's seafood industry. Right, Town Manager Wong? Deputy Town Manager Wong paused with his pen on the desk and glanced at Zane. You're quite the smooth talker, young man. He looked down and signed a form. All right, I'll have the office process this through a special channel. We'll issue your permit within 10 business days. The usage fee for the first year will be a discounted rate of 25,000. Subsequent years will be charged at the standard rate. Don't thank me, just do a good job. Baisha Town's fisheries output has been declining year after year. If you can really make a name for yourself in the nearshore waters, the town will support you. After leaving the town hall, Zane got into his pickup truck and called Gordon. Dad, the island deal is set. The temporary use permit will be issued within 10 days. Which island? That uninhabited islet 9 nautical miles southeast of us, the one the fishermen call Bird Shit Island. Gordon was silent for a few seconds. Bird Shit Island? Yeah. You spent your own money to lease Bird Shit Island? It's in a great location only 3 nautical miles from the deep water area I'm heading to. It'll be very convenient to set up a staging base there. How much a year? 25,000. Gordon was silent for a moment longer. I visited that island when I was young. It really was covered in bird droppings. You'd slip 2 meters just by taking a single step. Dad, I'll go to the island first to clean it up. You're going to clean it up all by yourself? How long will that take? I'll take Xiao Jun with me and hire a few villagers to help. It'll only take 3 or 4 days to level the ground. Gordon fell silent on the other end of the line a few seconds later. The sound of a lighter clicking as he lit a cigarette could be heard. Make a list of the tools you need, and I'll rent them for you in town. Okay. Zane hung up the phone, started his pickup truck, ate a bowl of beef noodle soup at a roadside noodle shop, and then drove to the shipyard Changming had recommended. The shipyard was located in a coastal industrial zone in the neighboring county. When Zane arrived, Lena was already waiting at the gate. Mr. Su, plant manager Lee is waiting for you inside. The two walked into the shipyard's display area, where a row of more than a dozen fishing boats of various sizes was moored on a concrete ramp ranging from 6-meter skiffs to 20-meter trawlers. Zane stopped in front of a blue, 12-meter fishing boat. It had a diesel engine, a twin-cylinder unit with enough horsepower for medium to long-range offshore voyages. The wheelhouse was at the bow, featuring large glass windows that provided excellent visibility. Inside were a steering wheel-style rudder and an electronic instrument panel a world apart from the hand-cranked stern rudder on his own small fishing boat. The hull was divided into 3 sections. The forward compartment served as storage, the midship compartment as the work area, and the aft compartment was an insulated refrigerated hold, equipped with a drain at the bottom and a refrigeration unit. Factory Director Lee, a lean, dark-skinned middle-aged man, gave Zane a tour of the vessel and provided a detailed explanation of the configuration of each section. Mr. Su, this vessel is a new model released by our factory this year. The diesel engine is imported, as is the insulation material for the refrigerated hold. It has a normal service life of over 15 years. What's the draft when fully loaded? 1.8 meters, with a full load displacement of 18 metric tons. What's the maximum speed? 12 knots. At a cruising speed of 8 knots, fuel consumption is approximately 15 liters per hour. Zane ran his hand over the steering wheel. In the wheelhouse, it felt very solid. Does the price of $340,000 include factory inspection and launching fees? Yes, it does. Also, since General Manager Chan is a long-time client of ours, the first maintenance service is free, and will supply spare parts at cost for the lifetime of the vessel. Zane stood on the boat for a moment, taking in the view outside the wheelhouse. Can I install my own equipment? Sure. Whatever you want to add, our factory can install it for you. I'd like to add a hydraulic boom on the aft deck for hauling in nets, and an extra set of oxygenation pumps in the refrigerated hold for transporting live fish. No problem. The hydraulic boom will cost about $8,000, and the set of oxygenation pumps is $3,500. Including installation, the total cost for the additions comes to $11,000. Zane did a quick mental calculation. $340,000 for the boat, $11,000 for the equipment, plus a budget of $50,000 for fishing gear and safety equipment. The total investment would be just over $400,000. He looked at Lena. Manager Lin, what are the payment terms from General Manager Chan? Full payment or 2 installments? A 60% down payment, with the balance due within 3 months, interest-free. Zane thought for a moment. Full payment. Factory Director Lee's eyes lit up. Mr. Su, you're a straight shooter. Since you're paying in full, I'll give you an additional discount of $2,000, bringing the total to $338,000. Add the $11,000 in retrofitting costs, and the total comes to $349,000. Deal. Zane opened his mobile banking app and checked his balance, just over $657,000. After transferring $349,000, he still have a little over $300,000 left. $300,000 in working capital was more than enough for his current volume of business. He made the transfer, and Factory Director Lee prepared the contract and receipt. Mr. Su, the boat's retrofitting will take about 5 days. You can come to the shipyard in 5 days to inspect it, and we'll arrange for the launch. All right. Zane and Lena walked out the shipyard gates. The sea breeze blew in from the industrial zone, carrying the scent of diesel and rust. Manager Lin, please pass on my thanks to President Chun. The shipyard's price is indeed very fair. You're too kind, Mr. Su. This is actually an internal rate on the open market. It would start at least 400,000. Zane got into his pickup truck and rolled down the window. Manager Lin, once I receive the island usage permit next month, I'll head to the island to build a base. At that time, I may have a large shipment that needs to go through your channel. What kind of cargo? More valuable than yellow croaker. Lena's eyes flickered. Something from the Deepwater Rift? Zane didn't answer directly. He started the pickup's engine. Wait for my word. The truck drove out of the industrial zone and turned onto the coastal highway. As he drove, Zane ran through his next plan in his head. The new boat would be ready in 5 days. The island usage permit would be issued in 10 business days. Once he had the permit, he'd head to the island to clear the site and set up a makeshift base in estimated 3 to 4 days. After the base was ready, he'd set sail from the island in the new boat toward the Deepwater Rift. That 25-meter deep rift and the brightest golden speck of light he'd ever seen deep within it would soon be within arm's reach. He pressed the accelerator, and the pickup truck sped up on the highway in the rearview mirror. The blue sea glistened with a shimmer of gold in the sunlight. His phone vibrated in his pocket, but he didn't take it out to check until he reached the rest area. It was a notification from Ocean System. Ocean System notification. Host S marine exploration progress has reached 25%. Ocean scan range has been extended to 150 meters. A high-value biological community has been detected within the deep-sea rift area marked by host. Preliminary assessment indicates a colony of century-old sea cucumbers. It is recommended that host conduct a deep-dive exploration after upgrading equipment. Zane stared at the message, his grip on the phone tightening. A colony of century-old sea cucumbers. Chapter 32. Deep Dive Exploration. It was a message from Chun Changming. Mr. Su, Plant Manager Lee at the shipyard says the retrofitting is progressing faster than expected. The vessel will be ready for inspection and launch the day after tomorrow. When would be a good time for you to stop by? Zane replied. I'll be there the morning after tomorrow. 2 days later, Zane stood on the concrete ramp at the shipyard. The blue, 12-meter fishing boat in front of him had completed all retrofitting. The hydraulic crane at the stern was polished to a mirror finish, and the newly installed oxygenation pump in the refrigerated hold was undergoing test runs. Plant Manager Lee handed him a set of keys. Mr. Su, all the equipment has been tested. The engine ran at idle for 4 hours without any issues. The temperature control accuracy in the refrigerated hold is within plus or minus 0.5 degrees, and the hydraulic crane has a maximum lifting capacity of 200 kilograms. Have you taken it out for a sea trial? We tested it yesterday afternoon. The speed is 12.3 knots when unloaded, and we estimate 10.5 knots when fully loaded. The handling is excellent, and the steering wheel is a notch more responsive than on other boats in its class. Zane took the key and weighed it in his hand. All right, I'll drive it back today. Mr. Su, you're going to drive it back yourself? Have you ever driven a boat like this? I have a license. Zane pulled his inland waterway boat operator's license out of his pocket and flashed it. He'd earned it while working in the city. He'd originally planned to find a job as a boat captain, but that didn't work out though. He'd kept the license all this time. Factory Director Lee glanced at the license and nodded. All right then, I'll have 2 technicians go with you to the Baisha Town dock. They'll walk you through the operational details along the way, and once you arrive, they'll take a taxi back on their own. No need to go to Baisha Town, just head straight to the White Sea Village dock. The sea journey from the shipyard to the White Sea Village pier took about 40 minutes. It was Zane's first time gripping the helm of his new vessel, and the feel was a world apart from that of the small fishing boat. The engine's roar was deep and powerful. The spray kicked up as the bow sliced through the water was scattered by the sea breeze. The glass windows of the wheelhouse were large, offering a field of view more than 3 times wider than standing at the bow of a small boat. 2 technicians spent the entire trip explaining the meaning of every indicator light on the dashboard, how to adjust the temperature control panel in the refrigerated hold, and where the control lever for the hydraulic boom was located. Zane listened and took notes, and by the time they reached the White Sea Village pier, he had basically mastered it all. Just as the new boat pulled up to the pier, there happened to be 7 or 8 people on the pier drying their nets. Gordon was there too. The old man stood at the end of the pier, holding a shuttle used for mending fishing nets. He looked up at the blue fishing boat slowly pulling up to the dock and narrowed his eyes. Dad. Zane jumped down from the wheelhouse and stood at the bow, calling out to the pier. Gordon walked over, still holding the shuttle, and circled the boat to take a look. 12 meters. 12.3 meters. Diesel. Twin-cylinder diesel. Imported engine. Gordon walked to the stern, examined the hydraulic boom, then reached out to feel the steel plating on the hull. This steel plating is a good thickness 4 millimeters, right? 4.5. Gordon nodded without saying another word, but he stood at the stern for a long time, his hand resting on the hull. A few villagers who were drying their nets gathered around some recognized Zane. Zane, is this a new boat you bought? Yeah. Just brought it back from the shipyard. That must cost a pretty penny, huh? Zane didn't respond. Bruno appeared out of nowhere, ran up to the pier, and peered into the cabin. Zane, this cockpit is so cool it's got a steering wheel, just like driving a car. Zhuang, don't go messing with it. I'm just looking, I'm not driving it anyway. By the time Leon ran over from the village, he was so out of breath he couldn't speak. He stood there bent over, catching his breath for a long while. Bro Zane, is this our new boat? Yeah. It's gorgeous. Leon circled the boat 3 times, unable to take his eyes off it. Bro Zane, is the refrigerated hold in the back? I'll go check it out. Go ahead. While you're at it, check the inside and see if any of the pipe connections are loose. Leon leaped onto the boat in one bound and crawled into the aft compartment. Gordon found a spot to sit by the pier and lit a cigarette. Did you get the permit for that island yet? 3 more days. Deputy Town Mayor Wang said it'll be ready this Friday. Once you get the permit, when do you plan to go to the island? Next Monday. I'll take Xiao Jun up first to check things out and plan the locations for the dock and warehouse. Gordon took a drag on his cigarette. The sea breeze blew the ash away. There's no fresh water on the island. How are you going to handle that once you get there? We'll make do with the freshwater barrels we bring on the boat for now. Once the base is built, we'll install a small desalination unit. It'll only cost a few thousand yuan. What about lodging? I want to stay overnight on the first trip. It'll be a day trip just to check things out. Later, during construction, we'll set up tents. Gordon stubbed out his cigarette between the cracks in the pier's wooden planks. I'll go with you on your first trip. Zane glanced at him. Dad, you don't get seasick, do you? I've been out on the water for 30 years, and you're asking me if I get seasick? Zane smiled and said nothing more. On Friday morning, Zane went to the town government office and picked up the temporary island usage permit, an A4-sized sheet, stamped with 3 red seals. The permit listed the island's official name as Unnamed Island Number 007 within the jurisdiction of Baisha Town. It was valid for 5 years, with an annual usage fee of 25,000 yuan, and designated as a transit base for coastal fisheries operations. Zane looked at the number 007 designation and decided he would give the island an official name in the future. At 5:30 a.m. on Monday, Zane set sail from the White Sea Village Pier in his new boat. There were 3 people on board: Zane at the helm, Leon on the aft deck organizing the gear, and Gordon sitting in the co-pilot's seat in the wheelhouse, holding a large enameled teacup. It was just beginning to get light, and a thin mist lay over the sea. The new boat's diesel engine ran smoothly, maintaining a cruising speed of 8 knots. Dad, look over there, Zane said, pointing toward the southeast. Gordon followed the direction of his finger and could faintly make out a dark silhouette through the mist. I see it. Is that the island? Yeah, we'll be there in 10 minutes. 12 minutes later, the new boat rounded the reef on the island's western side and entered the small natural cove. The cove wasn't too large, about 50 meters wide and 30 or so meters deep, with a surface as calm as a mirror, revealing a clear sandy bottom dotted with scattered reefs. Zane pulled the boat up alongside a large reef on the southern side of the cove and secured it with a rope. The 3 of them jumped onto the island. Gordon stepped onto the ground and looked down at the sole of his shoe. It really is covered in bird droppings. Leon stepped on the ground too, but his foot slipped and he nearly fell. Zane, this ground is even slipperier than an ice rink. Don't wander too far for now, just walk around the bay once. Zane pulled out his phone and began taking photos to document the terrain. The terrain around the bay was relatively flat. About 80 meters to the north was a patch of low shrubs. Behind them, the ground rose slightly, forming a gentle slope. The top of the slope was the island's highest point, about 10 meters above sea level. Standing there, one could see the ocean in all directions. Zane stood on the slope and looked toward the southeast. Dad, come take a look. Gordon climbed up the slope and stood beside him. What is it? Look over there toward the southeast. Doesn't the color of the water look different from the rest? Gordon looked in the direction Zane was pointing for quite a while. That patch of water is a deep blue, much deeper than the surrounding water. Right? That's the deep water rift down there, about 3 nautical miles from here. Gordon stared at the deep blue stretch of water without saying a word. It wasn't until half a moment later that he spoke. How deep is it? Over 25 meters at its deepest. I sensed the bottom of the rift with the power of Poseidon last time. There's something down there. What is it? I'm not sure, but that signal was stronger than any I've ever encountered before. It's at least a top-tier marine creature. Gordon glanced at Zane. When do you plan to go down? Once the base on the island is set up, I'll do a test dive first to check out the exact conditions down there. You're going down alone? It's not practical to take Xiao Jun. He doesn't know how to dive. I'll go down by myself. Gordon furrowed his brow. You're going to dive down 25 meters by yourself? Dad, I've got the gear. I've already ordered a scuba diving set. It'll arrive the day after tomorrow. Plus, I earned my POTI open water diver certification in the city, so depths up to 30 meters are no problem. Gordon didn't say anything else, but there was something indescribable in the way he looked out at the deep blue sea. The three of them spent most of the day on the island. Zane walked the entire island, marking the locations of the makeshift dock, the temporary warehouse, and the future tent area should they ever decide to live there on his phone. On the way back, Gordon sat in the cab without saying a word. He didn't speak until they were nearing the White Sea Village dock. About that diving thing, does your mom know? I haven't told her yet. Don't tell her yet. She won't be able to sleep if you do. Also, Gordon paused. Let me know before you go in the water. I'll be waiting on the boat. Zane gripped the steering wheel and looked out at the sea ahead. Okay. 3 days later, the initial setup of the base on the island was complete. Zane hired 4 strong laborers from the village, and in 2 days they cleared a 20 square meter flat area by the bay and erected a temporary warehouse with a corrugated iron roof. Inside the warehouse they placed 2 large live wells and a small generator. The large rock on the south side of the bay was converted into a makeshift mooring point where the boat could dock directly. The diving gear had also arrived, a complete scuba diving set, including a BCD, regulator, 12-liter tank, dive computer, and a titanium dive knife. Zane tested the equipment at home to confirm that all connections were properly sealed and the tank pressure was sufficient. The day of departure brought fine weather, a southeast wind of force 1 to 2, waves less than half a meter high, and excellent visibility. Zane set out in his new boat with Gordon on board, leaving the island S-base and heading southeast for about 20 minutes. The color of the sea shifted from light blue to deep blue, and then to a nearly inky black. The numbers on the boat's depth sounder flickered. 16 meters, 18 meters, 21 meters, 23 meters. We're here. Zane shut off the engine, and the boat slowly came to a stop on the water's surface. Gordon stood at the cockpit door and looked into the water, but could see nothing, only a dark, inky blue expanse. Is it right down here? Yes, the main part of the rift is directly below us. It runs north-south for about 200 meters and is 15 meters wide at its widest point. Zane began putting on his diving gear. He slipped on his BCD, secured the tank to his back, clamped the regulator between his teeth, and took a couple of test breaths. The numbers on his dive computer flickered, then settled at a depth of 0 meters. Dad, I'm going down. The tank should last about 40 minutes. If I haven't surfaced in half an hour, don't worry, I'll keep track of the time. Gordon leaned against the gunwale, clutching a spare rope in his hand. Tie this rope around your waist. No need, Dad. The rope could easily get tangled on the reef underwater. That'd be dangerous. Gordon's grip tightened briefly before he let go. Then be careful. Zane rolled into the water. The surface closed in around him, leaving only a trail of rising bubbles. The underwater world fell silent in an instant. Zane slowly descended along the edge of the rift, the numbers on his dive computer changing. 5 meters, 8 meters, 12 meters. At a depth of 12 meters, the outline of the rift was already visible. The rock walls on either side seemed as if they'd been split open by something, extending vertically downward and covered with corals and seaweed of every color. Zane expanded the detection range of the power of Poseidon. The moment the signal spread out, he was completely overwhelmed by a dense wave of feedback. The rock walls on both sides of the rift, the crevices, and the backs of protruding reefs were teeming with biological signals. Among them, one type of signal stood out in particular. They were numerous, large in size, densely distributed, and the quality rating of each signal was absurdly high. Zane continued diving down to a depth of 18 meters and shone his waterproof flashlight onto the canyon wall. The moment the beam swept across the surface, he nearly spat out his regulator. On the northern rock face of the canyon, at depths ranging from 15 to 20 meters, a dense swarm of black, spiny creatures lay clustered together. Sea cucumbers. Wild spiny sea cucumbers. And not just ordinary ones, each specimen was enormous, measuring over 20 centimeters in length by eye, with thick, upright spines arranged in neat rows. Zane swam a little closer, shining the flashlight directly on the nearest sea cucumber. This sea cucumber was a deep brown verging on black, with the tips of its spines gleaming with a hint of golden yellow. Its body was plump and substantial, and the patterns on its skin were clear and dense. He had seen this variety before. When he was working in the city, the owner of a seafood shop had shown him a photo, explaining that wild spiny sea cucumbers of this quality were known on the market as old sea cucumber kings, mature specimens that had grown on deep water reefs for at least 10 years, with a single dried specimen selling for between $8,000 and $12,000. And on the rock face before him, at a rough glance, there were no fewer than 200 of these old sea cucumber kings. Zane gazed at the dense swarm of sea cucumbers. The beam of his flashlight cast a white column through the water, illuminating the scene on the rock face with crystal clarity. He slowly swam to the opposite side of the fissure. The southern rock face also held sea cucumbers, fewer in number than on the northern side, but of equally astonishing quality. His dive computer had already registered 12 minutes, but Zane didn't rush to start harvesting. Instead, he continued swimming deeper into the fissure. 20 meters, 22 meters, 24 meters. The scene at the bottom of the fissure came into view in the flashlight's beam. The terrain at the bottom was slightly gentler than on either side, strewn with pebbles and fragments of coral of various sizes. Among these pebbles, Zane spotted something else. Abalones. Wild abalones, each about the size of a palm, clung to the shaded sides of the pebbles. Their shells were covered with a dense layer of algae, indicating they had been growing there for quite some time. Zane reached out and touched the shell of the nearest abalone. It felt rough and substantial, and he estimated its diameter to be over 12 centimeters. He pulled an underwater marker out of his pocket, made a mark on the nearby rock face, and then began swimming upstream. His dive computer showed that 18 minutes had passed. His tank pressure was still at 120 atmospheres, enough for another 20 minutes, but he didn't plan on staying too long on his first dive. He'd head back first, get his bearings, and come back tomorrow to get to work. Just as Zane surfaced, Gordon was leaning over the gunnel, looking down. When he saw a head break the surface, he nearly dropped the spare rope he was holding. "You're up." Zane climbed back onto the boat, took off his regulator, and took a couple of deep breaths. "Dad, there's more down there than I thought." "What is it?" Zane sat on the deck and pushed his diving mask up onto his forehead. "Sea cucumbers, wild spiny sea cucumbers. They're covering an entire rock face. A conservative estimate puts it at 200 or 300, and every single one is a king sea cucumber over 10 years old." Gordon narrowed his eyes. "An abalone. The bottom of the ravine is covered with wild abalone the size of a palm, with shell diameters of 12 centimeters and up." Gordon stubbed out his cigarette and looked at Zane's face. "Are you sure? I saw them with my own eyes, shone my flashlight right on them. I'm sure." Gordon sat down on the gunnel and stared blankly at the inky blue sea for quite a while. "You little rascal, you really did strike gold." Chapter 33. A bonanza of top-quality sea cucumbers. At 4 in the morning the next day, Zane was already up. Grace heard the noise and came out of her room to find him in the yard checking his diving gear. "So early again?" "Mom, I've got an important job today. The earlier I leave, the sooner I'll be back. I've warmed up some buns for you in the pot for breakfast." "All right." Zane ate 4 buns and drank a bowl of congee, then loaded his diving gear and 3 large live-keeping tanks onto the new boat. Leon arrived at the dock right on time at 5 o'clock. "Bro Zane, where are we heading today?" "Over to the island. Once we get there, wait on the boat, I'll go down to harvest some stuff." "What are you going to harvest?" "Sea cucumbers and abalone." Leon's eyes lit up. "Wild ones. Purely wild, the kind that have been growing for over 10 years. Leon swallowed hard and didn't ask any more questions. He jumped onto the boat and began untying the mooring lines. The new boat set off from the White Sea village dock, slicing through the water beneath the last patch of gray-blue sky before dawn. 25 minutes later, it reached the base on the island, and it took another 20 minutes to sail from the island to the spot above the rift. This time, Zane brought a waterproof mesh bag specifically for collecting sea cucumbers underwater. He donned his diving gear and jumped into the water, descending along yesterday's route to a depth of 15 meters, where he activated the power of the sea god. As his sensory range expanded, the signals from the sea cucumbers on the rock walls on both sides of the gorge were even clearer than yesterday's. Since he was already familiar with the terrain of this area, the power of the sea goddess' positioning accuracy was higher than the first time. Zane swam to the north-facing rock wall, located the spot he demarked yesterday, and reached out to pick the first sea cucumber. Wild spiny sea cucumbers have a very strong suction grip. If you try to yank them off the reef by force, you risk injuring them. Zane gently inserted the back of his dive knife beneath the sea cucumber and slowly pried along the edge of its suction cups. The suction loosened, and the entire sea cucumber detached intact from the rock face, falling into the palm of his hand. The sensation as it landed in his hand made his heart skip a beat. This sea cucumber was even larger than he estimated at a glance, at least 25 centimeters long, with a thick, plump body, thick and dense spines, and skin so elastic that it sprang back immediately when pressed. It felt heavy in his hands, weighing at least half a gene fresh. Zane placed it in a waterproof mesh bag and began harvesting the second one. The third, the fourth, the fifth. He quickly found his rhythm, stabbing, prying, and retracting his diving knife, the entire sequence taking no more than 10 seconds, harvesting one after another as easily as pulling radishes from a vegetable patch. The sea cucumbers were so densely packed on the rock face that in some places, the distance between them was less than 10 centimeters. They were practically growing right next to each other. Zane harvested 32 sea cucumbers in a row along a 5-meter stretch of the north-facing rock face, and the mesh bag was already bulging and couldn't hold any more. He pulled the mesh bag up to a 5-meter safety stop depth, performed a 3-minute decompression stop underwater, and then surfaced. "Xiao Jun, catch this." Leon leaned over the gunnel and hauled the mesh bag aboard. When he opened it, he saw it was full of large, dark sea cucumbers, each covered in spines and seawater. "Brother Zay, are these all spiny sea cucumbers? Right? Count how many there are." Leon transferred them one by one from the net bag into the live-keeping bucket, counting aloud as he went. 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, Brother Zay, 32. "Keep going. I'm going down again." Zane grabbed an empty net bag, clamped the breathing apparatus between his teeth, and dived back into the water. On his second dive, he moved to another section of the northern rock face. The sea cucumbers were more densely distributed in this area but slightly smaller in size, mostly around 20 centimeters, still top-quality mature specimens. He harvested 35 in 15 minutes. When he surfaced for air, Leon could hardly contain his excitement on deck. "Zane, are all these sea cucumbers of the same quality?" "Every single one is a deep-water, mature sea cucumber that's been growing for at least 10 years. Just look at the density and hardness of those spines." Zane picked up a sea cucumber and handed it to Leon. "Squeeze this. Does it feel springy?" Leon gave it a squeeze. The sea cucumber's body was firm and springy, and it bounced back very quickly when his fingers pressed down. "Great, just like a rubber ball. That's a classic wild deep-water spiny sea cucumber. Farmed ones have soft, flabby flesh with no elasticity. They collapse the moment you squeeze them. This kind won't lose its shape no matter how you squeeze it." "Bro Zane, how much can you sell one of these for?" Fresh sea cucumbers are graded by quality. The market price for this grade ranges from 1,500 to 2,000 per gene. If processed into dried sea cucumbers, they're even more expensive. A single dried sea cucumber can sell for several thousand or even over 10,000. Leon's hand trembled slightly, and he nearly dropped the sea cucumber into the sea. "Hold on to it carefully." Zane chuckled, swapped out his air tank, and dove in for the third time. This time, he didn't head for the northern rock face. Instead, he descended to a depth of 23 meters at the bottom of the rift, heading straight for the wild abalones. The abalones at the bottom of the rift clung to the shaded sides of the boulders. The algae covering their shells indicated they'd been growing there quietly for many years, completely undisturbed by humans. Zane carefully pried the abalones off the pebbles with his dive knife. These abalones clung even more tenaciously than sea cucumbers, and each one took over 10 seconds to remove. But they were truly massive. The one with the largest shell diameter could barely be covered by Zane's hands pressed together, and it weighed well over 1 gene in his hands. He spent 12 minutes at the bottom of the ravine, collecting 18 wild abalones, the smallest of which had a shell diameter of at least 10 centimeters. By the time he surfaced, his tank pressure had dropped into the red zone. It took 3 deep breaths of air before he recovered. Zane, are you okay? Leon leaned half out of the boat, looking worried.
Me fine.
My tank's almost empty. That's it for today, let us head back. Zane handed the last batch of abalone to Leon, climbed back onto the boat, took off his diving gear, and sat on the deck to rest for a while. Over the course of 3 dives, they harvested a total of 87 wild sea cucumbers and 18 large wild abalone. The seawater in the live tanks churned constantly from the movement of the seafood. The sea cucumbers slithered slowly along the bottom of the tanks, while the abalones clung firmly to the walls, motionless. Zane steered the boat back to the island base, storing some of the catch and spare live tanks in the warehouse for the time being, and loading the rest onto the boat to head for the White Sea Village pier. On the way back, he called Chun Changming. Mr. Chun, I have a batch of wild spiny sea cucumbers and wild abalone, the kind of quality you've never seen before. When would be a good time for you to inspect the goods? What kind of quality? Deep water, mature sea cucumbers that have grown for over 10 years, measuring 20 to 25 centimeters in length, with intact spines and excellent elasticity, 87 in total. There was a 3-second silence on the other end of the line. Mr. Su, the quality you're describing is a grade rarely seen in the southern waters. Right, that's why I'm asking you first if you'll take it. If you don't, I'll find someone else. Of course I'll take it. Where are you? I'll send a truck straight to the pier to pick up the shipment. I'll be at the White Sea Village pier in about an hour. All right. I'll have Lena drive the refrigerated truck there right away. After hanging up, Zane dialed Fong Zion's number again. Director Fong, I have a batch of top-grade wild sea cucumbers. Does Donghai Seafood deal in high-end sea cucumber products? Yes, of course we do. Fong Zion's voice sounded a bit more urgent than usual. What grade are they? 10-year-old sea cucumbers harvested from the deep water rift. You'll see for yourself when you come to check them out. Mr. Su, hold on, I'll be at White Sea Village in 40 minutes.
No rush.
It'll take me an hour to get to the dock, so just come straight there. Zane hung up, slipped his phone into his pocket, and gripped the steering wheel as he gazed out at the sea ahead. The 2 buyers arrived at the dock at the same time and began bidding against each other face to face. The price for this shipment wouldn't be low. The new ship cut through the waves, steadily heading toward White Sea Village. In the live-keeping tanks on the aft deck, the ancient ginseng kings were slowly wriggling in the seawater, completely unaware of their value. An hour and a half later, Zane docked at White Sea Village. Lena's refrigerated truck and Fong Zion's white SUV pulled up almost simultaneously in the open lot next to the pier. The 2 groups met on the pier. Lena was wearing a sharp white shirt, accompanied by a technician carrying testing equipment. Fong Zion, dressed in a suit and tie, had been jogging over and was now covered in sweat. Mr. Su, where's the cargo? Zane pointed to the live-keeping barrels on the ship. Go up and see for yourself. Fong Ziyuan and Lena leaped onto the boat almost simultaneously. They both crouched in front of the live-holding tanks and reached in to scoop out a sea cucumber. Fong Ziyuan cradled the sea cucumber in his palm, turning it over and examining it 3 times. He then squeezed its body and counted the rows of spines. 6 rows of spines. His voice was a little hoarse. Mr. Su, this is a deep-water Liaoning sea cucumber with 6 rows of spines. In my 10 years in this industry, this is the first time I've seen a sea cucumber of this quality in southern waters. The technician next to Lena had already pulled out a testing device and was conducting a rapid quality check on the sea cucumber a few seconds later. The data popped up on the screen. Extremely high protein content. 0 heavy metal residue. No drug residues whatsoever. S-grade quality. Lena glanced at the test results, and the look in her eyes as she looked up at Zane changed. Mr. Su, in the 3 years since our company was founded, we've never received a single S-grade wild spiny sea cucumber. Fong Ziyuan placed the sea cucumber back in the bucket, stood up straight, and looked at Zane. Mr. Su, I'll take the entire batch. Name your price. Lena chimed in softly from the side. Director Fong, General Manager Chun asked me to convey that, according to our prior agreement, we have the right of first refusal on this batch. Fong Ziyuan glanced at Lena, then back at Zane. The sea breeze blew in from the pier, Zane leaned against the ship's rail, still holding that titanium diving knife in his hand. Don't argue, you two. Take it one at a time, make your offers first. Chapter 34. The Village Bully's Jealous Stalking. Mr. Chun, you go first. Lena spoke up quickly. At Yunhai Seafood, our purchase price for S-grade wild sea cucumbers is 1,800 yuan per gene for fresh specimens. With a total of 87 sea cucumbers, estimated at an average fresh weight of about 43 gene, the total price comes to 77,004 yuan. As for the 18 wild abalones, we'll quote based on shell diameter, 500 yuan per piece for those over 10 centimeters, and 800 yuan per piece for those over 12 centimeters. The total price for those will be calculated separately. Fong Ziyuan cut her off before she could finish. Mr. Su, Donghai Seafood is offering 2,200 yuan per gene for fresh sea cucumbers, 22% higher than Yunhai Seafood's price, and they'll also buy as many as we have, with no quantity limit. For the abalone, we're quoting a uniform price starting at 1,000 yuan per piece, based on shell diameter, with 1,500 yuan per piece for those 12 centimeters or larger. Lena's lips twitched slightly, but she didn't respond. She knew this price gap wasn't something she could bridge on the spot. Zane glanced at Lena, then at Fong Ziyuan. Manager Lin, can you reach President Chan right now? Yes, I'll call him. Lena turned and walked to the edge of the pier to make the call. 2 minutes later, she walked back. President Chan said he can match the price for sea cucumbers up to 2,000 per gene, but he won't go any higher on the abalone. His absolute limit is 1,200 per piece for those over 12 centimeters. Zane quickly ran the numbers in his head. 87 sea cucumbers assuming an average fresh weight of half a gene each, that's about 43 gene. At 2,200 per gene, Fong Ziyuan's offer would total 94,600. 18 abalones, about 10 measuring 10 to 12 centimeters at 1,000 per piece, and 8 over 12 centimeters at 1,500 per piece, a total of 22,000 for the abalones. Combined, the sea cucumbers and abalones through Fong Ziyuan's channel would total 116,600. Through Chun Changming's channel, the sea cucumbers would be 2,000 per gene, totaling 86,000. The abalone, at the price Lena quoted, would be roughly 17,600, for a total of 103,360. That's a difference of 13,000. Director Fong will run this batch of sea cucumbers through your channel. All 87 go to you at 2,200 per gene. Fong Ziyuan nodded, a clear sense of satisfaction evident in his smile. Zane turned to Lena again. The abalone goes to General Manager Chan. All 18 will be routed through your side, at the price you quoted earlier. Lena paused for a moment. Mr. Su, Director Fong is offering a higher price for the abalone. I know, but I made an agreement with General Manager Chan earlier. He has the right of first refusal on the abalone and sea cucumbers. I can't go back on my word. Zane glanced at Fong Ziyuan. Director Fong, please step aside for this batch of abalone. We'll have more sea cucumbers in the future. You won't lose out. Fong Ziyuan thought for 2 seconds, then nodded. All right, I respect how Mr. Su conducts business by the book. I won't compete for this batch of abalone. The 3 parties finalized the price and quantity on the spot. Lena's technicians numbered, weighed, and photographed every sea cucumber and abalone. A refrigerated truck loaded away the abalone, while Fong Ziyuan's assistant packed the 87 sea cucumbers into specialized insulated boxes and loaded them into his car. The bank transfers went through almost simultaneously. Fong Ziyuan received 94,600, and Chen Changming received 17,600, a total of 112,200. Added to the slightly over 300,000 already in the account, the balance immediately surpassed 410,000. Zane leaned against the pier railing, watching the 2 cars drive away one after the other, while Leon stood beside him, still in a daze. Brother Zay, did we make 110,000 today? Just from 3 trips? Yeah. Leon's Adam's apple bobbed. Bro Zane, I'm in this with you all the way. Zane chuckled and patted him on the shoulder. Wash the boat down and clean the buckets. We've got to go back out tomorrow. Got it, bro Zane. While Leon went to rinse off the boat, Zane stood on the pier and looked around. There weren't many people gathered on the pier today. Most of the fishermen had gone home for lunch by this time. But he noticed a small gray rowboat moored at the far end of the pier. A man was sitting in it, tanned from the sun, wearing a grubby tank top, peering in Zane's direction through a pair of old plastic binoculars. Zane recognized the man. Zhao Haixing, a local from White Sea Village in his early 40s, he didn't have a very good reputation in the village. Years ago, he'd been detained once for participating in illegal electrofishing with a group of people. After his release, he kept a low profile for a while, but in recent years he'd been barely scraping by, fishing for odd jobs in the coastal waters. But this man had one very obvious flaw. He couldn't stand to see others do well. Whenever a family in the village started doing well, he'd gossip about them behind their backs. Whenever someone made money, his envy would get the better of him, and he'd go around asking how they'd done it. When Zane had been out at sea catching large yellow croakers one after another, he'd come to the dock to watch several times. Each time, he'd stand at a distance without saying a word, but his eyes would dart about constantly. Today he was even more direct. He was watching through binoculars. Zane didn't show any signs of being bothered. He and Leon finished packing up the boat as usual and drove away from the dock in their pickup truck. Once back home, he called Gordon first. "Dad, today's catch is all sold. The sea cucumbers went to Fong Ziyuan, and the abalone went to Mr. Chun." "How much?" "Just over 110,000. Gordon didn't say anything on the other end of the line. After 2 seconds, he gave a soft "There's something else I want to tell you," Zane said, leaning against the backyard fence and lowering his voice. "Zhao Haixing was at the dock today, watching me unload the cargo through binoculars." Gordon's tone changed. "Zhao Haixing? That Zhao Haixing who used to do electrofishing?" "Yeah, that's him. He was watching the whole transaction from a distance today." "What do you think he's up to?" "I'm not sure, but lately he's been aware of the exact direction and time I return from every trip out to sea. I suspect he's been tracking my route." Gordon was silent for several seconds. "That guy's no pushover. He's done this before, following other people's fishing boats to find fishing grounds. When he got caught, he even got into a fight with them." "Dad, I know. I'll be careful." "Being careful won't help. If he really has his sights set on you and follows you to that rift, your resource spot will be exposed." Zane thought for a moment. "When I head out tomorrow, I'll take a detour on purpose to see if he follows me." "All right, just keep your eyes peeled." At 5 a.m. the next day, Zane set out as usual. As he started the engine, he deliberately glanced around the dock. Zhao Haixing's gray rowboat was still tied up at the far end of the pier, but Zhao Haixing himself wasn't on board. Instead of heading directly southeast, Zane first headed north for 20 minutes, rounding a headland north of White Sea Village, then turned and headed southeast. This detour took an extra 40 minutes. By the time he reached the top of the rift, the sun had fully risen. As Zane put on his diving gear and prepared to enter the water, he glanced back in the direction he'd come from. The sea was completely clear, with not a single boat in sight. "Xiao Jun, stay on the boat and keep an eye out for any boats approaching. If you see any, call me right away." "Got it, Brother Zane." Zane entered the water to begin his second day's work. This time, he focused on the sea cucumber colonies on the southern cliff face of the rift, working even more efficiently than the day before. He harvested 40 sea cucumbers in a single dive. On his second dive, he went to the bottom of the rift to continue collecting abalone, harvesting another 22 large ones. After 2 dives, his net bag was packed to the brim. Just as Zane was about to surface, his power of the sea god suddenly picked up a signal within its range. It wasn't an underwater signal. It was coming from the surface. A low-frequency vibration signal generated by a vessel moving across the water's surface approximately 1 kilometer away and heading straight toward them. As Zane surfaced, Leon was standing on top of the cockpit, his hand shielding his eyes as he scanned the distance. "Bro Zane, there's a boat coming from the north. It's not going fast, but it's heading straight for us." Zane wiped the water from his face and looked north. A small gray sampan. It was still about 700 or 800 meters away, but its course was indeed heading straight toward them. Zane grabbed the gunnel and pulled himself up onto the deck, then took off his diving mask and stared at it for 3 seconds. "It's Zhao Haixing's boat." "Zhao Haixing? The one from the village?" Leon's expression changed. "Brother Zay, how did he find his way out here?" Zane watched the gray rowboat drawing closer, his lips pressed into a thin line. "He's been following us." He quickly transferred all the sea cucumbers and abalone they caught that day into the refrigerated hold, shut the hatch, then walked into the wheelhouse and started the engine. "Brother Zay, should we leave?"
No.
Zane shut off the engine. Let us wait for him to get here. Chapter 35. Manipulating the undercurrents. Zhao Haixing's gray rowboat was getting closer and closer. It was significantly smaller than Zane's new boat, with peeling paint and an engine that sputtered and crackled like an old man with a persistent cough. 500 meters. 300 meters. 100 meters. Leon stood on the deck, his palms sweating. Brother Zane, what on earth is he up to? Don't say a word. Let me handle this. Zhao Haixing steered the sampan to a spot about 50 meters from Zane's new boat, shut off the engine, and let the boat drift slowly on the water with the waves. He stood at the bow, still holding those plastic binoculars, his expression a feigned nonchalance. Zane, what a surprise to run into you here. Zane leaned against the gunwale, his arms crossed over his chest. Uncle Zhao, you've been following me all the way from the White Sea Village Pier? Haven to you? Zhao Haixing's smile faltered. What are you talking about? Who has been following you? I just came out on my own to gather some stuff. I just happened to be passing through these waters. Passing through? Zane glanced around at the surrounding sea. Uncle Zhao, this place is 9 nautical miles from White Sea Village. Your rowboat's fuel tank only holds enough for 15 nautical miles. Why come all the way out here to fish when you could have stayed closer to shore? A flicker of unease crossed Zhao Haixing's face, but he put on a tough front. What part of the sea can't we White Sea Village fishermen go to? It's not like anyone's drawn a line in these waters with your name on it. It's true no one's drawn a line here, but Uncle Zhao, do you really think I didn't notice you watching me unload my cargo through binoculars at the dock for over half an hour yesterday? Zhao Haixing twirled his binoculars in his hand. Zawazi, come on. What's wrong with me resting at the dock and enjoying the view? Is that getting in your way? Zane ignored him and turned to say something to Leon. Xiaojun, help me record the registration number of Uncle Zhao's boat. Leon pulled out his phone and took a few photos of Zhao Haixing's dinghy from different angles. Zhao Haixing's expression changed instantly. Why are you taking pictures of me? Just keeping a record, don't get worked up, Uncle Zhao. Zane's tone was even. I have a valid permit to operate in these waters, and I also have proper documentation for the use of that island over there. If anyone is tracking my route to try to steal information about my resource points, I have the right to report them to the maritime authorities. Zhao Haixing's mouth opened, closed, and opened again. What permit? What report? Dane, don't try to scare me, I'm just passing through. Uncle Zhao, then go on your way once you're done passing by. I've got work to do here. Zhao Haixing stood at the bow, staring at Zane's new boat for a long time, his gaze darting back and forth between the wheelhouse and the refrigerated compartment door on the aft deck. Zane, let me be honest with you. His tone changed, shifting from the casual facade he'd been putting on to a blatant greed. I don't know what you've been catching in these waters, and I don't want to know, but if you're feasting on the meat, you've got to let others have a sip of the broth, right? We're all from White Sea Village. If you're the only one scooping up all the good stuff from these waters, even if people from other villages don't say anything, how will the fishermen from our own village view you? Zane looked at him. Uncle Zhao, that's an interesting thing to say. Are you speaking for the fishermen of White Sea Village now? I don't speak for anyone, I speak only for myself. Zawazi, you're making big money now, can't you let me in on it? I don't want much, just give me 10% of what you haul in. 10%. Zane repeated the words. You want 10% without doing a thing? Who says I want to do anything? I can keep watch for you. Guard your boat, I'll do anything. Zhao Haixing's tone grew increasingly defiant. Zane stared at him for a full 10 seconds without saying a word. Uncle Zhao, please go. I don't take on outsiders. Zhao Haixing's expression darkened completely. Zane, don't be so absolute. The fish in these waters aren't your personal property. Just because you can catch them doesn't mean I can't. Of course you can catch them. The question is, can you actually get them? Zane pointed at the water beneath their feet. There's a deep water rift more than 20 meters deep down there. Do you have diving gear? Do you know how to scuba dive? Do you dare go down there? Zhao Haixing fell silent. He certainly didn't know how to dive, nor did he have any deep water diving equipment. But the look on his face made it clear he hadn't given up on the idea, he just couldn't think of a rebuttal at the moment. Zawazi, remember what I'm telling you. Zhao Haixing pointed at Zane. You can't keep having all the fun to yourself out here forever. With that, he turned and started the motorboat's engine. The rickety engine coughed several times before sputtering to life, and the gray motorboat turned around and slowly headed north. Leon let out a long sigh. Brother Zay, this guy isn't going to let this go. I know. Zane watched Zhao Haixing's boat grow increasingly distant, his expression unchanged throughout. He picked up his phone and dialed Gordon's number. Dad, Zhao Haixing followed us here. I sent him away, but he already knows our approximate location. I figured as much, Gordon said in a calm, measured tone. What are you planning to do? I'm going to wait and see how he reacts after he gets back today. If he is just making a fuss, then that's that. But if he really intends to come back, I have a way to make sure he won't dare try it a second time. What's your plan? The power of the sea god. Gordon was silent for a moment. You want to use that against him? Not against him, just to scare him. Zane's voice was calm. I know the undercurrents and tides in these waters better than anyone. As long as he enters this area again, I'll make sure his boat can't move. I won't lay a finger on him or hurt him, but I'll make sure he knows the CS&T something he can mess with. Gordon said nothing more, but after a few seconds he spoke up. Don't go too far. Okay. Sure enough, Zhao Haixing wasn't going to let it go. The next day, when Zane set out to sea, he made a point of observing the situation at the dock. Zhao Haixing's rowboat wasn't on the pier. Zane set out on his usual route toward the rift. Halfway there, the range of his sea god's power detected a vessel's signal following him from about 2,000 meters behind. Here we go again, Zane muttered to himself. He neither sped up nor slowed down, continuing toward the rift at his normal cruising speed. When he reached the area above the rift, he shut off the engine and glanced back at the distant sea. This time, Zhao Haixing had learned his lesson. He didn't chase straight after Zane, but instead stopped about 1,500 meters away and watched from a distance. He was probably planning to wait until Zane went into the water to perform his task, then pull up alongside to see exactly what Zane was retrieving. Zane walked into the cockpit, sat down in his chair, and closed his eyes. He activated the power of the sea god. His sensory range expanded to its limit, and information about the ocean currents across the entire area unfolded in his mind like a three-dimensional map. The seabed topography near the rift created unique current effects as deep water surged up from the bottom of the rift. It formed irregular undercurrents and eddies on both sides of the rift. These eddies were almost invisible from the surface but had a significant impact on small vessels. Zane's power of the sea god allowed him to control the direction and intensity of these undercurrents within a certain range. He didn't need to go overboard. All he had to do was slightly adjust the direction of a few undercurrents along Zhao Haixing's approach route, creating an irregular vortex zone. Once Zhao Haixing's dilapidated sampan entered it, it would be trapped like a boat stuck in quicksand, unable to escape. Zane opened his eyes and glanced at Zhao Haixing's boat in the distance, which had already begun to move slowly, heading straight toward him. Leon stood on the deck, nervously staring at the gray sampan. Brother Zane, he's coming again. I see him. Zane stood up and walked to the bow, facing Zhao Haixing's direction, the sea breeze blowing his hair back. 1,000 meters away. 800 meters. At 600 meters, Zhao Haixing's sampan clearly accelerated. The engine roared louder, and a plume of black smoke billowed from the stern. The corner of Zane's mouth twitched slightly. Under the control of the power of the sea god, he diverted an upwelling undercurrent on the north side of the rift 15 degrees to the west, while simultaneously accelerating an eastward ocean current directly beneath Zhao Haixing's course by 30%. The two currents converged about 200 meters ahead of Zhao Haixing, forming an irregular vortex zone with a diameter of approximately 50 meters. From the surface, it looked like nothing more than slightly choppy water. But for a dilapidated sampan with no reserve power, this irregular vortex was enough to cause it to lose directional control. Zhao Haixing's boat plunged into that area. Chapter 36. A humiliating plunge into the water and a plea for mercy. The moment the sampan entered the vortex, the hull suddenly yawed sideways. Zhao Haixing, standing at the bow, staggered 2 steps and nearly fell. He quickly grabbed the bulwark to steady himself. What's going on? He turned to glance at the tiller at the stern. Under the force of the current, it had turned half a circle on its own, completely throwing the boat off course. Zhao Haixing cursed under his breath and rushed to the stern to turn the tiller, trying to correct the course. But the direction of the current was completely unpredictable. When he turned the tiller to the left, the boat veered right. When he turned it to the right, the boat spun to the left. The sampan began circling in place within that 50-meter wide whirlpool zone. Leon watched the scene from Zane's boat, his mouth agape. Bro Zane, what's wrong with his boat? Undercurrents, Zane said flatly. There are erratic undercurrents in these waters, and he doesn't know how to avoid them. Leon stared at the sampan spinning on the water's surface, half believing, half doubting. Zhao Haisheng was sweating profusely with anxiety on the sampan. He revved the throttle, trying to use the engine's power to break free, but the engine was already ancient and worn out. Facing the resistance of the current, it was severely underpowered, and the boat began to sway more and more violently. With a few muffled puff, puff, puff sounds, the engine stalled. Zhao Haisheng froze for a second, then rushed over and yanked hard on the engine starter cord 5 or 6 times, but couldn't get it started. He yanked it 3 more times, the engine coughed twice and died again. Now without power, the small boat was completely at the mercy of the current, spinning around and around in the whirlpool like a leaf. Zhao Haisheng's face turned from red to white, then from white to ashen. "Zawazi!" he shouted in Zane's direction, his voice already tinged with panic. Zane stood at the bow, hands in his pockets, neither moving nor responding. Zhao Haisheng shouted again, "Zawazi! My boat's having trouble, come over and help me out." Zane still didn't move. Leon glanced at Zane, then at Zhao Haisheng and asked quietly, "Brother Zay, should we go over and give him a hand? Let us wait a little longer." Zhao Haisheng fiddled with the motorboat for another 5 minutes, but the engine of that rickety boat still wouldn't start. Meanwhile, the currents in the whirlpool zone grew increasingly turbulent, and the motorboat began to list more and more. When a massive wave crashed over the boat, the port side was slammed by the water. Zhao Haisheng lost his footing, his whole body lurching to the left. He grabbed the gunwale with both hands, but his feet slipped, and he was flung overboard. With a splash, Zhao Haisheng fell into the sea. He could swim, but swimming in the erratic currents of a whirlpool was entirely different from swimming on calm water. The current squeezed and tugged at him from all directions for every stroke he took. The water pushed him back 2 steps. Zhao Haisheng began to choke on water. "Zawazi, help me!" His voice cracked, all traces of flattery and threats had vanished, leaving only fear. Zane watched him for 10 seconds. Then he slowly adjusted the control parameters of the power of the sea god, weakening a current on the western side of the vortex by 50% and carving out a relatively calm channel between Zhao Haisheng's position and Zane's boat. "Xiao Jun, throw a rope over here." Leon reacted quickly. Grabbing a rope and flinging it out with all his might, the end landed on the water's surface 2 meters in front of Zhao Haisheng. Zhao Haisheng swam frantically a couple of strokes and grabbed the rope. Leon couldn't pull him in alone, so Zane walked over, and the 2 of them together hauled Zhao Haisheng up to the side of the new boat. Zhao Haisheng clung to the gunwale with both hands, half his body still submerged in the water. His face was pale, his lips purple, and he coughed several times, vomiting up all the seawater he swallowed. "Get up here," Zane said, reaching out to pull him onto the deck. Zhao Haisheng lay sprawled on the deck like a dead fish, gasping for breath for a long time. He was soaked through, his undershirt clinging to his body, and his plastic binoculars had fallen into the sea at some point. Leon found an old towel and tossed it to him. Zhao Haisheng took the towel and wiped his face, then sat up and leaned against the gunwale, still gasping for breath. "Uncle Zhao, have you caught your breath yet?" Zane crouched down in front of him. Zhao Haisheng looked at Zane's face, the fear still lingering in his eyes. "What was that current all about? I've been fishing in these coastal waters for over a decade and have never encountered a current like that. The undercurrents near the deep-water rift are different. Especially during tidal shifts, the direction and strength of the currents can change suddenly. Big ships can handle it, but your little rowboat stands no chance." Zane was telling the truth, he just left out the detail that he could control the undercurrents. Zhao Haisheng's face turned even paler. "Why didn't you tell me sooner that there were undercurrents in these waters? Uncle Zhao, since when am I obligated to tell you about the hydrographic conditions in these waters?" Zane stood up. "I already told you before that deep water operations in this area aren't something your boat can handle. You wouldn't listen, you insisted on coming along to watch. And look what happened." Zhao Haisheng opened his mouth, then closed it again. Zane pointed to the gray rowboat still circling in the eddy in the distance. "I'll tow your boat back for you, but Uncle Zhao, let me be clear. If you follow me out to sea again, I can't guarantee I'll be there to save you next time. The undercurrents in these waters aren't always the same. Today you were lucky no one was hurt and the boat is still here. But what about next time?" Zhao Haisheng sat on the deck, water dripping from his soaking wet hair, Without saying a word, Zane walked into the wheelhouse, started the engine, and slowly steered the boat over to Zhao Haixing's dinghy. Using the power of the sea god, Zane quietly restored the currents in the whirlpool to normal. The dinghy stopped spinning and drifted peacefully on the water's surface. Leon jumped onto the dinghy and secured the tow rope. Zane's new boat slowly towed the gray dinghy toward the White Sea Village pier. All the way there, Zhao Haixing sat silently on Zane's boat, huddled in a corner wrapped in that old towel, his face looking grim. As they neared the White Sea Village pier, Zhao Haixing finally spoke up. "Zane, I've taken note of what happened today." Zane glanced back at him. "Uncle Zhao, you can remember whatever you want, but these waters aren't a place for you to mess around in. It'd be best if you gave up on that idea for good." Zhao Haixing was silent for a few seconds. "Then let me ask you one last question." "Ask away. What exactly did you pull out of that fissure that lets you make over 100,000 a day?" Zane looked him straight in the eye. "Uncle Zhao, you nearly drowned in those waters today, and right now, you're still thinking about how much money I made?" The corner of Zhao Haixing's mouth twitched, and he fell silent again. The boat pulled up to the White Sea Village pier. Zhao Haixing climbed down from Zane's boat without saying thank you or looking back and walked along the pier, soaking wet. Leon towed Zhao Haixing's dinghy to the other end of the pier, tied it up, then walked back and looked at Zane. "Brother Zane, do you think he'll dare to come back?" "He won't dare." Zane leaned against the doorframe of the wheelhouse, watching Zhao Haixing's back disappear into the alley at the end of the pier. "Anyone who has fallen into the water once will get weak in the knees just seeing that stretch of ocean again." Leon thought about it and decided it made sense. "So, are we still going to work today?" Zane glanced at the sky. The sun was already setting, and the air tanks needed to be refilled. "Let us call it a day. We'll go back tomorrow. And by the way, tomorrow we won't just be harvesting sea cucumbers. What else are we going to harvest?" Zane gazed at the deep blue expanse of the ocean in the distance, the corners of his mouth turning up slightly. "That golden speck deep in the rift, I got a little closer to it while I was diving today and could make out its outline pretty clearly." Leon's eyes widened. "What is it?" Zane turned and walked into the cockpit, closing the door behind him. "You'll find out tomorrow." Chapter 37, Returning with a Full Catch. At 3:30 a.m. the next day, Zane woke up 20 minutes before his alarm was set to go off. As he rolled over and sat up, he heard Grace tossing and turning in her room, but she didn't turn on the light. She probably heard the noise and drifted back to sleep. Zane splashed some water on his face, grabbed 2 steamed buns left over from last night from the kitchen, and headed out the door. Leon was already waiting at the dock, crouched on the pier and yawning. "Bro Zane, how many tanks are you bringing today?" "3 all full. We'll be making a few more trips today. I've loaded them up. I also packed 2 extra live tanks, 5 in total." "Is that enough?" "That's enough. Let us go." It was still pitch black when the new boat left the White Sea Village pier. Only the yellow light at the top of the pier's lighthouse flickered through the fog. 45 minutes later, the boat came to a stop above the rift. As Zane stood at the ship's rail, fully suited up, he glanced at the sea's surface. It was clear and calm, with no sign of Zhao Haixing. "Xiao Jun, let me tell you today's target numbers. I plan to harvest at least 150 sea cucumbers and at least 30 abalones." Leon was filling the live well with seawater. Upon hearing those numbers, the hose nearly slipped from his hands. 150? Brother Zane, you only managed 62 in 3 trips yesterday. You want to more than double that today. Yesterday was the first day of scouting the route. Today I'm already familiar with the terrain down there, so we'll be much more efficient. Zane patted the air tank on his back. "I'll aim to finish each dive in 20 minutes. I'll come up for a 5-minute air break before going back down. Rotating through 3 tanks, 6 dives should be enough. Then I'll get the scale and sorting bins ready up here. Every time you come up, I'll sort a batch." "Got it." Zane clamped the regulator between his teeth and flipped into the water. On his first run, he headed straight for the densest cluster of sea cucumbers along the northern cliff face of the rift. With Poseidon's power at full throttle, the signals from the sea cucumbers within his sensory range shone as brightly as stars in the night sky, and every location was precisely marked on the 3D map in his mind. With a quick stab, pry, and pull of his diving knife, he bagged one every 10 seconds. After 20 minutes, the net bag was stuffed with 31. When he surfaced, Leon was already crouched at the gunwale, holding out his hand. 31. "Zane, you're way too fast. Don't count them." Just dump them in the bucket first. I'll take a breath and head back down right away. Zane took the empty net bag, took a few deep breaths to check his tank pressure, and dove back in for the second time. On his second dive, he headed to the southern rock face, where the sea cucumbers were slightly larger than those on the northern side. A few appeared to be nearly 30 centimeters long, their spines gleaming a distinct golden yellow under the flashlight. In 22 minutes, he harvested 28 sea cucumbers. On his third dive, at the bottom of the ravine, he harvested a mix of abalone and sea cucumbers, 15 abalone and 19 sea cucumbers. On his fourth dive, he continued deep into the northern rock face. This time, he swam to a section he hadn't visited before. The ravine made a small bend here, and the density of sea cucumbers on the inner wall of the bend was higher than on the outer side. Zane harvested 37 sea cucumbers in this bend. After 4 dives, he lay on the deck for 5 minutes, his chest rising and falling. He was completely exhausted. Leon handed him a bottle of mineral water. Bro Zane, take a break. We've already got 115 sea cucumbers and 15 abalones. That's more than enough. Zane downed half the bottle of water, sat up, and glanced at the live holding buckets. 3.5 of the 4 buckets were already full. The sea cucumbers inside were slowly wriggling in the water, while the abalones clung motionless to the sides of the buckets. We're almost there. Just 2 more dives. Rest until you're ready before going down again. Don't push yourself too hard. Zane stretched his shoulders and switched to his third air tank. On his 5th dive, he returned to the bottom of the rift to focus on abalone. This time, he found a depression with a particularly high concentration of pebbles. The abalone shells there were generally larger than elsewhere. Zane measured the largest one with his hand. It was so big that even with his thumb and little finger spread wide, he couldn't cover it. 18 abalone in 15 minutes. On his 6th and final dive, he harvested 22 sea cucumbers from the easternmost end of the northern cliff face of the rift. By the time he surfaced for the last time and climbed back onto the deck, the sun had risen to a position directly overhead, leaning slightly toward the west. Leon emptied the last batch of sea cucumbers from the net bag into the live well and crouched down to count them. Brother Zay, we've got a total of 153 sea cucumbers and 33 abalones. We've exceeded the quota. Zane took off his diving gear and sat on the deck. He was soaking wet but looked completely relaxed. Let us go. We'll take a batch back to the base on the island for temporary storage, and haul the rest straight to the dock for shipment. On the way back to the island base, Zane called Fong Ziyuan. Director Fong, we've got a big shipment today, nearly double the volume of the last one. How much? 153 sea cucumbers and 33 abalones. The quality is the same as last time, all S-grade deep water mature sea cucumbers and large-shelled wild abalones. On the other end of the line, Fong Ziyuan's breathing changed. Mr. Su, 153? Right? Can you handle that much in one go today? Yes, absolutely. I have 3 distributors of high-end ingredients who've been asking me for S-grade sea cucumbers. The bigger the quantity, the happier they are. What about the price? The sea cucumbers will still be 2,200 per gene, just like last time. Since the volume is larger, I won't raise the price, but I won't lower it either. Does that work for you? Zane thought for a moment. Okay, but I'll need to renegotiate the price for the abalone. Go ahead. Last time, I gave the abalone to General Manager Chen. This time, I plan to set aside a portion for you, but each one over 12 centimeters will be 2,000. There was a 3-second silence on Fong Ziyuan's end. 2,000? Didn't Mr. Su pay 1,500 last time? The quantity was smaller last time. This time, I have 21 abalone with a shell diameter of 12 centimeters or more. If you take the entire lot at once, the unit price is 2,000. If you think it's too expensive, I'll sell them to someone else. No, 2,000 it is. I'll take them. Zane hung up and dialed Qin Changming. Mr. Chun, I set aside a batch of abalone for Fong Ziyuan today. I've reserved 12 pieces for you, each between 10 and 12 centimeters in shell diameter at the same unit price as last time. Is that okay? Chun Changming's voice was calm. Sure, Mr. Su. It's entirely up to you who you sell your goods to. I'll take whatever you have available. I won't argue over it. But Mr. Su, there's something I'd like to discuss with you. What is it? I have a friend in the high-end dining industry who runs 3 private dining clubs in the provincial capital. She has been looking for a reliable supplier of top-tier seafood lately. I mentioned you to her, and she's very interested. She'd like to meet you. Zane's hand paused on the steering wheel. What kind of client is she? Her name is Shen Qingyi. Her family is in real estate. She doesn't deal in real estate herself. She's in the restaurant business, but you know her clientele. They're all from that circle of the ultra-wealthy and powerful. Set up a meeting for me. The sooner, the better. Sure. I'll contact her today. Zane hung up and tucked his phone into a waterproof bag. The boat had already pulled up to the makeshift dock at the island base. He and Leon temporarily stored 50 sea cucumbers in the live holding tanks at the base's warehouse, then loaded the remaining 103 sea cucumbers and 33 abalones onto the boat and headed back to the White Sea Village pier. Ziyuan's refrigerated truck had already arrived at the pier ahead of time, and Chen Changming had come in person this time, accompanied by Lena and 2 technicians. The 2 groups stood in separate clusters on the pier, watching Zane's boat come to dock. Leon unloaded the live keeping barrels from the boat one by one. As the 5 barrels were lined up in a row and their lids opened, everyone on the pier crowded around. The barrels were filled with large, dark sea cucumbers, packed tightly together, while the algae on the abalone shells glowed an inky green in the sunlight. Chen Changming crouched by the buckets and examined them for a long time before reaching in to scoop out a sea cucumber and weigh it in his hand. Mr. Su, the quality of this batch of sea cucumbers is even better than the last one. Just look at the hardness and density of these spines. He handed the sea cucumber to Fang Ziyuan. Fang Ziyuan took it, examined it briefly, then passed it to the technician behind him. Quick test. The technician scanned 3 sea cucumbers and 2 abalone with the testing device. When the data came up, his eyebrows raised slightly. President Fang, they're all S grade. 7 of the sea cucumbers even meet the protein content standards for SS grade. Fang Ziyuan looked at Zane. 7 SS grade ones? I don't know which 7 are SS grade, either they were all caught from the same spot. SS grade sea cucumbers sell for over 4,000 per gene at the retail market. I'll pay a premium for these 7 from Mr. Su. How about 3,000 per gene? Zane nodded. Sorting and weighing the sea cucumbers took exactly 40 minutes. Lena and the technician numbered, weighed, and photographed each one. The final data was compiled. For Fang Ziyuan's batch, the 91 sea cucumbers weighed a total of 47 gene and 3 liang. Of these, the 7 SS grade ones were priced at 3,000 yuan per gene, while the rest were priced at 2,200 yuan per gene, bringing the total value of the sea cucumbers to 97,660 yuan. The 21 large shell abalones were priced at 2,000 yuan each, totaling 42,000 yuan. Fang Ziyuan's total came to 139,660 yuan. As for Chen Changming's batch, the 12 sea cucumbers weighed a total of 6 gene and 1 liang. Priced at 2,000 yuan per gene, they totaled 12,200 yuan. The 12 abalones, priced according to the previously agreed upon grading, totaled 10,400 yuan. Chen Changming's total came to 22,600 yuan. After the 2 transfers cleared, Zane glanced at his mobile banking balance. Over 573,000 yuan. Leon was standing right beside him. He tilted his head to catch a glimpse of the number, and his legs went weak. Chapter 38. Meeting a top socialite. 3 days later, Zane went out to sea twice more. The stock of sea cucumbers and abalone in the rift was far greater than he had estimated over the 2 trips. He harvested another 210 sea cucumbers and 45 abalone, all of which were sold in batches to Fang Ziyuan and Chen Changming. The balance in his bank account steadily climbed to 890,000. That evening, while Zane was at home washing his diving gear, he received a call from Chen Changming. Mr. Su, I've made arrangements with Shen Qingyi. She'll be coming from the provincial capital the day after tomorrow afternoon. I've set up a meeting at Jinhai Pavilion in Baisha Town. Does that work for you? Sure. What time? 3 o'clock in the afternoon. All right, Mr. Chen. See you the day after tomorrow. Zane hung up the phone and hung his wetsuit on a bamboo pole in the courtyard. Grace came out of the kitchen carrying a plate of steamed fish. What's going on now? I'm going to town the day after tomorrow to meet a client. What kind of client? Someone in the high-end dining business who wants to establish a long-term partnership with me. Grace set the fish on the table and used her chopsticks to serve Zane a piece of fish belly. Your business is getting bigger and bigger. Remember to wear something presentable. Don't show up in flip-flops like you did last time at the town hall. Zane looked down at the flip-flops on his feet. Mom, it's just clothes. What's the big deal? It's not about what you wear or don't wear. You're a big-time businessman. Now you need to maintain some dignity. Grace turned and went back into the kitchen, then brought out another plate of stir-fried greens. Tomorrow, I'll have your dad drive you into town to buy a pair of leather shoes. Mom, I really don't need leather shoes. Are you going to listen to me or to yourself? Zane fell silent and quietly ate his fish. At 2:40 p.m. the day after tomorrow, Zane pulled up in his pickup truck in front of Jinhai Pavilion in Baisha Town. Jinhai Pavilion was the finest restaurant in Baisha Town, a 3-story Chinese-style building with 2 neatly trimmed ginkgo pines standing at the entrance. Zane was wearing a dark blue polo shirt and khaki casual pants. He had indeed changed into a new pair of leather shoes the black cowhide ones Grace had picked out for him in town the day before yesterday, though they pinched his feet a bit. Chun Changming was already waiting in the first-floor lobby. Mr. Su, President Shin hasn't arrived yet. Let us go upstairs and take a seat first. The two went up to a private room on the 3rd floor. The room's windows looked out onto a small landscaped garden with rockeries, a trickling stream, bamboo, and stone lanterns all arranged with great elegance. Zane sat down and poured himself a cup of tea. Mr. Chun, could you give me a brief overview of who Chun Qingyi is? Chun Changming sat down across from him. The Shin family is in the real estate business in the provincial capital. They aren't the largest, but they have deep roots. Chun Qingyi is the youngest daughter of the family. She is 28 this year. After studying abroad, she didn't join the family South Real Estate Company instead. She opened 3 high-end private dining restaurants in the provincial capital on her own. Her restaurants are called Qingyi Banquet. They operate by reservation only and don't accept walk-ins. The per-person cost per meal ranges from 3,000 to 8,000. Zane took a sip of tea. 3,000 to 8,000 per person? That's right. Her clientele consists of business owners and financial professionals in the provincial capital. Some come through her family's connections, while others are drawn by word of mouth. Clients at this level must have very high standards for ingredients. Not just high, extremely demanding. Chun Changming leaned back in his chair. She updates her menu every quarter, with signature dishes designed around the finest seasonal ingredients. 2 members of her culinary team are kaiseki masters brought back from Japan, and their standards for seafood quality are down to the last detail. Have you supplied her with ingredients before? I've supplied her twice standard S-grade sea cucumbers and imported bluefin tuna. She said they were decent but not spectacular. She mentioned her guests have grown tired of the usual high-end ingredients and are looking for something different. Something different? Your deep-water Rift Valley sea cucumbers are exactly that. The sound of high heels clicking on the wooden floor echoed from outside, and the private room door swung open. A tall, young woman entered, wearing a sharply tailored white blazer over a light gray silk blouse. Her hair was pulled back into a low bun, and she wore a pair of delicate pearl stud earrings. Her features were somewhat cool, her skin very fair, and her makeup was light standing there. She gave off an air of purity yet seemed somewhat unapproachable. Behind her followed a female assistant in a black suit. President Chun, sorry to keep you waiting. Her voice was clear and bright, and she spoke at a measured pace. Chun Changming stood up. President Chun, let me introduce you. This is Zane, Mr. Su. Chun Ching's gaze fell on Zane, quickly scanning him from head to toe. Zane stood up and shook her hand. Hello, President Shin. Hello, Mr. Su. President Chun has mentioned you to me many times. Chun Qingyi sat down across from Zane, and her assistant took a seat beside her. Mr. Su, I'll get straight to the point. Everyone's time is valuable, so let us not beat around the bush. All right. President Chun said you have wild sea cucumbers and wild abalone from Deepwater Rift, with quality reaching S-grade and SS grade, and a stable supply available on an ongoing basis. Is this information accurate? It is. May I see the actual products? Zane took a sealed container out of the insulated cooler he brought with him, opened the lid, and revealed 3 sea cucumbers wrapped in damp cloth and 2 wild abalone. These were samples he specifically selected that morning. Among the 3 sea cucumbers was one SS-grade specimen, whose golden sheen on the spines stood out particularly clearly under the light. Chun Qingyi reached out to pick up the SS-grade sea cucumber and examined it in her hand. Her fingers were slender and clean, with no nail polish on them. 6 rows of spines, excellent spine hardness, superb elasticity, and a densely patterned skin texture. She set the sea cucumber down and looked at Zane. Mr. Su, I've been in this business for 3 years, and I've never seen a single live sea cucumber of this quality on the domestic market. You really know your stuff, Miss Shin. I don't just know my stuff, I also want to know how consistently you can supply this quality. Shun Qingyi leaned back in her chair, her hands folded on the table. My restaurant needs between 50 and 80 top-grade spiny sea cucumbers each month. As for abalone, counting only those with a shell diameter of 12 centimeters or more, we need at least 20 per month. Can you guarantee a steady monthly supply? Zane thought for a moment. Yes, but I have one condition. Go ahead. For a long-term partnership, I'll price the sea cucumbers at 2,500 per gene for S grade and 3,500 per gene for SS grade, about 15% higher than the price I charge Fong Xion. Shen Qingyi's assistant flipped through her notebook nearby, but Shen Qingyi didn't look at her. She replied directly. What's the reason for the 15% markup? First, your clients have higher quality standards than those in regular channels. I'll need to conduct a more meticulous selection during the harvest to ensure I provide only the best products to you, which will reduce my operational efficiency. Second, you're requesting a stable monthly supply. This means I can't concentrate shipments to other clients and must set aside inventory for you that's an opportunity cost. Shen Qingyi looked at him for 5 seconds. Have you ever run a business, Mr. Su? No, I haven't. Then you have a good nose for negotiations. She picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip. S grade is 2,300 per gene. SS grade is 3,200 per gene. An abalone with a shell diameter of 12 centimeters or more is 2,200 per piece. That's the highest price I can offer. I'll accept 2,200 for the abalone, but I won't budge on the sea cucumbers. Zane's tone was even. 2,500 for grade S, 3,500 for grade SS. That's my bottom line. With your restaurant S per person spending ranging from 3,000 to 8,000, this price isn't even a fraction of your cost structure. The corner of Shen Qingyi's mouth twitched. Have you looked into my operating costs, Mr. Su? No need to know. Your customers spend 8,000 for a single meal. You know full well how much a single sea cucumber contributes to the cost of a dish. It's pointless for me to haggle over saving 200 or 300 on this one sea cucumber. Silence fell in the private room for a few seconds. Chen Changming sat to the side, sipping his tea peacefully, showing no intention of interjecting. Shen Qingyi set down her teacup. All right, let us go with your price. A minimum monthly supply of 50 sea cucumbers. I won't specify the ratio of S grade to SS grade, just provide them based on actual availability. At least 20 abalone per month. I won't accept any with a shell diameter under 12 centimeters. The contract term is 1 year. After that, we'll renegotiate the price based on market conditions. Zane nodded. Agreed. Shen Qingyi's assistant was furiously taking notes in her notebook. One more thing. Shen Qingyi looked at Zane. If you happen to catch anything of higher quality than this in the future, I want the right of first refusal. Zane recalled that Chen Changming had said the exact same thing earlier. President Shen, I've already granted the right of first refusal to President Chen. Shen Qingyi glanced at Chen Changming. Chen Changming set down his teacup and smiled. Ms. Shen, Mr. Su is a man of his word. He'll stick to the first come, first served principle. But as you work with Mr. Su for a longer period, you'll naturally develop your own priorities. Don't worry. Shen Qingyi pursed her lips and said nothing more. The contract terms were verbally confirmed on the spot. Her assistant would later draft a formal document for both parties to sign. As she was leaving, Shen Qingyi paused at the entrance to Jinhai Pavilion. Mr. Su, next month I'll arrange for my head chef to visit White Sea Village in person. He needs to observe your entire fishing and preservation process to use as a reference for menu design. No problem. Just give me a day's notice. Shen Qingyi got into a black Mercedes-Benz sedan. Her assistant took the passenger seat, and the car pulled out of the Golden Sea Pavilion parking lot. Chen Changming walked over to Zane. Mr. Su, you sealed the deal with Shen Qingyi in just 20 minutes. Do you know how long it took me to negotiate with her back then? How long? For months. Zane chuckled. Maybe my product is better than yours. Chen Changming laughed too and patted him on the shoulder. That's a bold claim. On the drive back, Zane ran the numbers while driving his pickup truck. Shen Qingyi's supply channel provides a steady monthly supply of 50S grade sea cucumbers. At an average fresh weight of half a gene per head and a price of 2,500 per gene, that's 62,500 in monthly sea cucumber revenue. For SS grade sea cucumbers, assuming 10 to 15 are mixed in each month at 3,500 per gene, that adds an extra 17,000 to 26,000 per month. With more than 20 abalones per month at 2,200 each, that's over 44,000 in monthly abalone revenue. Combined, this single channel provides Shen Qingyi with a stable monthly income of at least 120,000. When added to the shipments from Fangziyuan and Shanchangming, the total monthly income is conservatively estimated at over 300,000. As the pickup truck turned onto the village road leading to White Sea Village, Zane's phone buzzed with a notification from Ocean System. Ocean System notification. Host S commercial network has expanded to 3 independent channels. Marine Resource Development Efficiency Rating has been upgraded to Grade B. Ocean scan accuracy has increased by an additional 5%. Current effective detection range is 155 meters. Chapter 39. Balance breaks 5 million. For the next month or so, Zane spent almost every day at sea. The yield of sea cucumbers and abalone in the rift remained stable. He adjusted his fishing schedule based on demand across the 3 channels, heading out to sea 4 to 5 days a week and diving 3 to 4 times a day. Leon, who had been on edge the entire time he was on the boat at the beginning, could now hum a tune while sorting sea cucumbers. The income in his mobile banking account climbed step by step like ascending a staircase. 1 million. 1,500,000. 2 million. By the end of the 6th week, Zane opened his phone to check his balance. 3,270,000. He stared at that number for several seconds. But what truly brought about a qualitative change in his balance was a single large order. A distributor working with Fangziyuan organized a high-end seafood auction specifically for 5-star hotels and top-tier Japanese restaurants in the Yangtze River Delta region. Fangziyuan featured Zane's 30 SS grade sea cucumbers as the star lot. The 30 SS grade sea cucumbers fetched a total of 680,000. Fangziyuan took a 15% distribution commission, and the remaining 578,000 was transferred in full to Zane. Shortly after, Shen Qingyi placed an additional order. Her 3rd store in the provincial capital had just opened a new VIP banquet hall and needed a batch of top-grade sea cucumbers as the main ingredients for the grand opening banquet. Ordering 80 S grade and 20 SS grade sea cucumbers in one go. This order totaled 236,000 yuan. After the 2 large orders were settled, Zane's bank balance skyrocketed to 4,980,000 yuan. He was just 20,000 yuan short of 5 million yuan. And that 20,000 yuan was made up the very next day after a routine shipment. Zane sat in the corrugated metal warehouse at his island base, staring at the number on his phone screen. 5,017,423 yuan. He locked his phone, slipped it into his pocket, walked out of the warehouse, and stood at the edge of the bay. The sea breeze blew in. The smell of bird droppings on the island had faded considerably. After more than a month of cleaning and using the island, it had begun to feel a little more like a place where people lived. But it was only a little. The makeshift dock was just a large rock with a few ropes tied to it. The corrugated iron warehouse rattled and clattered in the wind. The live fish tanks sat out in the open, and the noise from the generator was enough to scare away all the seabirds on the island. 5 million. The number spun around in Zane's mind, and an idea began to take shape. That evening, back in White Sea Village, Zane had dinner with Gordon and Grace in the yard. Grace had stewed a pot of pork rib and lotus root soup, and Gordon's face was a little flushed after 2 glasses of baijiu. "Mom, Dad, there's something I want to tell you." Grace paused with her chopsticks mid-scoop. "What is it?" "I want to build a house." Gordon set down his glass and looked at him. "What kind of house?" "A big one in the village. Our old house is too small and too run down now. It's not comfortable for you 2 to live in." Grace glanced up at the ceiling, where water stains remained from a previous leak. "How much will it cost to build a house?" "I want to build something nice, including interior finishes, a yard, and a garage. I'm budgeting around 2 million. Grace's chopsticks fell onto the table. Gordon's glass also froze at his lips. "How much? 2 million. Are you out of your mind?" Grace's voice cracked. 2 million to build a house in White Sea Village? Even the best houses in the village only cost a little over 200,000. "Mom, I don't want to build an ordinary house. I want to build a mansion 3 stories with a yard, a garden, and a garage, plus a drying yard and utility shed outside. We need to maintain our family's prestige." Gordon set his glass down. "How much money do you have?" "Just over 5 million. Silence fell over the dinner table for a full 10 seconds. Grace stared at Zane's face, opening her mouth twice but making no sound. Gordon picked up his glass and downed the remaining wine in one gulp. "Did you say 5 million? "Yeah, I earned it these past 2 months. It's all in my bank account." Gordon slammed his empty glass down on the table with a clang. Tell me the truth, how did you make that money? Dad, you know all about it, the sea cucumbers and abalone from Deepwater Rift, shipped through 3 different channels. Where else do you think I could have made it? Gordon looked him in the eyes for a long time. You plan to spend $2 million on building a house. What about the remaining $3 million? $3 million is for working capital and equipment upgrades. Plus, we need to renovate the base on the island. That tin-roofed warehouse is way too makeshift. We need to build a proper cold chain warehouse and a dock. Grace finally caught on and grabbed Zane's arm. Zane, are you saying you really have $5 million? Mom, why would I lie to you? Let me see. Zane pulled out his phone, opened the banking app, and handed it to Grace. Grace looked at the number on the screen, and her eyes welled up with tears. You kid. Why didn't you tell me sooner? You wouldn't have believed me anyway. Grace's hand was shaking as she held the phone. Gordon took it from her, glanced at it himself, then handed it back to Zane. Put it away. Gordon's voice was a little hoarse. Your mom's been living with me in this dump for over 20 years. It's time she lived in something better. Tears rolled down Grace's cheeks. What are you talking about, old man? I'm just fine living here. Fine my ass. On rainy days, there aren't even enough buckets to catch the leaks, and the gaps in the windows are big enough to stick a hand through. Do you think I don't know you get woken up by the wind in the middle of the night every day? As Gordon spoke, his voice began to falter, and he turned his head to glance to the side. Zane watched the two of them, a pang of sadness welling up inside him. Mom and Dad, don't worry. I already have a preliminary plan for the new house. Tomorrow I'll have the construction crew come out to measure the lot, and I've had the blueprints drawn up. Take a look and let me know if you're happy with them. Zane pulled up a few images on his phone and handed them to Gordon. These were preliminary renderings from a studio specializing in rural villa design that he found online a couple of days earlier. A 3-story Chinese-style courtyard home with blue-gray bricks, gray tiles, and white walls. The first floor featured double entrance doors leading into a central courtyard, with the living room and dining room on either side. The second floor had 3 master bedrooms and a study, while the third floor housed a terrace and a leisure area. The property covered 400 square meters, with a parking area in the front yard and a garden in the back, where a cobblestone path led to a hexagonal gazebo. Outside the garden wall, a 30-square-meter space was set aside for a utility shed and a drying area. Gordon looked through each image, his expression shifting from surprise to silence, and finally, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. Can we drink tea inside that gazebo? Yes. I'll have them dig a small fish pond next to the gazebo, so you can keep a few koi in your spare time. Gordon handed the phone back to Zane. All right, let us do it your way. Grace wiped away her tears and reverted to her role as the concerned mother. When it comes to building the new house, should we tear down this old one and rebuild here, or find another location? We'll find another plot. S&T, that residential lot behind our house still vacant? I'll talk to the village committee about approval. It shouldn't be a problem. Is that plot behind the house big enough? It is. I measured it. It's big enough to fit the whole house and yard. After dinner, Zane made a few phone calls in the yard. The first call was to Fong Ziyuan, asking if he knew of any reliable rural construction crews. Fong Ziyuan said he knew a construction team owner named Zhang Dewei, whom he'd been working with for many years. Zhang specialized in self-build projects in towns and rural areas and had a solid reputation for quality. The second call was to the design studio that had created the blueprints to confirm the delivery date for the construction drawings. The third call was to Director Lee of the White Sea Village Committee to ask about the procedures for homestead approval. Director Lee sounded cheerful on the phone. Zawazi, are you building a new house? That's great news. You're a real go-getter in our village now. Just come to the village committee to submit an application for the residential plot. Once all the documents are in order, I'll help you get it approved. Director Lee, how long will the process take? Normally 2 months, but your situation is special. I'll expedite it for you and try to get it approved within a month. Thanks, Director Lee. Don't mention it. Just keep up the good work and bring honor to our White Sea Village. Zane hung up the phone and stood in the courtyard. Moonlight cast the shadow of the old locust tree onto the ground. The sound of Grace washing dishes inside drifted through the window, and Gordon sat on the doorstep smoking, the glow of his cigarette flickering in the darkness. Dad, once the new house is built, I'll put a big window facing the sea in your room. You'll be able to see the pier and the ocean when you wake up in the morning. Gordon took a drag on his cigarette without saying a word. It wasn't tea until half a moment later that he let out a soft hum. That single hum carried more weight than any words could. Chapter 40. The construction crew moves in. The approval for the building site came even faster than expected. They received the permit in just 23 days. Director Lee personally delivered it to Zane's home. Grace brewed some tea and served fruit. Director Lee stayed for 10 minutes, went over a couple of important points, and then left. The very next day after the approval came through, the construction crew moved in. Zhang Dawei led 18 workers and 3 pieces of equipment, driving 5 trucks in a grand procession from town into White Sea Village. The spectacle startled all the elderly women chatting at the village entrance. Whose house is being built with such a big commotion?
Zané, Gordon et son.
I heard he's building a big villa.
O villo?
No one in White Sea Village has ever built a villa before. They're making big money now. What's wrong with building a villa? Zhang Dawei, a burly, dark-skinned man in his early 40s, wore a hard hat and held a roll of construction blueprints. Standing on the building site with Zane, he went through the plans item by item with him. Mr. Su, according to the plans, the foundation needs to be dug to a depth of 1.8 meters. It's a reinforced concrete frame structure designed to withstand a magnitude 7 earthquake. That's the highest standard for self-built homes in rural areas. Go with the highest standard. For the exterior walls, should we use blue brick veneer or actual blue brick masonry? Actual blue brick. Actual blue brick costs 3 times as much as veneer. Use the real ones. Zhang Dawei made a note on the blueprints. For the roof tiles, I recommend small antique-style blue tiles. They offer good waterproofing and look beautiful. All right, you're the expert, you decide. What about the doors and windows? The blueprints call for large floor-to-ceiling windows made of thermal break aluminum, but those specifications aren't available locally in the village. We'll have to have them custom-made in the city. Go ahead and have them custom-made. Just stick to the dimensions on the blueprints. Zhang Dawei looked up at Zane. Mr. Su, based on the current specifications, the cost of this house excluding interior finishes, but including structural work and exterior finishes, will be roughly between 1.1 million and 1.2 million. Are you on board with that? I'm on board. Let us do it. Great. Then we'll start digging the foundation today. Zhang Dawei waved his hand, and the excavator's engine roared to life. Gordon stood under the old locust tree nearby, watching as the excavator's bucket dug into the ground and turned over the yellow soil. He'd been holding a cigarette for so long that he'd forgotten to take a drag. Grace came out of the house to bring the workers a case of bottled water, then carried out a basket of apples. Dawei, if you guys get thirsty or hungry while you're working, just let me know. I've got water and fruit ready at any time. Bruno appeared out of nowhere, riding his beat-up bicycle all the way to the edge of the construction site. Brother Zay, are you really building this? What do you think? Bruno circled the building site once, staring wide-eyed at the rendering spread out on the makeshift table. Brother Zay, this is way too beautiful. A 3-story house with a yard and a gazebo. This is definitely the first one of its kind in our village. Zhuang, keep your voice down. I've got to post this on my moments. Bruno pulled out his phone and snapped a bunch of photos. Zane ignored him and walked over to Gordon. Dad, could you keep an eye on the quality during construction? You're not a pro in this field, but you've got a keen eye. Check if the rebar is tied tight and if the concrete is mixed evenly. Gordon finally lit his cigarette. You don't even have to ask. I'm here every day keeping watch. Construction progressed rapidly. Zhang Dawei's team worked efficiently without dawdling. The 18 workers were divided into 3 rotating shifts, working non-stop from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. By the end of the first week, the foundation was complete, with the rebar cage neatly arranged at the bottom of the 1.8-meter deep pit. By the second Monday, the first floor framework was up, with concrete columns standing one after another from the village road. The outline of the house was already visible. During these 2 weeks, Zane never stopped going out to sea. He worked at sea during the day and returned in the evening to check on progress at the construction site. His schedule was packed every day. By the 3rd week, the second floor framework was also up, and Zhang Dawei began arranging for the walls to be laid. The genuine blue bricks, transported from out of town, were hauled into the village truckload by truckload and stacked on the vacant lot next to the construction site, forming a small mountain. Gossip in the village also began to spread. On his way back from the pier, Zane passed by the small convenience store at the village entrance and overheard a few people chatting inside. Gordon's son is building that house. He's already brought in 6 truckloads of bricks just for that. How much do you think that's going to cost? I heard the total budget is 2 million. 2 million? You've got to be kidding. How could a fisherman like him have 2 million? He's not catching ordinary fish these days. I heard they're deep-sea sea cucumbers, the kind that sell for several thousand yuan each. Is that true? Zane didn't stop, he walked straight past them. By the 4th week, the 3rd floor was up, and the carpentry crew had moved in to start working on the roof rafters and sheathing. The antique-style small blue tiles had also arrived. Zhang Dawei held up a tile for Zane to see in the sunlight. Mr. Su, look at the texture of this tile. These are authentic, handcrafted small blue-green tiles from Yixing. Each one is hand-molded by a master craftsman. Once laid, they give the entire roof a beautiful silhouette. Zane took it and examined it. The tile was a deep gray with a hint of blue. It felt smooth and substantial to the touch. Top-notch stuff. I've been in rural construction for 15 years, and I've had fewer than 5 clients who've used these tiles. Mr. Su, you're the 6th. Lately, Leon had been going out to sea with Zane every day, and whenever he came back, he'd swing by the construction site to check on things. Bro Zane, once this house is finished, can I come over for a free meal? You eat at my place every day. Do you really need to come over just to scrounge a meal? That's different. How could eating in the old house ever compare to eating in this big villa? Zane kicked him. By the 6th week of construction, the blue bricks on the exterior walls had been laid up to the 3rd floor, and the frames for the large floor-to-ceiling windows on the 1st floor were in place. Viewed from the front, the building's grandeur was already evident. The color scheme of blue-gray bricks, gray tiles, and white walls stood out like a beacon among the fishing village architecture of White Sea Village, forming a striking contrast to the surrounding 3-story buildings clad in ceramic tiles. Every day, Grace would stand on the village road and gaze at it from afar for a while. Sometimes she'd stand there for half an hour. Mom, have you had enough of looking at it yet? Not yet. I can't get enough of it, no matter how many times I look. Grace's eyes sparkled as if she'd been rejuvenated by 10 years. Gordon, on the other hand, never stood back to look from a distance. Every day, without fail, he would crouch on the construction site, watching the workers at their tasks, checking everything from the spacing of the rebar to the concrete mix ratio to the thickness of the mortar in the brick joints. Zhang Dawei had mentioned this to Zane in private. Your dad is even more meticulous than I am. Once, when I applied the mortar half a centimeter too thick in a brick joint, he spotted it right away and made me redo it on the spot. Zane smiled. Then just think of him as an extra, free-quality inspector. On the day they began building the courtyard wall, Zane stood on the 3rd floor terrace and looked around. To the east, he could see a corner of the White Sea Village pier and the azure expanse of the sea in the distance. To the south lay rolling hills and a winding village road. To the north was a vast fishing drying yard and several rows of low, old houses. To the west stood the old locust tree and the old house where he'd lived since childhood. He stood on the terrace, hands resting on the railing, as the sea breeze blew in, carrying a salty, fishy scent. His cell phone rang in his pocket. It was Chun Changming. Mr. Su, General Manager Shun has confirmed this month's 2nd batch of orders. 60S grade and 15 SS grade. When can you deliver them? Within 3 days. All right. Also, General Manager Shin asked me to ask you something. What is it? She wants to go out to sea on your boat herself to see your operations firsthand. She says it's to gather material for the copy of her new menu. Zane thought for a moment. Sure, but she'll have to sign a safety waiver herself. She knows that. Her assistant has it ready. Just set a time. Next Tuesday. All right, I'll let her know. Zane hung up, slipped his phone back into his pocket, and walked downstairs from the terrace. In the courtyard, Zhang Dawei was directing workers as they dug a pit for a fish pond in the backyard, while Gordon crouched nearby, measuring the depth with a tape measure. Everything was proceeding according to plan. Chapter 41. Daily Diving and Fishing. The weather next Tuesday looked good, cloudy turning to sunny, with a force 2 southeast wind and waves 0.3 meters high. Early in the morning, Zane hosed down the boat inside and out, scrubbed the deck spotless, and wiped down the cockpit windows. Leon was a bit surprised by all the fuss. Bro Zane, who's coming today? An important client is coming on board for a tour. Keep your mouth shut and don't say anything out of line. Is it that restaurant owner from the provincial capital? How did you know? Brother Zhuang told me. He said the female owner is really pretty. Zane raised his hand and gave him a light tap on the head. Get back to work. At 8:20 a.m., a black Mercedes pulled up in the open lot next to the White Sea Village Pier. Shen Qingyi stepped out of the back seat. Today she was wearing a light blue windbreaker and white athletic pants, with a pair of non-slip boat shoes on her feet, and her hair tied back in a neat ponytail. She looked several years younger than when they met at Jinhai Pavilion. Her assistant hadn't come, she was alone. "Good morning, Mr. Su." "Good morning, President Shen. Please come aboard." Shen Qingyi stepped onto the gunnel with a steady stride. It was clear this wasn't her first time on a boat. She first walked into the wheelhouse and looked around, then went to the aft deck to inspect the refrigerated hold and the hydraulic crane, and finally walked to the bow and stood there for a moment. The boat's in great condition. It's a 12.3-meter diesel boat. I've had it for a little over 2 months. Is the engine imported? Yes, you know about this stuff. When I was studying abroad in Australia, I worked a summer job at a fishing farm and spent 3 months on a boat. Zane glanced at her. This information was a bit unexpected. Do you get seasick? No, I don't. All right, let us go. Zane started the engine, and the new boat pulled away from the White Sea Village dock, heading southeast. Along the way, Shen Qingyi stood in the wheelhouse watching the sea ahead, occasionally asking a few questions. Do you take the same route out to sea every day? The general direction is the same, but the specific route is adjusted based on the tides and weather. How many dives can you make in a day at most? 6 is the limit normally, 4 or 5. How long is the interval between when you haul the sea cucumbers up from the water and when they go into the live holding tanks? No more than 5 minutes. We transfer them to the tanks as soon as we surface. The seawater in the tanks is filled before we set out, and its temperature is kept consistent with that of the water in the fishing area. Shen Qingyi nodded slightly. Temperature control is crucial. My head chef once told me that for every degree Celsius the sea cucumber's temperature rises after being removed from the water, the structure of its proteins changes, which ultimately affects the texture. That's why I never leave sea cucumbers out in the sun on deck. They all go straight into the bucket. 40 minutes later, the boat reached the spot above the rift. Zane shut off the engine, and the sea fell silent. Shen Qingyi stood at the ship's rail and looked down. The color of the seawater in this area suddenly deepened from the boat. It looked pitch black, and she couldn't see a thing. Is it right down here? Yes. Sea cucumbers are found on the northern cliff face of the rift starting at a depth of 15 meters, extending all the way down to over 20 meters. Aren't you bringing an underwater camera? I didn't bring one this time. Do you want to see some underwater footage? If it's convenient, could you take some for me next time? I'd like to use them on the menu's description page. No problem. Zane began putting on his diving gear. Shen Qingyi leaned against the doorframe of the cockpit, watching him don each piece of equipment one by one. The BCD vest, air tank, regulator, dive computer, and titanium dive knife. Will I be able to check the gauges from the boat while you're down there? Sure. The depth gauge is on the panel to the left of the helm. The numbers flashing there show the real-time depth. Xiao Jun, keep an eye on our surroundings for me. Got it, brother Zane. Zane rolled over and dove into the water. The underwater light was exceptionally good today, and visibility was higher than ever before. Objects within 10 meters were clearly visible. He descended along the northern rock wall of the rift, activating the power of the sea god as usual. Once his sensory range expanded, the familiar signals from sea cucumbers and abalone arrived as expected. But today there was something extra. At the edge of his sensory range, toward the southern part of the canyon's deepest bottom, there was a signal unlike any of the biological signals he'd detected before. It wasn't a biological signal. It was a feedback signal from a very large solid object. Zane paused in his movements. He hovered at a depth of 15 meters for a few seconds, concentrating to push his sensory range a little further in that direction. The signal became slightly clearer, but it was still very faint. The object was roughly 3 by 5 meters in size, irregular in shape, and buried beneath the silt and broken coral at the bottom of the rift, with only a small portion exposed. Zane couldn't tell what it was. It could be an exceptionally large rock, some kind of sediment, or something else entirely. He mentally marked the location of the signal, then resumed his normal work. With guests on board today, it wasn't the right time to explore unknown areas. He harvested 30 sea cucumbers and 10 abalones at his usual pace, then surfaced after staying underwater for 18 minutes. As he broke the surface, Shen Qingyi was leaning over the gunwale, looking down. How long were you down there? 18 minutes. Zane handed the net bag to Leon and climbed back onto the boat. Shunchingi walked over and watched as Leon transferred the sea cucumbers from the net bag into the live-keeping bucket. She crouched down, picked up a sea cucumber, and examined it closely. Is the quality of each one this consistent? They all grow in the same rift valley, where the water temperature, water quality, and ocean currents are exactly the same, so there won't be much variation in quality. Shunchingi placed the sea cucumber back in the bucket, stood up, and looked at Zane. Mr. Su, have you ever thought about turning this origin into a brand? A brand? Yes, an origin brand. For example, you could give this rift a name, and all sea cucumbers and abalones produced here would carry this origin label. When targeting the high-end market, the origin story is the most persuasive factor for commanding a premium price. Zane wiped the water from his face and thought for a moment. That's a good idea, but we're not quite there yet. There's no rush. You can consider it once your supply chain is more stable. Zane made 2 more dives, hauling up a total of 82 sea cucumbers and 22 abalones. While underwater, on each dive he would extend his sensory range toward the anomalous signal at the bottom of the rift. The signal remained there, steady and unmoving, as if it were something that had been buried in the mud for a very, very long time. On his final ascent, he deliberately swam 20 meters deeper into the rift. The precision of his sea goddess power perception improved slightly at that distance, and he could sense that the surface material of the object wasn't like stone, it had a texture somewhere between metal and wood. It wasn't a reef. Zane couldn't stop thinking about it as he returned to the boat. On the way back, Shunchingi sat in the co-pilot's seat in the cockpit, scrolling through the photos and videos she'd taken that day on her phone. Mr. Su, today's experience was much better than I expected. Your operational procedures are very professional. You flatter me. When I get back, I'll have the head chef redesign the menu based on what we saw today. We might increase the order volume for the first batch next month. Let me know as soon as the volume goes up. By the time the boat pulled up to the White Sea Village pier, it was already past 2 p.m., and Shunchingi's driver had been waiting at the pier the whole time. She paused on the pier before stepping off the boat. Mr. Su, what's the name of that island? It doesn't have an official name yet. The local fishermen call it Bird Poop Island. Shunchingi chuckled. It was the first time she smiled that day. You'd better change that name soon. She got into the car and added one more thing before the door closed. Next time you go out to sea, bring an underwater camera. I'll cover the equipment costs. The window rolled up, and the black Mercedes drove away. Zane stood on the pier, watching the car disappear at the end of the village road, then turned to glance at the deep blue expanse of sea in the distance. That signal at the bottom of the fissure. The unidentified object buried in the silt. A texture somewhere between metal and wood. 3 meters by 5 meters in size. He returned to the boat, walked into the wheelhouse, and dug a spare shovel-shaped diving tool out of the toolbox. Xiao Jun, help me sharpen this up a bit tomorrow. Leon took it and examined it. Bro Zane, this is a shovel, right? What are you going to shovel underwater with this? Zane looked at the shovel but didn't answer. Chapter 42. Clearing the seabed silt. Zane tossed and turned it home for 3 days. That signal from the bottom of the rift kept spinning through his mind. During daytime operations at sea, he would always venture a bit deeper on the final run, and each time the information he sensed was a little clearer than the last. That thing definitely wasn't a reef. On the morning of the 4th day, Zane arrived at the dock an hour earlier than usual. Leon hadn't shown up yet, so he sat alone on the boat, smoked a cigarette, and watched the eastern sky shift from gray-blue to the pale white of dawn. The sun had just peeked over the horizon when Leon zoomed into the dock on his electric scooter. Bro Zane, why are you so early today? We've got a special job today. What kind of job? Come aboard and I'll tell you. Leon climbed onto the boat, and Zane started the engine and pulled out of the dock. The boat reached its usual spot above the rift. Zane turned off the engine and sat in the cockpit for a moment. Xiao Jun, don't rush to harvest the sea cucumbers today. I need to go down and check something out first. What is it? A few days ago, while I was working underwater, I sensed something unusual at the bottom of the rift, not a living creature, but something pretty big, buried under the silt. Leon blinked. Bro Zane, what exactly is this sensing of yours? Every time you mention it, I don't quite get it. You don't need to understand it. All you need to know is that if I say there's something there, there definitely is. All right then, how deep are you going? The bottom of the rift about 25 meters. Leon took a deep breath. 25 meters? Zane, the deepest you've gone before was 22 or 23 meters. Is it safe to go any deeper? It's safe. I'm using a new tank today. It's filled with enough air to last 35 minutes. But I'll make sure to come back up within 25 minutes. Then I'll be up here watching your bubbles. Zane donned his full diving gear, grabbed a small shovel and a waterproof flashlight, and dived into the water. The underwater world was so quiet that the only sound was the bubbling of his regulator. He descended along the north wall of the fissure, passing the familiar 15-meter mark and continuing down 20 meters, 22 meters, 24 meters. He activated the power of Poseidon to its fullest. The anomalous signal within his sensory range grew stronger and stronger, coming from a spot about 30 meters directly ahead of him, slightly to the south. Zane swam through a section of boulders at the bottom of the rift. The beam from his flashlight could only penetrate 5 or 6 meters into the murky water, but the power of Poseidon's sensory perception was far more reliable than his eyes. 25 meters deep. He had arrived. When the flashlight beam illuminated the area ahead, Zane saw a large, raised mound of silt. This mound of silt rose nearly half a meter above the surrounding seabed, covering an area roughly 3 by 5 meters, exactly the dimensions he had sensed earlier, and its surface was covered with a thick layer of broken coral and shell fragments. Zane swam to the edge of the silt mound and tentatively dug into it with his small shovel. When the shovel had penetrated about 10 centimeters, it struck something hard. The sensation traveled up the handle to his hand. It didn't feel like stone. Instead, the trowel produced a dull thud upon contact, as if he struck a piece of old wood that had been soaked for a long time. Zane's heart skipped a beat. He dug horizontally along the edge of the hard surface. Once the silt was turned over, a dark, shadowy object was revealed beneath. Zane leaned in and shone his flashlight on it. It was a piece of wood. The wood had turned black. The grain on the surface had been blurred by seawater, but the texture of the wood was still visible, revealing it to be a very dense hardwood. Zane continued clearing the area to the side. After 7 or 8 shovelfuls, the outline of the plank became increasingly clear. It wasn't a single, isolated plank. Another plank was attached beneath it, with clear traces of a mortise and tenon joint between them. Green, rusted metal fragments remained at the seam. Zane stared at those metal fragments for a few seconds. Copper nails. Copper nails from an old ship. His hand froze mid-air. These were the remains of a ship. Zane took a deep breath of air from the bottle to calm himself down. Instead of continuing to clear a large area, he probed about a meter in each direction along the length of the plank, chipping away at the silt to confirm the layout of the structure beneath. As far as he could tell, this was part of a ship's keel and outer plating. It wasn't in great condition, but it hadn't completely rotted away either. The hardwood had allowed it to withstand who knows how many years of submersion in the seabed silt. Zane glanced at his dive computer. He'd been at a depth of 25 meters for 14 minutes. It was time to head back up. He covered part of the dredged-up silt back up to keep the wreckage from being too exposed, then began his ascent. After a 3-minute safety stop at 5 meters, he broke the surface. As he climbed back onto the boat, Leon quickly handed him a bottle of water. "Bro Zane, how do you go? What do you see?" Zane drank half the bottle, removed the regulator from his mouth, and sat down on the deck. "Xiaojun, don't get too excited just yet. I need to tell you something." "Go ahead. There's a shipwreck down there." The bottle of mineral water slipped right out of Leon's hand. "A shipwreck?" "Yeah, buried in the silt. A section of the hull and the keel are exposed. It's made of wood. Very old, held together with copper nails." "How old?" "I'm not sure, but judging by the degree of decay in the wood and the oxidation of the copper nails, it's at least 100 years old." Leon crouched on the deck, his mouth hanging open for a long moment. "Bro Zane, a shipwreck that's over 100 years old? Is that an ancient ship?" "It very well could be. Could there be treasure inside?" Zane glanced at him. "I don't know about that, but we're running out of time and air tanks today, so we can't do a thorough cleanup. I only dug up a small section to confirm the hull's structure. So we'll go back down tomorrow?" "We'll continue tomorrow. But you can't tell anyone about this, not even your family." Leon nodded repeatedly. "Don't worry, Zane.
I am tight-lipped."
"If you're so tight-lipped, then how did Zhuang know that Shenxinyi had been here?" Leon's face flushed instantly. "That was an accident. It definitely won't happen this time. I'd rather die than say a word." Zane stood up and began removing his diving gear. We'll haul in the usual catch today. We can't go back empty-handed or people will get suspicious. We'll head back to the dock this afternoon and ship the catch according to standard procedure. Got it, Zane. Zane swapped out his air tank, dove back into the water on the north side of the rift, and harvested over 40 sea cucumbers and about 10 abalones as usual, all done in 2 trips. On the way back, he kept thinking about that sunken ship. A wooden sailing ship over 100 years old, held together with copper nails, lay at the bottom of the deep gorge at a depth of 25 meters. This depth and location meant the ship hadn't capsized in coastal waters, but had drifted all the way to the gorge after encountering a storm or hitting a reef in the open sea before sinking. A merchant ship from the Qing dynasty? Or even earlier? Was there cargo on board? How much of it remained intact? The answers to these questions all lie beneath that layer of silt. Zane docked the boat, secured the mooring lines, and after unloading and sorting the cargo with Leon, rode his motorcycle back home. Grace was sorting vegetables at the door. "You're back? Why are you home earlier than usual today?" "I finished the job and came straight home. Mom, cook a little extra rice today, I'm hungry." "Of course you're hungry. You've been out in the water every day lately, it takes a lot out of you. You need to eat more." Zane took a quick shower under the outdoor faucet, changed into clean clothes, and sat in the living room, lost in thought. Gordon came back from the construction site, saw him sitting there, and walked over to ask, "What are you thinking about?" "Dad, have you ever heard the older generation of fishermen talk about any ships that sank in these waters around here?" Gordon pulled up a stool and sat down next to him. "Why do you ask?" "Just curious." Gordon thought for a moment. "When I was a kid, my grandpa mentioned in passing that toward the end of the Qing dynasty, a few merchant ships carrying porcelain ran into a typhoon in the shipping lanes around here. No one knows where they sank, and no one ever found them." "Merchant ships carrying porcelain?" "Those were my grandpa's exact words. I don't know if it's true or not. Anyway, he used to talk a lot when he had a few drinks. He said these big Qing dynasty ships were loaded to the brim with bowls and plates, heading north from the south, and they ran into a typhoon right here in these waters and vanished. No one knows exactly where they sank." Zane tapped his finger on his knee twice. "Dad, do you believe it?" "Believe what?" "Just take what the older generation says as a bit of fun. No one else ever actually salvaged anything from the sea." Zane didn't press the matter further. He went back to his room, closed the door, and spent half an hour searching his phone for information on Qing dynasty merchant ships and the maritime Silk Road. During the mid to late Qing dynasty, a large number of merchant ships carrying porcelain indeed plied the routes between southern ports, the North and Southeast Asia. Some of these ships sank after being caught in typhoons while passing along the coasts of southern Fujian and eastern Guangdong, and many remain undiscovered to this day. Zane placed his phone beside his pillow and closed his eyes. Tomorrow he was going to dig up the true nature of that sunken ship once and for all. Chapter 43. Exploring the shipwreck wreckage. The next day, Zane prepared 2 extra items. A folding entrenching shovel with waterproof tape wrapped around the handle. A large underwater net, the kind usually used to catch big abalone. Leon watched him load these 2 items onto the boat and, understanding the situation, didn't ask any questions. Once the boat reached the spot above the rift, Zane quickly changed into his gear and dove in. On his first dive, he didn't go to harvest sea cucumbers but headed straight for the wreck at a depth of 25 meters. He had plenty of time this time. The engineer's shovel was much more efficient than yesterday, a small one with half a shovel's worth of work. He dislodged 3 or 4 times as much silt as he had the day before, and the murky muddy water churned and spread out in all directions under the flashlight's beam. Starting from the section of the ship's bottom he cleared yesterday, Zane worked his way outward along the keel. 10 minutes later, more than half of the wreck's outline had emerged. What he saw was the rear half of the ship. The structure of the stern was largely intact, although the outer plating had multiple fractures and collapses. The keel and rib framework of the hull still retained their general shape. The entire wreck was about 5 meters long, judging by the break. The original ship's total length must have been between 12 and 15 meters, though the front section had drifted off to an unknown location. Some carved patterns remained on the stern planks, eroded by seawater and silt to nothing more than faint lines. Zane examined them closely. They resembled some kind of design or writing, but he couldn't make them out. He turned his gaze toward the ship's hold. The upper deck of the hold had completely collapsed. Broken planks mixed with silt filled the entire interior space. However, near the keel at the stern, a section of the bottom had not yet been completely filled in, and a dark, gaping crevice was visible from the outside. Zane crouched down and shone his flashlight into the crevice. The beam of light pierced through the murky water and struck something. Zane's heartbeat quickened noticeably at that moment. Inside the gap, a stack of objects lay neatly arranged on the ship's floorboards, half buried in silt with only the top layer exposed in the light of the flashlight. It gave off a bluish-white sheen. Porcelain. Zane didn't rush to touch it. First, he widened the opening of the crevice and used his entrenching tool to carefully clear away the broken planks and silt pressing down on top, piece by piece, controlling the force of each shovel stroke for fear of damaging what lay beneath. Took another 8 minutes to clear out the space. Zane could now see the entire scene. This area at the bottom of the ship's hold covered roughly 2 square meters. Inside, a collection of porcelain was neatly stacked bowls, plates, cups, and dishes of all kinds separated by straw and cotton cloth to protect them from shock. Although the cotton cloth and straw had long since rotted to dust, the porcelain itself was in surprisingly good condition. The top layer consisted of bowls. Zane reached out and picked up the top bowl. The bowl felt lighter than he expected. It had a delicate, smooth texture in his hand, with thin yet evenly formed walls. He turned the bowl over and shone his flashlight on the bottom. A band of blue and white scrollwork adorned the base. The design was intricate and precise. In the center was a square frame containing 4 characters. Zane leaned in for a closer look. The water's murkiness prevented him from making out all 4 characters clearly, but he could make out that the first character was De and the last was Ji. De something something Ji, the mark format of Qing Dynasty Imperial kills. Zane carefully placed the bowl into the underwater net. He then retrieved a second bowl, a plate, and a small cup from the stack of porcelain, carefully examining the markings on the base and the patterns of each piece with his flashlight. All 4 pieces shared a consistent style. All were blue and white porcelain, with patterns dominated by interlacing lotus stems and branching flowers. Under the flashlight's glow underwater, the glaze shimmered with a lustrous bluish-white sheen. Zane didn't retrieve all the porcelain. He took only these 4 pieces as samples, leaving the rest exactly where they were. He glanced at his dive computer. He'd already been at a depth of 25 meters for 22 minutes and knew he had to head back up. Zane secured the net bag around his waist and began to ascend slowly. He spent 4 minutes on the 5-meter safety stop, 1 minute longer than usual as he didn't want to take any risks. Once he surfaced, he grabbed the gunnel with one hand and shielded the net bag with the other as he climbed onto the deck. Leon had been waiting by the gunnel the whole time. As soon as he saw Zane emerge, he reached out to give him a pull. "Zane, how'd it go?" Zane sat on the deck, untied the net bag, and took out the 4 pieces of porcelain, placing them on a dry towel spread out on the deck. The moment Leon saw them, he froze in place. "What are these?" "Bowls." "I know they're bowls. I'm asking where they came from." "From the sunken ship. There was a batch of porcelain in the hold of that ship down there. It's in great condition. I took 4 pieces up here to have a look." Leon crouched down and stared at the largest bowl. Although the blue and white patterns were covered in silt, the colors and lines were clearly visible. "Zane, this bowl looks really valuable." "I think so too." Zane gently wiped the silt from the bottom of the bowl with a damp towel, and the 4 characters became even clearer. "Made during the Yongjing reign of the Great Qing." Zane stared at those 6 characters for 10 seconds. It wasn't 4 characters, it was 6, arranged in 2 rows of 3, made during the Yongjing reign of the Great Qing. "Xiao Jun, come take a look at this." Leon leaned in to take a look at the bottom of the bowl. "Great Qing, what made?" "Made during the Yongjing era of the Great Qing." "Yongjing? Like the Yongjing from that TV show, right?" "Porcelain from the Yongjing era of the Qing dynasty. If this mark is authentic, then this batch of items is at least about 300 years old." Leon's legs went a little weak, and he went straight from crouching to sitting on the deck. "A 300-year-old bowl? Zane, how much is this worth?" "I don't know. We'll have to get an expert to take a look before we can say for sure." Zane rewrapped the 4 pieces of porcelain in a dry towel and placed them in a shock-resistant plastic case, padding the inside with a thick layer of old clothes for cushioning. "Xiao Jun, the confidentiality level for this is 10 times higher than that of the shipwreck itself. Do you understand?" "I understand, Brother Zane. I'd rather die than let this out. If you let this slip, by tomorrow there'll be 100 boats from White Sea Village heading straight for these waters. By then, not only will the porcelain be gone, but our sea cucumber business will be finished too." Leon nodded vigorously. "Brother Zane, I swear." Zane made 2 more dives, one specifically to retrieve 8 additional pieces of porcelain from the wreck, and another to harvest sea cucumbers as usual to maintain their yield. During his second trip to retrieve porcelain from the wreck, he conducted a more thorough search. Using the power of the sea god in conjunction with a visual count, he estimated that there were roughly 40 to 50 pieces of porcelain visible at the bottom of the ship's hold, including bowls, plates, cups, and teapots. Some were stacked on top of each other, some were scattered in the silt, and there might be others still partially buried under broken planks. A conservative estimate put the total number of intact pieces in the entire batch at over 60. Zane didn't dig any deeper. He was afraid that moving too aggressively might damage the ship's structure, causing the broken planks and silt above to collapse and shatter the porcelain. This job had to be done slowly. When he returned to the boat, 2 plastic crates were already filled with 12 pieces of porcelain. Zane inspected the marks on the bottoms of each piece one by one on the deck. Of the 12 pieces, 8 were marked made during the Yongjing reign of the Great Qing, 2 were marked made during the Qianlong reign of the Great Qing, and the markings on the remaining 2 were too faint to make out. Brother Zay, what does it mean that Yongjing and Qianlong pieces are mixed together? It's possible this ship was carrying goods from different kilns and different eras, or perhaps a ship from the early Qianlong period was transporting a batch of stockpiled Yongjing-era porcelain. We'll have to consult an expert to know for sure. So when are we going to find an expert? Zane closed the lids on the crates and looked up at the sky. Let us get these items safely back first. I'll figure out how to find an expert. Chapter 44. Packing underwater artifacts. Over the next 3 days, Zane would descend to the shipwreck every day after finishing his regular work to retrieve porcelain 6 to 8 pieces at a time, carefully selecting the best preserved ones first. On the 4th day, he pushed the detection range of the power of the sea to its limit and discovered several scattered signal points beneath the silt about 3 meters west of the shipwreck's wreckage, likely loose objects that had been flung from the cargo hold when the hull broke apart. He swam over and scooped away the silt, and sure enough, found 3 individual pieces of porcelain. One of them was a small lidded jar. The lid and body were separated, but neither was broken. The body was decorated with a landscape design painted in fine brushstrokes, clearly not an ordinary piece from a folk kiln. By the 5th day, Zane had retrieved a total of 39 pieces of porcelain from the shipwreck. All the porcelain pieces were packed into 6 impact-resistant plastic crates, padded with old clothes and foam for cushioning, with each piece individually wrapped in a dry towel. The 6 crates were temporarily stored in the tin-roofed warehouse at the island base. Zane had set up a makeshift screen in a corner of the warehouse using old canvas, so the crates were hidden behind it and invisible from the outside. Bro Zane, it's not very safe to keep these things on the island. That tin-roofed warehouse doesn't even have a decent lock. Leon was right, the warehouse on the island was indeed far too makeshift. We'll haul them all back to the village today and store them at my place. At your place? What if your mom sees them? I'll put them in the closet in my room. My mom wouldn't go rummaging through my closet. What about your dad? Zane thought for a moment. I'll talk to my dad about it, but I'll only tell him part of the story. I won't reveal too many specifics just yet. All right, you call the shots. That afternoon, they loaded the 6 boxes onto the boat, covered them with a tarp, and placed 2 baskets of sea cucumbers and abalone on top as a cover-up, then drove straight back from the island to the White Sea Village dock. While unloading, Zane had Leon take the sea cucumbers and abalone to the sorting station first. He drove his pickup truck to the dock, loaded the 6 boxes onto it, covered them with an old tarp, and drove straight home. When he got home, Gordon was still supervising at the construction site, and Grace had gone to the village's small grocery store to run errands. No one was home. Zane carried the 6 boxes into his room, stuffing 3 into the bottom of his closet and 3 under his bed, then covering them with a layer of old cardboard boxes. He locked his door, came out and parked the pickup in the yard. Just as he turned off the engine, Gordon walked over from the construction site. Why do you drive back today? I hauled some stuff. What kind of stuff? Zane glanced around to make sure no one was nearby, then lowered his voice. Dad, let us talk inside. Gordon followed him into the living room, and Zane closed the door. Dad, I found a shipwreck at the bottom of the rift. Gordon's reaction was much more composed than Leon's. He didn't make a big deal out of it, but he did furrow his brow. A shipwreck? What kind? Wooden, held together with copper nails. Most of the stern is still intact, buried in silt 25 meters deep. How old is the ship? There was porcelain in the hold. I brought some up. The marks on the bottom's red, made during the Yongjing reign of the Great Qing and made during the Qianlong reign of the Great Qing. Gordon sat down in a chair. He was silent for a long time, You said made during the Yongjing reign? Yes, I'll show you. Zane went back into his room, pulled a box from under the wardrobe, opened the lid, and took out the largest and most intact blue and white bowl, placing it on the table. Gordon reached out, picked up the bowl, turned it over to examine the mark on the bottom, and studied it for quite a while through his reading glasses. The characters are written very neatly. Can you tell if it's real or fake? I can't, but I know someone who might be able to. Who? Do you remember Master Yu, the watchmaker in town? Lame Yu. Don't call him Lame Yu. His name is Yu Deming. He used to work as a restorer at a cultural relics shop in the provincial capital for over a decade. Later, he had trouble with his leg and came back to town to open a watch repair shop. But his eye for antique porcelain is well known around here. Can we trust him? Absolutely. He is tight-lipped and a bit of a loner. He doesn't socialize with anyone. If you take items to him for appraisal, he won't go blabbing about them. Zane thought for a moment. All right, I'll take a few pieces to him tomorrow. Just 2 or 3 will be enough. Don't take them all out at once. If word gets out, it'll be a mess. I know. Gordon set his bowl back on the table and adjusted his reading glasses. Zane, you need to keep this in mind. If these pieces really are Qing Dynasty Imperial porcelain, their value is beyond what we can even imagine. I know. Good. Don't tell anyone, not even your mom, until we've confirmed whether they're real or fake. You know how talkative your mom is. Zane couldn't help but chuckle. Don't worry, Dad. By the time Grace returned from grocery shopping, Zane had already put the bowl away and locked it in his room. The table was completely clear. Mom, what good stuff did you buy today? I got some pork ribs and a few eggplants. I'll make braised eggplant for you tonight. Sounds good. During dinner, Gordon kept drinking in silence. Grace asked him twice, but he didn't say a word. Zane kicked his dad under the table, signaling him to act more natural. Gordon set down his glass, picked up a piece of eggplant with his chopsticks, chewed a couple of times and mumbled, "They poured a section of the ring beam at the construction site today. Zhang Dewei said the quality is fine." Only then did Grace stop pressing him. That evening, Zane was alone in his room, carefully cleaning all 39 pieces of porcelain. He gently wiped away the mud and salt stains from their surfaces with a damp cotton cloth, and after finishing, he took high-resolution photos of each piece with his phone to keep on file. Of the 39 pieces, 31 were intact and undamaged, 6 had minor cracks or chips, and 2 had obvious damage but hadn't shattered. Among the 31 intact pieces, 18 bore the mark made during the Yongjing reign of the Great Qing, 9 bore the mark made during the Qianlong reign of the Great Qing, and 4 had marks that were too faint to identify. In terms of types, there were 14 bowls, 8 plates, 4 saucers, 3 cups, and 2 small jars. The decorations were primarily blue and white, featuring motifs such as intertwined lotus vines, branching flowers, cloud and dragon motifs, landscape motifs, and many other types. Zane knew nothing about porcelain appraisal, but after looking up some basic information online, he had a strong hunch. The quality of this collection was quite high. Neither the craftsmanship of the decorations nor the calligraphy of the marks resembled the crude products of private kilns. If these were indeed from an imperial kiln, the price would be unimaginably high. He set his phone down and gazed at the bowls and plates lined up on the table, glowing with a warm luster under the light. He'd go see Yu Deming tomorrow. Chapter 45. Contacting the antiques dealer. Yu Deming's clock repair shop was tucked deep within the old street of Baisha Town, a small storefront of less than 20 square meters, with a faded wooden sign hanging at the entrance bearing 4 traditional Chinese characters. Clock repair. When Zane arrived at 9 in the morning, the shop's roller shutter was only half open, and the sound of ticking clocks drifted out from inside. He ducked his head and slipped inside. The shop was crammed with all kinds of antique clocks and watches. A row of cuckoo clocks and table clocks hung on the wall, while the counter was lined with magnifying glasses and various precision repair tools. Yu Deming sat on a bar stool behind the counter, an old blanket draped over his legs, fiddling with a pocket watch while holding a screwdriver. He was in his early 60s, with completely white hair. He had a prosthetic leg below the left knee, which caused him to walk with a limp. "Uncle Yu." Yu Deming looked up at Zane over the top of his reading glasses. "Who are you?" "Zane, Gordon's son from White Sea Village." Gordon's son. Yu Deming thought for a moment. "A few years before the founding of the People's Republic, you came to me to fix an alarm clock. That old clunker of yours had a mainspring that was rusted to dust, but you just couldn't bring yourself to throw it away. That's the one. Uncle Yu, you have a great memory. I remember everything well except whether I've taken my medicine or not. What are you here to get fixed? It's not for a repair, Uncle Yu. I have something I'd like you to take a look at. Yu Deming set down his pocket watch and adjusted his reading glasses. What is it? Zane took his backpack off his shoulder and placed it on the counter, then pulled out a bowl and a plate, both wrapped in towels. He unwrapped the towels and placed the bowl and plate side by side on the glass countertop. When Yu Deming's gaze fell on the two pieces of porcelain, he visibly paused. He set down the screwdriver he was holding. Where did you get these? Uncle Yu, just take a look first. Yu Deming took a magnifying glass one with a higher magnification than his reading glasses out of a drawer. After putting it on, he picked up the bowl, held it under the desk lamp, and began examining it. The shop fell silent, broken only by the ticking of the row of clocks on the wall. Yu Deming first examined the mark on the bottom of the bowl, then studied the glaze and color on the inner wall. He turned the bowl over to inspect the traces of trimming on the foot ring, and finally tapped the bowlless wall lightly twice with his knuckles to listen to the sound. The entire process took nearly 10 minutes, during which he didn't say a single word. After examining the bowl, he turned his attention to the plate and went through the same process again. 20 minutes later, he placed the two pieces of porcelain back on the counter, took off his magnifying glass, slowly slid off the stool, walked to the shop entrance leaning on his cane, pulled down the roll-up door, and locked it from the inside. Zane watched his movements and had already formed a rough conclusion in his mind. Yu Deming walked back leaning on his cane, sat down across from the counter, rested both hands on the edge of the counter, and looked at Zane. Where did you get this? Uncle Yu, tell me your conclusion first. Yu Deming took a deep breath. The bowl, a blue and white bowl with an intertwined lotus pattern. The body is fine and dense, made from a blend of Jingdajun kaolin and Makhang clay. The glaze is rich and lustrous, with a pure, slightly bluish hue, consistent with the typical characteristics of imperial kilns from the Yongzheng era. The mark on the base reads De Qing Yongzheng Nianji in 6 characters arranged in 2 lines within a double circle. The calligraphy is neat and even, closely matching the style of marks found on pieces in the Palace Museum's collection. The foot rim is neatly and cleanly shaped, with distinct turning marks. The glaze on the base is smooth, with no shrinkage or pinholes, all hallmarks of a fine imperial kiln piece. As Zane listened to him list these points one by one, his heart began to race. What about the plate? The plate is even better. Yu Deming pointed to the plate. A blue and white plate with a branch and flower motif. The center depicts a single gardenia blossom. The brushwork is extremely fine and demonstrates profound skill. The mastery of negative space and composition clearly reveals the hand of the imperial kiln's most accomplished painter. The condition of this plate's glaze is even better than that of the bowl. There are almost no signs of wear or erosion. I can't even begin to imagine how well it was preserved. Uncle Yu, what's your verdict, real or fake? Yu Deming took another look at the two pieces of porcelain. I've been restoring cultural relics for 15 years and have handled no fewer than 500 pieces of porcelain from the 3 Qing dynasties. I can give you my personal assessment, but you should know that I'm not a state-certified appraiser, so my opinion isn't legally binding. Go ahead. Based on my experience, these 2 pieces are genuine. A bead of sweat formed on Zane's back. How genuine? 8 or 9 out of 10. To be 100% certain, we have to send them to a professional appraisal institution in the provincial capital or Beijing for instrumental testing. But based solely on my visual inspection and the feel of the pieces, the probability that this is a high-quality late Qing dynasty replica is no more than 10%. How much are they worth? Yu Deming's lips twitched. How many pieces do you have? Zane didn't answer directly. Uncle Yu, just tell me how much this one bowl is worth first. A Yongzheng-era imperial kiln blue and white bowl with a lotus scroll pattern in such excellent condition. The starting bid at a reputable auction house wouldn't be less than 200,000. If a collector who really likes it comes along, it's not unusual for the final price to double or even triple. A starting bid of 200,000 for a single bowl? Zane, listen to me. Yu Deming's tone grew serious. Blue and white imperial porcelain from the Yongzheng era has the lowest surviving quantity and the highest quality of the entire 3 Qing dynasties. In the antiques world, you can think of Yongzheng porcelain as the Hermes of porcelain. It's common for even those with money to be unable to find good pieces. If that plate you have is authentic, it's worth even more than a bowl. Plates with branch and flower motifs of that caliber have appeared on the domestic auction market only twice in the past 5 years, and the most recent one sold for 730,000. Zane rested his hands on the counter, his knuckles white. Uncle Yu, I have more than just these two pieces. Yu Deming's breath caught for a moment. How many? Over 30, all in perfect condition. Yu Deming didn't say anything, but Zane noticed that his hand resting on the counter was trembling slightly. It was quite a while before Yu Deming spoke. Did you fish them out of the sea? Zane nodded. Yu Deming closed his eyes and leaned back in his chair. Zane, listen to me. Go ahead. If you want to sell this batch, don't go through private deals, and don't approach those roadside antique dealers. You must go through official channels. What official channels? There are two well-established auction houses in the provincial capital that specialize in dedicated auctions for antiques and porcelain. I know the chief appraiser at one of them. He is a former colleague of mine from my days at the cultural relics shop. He is reliable and keeps his mouth shut. Can you put me in touch with him? Sure, but don't rush to bring out all the items just yet. Start by showing him 3 or 5 pieces so he can give you a formal appraisal. Once we're sure everything is in order, we'll discuss the rest. Uncle Yu, I'll remember this favor. It's not a favor. Yu Deming adjusted his reading glasses. Just give me a price. What price? An appraisal and referral fee. The industry has its own rules. Since I'm setting you up, you'll have to pay me a little for my trouble, exactly 2% of the final sale price. No more, no less. Zane smiled at him. Uncle Yu, that is a fair price. We'll talk about whether it's fair or not once you've actually received the money. For now, go home and put these items away safely. I'll call the contacts in the provincial capital tonight, and I'll let you know as soon as I have any news. All right, I'll take these 2 pieces home for now. Wait a minute. Yu Deming picked up the plate again and took another look at it. Did you notice that small patch on the bottom of this plate? The gray-green one. Zane leaned in to look. There was indeed a small patch of gray-green substance adhering to the outer edge of the plate's base. Is that mud that wasn't cleaned off properly? It's not mud, it's verdigrease. Yu Deming gently scraped at it with his fingernail. This is a trace of verdigrease. It means the plate was stored right next to a bronze artifact back then, and the verdigrease from the oxidized bronze transferred onto the porcelain surface. What does that mean? It means there might have been more than just porcelain on that ship. There could have been bronze artifacts as well. Zane's grip on the plate tightened slightly. Uncle Yu, thanks. Don't mention it. Take good care of them when you get back, and wait for my news. Zane rewrapped the 2 pieces of porcelain and put them back in his backpack. As he walked out of the shop, Yu Deming called out to him from behind. Zane, keep the location of the shipwreck strictly confidential. I know. As Zane pulled open the roll-up door and stepped out, the old street was completely deserted. Sunlight streamed down between the 2 rows of old houses, illuminating the bulging section of his backpack. He got into his pickup truck and placed the backpack on the passenger seat. As he started the engine, his mind was racing. 31 complete pieces of imperial kiln porcelain. If the average price per piece was over 200,000, 31 pieces would be worth over 6 million. If there were masterpieces like that, branching flowers plate 700,000 per piece, 10 of them would be worth 7 million. Plus, Yu Deming had mentioned there might be bronze artifacts in the shipwreck as well. Zane turned the steering wheel and pulled onto the town road, the pickup kicking up a cloud of dust in the afternoon sunlight. Chapter 46. Masterpieces from the Qing Dynasty Imperial Kills. Yu Deming was highly efficient. He called Zane the very next morning. Zane, I've made the necessary arrangements in the provincial capital. My old colleague, Zhang Wenhua, is now the chief appraiser at Dingsheng Auction House. He has been appraising antique ceramics for 30 years and ranks among the top 20 in the country. When can he see me? He said the day after tomorrow. Bring 5 intact pieces with you so he can examine them in person. If the items meet his standards, he can issue an appraisal report the same day. What is the address? Dingsheng Auction House is at 168 Binjiang Road in the provincial capital. Just tell the front desk his name when you arrive. All right, Uncle Yu, thanks. Zane hung up the phone and carefully selected 5 pieces from among the 31 intact items. The largest and most intact Yongjing era blue and white bowl with a lotus scroll pattern. The plate with a branch and flower design. A Qianlong era blue and white cup with a cloud and dragon pattern. A small Yongjing era blue and white jar with a landscape design. And a blue and white saucer with a faint mark on the bottom but excellent form and glaze quality. The 5 pieces of porcelain were wrapped layer by layer in foam and soft cloth and packed into a hard-sided suitcase with a lock. Early the morning after tomorrow, Zane drove his pickup truck alone onto the highway heading for the provincial capital. 3.5 hours later, he arrived at 168 Binjiang Road. The Dingsheng Auction House building was a 5-story modern structure with dark gray granite exterior, walls, a brass sign hung between the 2 columns at the entrance. Zane walked into the lobby carrying his suitcase. A young woman in a business suit was at the front desk. "Hello. I'm here to see Mr. Zhang Wenhua. Yu Deming referred me. Please wait a moment." The receptionist made a phone call, and 2 minutes later, a man in his 50s stepped out of the elevator. He was wearing a gray Chinese-style stand-up collar shirt, his hair neatly combed, and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses perched on the bridge of his nose. "Are you Zane?" "Hello, Mr. Zhang. Old Yu told me about you. Come on up." The two took the elevator to the appraisal room on the 4th floor. The room wasn't large, but the equipment was professional. The appraisal table was equipped with a high magnification loupe, an appraisal lamp, and a piece of equipment that looked quite expensive. This is a thermoluminescence detector. It can determine the firing date of porcelain with an accuracy of plus or minus 100 years. Zhang Wenhua asked Zane to place his suitcase on the table next to the appraisal table. "Go ahead and open it." Zane opened the suitcase and took out the porcelain pieces one by one, arranging them in a row on the examination table. Zhang Wenhua stood in front of the table, examining the 5 pieces of porcelain. He pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses but didn't immediately handle them. "Where did they come from?" "From a sunken ship on the seabed." "How old is the shipwreck?" "I'm not sure, but judging by the marks on the bottom, the porcelain is dated to the Yongzheng and Qianlong periods of the Qing dynasty." Zhang Wenhua sat down on a high stool in front of the appraisal table, put on a pair of white cotton gloves, and picked up the first piece, the Yongzheng bowl with a lotus scroll pattern. His approach to examining porcelain differed from Yu Deming's. Yu Deming, who had trained as a restorer, focused on the form and technical details of the pieces. Zhang Wenhua, on the other hand, was a certified appraiser. By training, his approach was broader and more comprehensive. He examined everything from the glazed surface to the body, the coloration, the brushwork, and the markings, pausing at every stage to jot down a few lines in his notebook. He spent 15 minutes examining the first bowl, 20 minutes on the second plate, 12 minutes on the third cup, 18 minutes on the 4th small jar, and 10 minutes on the 5th saucer. Throughout the entire process, Zane didn't say a single word. He simply sat in the chair beside him and waited. Finally, Zhang Wenhua set down the magnifying glass in his hand, removed his cotton gloves, wrote a few more lines in his notebook, and then closed it. "Mr. Su, I'll start with my conclusion. Please go ahead." My visual appraisal of these 5 pieces is as follows. The first item, the bowl with a lotus scroll pattern, is an authentic piece from the Yongzheng Imperial Kiln, in grade 1 condition. The second item, the plate with a floral branch motif, is an authentic piece from the Yongzheng Imperial Kiln. In special grade condition, the quality of the painting on this piece is exceptionally high. The third item, the cup with a cloud and dragon pattern, is an authentic piece from the Qianlong Imperial Kiln, in grade 1 condition. The fourth item is a small jar with a landscape design, an authentic piece from the Yongzheng Imperial Kiln, in grade 1 condition. The lid is missing, but the body is intact. The fifth item is a saucer. The mark on the bottom is faint, but judging by the shape and glaze characteristics, it is also an Imperial Kiln product from the Yongzheng to early Qianlong period, in grade 2 condition. Are all 5 genuine? Based on my experience, they're all genuine. Thermoluminescence testing can provide further verification, but the report will take 3 to 5 business days. Zane nodded. "Professor Zhang, if they're all confirmed to be genuine, what price range could they fetch at auction?" Zhang Wenhua examined the 5 pieces of porcelain once more. "Let us go through them one by one." The bowl with the intertwined lotus pattern. The market range for Yongzheng Imperial Kiln blue and white bowls on the domestic auction market is 150,000 to 500,000. Yours is in excellent condition with true to color blue, so I estimate it would fetch between 300,000 and 400,000. The branch and flower plate, this is the most valuable piece in your collection. Zhang Wenhua picked up the plate and turned it under the light. Yongzheng Imperial Kiln branching flowers plates are already rare. The quality of the painting on yours is museum grade. Based on recent auction records, I'd estimate its value at between 600,000 and 1 million. Zane's breath caught for a moment. 1 million for a single plate? Auctions are unpredictable. 600,000 is the floor price. 1 million is an optimistic estimate. If 2 collectors end up bidding against each other, it could go even higher. What about the other 3 pieces? The cup with the cloud and dragon pattern is worth roughly 150,000 to 250,000. The small jar with the landscape pattern is worth 200,000 to 300,000, and the saucer, since the mark on the bottom is faint, let us discount it a bit and say 100,000 to 150,000. Zane quickly ran the numbers in his head. 5 pieces together would total a conservative estimate of 1.35 million and an optimistic estimate of 2.1 million. And he had a total of 31 complete pieces in his possession. Professor Zheng, what if I had over 30 complete pieces from the same batch? Zhang Wenhua's hand paused. Over 30 pieces? Right? All from the same sunken ship? Yes. Zhang Wenhua took off his gold-rimmed glasses, wiped them, and put them back on. Mr. Su, if you have over 30 pieces of Qing Dynasty Imperial Kiln porcelain from the same shipwreck, this isn't a matter for retail sales, it's enough to hold an exclusive auction. What do you mean by a dedicated auction? It means that Dingxing Auction House will hold an auction exclusively for this collection of yours. Only your items will be auctioned. The auction catalog will feature only your porcelain, and will send out invitations to collectors nationwide for a targeted auction. The advantage of this kind of dedicated auction is that it tells a complete story, the tale of a Qing Dynasty shipwreck's porcelain treasure. This is far more appealing to collectors than auctioning individual pieces. How much commission do you charge for a dedicated auction? The industry standard is 12 to 15% of the hammer price, but since the volume and quality of your collection are exceptional, I can negotiate with the company to bring it down to 10%. 10%. Zane repeated the figure. All right, Professor Zheng. First, have these 5 pieces undergo thermoluminescence testing and prepare the report. I'll go back and organize the rest of the items, and we'll discuss the dedicated auction once your findings are in. Sure. But Mr. Su, the fewer people who know about that shipwreck, the better. I'll handle this with the highest level of client confidentiality. I trust anyone old you refers to me. Just wait for my call. Zane left the 5 porcelain pieces in the vault at Dingxing Auction House for testing and walked out of the building carrying his empty suitcase. He got into the driver's seat of his pickup truck, closed the door, and pulled out his phone to send a message to Yu Deming. All 5 are authentic. Professor Zheng recommends a dedicated auction. Yu Deming replied with 3 words, okay. 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 5 days later, Zhang Wenhua called. Mr. Su, the thermoluminescence report is in. The firing dates for all 5 porcelain pieces range from 280 to 310 years ago, which perfectly aligns with the Yongzheng and Shenlong eras. They are 100% confirmed as authentic Qing Dynasty pieces. Good. When would it be convenient for you to bring the rest of the items over? This weekend. I'll be waiting. Over the weekend, Zane made another trip to the provincial capital, this time bringing all 26 remaining intact pieces with him, making a total of 31 items, including the previous 5. Zhang Wenhua spent 3 days conducting a comprehensive appraisal. The final appraisal report was a 21-page professional document, with detailed descriptions of the form, analysis of the decorative patterns, dating, and estimated value ranges for each piece of porcelain. Among the 31 intact pieces, 18 were from the Yongzheng Imperial Kilns, 9 from the Qianlong Imperial Kilns, and 4 were awaiting further confirmation of their dates. The total estimated value ranged from a minimum of 7.8 million to a maximum of 13.6 million. As Zhang Wenhua handed the appraisal report to Zane, he remarked, Mr. Su, I've been appraising porcelain for 30 years and have handled tens of thousands of pieces, but this is the first time I've ever seen Qing Dynasty Imperial Kiln porcelain from a shipwreck of this scale and quality all at once. Zane's hand was very steady as he held the report. When can we schedule the dedicated auction? As early as mid-next month. I'll need 2 weeks to photograph and lay out the auction catalog, and to send out invitations to key collectors nationwide. All right, the auction commission will be 10%, as previously discussed. I'll have the legal department draft the contract today for your signature. That afternoon, after signing the contract, Zane got behind the wheel of his pickup truck and headed home on the highway. He dialed Gordon's number. Dad, it's all confirmed. Authentic Qing Dynasty Imperial Kiln porcelain. Dingxing Auction House is hosting a dedicated auction for me next month. On the other end of the line, Gordon's voice went quiet for a few seconds. What's the total estimated value? The low estimate is 7.8 million, the high estimate is 13.6 million. Gordon fell silent again. After quite a while, he said, Zotzi, my heart isn't in the best shape. Could you please give me one figure at a time from now on? Zane laughed out loud on the highway. The exclusive auction was scheduled for the 18th of next month. Until then, Zane went about his daily routine as usual, heading out to sea every day to harvest sea cucumbers for his 3 distribution channels. While construction continued on the new house at the construction site, everything proceeded according to plan. On the day of the auction, Zane didn't attend in person. Zhang Wenhua had told him it was standard practice in the industry for the consignor not to be present, and that he would be notified by phone immediately after the auction concluded. That afternoon, Zane sat in the corrugated iron warehouse at his base on the island, waiting for the call. The auction began at 3 p.m. At 5:40 p.m., Zhang Wenhua called. "Mr. Su, the auction is over. How did it go?" All 31 lots were sold, not a single one went unsold. Zane gripped his phone tightly. What was the total sales price? 11,380,000. Zane closed his eyes. That plate with the branch and flower design sold for 1.27 million, the highest price of the auction. 3 collectors competed until the final 2 rounds before a winner was decided. The bowl with the intertwined lotus pattern went for 460,000, the small jar with the landscape design for 380,000, and the remaining 28 pieces sold for amounts ranging from 90,000 to 530,000. I'll email you the detailed list tonight. After deducting the 10% commission, 1,138,000, your actual net proceeds will be 10,242,000. Zane took his phone away from his ear to glance at the calling notification on the screen, then put it back to his ear. "Mr. Su, congratulations. The remaining funds will be transferred to your designated account within 7 business days." Okay. Zane hung up the phone and opened his mobile banking app to check his current balance. Combined with the steady income from his sea cucumber business over the past period, his current balance stood at 5,630,000. In 7 business days, the auction proceeds of 10,240,000 would be credited to his account. Subtracting Udemy's 2% referral fee, approximately 200,000. His total assets would exceed 15 million. Zane locked his phone, stood up, and walked out of the metal-walled warehouse. The sea breeze blew in as he stood at the edge of the bay, gazing at the expanse of water in the distance, shimmering golden in the setting sun. He took out his phone and dialed another number. "Dad, the auction's all done. 11,380,000 after the commission. I'll have 10,024,000. There was a long silence on the other end of the line. Then Gordon's voice came through, with a tremor Zane had never heard before. "Zane, your mom fainted." "What?" "I couldn't help but let it slip to her just now, and she fainted right on the spot. She's lying on the couch now. Don't worry, she's fine. She just got a bit of a shock." Zane paused for a second, then laughed. "Dad, give her a sip of water. I'm on my way back." He hung up and started the boat's engine. The seabirds on the island were startled by the roar of the motor and fluttered their wings as they flew overhead. Just as the boat was leaving the bay, Zane's phone buzzed again. It was a notification from Ocean System. "Ocean System alert. Host's net worth has exceeded 15 million, triggering the evolution conditions for the power of the sea god. Ocean Scan's effective detection range has been increased to 200 meters. New features are being unlocked. Please activate after diving in safe waters." Zane glanced at the notification and tucked his phone back into the waterproof pouch. The bow sliced through the azure sea, leaving a white wake in its wake as it headed toward the White Sea Village pier. The lighthouse at the pier was already lit, its yellow light flickering in the twilight. From the cockpit, Zane watched the light grow closer. With his right hand on the steering wheel, he picked up his phone with his left, opened Shen Qing's chat window, and typed a message. "Ms. Shen will need to adjust the order quantity for next Tuesday. I might have some new product categories to show you." 3 seconds after sending the message, she replied instantly. "What kind of products?" Zane's finger paused on the screen. He didn't continue typing. Instead, he locked the screen and placed the phone on the dashboard. The boat pulled up to the dock, and Leon was on the gangway securing the mooring lines. "Bro Zane, you look a little different today." "How so?" "I can't quite put my finger on it, but you look a little scary." Zane jumped onto the pier and patted Leon on the shoulder. "Xiao Jun, starting tomorrow, your salary will double." Leon stopped what he was doing with the mooring lines. "Brother Zane, what did you say?" Zane had already strided up the stone-paved path of the pier, his silhouette disappearing beneath the streetlight at the entrance to the village alley. Chapter 47. Achieving Financial Freedom. It was nearly dark when Zane docked the boat at White Sea Village. Leon was tidying up the mooring lines on the aft deck. The streetlights on the pier had just come on, casting a dim, yellow glow over the old wooden planks of the pier. As Zane stepped off the boat, he glanced once more at the Ocean System notification on his phone. Ocean System notification. Host S net worth has exceeded 15 million, triggering the evolution conditions for the power of the sea god. Ocean Scan S effective detection range has increased to 200 meters. New features are being unlocked. Please activate them after diving in safe waters. The detection range had doubled from less than 100 meters to 200 meters, meaning the area he could sense underwater had expanded fourfold. New features were being unlocked, though he didn't yet know what they were. Zane locked his phone, slipped it into his pocket, and rode his motorcycle home. The lights in the yard were on. Gordon was sitting on a small stool by the front door of the living room, smoking a cigarette, with 2 empty beer bottles at his feet. Grace was lying on the sofa in the living room, a wet towel draped across her forehead. "Mom, are you okay?" Grace opened her eyes when she saw Zane come in and grabbed his arm. "Zane, is what your dad said true?" "Which part?" "The part about over 10 million. Zane crouched down beside the sofa. "It's true. After commissions, I'll get 10,024,000. It'll be in my account in 7 business days. Grace's grip on his arm tightened a little more. "Don't lie to me." "Why would I lie to you?" "Mom, let go, my arm hurts." Grace let go, sat up on the sofa, and removed the towel from her forehead, her eyes red-rimmed. "Zotzi, our ancestors' graves must be smoking." Gordon cleared his throat at the door. "Don't bring up the ancestral graves, it has nothing to do with them. It's all thanks to your son's talent." Grace stood up, walked over to Zane, and looked him up and down, as if she didn't recognize her own son. "You fished 10 million out of the ocean with a bowl?" "Mom, that wasn't just any bowl, it was a Qing Dynasty imperial kiln porcelain piece from 300 years ago, from the Yongzheng era. I know Yongzheng, he is the 4th prince on TV. Right? The porcelain fired during that 4th princess reign is worth a fortune now." Grace paced back and forth in the main hall twice, then walked over to the ancestral altar. She stood for a moment facing the family portrait hanging on the wall before turning back around. "Is this money safe?" Zane knew what she was worried about. "It's safe. It went through a legitimate auction house, their SA contract, an appraisal report, and proof of tax payment. Every penny is legal and compliant." "That's good to hear." Grace pulled up a chair and sat down at the table. "Zotzi, what are you planning to do with all this money?" "I'll keep building the house and decorate it just as planned, that one change. And then I'm going to get a new boat." Gordon walked in, smoking a cigarette, and sat down across from the table. "What kind of boat?" "The 12.3-meter diesel boat I have now is sufficient but not good enough. I want to get a bigger one, the kind that can go out to the open sea." Gordon stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray. "How big?" "I'm still looking. I'll let you know the specifics once I've figured it out." "How much will it cost?" "Dad, don't worry about that. I'll handle the money." Gordon grunted and didn't press the matter further. Grace brought a bowl of hot noodle soup out of the kitchen and set it in front of Zane. "Eat first. No matter how big the issue is, you need to have a full stomach before we talk about it." After finishing his noodles, Zane returned to his room, closed the door, and turned on his computer. He typed 3 characters into the browser: yacht. A flood of search results appeared, ranging from small speedboats costing hundreds of thousands to luxury yachts worth tens of millions. Zane didn't need a sightseeing yacht meant purely for leisure. What he needed was a multi-purpose yacht capable of handling both daily offshore operations and long-distance voyages. He spent 2 hours reviewing the information and jotted down several models that met his criteria in his phone's notes. Early the next morning, Zane didn't head out to sea. Instead, he drove his pickup truck into town. His destination was a yacht dealer on Binhai Road, the one with the best online reviews. The showroom was located in a commercial complex by the sea. Though the storefront was modest, the interior display area was impressive, with 3 yacht models of different sizes on display and the walls lined with photos of actual vessels. A sales manager in a white shirt came over to greet him. "Hello, sir. Are you here to look at yachts?" "Just browsing. I'm looking for one between 18 and 22 meters, something that can handle both coastal operations and long-distance voyages." The sales manager's expression changed slightly, and he became much more serious. "Sir, is this your first time buying a yacht?" "It's my first time buying a yacht, but not my first time buying a boat. I currently own a 12.3-meter workboat." I see. So your main requirements are offshore operations and everyday use. Correct. That's right. In that case, I'd recommend you take a look at this series. The sales manager led Zane to a large screen at the back of the showroom and pulled up a set of images. This is the S-Series from Azimut in Italy. It has a 19.5-meter hull, twin 400-horsepower engines, a range of 600 nautical miles, and a top speed of 32 knots. The hull is made of fiberglass and offers excellent wave resistance. How much does it cost? The list price for the bareboat is $3.6 million. With optional extras and delivery fees, the total will be between $4.1 million and $4.3 million. Zane looked at the photos of the yacht on the screen. The white hull had sleek lines, the cockpit featured panoramic glass, and the aft deck was spacious enough to accommodate 2 lounge chairs. Are there any domestic models in the same class? Yes, domestic models are about half the price, but they fall short of imported ones in terms of the ocean system propulsion and hull craftsmanship. What brand is the imported ocean system propulsion? Volvo twin engines with IPS drive. This propulsion system is considered top of the line in the yacht industry. Can you arrange a test sale? The sales manager looked a little surprised. Yes, we have a demo boat from the same series at the marina. However, if you're certain you want to test sail it, I'll need to report it to the company and go through the proper procedures. Go ahead with the procedures. I'll wait. All right. May I ask your name? Zane. The sales manager handed him a business card. Mr. Su, my name is Warren. Please leave your phone number, and I'll notify you once the test sale is arranged. Zane gave his number, then spent another half-hour walking around the showroom, reviewing the specifications of several different models. As he left the showroom, he called Leon. Xiaojun, are you free this afternoon? Sure, brother Zane. What's up? Come with me to the city to check out some yachts. There was a 3-second silence on the other end of the line. Brother Zane, what did you say? Check out yachts. I'm planning to upgrade. Upgrade your yacht? Yeah. Leon's voice rose by 8 octaves. Bro Zane, just wait for me, I'll be there in 20 minutes on my scooter. I'll wait for you at the entrance of the yacht showroom on Binhai Road. Take a taxi, don't ride your scooter. Okay. I'm heading out right now. Zane hung up the phone and leaned against the door of his pickup truck, gazing at the yachts moored in the harbor. The sunlight glinting off their white hulls was dazzling. 10.24 million. Combined with his previous savings, his total assets exceeded 15 million. The total budget for the house was 1.2 million, the auction commission was 1.13 million, and Deming's referral fee was 200,000. After deducting these expenses, he still had over 12 million in disposable funds. A yacht costing over 4 million, he could afford it. The corner of Zane's mouth twitched as he pulled out a cigarette and lit it. Chapter 48. Purchasing a luxury yacht. By the time Leon arrived, Zane was already in the showroom, deep into his second round of discussions with Warren. Leon pushed open the glass doors to the showroom and stepped inside. The moment he saw the 3 yacht models, his legs went weak. Bro Zane, is this what a yacht looks like? What did you think a yacht would look like? Leon circled the largest model on the display stand, then crouched down to peer into the Model S cockpit. This is way too cool. Warren walked over and handed Leon a glass of water. Who is this? My partner. Warren nodded. Mr. Su, I just confirmed the test sale with the company. We can schedule it for 10 a.m. tomorrow at the Southport Yacht Club. I'll send the address to your phone. Sounds good. Also, let me add a few more points. Based on your requirements, I've narrowed down the options further. If your primary use is offshore operations, I suggest you focus on the 21-meter model. What's the difference with those extra 2 meters? There are 3 key differences. Warren switched to a spec comparison chart on the large screen. First is range. The 21-meter model has a fuel tank capacity that's 40% larger, increasing the range from 600 nautical miles to 850 nautical miles. Second is deck space. The aft deck is nearly 2 meters wider than the 19.5-meter model, providing more room for operations. Third is the cabin layout. The 21-meter model has 3 separate staterooms plus an open-concept living area, while the 19.5-meter model has only 2 staterooms. Zane looked at the spec sheet. What about the price? The base price is 4.8 million fully equipped. It'll be around 5.2 to 5.5 million. Leon, standing nearby, swallowed hard upon hearing that figure. Zane didn't respond right away. I'll take a look at both of them during the test sale tomorrow. No problem. I'll arrange for you to test both. As they walked out of the showroom, Leon trailed behind Zane. It wasn't until they'd taken a dozen or so steps that he spoke up. Bro Zane, over 5 million for a single boat, are you really going to buy it? What else? Why else would I have brought you here? But it's over 5 million, Zane. But what? Leon scratched his head. It just feels a bit unreal to say you're spending over 5 million on a boat. Zane opened the door of his pickup truck. It feels unreal to you because you've never made that much money. Once you get used to it, it'll seem normal. Bro Zane, you've really changed. Changed how? Back in the day, you'd think about it for 3 days just to spend 200 yuan on a fishing rod. But now you're willing to buy a yacht worth over 5 million yuan after just one look. Zane started the car. That's because I used to only have 200 yuan in my pocket. Now the amount in my pocket is different, so naturally, the way I spend money is different too. So what are we going to do with our old 12.3 meter boat? We can sell it or keep it as a backup, we'll figure it out later. Bro Zane, how much could we get for it if we sold it? We paid over 400,000 when we bought it. After sailing it for over 2 months, let us say it's depreciated by about 300,000. 300,000. Leon ran the numbers in his head. Buying a new boat for 5.5 million and selling the old one for 300,000, that's a 5.2 million difference. Zane, your upgrade is way too drastic. Stop talking so much. Sit still and don't sway. At 10 a.m. the next day, Zane and Leon arrived at the Southport Yacht Club right on time. More than 20 yachts of various sizes were moored at the club's dock, a gleaming white expanse arranged in 2 rows under the sunlight. Warren was already waiting on the dock, flanked by a uniformed test captain. Mr. Su, this is our chief test captain, Mason. He'll be taking you both out for a test sail today. Mason looked to be in his 40s and had a firm handshake. Mr. Su, which one would you like to try first? Let us start with the 19.5 meter one. All right, follow me. The 19.5 meter yacht was moored at the innermost berth on the pier. Its white hull was accented with dark gray fenders, and viewed from the side, its lines were clean and sharp. The moment Zane stepped onto the gunwale, the feel under his feet was completely different from that of his 12.3 meter diesel boat. The deck was made of high-quality teak, feeling solid and non-slip underfoot. The cockpit was enclosed by panoramic glass, and the instrument layout on the console was more than double that of his own boat. 2 12-inch LCD screens were positioned side by side, with radar, sonar, navigation, and communication systems all fully equipped. Mason sat down at the helm and started the twin engines. A deep rumble rose from the hull, but it wasn't too loud at all. The soundproofing was excellent. Mr. Su, once we're out of the harbor, I'll push it up to 20 knots so you can feel the hull's stability. Okay. Once the boat had left the harbor, Mason gave the throttle a nudge. As the speed picked up, the bow lifted slightly before quickly finding its balance, gliding smoothly across the water as waves splashed against the sides of the hull. Zane stood beside the helm, feeling the vibration frequency of the hull and the responsiveness of the steering. Let us try steering. Mason executed a sharp right turn. The hull tilted slightly before quickly righting itself, with the engine responding very sensitively. That's the advantage of IPS propulsion, a tight turning radius and quick response. It's so much better than traditional shaft drive. Zane nodded. Let me take a look at the aft deck. He walked out to the aft deck, which was just over 3 meters wide, paved with the same teak, flanked by stainless steel railings, and featuring a hydraulic swim platform at the stern that could be lowered to sit close to the water's surface. Bro Zane, this deck is almost twice as big as the one on our boat. Leon crouched on the deck, running his hand over the teak's surface. This wood is really top-notch. After testing the 19.5 meter boat, they moved on to the 21 meter one. The moment he stepped onto the 21 meter boat, the experience took another leap forward. The sense of space was noticeably greater, and the helm even featured a small, separate dining table and a built-in refrigerator. Mason pushed the speed up to 25 knots, and the hull remained steady even in 2-meter-high swells. Zane took a tour of the cabin. The layout of the 3 berths was well designed. The master cabin had a full bathroom with a shower, and the guest cabin was also quite spacious. Mason, where's the refrigerated compartment on this boat? It doesn't come standard with one, but the storage compartment below deck can be modified. If you add an ocean system refrigeration unit, the total cost will be about 120,000 more. How big can it be modified to? Up to 2 cubic meters at most, enough to store over 100 gene of seafood. Zane stood on the aft deck for a moment. The sea breeze carried a salty scent, and in the sunlight, the distant horizon appeared as a straight, golden line. After returning to the marina following the test sail, Warren poured Zane a cup of tea in the lounge. "Mr. Sue, what do you think?" "The 21-meter one, I'll take it." Warren's hand paused for a moment. "Are you sure?" "I'm sure. Full specifications plus the refrigerated hold conversion give me an all-inclusive, turnkey price." Warren opened his laptop and ran the numbers for 10 minutes. The base price for the bareboat is $4.8 million. Optional upgrades including navigation and radar upgrades, plus the ocean system audio come to $420,000. The refrigerated hold conversion is $120,000. Delivery, shipping, and insurance fees total $180,000. The total all-inclusive price is $5.52 million. Is there any room to negotiate? "Mr. Sue, this is already the lowest price we can offer. The profit margin on imported yachts is very slim to begin with." Zane took a sip of tea. $5.3 million. "If that works, let us sign the contract." Warren hesitated for a few seconds. "I'll have to run that by the general manager." "Go ahead." Warren stepped out to make a call and returned 5 minutes later. $5.3 million is acceptable, but you'll need to pay the full amount within 3 days. "I'll pay tomorrow." Warren kept his expression under control, but Zane could see the corner of his eye twitching slightly. "All right, Mr. Sue. I'll print out the contract right away." As they walked out the club's front door after signing the contract, Leon's legs were still a little wobbly. "Brother Zane, did you just sign that for $5.3 million like that?" "What else could I do? Wait another 2 days." "No, I just mean your hand didn't shake at all when you signed." Zane pulled open the car door. "What's there to be nervous about? It's just spending money on something. $5,300,000 isn't just spending money, Brother Zane. That's enough to buy 2 apartments in the city." "We'll buy apartments too, don't worry." After Leon settled into the passenger seat, he was quiet for a moment. "Brother Zane, when will the boat arrive?" Warren said it's in stock. With the refrigerated hold retrofit and delivery paperwork, it'll take 10 days at the earliest. "So in 10 days, we'll be sailing out to sea on a yacht? Right?" Leon leaned back in his seat and looked out the window at the sky. The corners of his mouth kept curling upward, but he was trying hard to hold back a smile. "Bro, don't you think it's a bit ridiculous that we're going to harvest sea cucumbers on a yacht worth over $5 million? Zane started the pickup truck and pulled out of the parking lot. "You'll get used to it." Chapter 049. Cruising on a yacht, experiencing the life of a super-rich tycoon. 10 days later, Warren called to say the boat was ready for pickup. Zane drove Leon to the Southport Yacht Club. When they arrived at the dock, they could see the 21-meter white yacht moored in the outermost berth from a distance. The sunlight reflecting off the hull cast a soft sheen, making it even more beautiful than it had looked during the test run. That's because this one was brand new. Warren stood on the pier and walked over with a smile. "Mr. Sue, would you like to inspect it?" Zane followed him aboard and checked everything one by one, from the wheelhouse to the cabin, the aft deck, and the refrigerated hold. The refrigerated hold had been neatly retrofitted. The refrigeration unit was embedded in the technical compartment beneath the deck, and the interior was lined with stainless steel for corrosion and leak resistance. The temperature control panel, located to the right of the helm, allowed for remote adjustment. What's the lowest temperature the refrigeration system can reach? -18 degrees Celsius, but if you want to keep seafood alive, I'd recommend setting it between 0 and 2 degrees Celsius. All right. Zane sat down at the helm and placed both hands on the steering wheel to get a feel for it. The steering wheel was wrapped in genuine leather, and the grip felt infinitely better than on his old boat. The 2 large screens on the control console were already powered on and lit up. The one on the left displayed nautical charts and navigation, while the one on the right showed a combined radar and sonar display, both with exceptionally high resolution. "How long is the engine's break-in period?" "We recommend not exceeding 20 knots for the first 50 hours. After that, you can run it at full power." "Is the fuel tank full?" "It came from the factory at 80% capacity. If you want to fill it up, you can do so at the club's refueling berth." Zane nodded and stood up from the helm. "Xiao Jun, come up here and try it out." Leon had been poking around on the aft deck upon hearing the call. He jogged into the cockpit, sat down in the pilot's seat, and gripped the steering wheel. "Bro Zane, This steering wheel feels just like driving a BMW. You've never even driven a BMW. Zhuang showed me a picture of a BMW steering wheel. It's leather, just like this one. Zane kicked him, prompting him to step down from the helm. Fill it up. We're heading back to White Sea Village today. Warren handed all the documents and spare keys to Zane, then arranged for a technician to accompany the boat on its maiden voyage. From the helm, Zane started both engines. A deep, steady rumble rose from beneath the hull. The entire boat vibrated slightly before settling into a steady rhythm. He gave the throttle a gentle nudge, and the yacht slowly pulled away from the dock. Once out of the harbor, he increased the speed to 15 knots. The bow sliced through the water, leaving 2 neat trails of white spray on either side, while the distant coastline slowly receded from view. The technician stood in the cockpit, explaining the various controls to Zane. This button is for autopilot. Once you set the speed and heading, you can let go of the wheel and the boat will navigate on its own. This is the sonar switch. The detection depths differ between coastal and offshore modes, up to 50 meters in coastal mode and up to 200 meters in offshore mode. This is the AIS Automatic Identification System. It displays information on all vessels within 5 nautical miles. Zane tried each function one by one, personally operating and experiencing each one. Leon crouched on the aft deck, filming with his phone, the camera trained on the churning white spray at the stern. Bro, can I post this on my moments?
No.
Just one.
No.
Wait until I say it's okay. All right. Leon tucked his phone back into his pocket, leaned over the railing, and watched the sea rush by on both sides as the wind tousled his hair. An hour and a half later, the lighthouse at the White Sea Village pier came into view ahead. Zane slowed down to approach the shore. Since the yacht had a deeper draft than his old boat, he couldn't fit into the berth at the end of the pier, so he moored the boat at a deep water berth on the outer side of the pier. As soon as the boat came to a stop, several fishermen who were packing up their nets on the pier looked over. Whose boat is this? I don't recognize it. When has White Sea Village ever had a yacht this big dock here? Zane stepped out of the cockpit and onto the aft deck. The fishermen on the pier recognized him. Zane from the Gordon family? Is this your boat? Zane jumped off the boat, secured the mooring lines, and nodded at them without offering further explanation. Leon unloaded 2 cases of bottled water and some odds and ends from the boat, while Zane went through the final handover with the technician, who then hailed a cab and left. News from Bruno arrived even sooner than Zane had expected. No sooner had he ridden his motorcycle up to his front door than Bruno came rushing over, panting heavily. Brother Zane, is that big white yacht at the dock yours? How did you find out? Uncle Lou called and told me. He said you came back on a white yacht 3 times bigger than the village chief's fishing boat. News really travels fast. Bro Zane, when exactly did you buy it? How much did it cost? What brand is it? Zane walked into the courtyard. Bro Zhuang, you're asking too many questions today. Bro Zane, just tell me one thing, how much did it cost? Take a guess. $1 million. Zane glanced at him. Do you think $1 million is enough to buy a yacht that big? $2 million. Zane didn't say a word. $3 million. Still no response. Bruno's voice grew quieter and quieter. $5 million. Zane walked into the main room. Bruno stood in the courtyard, both hands buried in his hair, his mouth open but unable to make a sound. Grace poked her head out of the kitchen. Zotzi, what's Zhuangzi yelling about out there? Nothing, Mom. Zhuang's just chatting. When Gordon returned from the construction site, Zane took him to the marina to show him the new boat. Gordon walked all the way around the yacht from bow to stern, then went up and sat in the cockpit for a while. Are the engines imported? 2 Volvo engines. What's the fuel consumption? At a cruising speed of 18 knots, it burns about 80 liters per hour. Gordon ran his hand over the steering wheel in the pilot's seat. How much did this boat cost? $5,300,000. Gordon pulled his hand away from the steering wheel, stood up, and walked to the cockpit window to look out at the sea. Zotzi, you're spending money much faster now than your mom did back when she used to go shopping at the mall in the county seat. Dad, this boat isn't for fun, it's for work. With it, I can venture into more distant waters to develop new fishing grounds. I'll earn back far more than I spend. Gordon turned and gave him a glance. As long as you know what you're doing, I can't control you anymore. You never could control me anyway. Say that again? Zane smiled but didn't respond. He took a boat owner's manual out of the storage cabinet in the wheelhouse and handed it to Gordon. Dad, take a look at this when you have time back home. It has operating instructions for all the equipment. Just in case you ever want to take it out for a spin, you'll know how to handle it. Gordon took the manual and flipped through a couple of pages. It's all in English. There's a Chinese translation at the back. Gordon rolled up the manual and stuffed it into his jacket pocket, then walked from the cockpit to the aft deck, where he stood by the railing, gazing at the lights on the pier. Your grandfather fished his whole life, and the biggest boat he ever had was a 6-meter-long wooden rowboat. Zane walked over and stood beside him. So you see, each generation is better than the last. Gordon didn't say anything, but the curve of his lips was clearly visible in the light from the pier. Chapter 050. Taking friends and family out to sea for a top-notch seafood feast. On the third day the new yacht was docked at the pier. Zane decided to do something. He got up early in the morning and made a few phone calls. The first was to Leon. Xiao Jun. Take the day off tomorrow, no fishing trips, and meet me at my place. What for? I'm taking you guys out to sea for a nice meal. The second call was to Bruno. Bro, are you free tomorrow? If you say you're free, Zane, then I'm free. What's up? Come to my yacht for some seafood. Bring your wife too. Bruno's voice practically exploded on the other end of the line. Seriously, Zane? Why would I lie to you? Meet me at the marina at 8 a.m. tomorrow. The third call was to Gordon. Dad, tell Mom not to cook tomorrow. I'm taking you both out to sea for dinner. On that new boat of yours? Yeah. Your mom gets seasick. She gets seasick in the harbor. The waves will be calm tomorrow, so I'll find a sheltered spot to anchor and go far. Gordon grunted and hung up. The next morning, the weather was beautiful. Sunlight filtered through thin clouds and shone on the sea. The wind was no stronger than force 2, and the water was as smooth as a sheet of blue glass. Zane arrived at the pier an hour early to get ready. He cleaned the yacht's aft deck, set up the folding table and laid a newly purchased tablecloth on it, and wiped down the surrounding seats. The refrigerator in the cockpit had been stocked with drinks and fruit the night before. The cold storage compartment held a batch of sea cucumbers and abalone he'd set aside 2 days earlier. They hadn't been shipped out yet, along with grouper and large shrimp he'd bought specifically at the town's seafood market yesterday. There was more than enough food to feed 8 people until they were stuffed. He'd also bought a stainless steel barbecue set and a portable butane stove from a kitchenware store in town, planning to cook everything fresh on board. At 8 o'clock sharp, everyone had arrived. Gordon was wearing a dark blue jacket he rarely wore, while Grace had changed into a new outfit and even took the trouble to put her hair up. Leon arrived first and was bustling about on the boat, helping to set everything up. Bruno, riding that beat-up bicycle with his wife Li Tsuehua, raced to the dock, drenched in sweat. It was Li Tsuehua's first time seeing the yacht. She stood on the pier for quite a while before stepping aboard. Shuangzi, pinch me, I want to make sure I'm not dreaming. Stop fooling around, Brother Zay is watching. Grace's legs felt a little wobbly as she stepped onto the gunnel, so Gordon reached out from behind to steady her. Take it slow, don't rush. Once Grace was on the aft deck, she looked around and ran her hand along the teak railing. Zotzi, is this railing made of solid wood? It's teak, Mom. It's water and sun resistant. How much does that cost per meter? Mom, can you please stop counting money today? We're here to have fun. Zane started the engine and pulled away from the dock. He cruised east along the coastline for 20 minutes before finding a small, sheltered cove and coming to a stop. After dropping anchor, the boat floated steadily on the water, surrounded by azure seas and rolling coastal hills in the distance. It was so quiet that the only sound was the gentle lapping of waves against the hull. Zane set up a grill on the aft deck and placed a large pot on the propane stove. The water inside began to boil. Xiao Jun, go to the cold storage compartment and fetch the sea cucumbers and abalone. Shuang, help me wash the shrimp. Got it, Zane. Bruno rolled up his sleeves and got to work. Zane, these are bamboo shrimp, right? Each one must weigh half a jin. The big ones weigh 6 liang. One of these would sell for 70 or 80 yuan at the market. Shuang, you're counting money again. Li Tsuehua sat in a lounge chair on the aft deck, sipping a glass of juice and looking around. There's even a sofa on this boat? Sister Tsuehua, just sit back and relax. There'll be something delicious to eat in a bit. Zane tied on an apron and began preparing the ingredients. He sliced the sea cucumbers into thick pieces, placed the whole abalone on the grill, split the large shrimp open, removed the veins and blanched them and steamed the grouper. Grace couldn't help but laugh at the sight of him tying on his apron. Zotzi, do you know how to cook? Don't burn the boat down on me. Mom, I picked up a few tricks from the head chef at Jinhaigu. Don't worry. When did you learn that? I caught a glimpse last time I went to make a delivery. Gordon dragged over a folding chair and sat in the corner of the aft deck, facing the ocean with his legs up, holding a can of beer. This spot's pretty nice. Zane glanced at his dad. You sure are sitting comfortably. You invited me over for dinner, shouldn't I be sitting comfortably? Half an hour later, the folding table on the aft deck was piled high with dishes. Blanched jumbo shrimp were arranged in a circle around a bowl of garlic sauce. In the center, steam grouper was drizzled with hot oil and steamed fish soy sauce. Grilled abalone 2 per person rested on a bed of garlic-flavored glass noodles. Sliced sea cucumber was served with a side of ginger vinegar sauce, and on the grill were 5 or 6 skewers of sizzling, oil-dripping shrimp. Come on, everyone, come sit down. The 6 of them settled around the table, and Zane was the last to arrive, carrying a bowl of sea cucumber and millet congee, which he placed in the center of the table. Zaji, you know how to make congee? Mom, it's just from the rice cooker. What's so special about that? Bruno picked up a blanched shrimp, popped it into his mouth, and after chewing a couple of times, his eyes lit up. Bro Z, these shrimp are really fresh, completely different from what you get at restaurants. Of course they're fresh, they were just brought back from the dock yesterday afternoon. Li Tsuehua carefully picked up a piece of abalone with her chopsticks, placed it in her bowl, and took a bite. Zhuangzi, this abalone tastes 100 times better than what we had at the hotel during the New Year. The abalone at hotels is all frozen. Brother Zayas is live, just killed and grilled right here. How could it be the same? Grace finished a bowl of sea cucumber congee and served herself a second bowl. Zaji, how much sea cucumber did you put in this congee? About half a jean. Half a jean of sea cucumber for 1 pot of congee? You're really wasting money. Mom, I caught the sea cucumbers myself, they didn't cost anything. Even if you caught them yourself, they're still worth money. Gordon muttered quietly from the side. Just let him splurge this once. It's not like he eats like this every day. Grace glared at Gordon but said nothing, lowering her head to continue eating her congee. Leon sat at the very end of the table, a small mountain of shrimp shells piled on the plate in front of him. Jaga, how much would this meal cost if we ate it at Jinhai Pavilion? Zane did the math. Just the sea cucumber and abalone alone would be about 4,000 or 5,000 at Jinhai's prices. Add in the grouper and shrimp, and this whole table would easily run 6,000 or 7,000. Leon nearly dropped the shrimp he was holding. 6,000 or 7,000 for one meal? That's the going rate at Jinhai. Bruno raised his beer can and gave Zane a toast. Brother Zay, you didn't believe me before when I said you'd strike it rich sooner or later. Believe it now, right? Brother Zhuang, what you said back then was that I'd be able to buy a used van sooner or later. That's a world of difference from where I am now. Everyone laughed. The sea breeze blew in from the stern, carrying a faint salty, fishy scent. The sun gradually rose directly overhead, and once the awning on the aft deck was unfurled, it cast shade over the entire table. After the meal, Gordon leaned back in his chair and dozed off, while Grace and Li Tsuehua chatted on their phones in the cabinet's living area. Bruno and Leon were crouched at the bow fishing. Zane had found them 2 spare fishing rods and a box of bait. Bro Zane, is this a carbon fiber rod? It came with the boat. Feel free to use it. Zane sat alone in the wheelhouse, gazing out at the sea through the window. His phone vibrated. It was a message from Shen Qingyi. After he sent that message last Tuesday, Shen Qingyi had asked what category it was, but he hadn't replied, and the matter hadn't come up again since. Today, Shen Qingyi took the initiative to message him. Mr. Su, this month's 3rd batch of orders has been confirmed. 70S grade and 20SS grade. Also, my head chef has designed a new dish and wants to use your abalone as the main ingredient. You decide the size, and I'll purchase them at the price you quote. Zane replied, no problem with the abalone. I'll send you the sizes and prices tomorrow. Shen Qingyi replied instantly, okay. Also, what was that new product category you mentioned last time? Zane thought for a moment, typed 2 characters and wrote, another time. After sending the message, he locked his screen. Bruno called out from the bow. Bro Zane, I caught one, it's huge. Zane stepped out of the wheelhouse to take a look. Bruno had hauled in a black sea bream weighing over 1 jean, which was still wriggling vigorously on the deck. Not bad, Shuang. Take it home tonight and braise it. Bro Zane, you don't want it? I've got a boatload of sea cucumbers and abalone. Do I really need your black sea bream too? At 3 p.m., Zane steered the boat back to the White Sea Village pier. As everyone disembarked, Grace still had a lingering smile on her face. Zane, when are we going out again? Mom, aren't you prone to seasickness? I didn't get seasick today. This boat is really steady. Gordon chimed in from behind. You were too busy eating kanji today to even have time to get seasick. Grace turned around and glared at him. Zane locked the boat and secured the mooring lines, then stood on the pier gazing out at the distant sea. The sun had already begun to dip toward the west, casting a shimmer of scattered gold across the water. Starting tomorrow, they set out to sea in this new boat to chart a new course. Chapter 051. The yacht heads out to the open sea, charting a new course. Zane's first official operation on the new yacht was scheduled for the next day. He arrived at the dock before dawn, and Leon came racing over on his electric scooter 10 minutes later. Bro Zane, are we taking the new boat out today? Yeah, the new boat. Heading to the usual spot? We'll go to the usual spot first to pick up the cargo for the order, then head southeast to explore some new waters. Leon's eyes lit up. Explore new waters? This boat has a range of over 800 nautical miles. It'd be a waste not to go a little farther. The two boarded the yacht to conduct pre-departure checks. Zane went through each item one by one: engine status, fuel levels, water temperature, gas cylinders, equipment, and the temperature of the refrigerated hold, and everything was normal. He started both engines, and the yacht glided smoothly out of the White Sea Village marina. The sailing experience on the new boat was a world apart from the old one. The cockpit was so quiet that the only sound was the faint electronic hum of the instruments. The steering wheel responded with precision and fluidity. The throttle was linear and smooth, and the hull glided across the water's surface steadily and swiftly. 40 minutes later, they reached their usual spot above the rift. Zane changed into his gear and dove, and this was the first time he deactivated the upgraded power of the sea god underwater since acquiring the new boat. The moment he entered the water, an ocean system notification popped up. Ocean system notification. Safe aquatic environment detected. Poseidon's power evolution is activating. Ocean scan effective detection range has been increased to 200 meters. The new feature, biological density heatmap, has been unlocked, displaying the distribution of marine life at different densities as colored blocks within the detection range. Zane hovered underwater for a few seconds, concentrating as he activated his sensory perception. The effect was even more powerful than he had anticipated. The 200-meter detection range expanded outward like a giant sphere centered on his body, encompassing the entire northern rock face of the rift from the shallowest to the deepest points, and even covering the upper half of the southern rock face. The new feature was even more intuitive than he could have imagined. A thermal imagery like color overlay appeared on his sensory display. Areas with dense sea cucumber populations appeared dark red, abalone clusters were orange, ordinary fish schools were light yellow, and bare rock walls and sandy bottoms were deep blue. The distribution of marine life throughout the entire rift was immediately apparent. Zane swam toward the dense, dark red area and, sure enough, discovered a large patch of high-quality sea cucumbers there, nearly twice as dense as the areas he usually frequented. His previous perception range hadn't extended to this area, so he'd never known that so many high-quality specimens were hidden here. In just 15 minutes, he had filled a net with 40 sea cucumbers, every single one of S-grade quality or higher. After surfacing, Leon took the net and emptied it into the live well. Bro Zane, how come you're so fast today? I switched to a different area. The stock is much denser here. So what's our target quota for today? Let us harvest 100 first to fulfill Shunqing's order, then head out to the deep sea. Zane made 3 more dives, harvesting a total of 112 sea cucumbers and 30 abalones, filling the refrigerated hold halfway. After packing up his gear, he returned to the cockpit and marked a point on the navigation screen. Shaojun. Look, there's an undeveloped reef cluster 22 nautical miles southeast of here as the crow flies. I studied it on the nautical charts before, but our old boat didn't have enough range to make it that far. Now we can. Brother Zane, how do you know there's anything good there? I don't know, that's why we're gonna check it out. Zane pushed the throttle, and the yacht's speed picked up to 20 knots, its bow pointing toward the open sea to the southeast. After leaving the Rift Sea, the color of the water gradually deepened, shifting from light blue to dark blue and then to a profound shade nearly as black as ink. The swells on the surface had grown slightly larger, but the 21-meter hull steadied. Zane activated the power of Poseidon and probed beneath the water. The 200-meter detection range covered the seabed perfectly. A heat map of colored blocks appeared. Zane stared at the blocks for several seconds. Xiao Jun. What's up, Zane? There's something down there. What is it? Zane pointed to the northwest corner of the reef cluster on the sonar screen. In this area, at a depth of about 30 meters, there's a large cluster of pale yellow signals. What's the light yellow? A school of fish. Zane narrowed his eyes. And not just any school of fish, the signal density is very high, and the individual fish are huge. Each signal point is larger than any fish species I've ever seen. How big? Zane mentally calculated the size of those signal points. Each one is at least 1.5 meters long, with an estimated weight between 30 and 50 kilograms. Leon's eyes widened. Zane, a fish 1.5 meters long and weighing 30 to 50 kilograms, what kind of fish is that? Zane's gaze locked onto the dense cluster of signals on the sonar screen, and he tapped the edge of the control panel lightly twice with his finger. Before coming here, he de-studied this area on nautical charts and looked up some information. This route lay at the convergence of warm and cold currents, and every year at this time, large migratory fish passed through. If I'm not mistaken, Zane switched the sonar mode to high-resolution scanning, and the outline of the fish school on the screen became much clearer. He could now distinguish the size and swimming direction of each individual. At a glance, there were at least 30 or 40 fish, all concentrated in a deep water depression at the northwest corner of the reef, swimming in schools along an irregular circular route. Leon leaned closer to the screen. Dane, come on. Tell us what kind of fish are they? Zane withdrew his hand from the control panel and turned to look out the cockpit window at the deep expanse of ocean. Tuna. Chapter 052. Giant school spotted tuna school locked on. Zane set the sonar resolution to maximum, revealing every detail of the school S signal on the screen. The outline of every fish was crystal clear. Spindle-shaped bodies, crescent-shaped caudal fins, and extremely fast swimming speeds. The entire school was circling along a fixed route in a deep water basin at the northwest corner of the reef. Leon was practically glued to the sonar screen, his nose almost touching the display. Zane, what kind of fish is this, exactly? Look at these physical characteristics. A spindle-shaped body, a crescent-shaped tail fin, and a cruising speed between 8 and 10 knots. Plus, this area is where the warm and cold currents converge, and at this time of year, they appear near reef areas at this depth. Zane traced the outline of one of the fish's signal on the screen with his finger. Tuna. Leon leaned back slightly. Tuna. Right, and judging by its size, it's not a small skipjack or yellowfin tuna. It's between 1.5 and 2 meters long and weighs 30 to 50 kilograms. Only bluefin tuna fits that description. Leon's mouth dropped open. Zane, bluefin tuna isn't that the absolute top-tier fish for sashimi? That's exactly it. How much does one sell for? Zane leaned back in his pilot's chair, his hands clasped behind his head. The price of bluefin tuna depends on quality and weight. On the domestic market, the wholesale price for top-quality bluefin tuna ranges from 800 to 1,500 yuan per kilogram. A 50-kilogram fish at the midpoint price of 1,000 yuan per kilogram would be worth 50,000 yuan. Leon steadied himself by gripping the edge of the control console. 50,000 yuan for a single fish? That's just the wholesale price. If we supply high-end Japanese restaurants, the price goes even higher. Bro Zane, there are at least 30 or 40 fish down there, right? The sonar shows at least 35, and the thermal map indicates there might be some more on the other side of the reef that I can't detect right now. Leon counted on his fingers. 35 fish, 50,000 each, that's 1,750,000? Don't rush to count the money. First, let us figure out how to catch them. Zane stood up from the pilot's seat and walked to the control console, zooming in on the sonar image to focus on the area where the school of fish was concentrated. Bluefin tuna are pelagic migratory fish. They swim extremely fast and have incredible bursts of speed. Ordinary fishing nets simply can't stop them. Even if we did manage to trap them, their struggle inside the net would cause muscle congestion and affect the quality of the meat, and that kind of fish isn't worth anything. Then how do we catch them? By fishing. Fishing for tuna? Globally, the most common methods for catching large tuna are longline fishing and trolling. Longline fishing requires specialized equipment and a lot of preparation time. We don't have the resources for that right now, but we can try trolling. Leon crouched in front of the control console and looked up at Zane. Bro Zane, have you ever fished for tuna before? I haven't fished for them myself, but I've studied the materials. The principle isn't complicated. Zane switched the navigation screen to chart mode and marked a red dot at the location of the fish school. Bluefin tuna tend to follow warm currents. When they reach reef areas, they stop to feed. This reef zone has an abundance of baitfish, so they gather here. But this gathering won't last long, anywhere from 2 or 3 days to a week at most. As soon as the warm current changes direction, the school will move on. Brother Zay, are you saying we need to hurry? Right, let us leave them alone for today. Go back and get our gear ready. Then come back first thing tomorrow morning. What kind of gear? Heavy-duty saltwater fishing rods, trolling reels rated for 80 pounds or more, 500 meters of braided line, large trolling lures, and the most important thing. What? A fighting belt and a fighting chair. When Leon heard the words fighting chair, his expression turned complex. Brother Zay, what is a fighting chair? When fishing for large tuna, the pull from the fish can exceed 200 kilograms. You simply can't hold it back with just your hands. You need to secure the rod to a special swivel chair. Sit in the chair, strap yourself in with a belt, and use your whole body to battle the fish. 200 kilograms of pull? Bluefin tuna can reach burst speeds of over 70 kilometers per hour. A 50-kilogram fish can easily generate a pull 3 to 4 times its own body weight when sprinting. Leon swallowed hard. Zane, are you sure the two of us can handle this? We'll find out tomorrow if we can. For now, let us head back and get everything we need. Zane saved the exact coordinates of the reef system in the navigation system, started the engine, and turned the boat around to head toward White Sea Village. After the boat left the reef area, he glanced back at the sonar screen. The signal from the school of fish had already gone beyond the detection range and was beginning to fade. But he knew those fish were still there. 30 or 40 bluefin tuna, even by the most conservative estimate, that was over $1 million worth. On the way back, Zane searched his phone for suppliers of heavy-duty deep-sea fishing gear while steering the boat. Xiao Jun, can you check if there are any fishing tackle shops in town that sell large-scale trolling gear? I need a professional shop, not one of those small stores that just sell lure rods. Leon pulled out his phone and scrolled through it for a few minutes. Brother Zay, there's a shop on Binhai Road called Ocean Fishing Tackle. The reviews say it's a specialty store for deep-sea fishing gear, and it has pretty high ratings. Send me the address. I'll drive straight there as soon as we get back. Do you want me to come with you? No need. Once you get back, sort and pack the sea cucumbers and abalone from the boat. We still have to fulfill today's orders. Got it, Brother Zay. By the time the yacht pulled up to the White Sea Village dock, it was already past 2 p.m. Zane handed the sea cucumber and abalone tasks over to Leon and drove his pickup truck straight into town. Ocean Tackle was located at the corner of an alley off Binhai Road. The storefront was small, but the display window was filled with heavy-duty deep-sea fishing gear, sturdy rods, and reels as big as a fist, clearly not meant for the average angler. When Zane pushed open the door, the owner was the only one in the shop, checking his phone behind the counter. Boss, I'd like to buy a trolling setup for bluefin tuna. The owner looked up at him, a deeply tanned middle-aged man with a long old scar on his arm. Bluefin? Yeah. Have you fished for them before? No, this is my first time. The owner put down his phone and stood up from behind the counter. Young man, bluefin tuna aren't easy to catch. Where did you spot the school? I can't really say. The shop owner smiled. All right, I want to ask. Come with me to check out the gear. He led Zane to a wall at the very back of the store, where a row of sturdy fishing rods and large reels hung. The standard setup for bluefin is an 80 to 130-pound trolling rod paired with an international standard reel of the same class. Since it's your first time, I'd recommend an 80-pound rod. Any heavier, and you won't be able to handle it. I'll take the 130-pound one. The shop owner gave him another look. Are you sure? I'm sure. The target fish might weigh over 50 kilograms, and I'm afraid an 80-pound rod won't be enough. The shop owner's expression grew more serious. All right, I have 2 models of 130-pound rods here. One is from Shimano in Japan. Would you like to take a look? Chapter 053. Preparing for heavy-duty deep-sea fishing, the battle against a deep-sea giant. The shop owner took a fishing rod off the wall and handed it to Zane. The rod was made of a carbon fiber and fiberglass composite, finished entirely in black with silver accents. The handle featured a non-slip EVA grip and felt substantial in his hand. This is the Shimano Jaguar S-Type, a 130-pound class trolling rod. 7 feet long and weighs 2.3 kilograms. Paired with the Brand S Sky Eagle number 80 reel, it's currently the most popular combination on the market for catching large tuna. Zane gave the rod a couple of quick flicks in his hands to get a feel for its weight and balance. What's the Real's maximum drag? 35 kilograms. It holds 1,200 meters of 80-pound braided line, with a gear ratio of 2.5 to 1, a low-speed, high-torque drive specifically designed for large deep-sea fish. What about trolling lures? The shop owner walked over to another cabinet and pulled open a drawer. There are 2 types of trolling lures: hard lures, which are resin-made artificial lures shaped like fish, and skirted lures, which use rubber or silicone skirts to mimic the shape of squid. Both work for bluefin tuna, but in my experience, live bait works best. What kind of fish do you use for live bait? Mackerel or sorry work well. These small to medium-sized fish are the bluefin's main prey. Trolling a live fish on a hook behind the boat mimics nature most closely, resulting in the highest bite rate. Zane thought for a moment. Live bait is hard to come by. It's tough to find live mackerel at the market this time of year. Then use hard lures. I have some imported, large squid-style hard lures here. They have reflective flakes, and they move very realistically when towed through the water. The shop owner pulled a lure the size of a fist out of a drawer. It was painted blue and white, with a ring of rubber tentacles around the tail and a reflective metal flake embedded in the head. How much is one of these lures? The imported ones are 160 yuan each. The domestic knockoffs are 80 yuan. There's not much difference in how well they work. Give me 10 of the imported ones. 10 should be enough. You'll also need a few other things. The shop owner began laying them out one by one on the counter. A combat belt. You wear it to secure the rod holder to your waist and distribute the pulling force. I don't know if you have a combat chair on your boat?
No.
Then you'll need to buy one. How big is your boat's deck? The aft deck is a little over 3 meters wide and about 4 meters long. That's plenty. I have a foldable aft deck combat chair here with a stainless steel base. You just secure it to the deck with 4 expansion bolts, and the seat rotates 360 degrees. How much is it? The combat chair with the mounting bracket is 8,600 for the set, and the combat belt is 1,200. Add in the rod, reel, and 10 trolling lures, and the total for your set will be around 37,000. Zane pulled out his phone. WeChat Pay or Alipay? The shop owner gestured in the air. Hold on a second, young man. You're missing one crucial item. What? A flying hook. The shop owner pulled a large single hook from a metal box under the counter. The hook's tip was curved and sharp, and the shank was wrapped in stainless steel bite-resistant line. Once a bluefin tuna takes the bait, its bite is incredibly powerful. Ordinary hooks 1T hold up. You need this specialized tuna flying hook, made of high-carbon steel imported from Japan. 400 for a pack of 5. I'll take 2 packs. Also, you'd better bring a harpoon and a bleeding knife. What's the harpoon for? Once you've reeled a big fish to the side of the boat, you'll need to use the harpoon to subdue it before hauling it onto the deck. Bluefin tuna have very powerful tails. Grabbing the tail with your bare hands can easily get you flung around and injured. And the bleeding knife? The shop owner's expression turned serious. This is the most critical step. After catching a bluefin tuna, you must complete the bleeding and nerve severing within 30 seconds. Otherwise, as the fish's body temperature rises, the lactic acid and blood in the muscles will severely affect the meat quality. If a top-quality bluefin isn't bled properly, its price drops by more than half. Zane perked up at this. How exactly do you perform the bleeding and nerve severing? The owner pulled out a booklet, a Japanese translation from under the counter. This is an operational manual on Japanese tuna processing techniques that I translated myself. It contains detailed illustrated instructions. Take it home and have a look. The bleeding point is the main artery behind the gills. To sever the nerves, you use a thin steel wire inserted through the nerve hole at the back of the head to sever the spinal nerves. This process is called ikadate in Japan and is the core technique of tuna processing. How much is this booklet? It's free. It's a gift. If you really manage to catch a bluefin, you'll be my regular customer from then on. Zane took the booklet. An hour later, he emerged from the deep-sea tackle shop. The bed of his pickup was packed with gear. 2 130-pound class rods in hard cases, fishing reels wrapped in 3 layers of foam, a fighting chair disassembled into 2 cardboard boxes, and various accessories and tools filling the truck to the brim. The total came to 43,700 yuan, but the owner rounded it down to 43,000. By the time he returned to White Sea Village, it was nearly dark. Zane carried the gear to the aft deck of his yacht at the dock and began assembling the fighting chair under the deck's LED lights. Leon got the message and rushed over on his electric scooter. "Bro Zane, is this the fighting chair?" "Yeah. Hold the base steady for me while I drive in the expansion bolts." The two of them worked for 40 minutes. The stainless steel base was securely fastened with 6 expansion bolts toward the center of the aft deck. They mounted the seat onto the base and tested its rotation. It swiveled 360 degrees smoothly. Zane sat down and rocked back and forth a couple of times. The base didn't budge an inch. "It's sturdy enough. Bro Zane, this chair feels a bit like the one at the dentist's office." "Stop blabbering. Go attach the reel to the rod." Leon opened the reel's box and paused for a moment, staring at the metal reel the size of a watermelon. "Bro Zane, this reel's bigger than my head. This is the standard size for a 130-pound class international reel. Snap it into the rod seat and tighten the lock." Leon struggled a bit to attach the reel, and Zane took the rod to test its balance. The rod blank had excellent elasticity with a 130-pound test rating. It barely bent under no load. It would only reveal its elastic curve when subjected to the pull of a big fish. Zane placed the rod in the rod holder of the fighting chair and secured it, then took out the fighting belt to try it on. The belt was made of wide nylon and featured a metal rod slot at the front. Once worn, the butt end of the rod could be secured in the slot, distributing the force from his hands across his entire waist, abdomen, and thighs while reeling in a fish. "Xiao Jun, have you spooled the line yet?" "All set, Brother Zane. I've spooled all 1,200 meters of braided line onto the reel." "Did you tie the fly hooks?" "I tied 2. I used that bite-resistant steel wire leader you bought." Zane inspected the hook ties and nodded. "All right, now rig up the trolling lure so I can see how it looks." Leon hooked a blue and white squid imitation soft plastic lure onto the fly hook, and Zane held it up to examine it under the light. The lure was indeed exquisitely crafted. The reflective scales on its head refracted blue-green flashes under the light, and the rubber skirt swayed gently in the air. If towed through the water, the visual effect would likely resemble an injured squid. But another idea popped into Zane's head. He glanced at his right hand. The range of his Poseidon power had been upgraded to 200 meters, and the newly unlocked biological density heat map allowed him to pinpoint the exact location and swimming direction of every fish. What if he used Poseidon power to tamper with the lure a bit before entering the water? For example, by coding the bait with a scent signal he could detect underwater, causing the fish to actively gather around it? After mulling over the idea for a moment, he decided not to voice it. "Xiao Jun, meet me at the dock at 5 a.m. tomorrow. We'll head out as soon as it gets light." "Got it, Zane. I'll be there at 4:30. Go get some sleep. We've got a tough battle ahead of us tomorrow." Leon finished packing, jumped off the boat, hopped on his scooter, and rode off. His taillight flickered twice on the stone pavement of the pier before disappearing. Zane sat alone in the combat chair on the aft deck, opened the tuna processing manual, and flipped through it page by page under the LED light. The bleeding point is 2 finger widths behind the gill cover. Use a bleeding knife to sever the gill arch artery. To sever the nerves, insert a 1.5 mm diameter stainless steel wire through the nerve hole at the top of the fish's head. Push it along the spinal canal all the way to the tail, and sever the entire spinal cord to completely stop the fish from struggling. The fish is then immediately placed in a mixture of ice and water to cool it down. The core temperature must be lowered to around 0 degrees in the shortest possible time. Zane ran through the procedure in his head 3 times, closed the manual, and stood up. He walked to the ship's rail and glanced down at the pitch-black sea. The light from the harbor lighthouse cast a blurry circle on the water's surface. His phone vibrated. It was a message from Shen Qingyi. "Have you decided on the size specifications for the abalone?" Zane replied. "Let us put the abalone on hold for now. I might have a batch of larger ones coming in soon. We'll discuss it then." Shen Qingyi sent back a question mark. Zane didn't reply further. He locked his screen and stepped off the boat. Chapter 054. Legendary ability enhanced bait. The king of fish goes on a biting frenzy. At 4:50 a.m. the next day, Zane arrived at the pier. Leon was already crouched on the pier waiting for him, holding a cup of soy milk. "Bro Zane, I brought you 2 steamed buns. We'll eat them once we're on board. Let us check the gear first." After the two boarded the boat, Zane conducted a thorough pre-departure inspection. The engine was in good condition, the fuel tank was full, the refrigerated compartment was set to -2 degrees Celsius, the bolts securing the fighting chair were tight, and both fishing rigs were in place. He had also prepared 3 additional items: a 50-liter insulated cooler filled with a mixture of crushed ice and seawater, a Japanese-made knife specifically designed for bleeding fish, and a 1.5mm stainless steel wire. At exactly 5 a.m., the yacht set sail from the White Sea Village dock, just as a pale grayish-white glow began to appear on the horizon. Traveling at 18 knots, heading east-southeast, they were headed for the coordinates of the reef cluster marked the previous day. Leon finished 2 steamed buns in the cockpit and wiped his hands clean. "Brother Zay, once we get there, could you go in the water first to check if the school of fish is still there?" "No need to go in the water, we can see the fish on the sonar and thermal map right here on the boat." "Then what did you mean yesterday about tampering with the bait?" Zane hadn't actually used those exact words, but Leon had clearly picked up on something from the look on his face when he'd been examining the bait last night. "What did you hear?" "Nothing. Nothing, I was just asking." Zane didn't explain, his eyes fixed on the sea ahead. At 5:40 a.m., the sun rose above the horizon, bathing the entire sea in a golden-red glow. At 6:10 a.m., the navigation screen indicated they had reached the target area. Zane slowed to 5 knots and activated the sonar scan. First, the outline of the reef appeared on the screen, followed by the details of the seabed topography, and finally, the signal from the school of fish appeared. It was still there, and there were even more of them than he'd seen yesterday. Zane concentrated and unleashed the power of the sea god, a sensory sphere with a 200-meter radius expanded, and a thermal map of biological density refreshed in his mind. That large cluster of pale yellow signals was moving slowly in a deep water depression at the northwest corner of the reef. The densely packed individuals were arranged very closely together, and the body shape of each fish was clearly distinguishable. He counted them carefully. 42. That was 7 more than yesterday. Perhaps a subsequent school had joined the group. And one of them was particularly large. Zane's attention was firmly fixed on that fish. Among the signals of the 42 fish, there was one that was noticeably larger than the rest. It was swimming at the very front of the school, and its length on the heat map was at least 2.5 meters. Its width and thickness also far exceeded those of the other fish. "Xiao Jun, come take a look." Leon leaned in close to Zane, but since he couldn't see the heat map, he could only look at the sonar screen. Zane tapped a spot on the sonar screen with his finger. "Here, do you see that largest signal at the very front of the school?" "I see it. It's definitely much bigger than the ones next to it. I estimate this fish is about 2.5 meters long. If it's a bluefin tuna, a 2.5-meter-long specimen would weigh roughly between 150 and 200 kilograms. Leon's hand unconsciously tightened its grip on the edge of the control panel. 200 kilograms, 400 Gene? That's an estimate. The actual weight could be higher or lower, but one thing's for sure. This fish is much larger than all the others. It's the leader of this school. Zane, you want to go after that biggest one?" Zane turned to look at Leon. "What do you think?" Leon's Adam's apple bobbed up and down. "Let us do it." Zane patted him on the shoulder, walked from the wheelhouse to the aft deck, and began making his final preparations. First, he adjusted the fighting chair, testing the seat height and angle until he found the most comfortable position. Then he took the 130-pound rod from the rod rack and secured it in the rod holder on the fighting chair. The reel S-drag was preset to 20 kilograms. This setting meant that when the fish's pull exceeded 20 kilograms, the reel would automatically release line to prevent the line from breaking, while simultaneously applying continuous resistance to the fish to wear it down. For the trolling lure, he chose the blue and white squid imitation hardbait, rigged the treble hook, and attached it to the main line with bite-resistant steel wire. Once everything was ready, Zane stood at the edge of the swim platform at the stern. "Xiao Jun, I'm going in for a bit." "Bro Zane, what are you doing?" "I'm going to check out the conditions underwater and adjust the bait while I'm at it." Although Leon didn't understand what adjusting the bait meant, he knew Zane always had his reasons for going into the water. Zane put on his diving gear, grabbed the trolling lure, and dove into the water. The water temperature was considerably lower than at the shore, and visibility was around 15 meters. He dove down about 10 meters and stopped at a depth far from the school of fish but still within the range of the power of the sea god. Then he did something he had never tried before. He held the trolling bait in his right hand and concentrated on channeling the power of the sea goddess sensory abilities, but this time, Instead of probing outward, he reversed the process, attempting to infuse his own sensory fluctuations into the bait. This was a possibility that had suddenly occurred to him last night while reading the manual. The perceptual waves of the power of the sea god were essentially an energy field that naturally attracted marine life, something he noticed before when harvesting sea cucumbers. Every time he activated his perception, the small fish and shrimp around him would gather toward him rather than scatter. If he could imbue the bait with this attraction, then once it hit the water, it wouldn't just be a visually realistic lure, it would be live bait that actively emitted an attractant signal. Zane clenched the bait in his hand, closed his eyes, and concentrated. First, there was no reaction. He adjusted his breathing rhythm, slowed his heart rate, and focused his attention entirely on the contact point between the palm of his right hand and the bait. 30 seconds later, he sensed a change. The surface of the bait seemed to be enveloped by a thin layer of something. The sensation was hard to describe, somewhere between a change in temperature and a change in texture, but something had definitely transferred from his palm to the bait. An ocean system notification popped up. Ocean system alert. Host detected using the power of Poseidon to attach energy to a non-biological medium. Attachment success rate depends on the medium's material and the host's concentration. Current attachment strength is moderate. Effective duration is approximately 45 minutes. Zane's heart raced when he saw this alert. 45 minutes, that was enough. He reattached the treated bait to the rig, surfaced, and returned to the aft deck. Leon handed him a towel. Zane, did it work? It did. Let us get moving. Zane sat back in the helm and steered the boat to a position about 300 meters upstream from the school of fish. After confirming the school's direction and the warm current's flow on the sonar, he adjusted the boat to sail with the current and reduced speed to 4 knots. Cast the bait. Standing at the stern, Leon cast the rig with the prepared trolling bait attached into the water, and the braided line spun rapidly off the reel. 100 meters. 200 meters. Zane shouted stop, and Leon locked the reel's line release. The trolling lure, positioned 200 meters behind the boat, was being dragged along at a depth of about 5 meters by the boat's forward motion, mimicking the swimming motion of an injured squid at a speed of 4 knots. Zane sat in the fighting chair, his left hand lightly resting on the reel handle to feel the tension in the line, his right hand gripping the rod. The sea was calm, with only the white spray churned up by the stern propeller rippling in the sunlight. Leon stood beside him, not daring to breathe a word. 3 minutes passed, and the line didn't budge an inch. 5 minutes, still no movement. Bro Zane, should we try a different direction? No rush. Let us wait a little longer. Zane activated his power of the sea god perception, and a thermal map covering a 200-meter radius refreshed in his mind. He saw the school of bluefin tuna still patrolling the hollow among the reefs as usual, but the school's overall position had shifted about 30 meters northwest compared to 5 minutes earlier. They were moving toward the bait. At the 8-minute mark, Zane sensed several fish on the outer edge of the school breaking away from the formation and accelerating toward the bait. Here we go, some fish are breaking away from the school. Leon was so nervous he clenched his fists. At the 10-minute mark, the rod tip twitched. A slight flicker, it came and went. A fish touched the bait, but didn't take the hook. Zane held his breath and didn't make a move. At the 11-minute mark, the rod tip twitched again, this time with a slightly stronger movement than before. At the 12-minute mark, Zane saw on the thermal map that the largest signal point had left the very front of the school and was beginning to move toward the bait. It was moving very fast. Xiao Jun, that big one is out there. Is the kingfish out there? Zane gripped the rod tightly with both hands, his eyes fixed intently on the rod tip. 3 seconds later, the rod tip bent violently downward, the reel emitted a sharp, metallic screech, and then the entire rod snapped back toward the stern as if being dragged by a truck, with the line flying off the reel at a terrifying speed. Zane was jerked forward by the force. The rod holder on his belt caught the butt of the rod, and his fighting chair let out a metallic creak. It's on the hook. Chapter 055. A heart-pounding struggle. A700 gene monster surfaces. The braided line on the reel was flying out like crazy, unwinding so fast that it cut through the air with a piercing screech. Zane pressed his feet firmly against the footrests at the base of the fighting chair. His back pressed tightly against the seat back, and gripped the rod with both hands, bracing for the terrifying pull of the giant fish's first surge. The 130-pound rod bent into an arc, its tip almost touching the water's surface. Brother Zay, how much line is out? Leon shouted, his eyes fixed on the line counter on the reel. 300 meters. And it's still coming out. What's the drag set to? 20 kilograms. Don't increase it yet, let it run. Zane knew that the first surge from a large bluefin tuna after it's hooked is the most powerful. Pulling hard at this moment would only snap the line or tear the fish's mouth, causing it to come off the hook. The correct approach was to let the fish run against resistance, using the reel S-drag to steadily wear down its stamina. The line was starting to pay out more slowly. At 350 meters, the fish's initial burst of speed reached its limit. Its pace slowed from the initial burst, and the reel S line-out sound changed from a shrill screech to a dull hum. It's slowing down. Zane seized this moment to increase the drag from 20 kilograms to 23 kilograms. The resistance as the line came off the reel increased, and the line-out speed slowed down even further. Then the fish changed direction. Zane could clearly see the massive signal on the thermal map. The fish had shifted from a straight-line sprint to a left turn, heading toward the reef. It's heading for the reef. Xiaojun, turn the boat 10 degrees to the left. Got it, Zane. Leon rushed into the wheelhouse and adjusted the helm. The yacht slowly turned, maintaining an optimal angle relative to the fish's path. Seated in the fighting chair, Zane adjusted his seat angle as the boat turned, keeping the rod tip constantly pointed toward where the line entered the water. After turning left for about 100 meters, the fish turned around and bolted to the right. The reel screeched as line spooled out once more. It's gill washing, Zane shouted, and as soon as the words left his mouth, the rod tip snapped violently. Twice the fish was thrashing its head underwater, trying to shake the hook from its mouth. Is the hook still in, Zane? It is. The steel wire leader can handle it. The fish's second run wasn't as fierce as the first. It began to slow down after swimming about 150 meters. Zane immediately started reeling in the line. With his right hand, he cranked the reel handle. The 2.5:1 low-speed gear turned with great effort against the immense resistance, retrieving about half a meter of line with each turn. At the same time, his left hand worked in coordination with the rod, alternately lifting and pressing down on it. When lifting the rod, he used its elasticity to pull the fish upward. When pressing down, he quickly cranked the reel to tighten the slack line. Lift a bit, reel in a bit. Lift a bit, reel in a bit. These are the basic techniques for battling a big fish. 5 minutes later, Zane had reeled in about 60 meters of line, a sheen of sweat forming on his forehead. Then the fish took off again. The third run came fast, and suddenly the reel began spooling out line once more, and Zane was pulled forward by the force, the strap of his fishing belt digging tightly into his hip bones. Zane, are you okay?
Me fine.
It's running out of steam. Each surge is getting shorter than the last. That turned out to be true. The third surge covered less than 100 meters before stopping. Zane continued reeling in the line. 20 minutes had passed. Zane and the fish had already tugged back and forth over a distance of more than 1,000 meters, with the braided line being pulled out and reeled back in repeatedly through the seawater. His arms were starting to ache, and the knuckles on his hand gripping the reel handle were stiffening slightly, but the intervals between the fish's surges were growing longer, and the surges themselves were becoming weaker. Its stamina was clearly waning. Xiaojun, how much line is left on the reel? Leon glanced at the line counter. 800 meters left. 400 meters have been paid out. That's enough. I'll set the drag to 25. Zane tightened the reel S-drag knob, increasing the resistance. The fish made one last struggle underwater. The rod tip jerked 4 or 5 times in quick succession. Then the tugging gradually stopped. The direction of the line shifted from diagonally forward to directly downward. It's not running anymore, it's starting to sink. Zane sensed that the huge fish had begun to circle slowly at a depth of over 30 meters, a typical behavior for large tuna after they've exhausted their strength, making a final stand in the deep water. Time to reel it in. Gritting his teeth, Zane began to lift the rod sharply to reel in the line. Every lift was a test of strength against the giant fish 30 meters below the surface. 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes. When the marker on the line indicated the fish had been pulled to within 15 meters of the surface, Zane finally spotted a massive shadow beneath the water. A flash of silvery blue light glinted in the azure sea. Leon leaned over the gunwale and looked down. The moment he saw the shadow, he jumped to his feet. Bro, I see it. It's huge. Zane reeled in another 10 meters of line, bringing the fish to a position 5 meters below the surface, where its outline became completely clear. A deep blue back, a silvery white belly, a streamlined, spindle-shaped body, a pair of small, sickle-shaped yellow fins arranged along the tailstalk, and a tail fin in a perfect crescent shape. Bluefin tuna, no doubt about it. And this fish was even larger than he'd estimated from the heat map. At a glance, the fish was over 2.6 meters long at its widest point. It was broader than an adult man's shoulders. Its tail was thick and powerful, and even in a state of exhaustion, it continued to sway slowly yet forcefully beneath the water. Xiao Jun, get the harpoon ready. Ready, Zane. Leon stood at the gunwale, clutching the 2-meter-long stainless steel harpoon, his hands trembling slightly. Zane made one final reel in, pulling the fish to a position less than 2 meters directly below the gunwale. Aim for its shoulder, close to the head. Don't aim for the belly, you'll damage the flesh. Leon took a deep breath, raised the harpoon with both hands, aimed at the shoulder of the large fish beneath the water, and thrust it down with all his might. The barbs of the harpoon pierced the water's surface and sank into the fish's body. The massive fish thrashed violently twice, sending up a huge spray of white water. Leon was nearly pulled overboard by the recoil of the harpoon, but Zane grabbed him firmly around the lower back. Stay steady. Don't let go.
I am steady, Zane.
The line attached to the harpoon was taut as a string. Zane set aside the rod from his fighting chair and, together with Leon, grabbed the harpoon line to haul the giant fish toward the gunwale. It took the two of them a full 3 minutes to pull the fish to the edge of the swim platform at the stern. When the upper half of the fish's body broke the surface, they both realized just how massive it truly was. Zane, this fish is even bigger than we thought. Leon's voice was trembling. Zane grabbed the fish just below its pectoral fins with both hands and gave it a sharp tug, while Leon grabbed the tail on the other side and pulled with all his might. Together, they hauled and dragged the massive bluefin tuna onto the swim platform. The fish lay across the platform, its head and tail extending beyond the edges. Its body was covered in a layer of silvery blue mucus that shimmered with a metallic sheen in the sunlight. Its pectoral fins, when spread wide, were almost as long as an adult's arm. Zane crouched down to visually estimate the fish's length and girth. About 2.7 meters long, and the girth looks to be over 1.6 meters. I'd estimate this fish weighs between 300 and 350 gene. After stating these figures, he paused for a second. 300 to 350 gene. He had originally estimated 150 to 200 kilograms, but upon seeing the live fish, he felt it might actually weigh more. Brother Zane, how much can a 350 gene bluefin tuna sell for? Zane didn't answer the question because he didn't have time to calculate the value right now. He picked up the bleeding knife. Chapter 056. Chilled processing. Full speed back to the dock. The bleeding process had to be completed in the shortest possible time. Zane crouched on the swim platform, holding the fish's head steady with his left hand, while gripping the Japanese-made bleeding knife in his right. The blade was thin and sharp, its tip precisely positioned about 2-finger widths behind the gill cover. That was where the gill arch artery was located. He recalled the diagram he'd seen in the manual the night before. With a single cut, he sliced in. The blade cut through the skin and muscle layers when it reached a depth of about 3 centimeters. It struck a thick blood vessel, and bright red blood immediately gushed from the incision, flowing rapidly and vivid in color. The bleeding was successful. Xiao Jun, lift the tail a little higher so the blood can flow out from the head. Leon grabbed the fish by the tail base and raised the rear half of its body slightly. Blood accelerated out of the incision near the gills, trickling down the surface of the swimming platform and into the seawater. Zane didn't stop to wait for the bleeding to finish. He took out the 1.5mm stainless steel wire and located the tiny nerve hole just above and behind the eye socket on the top of the fish's head. This was the crucial step for severing the nerve. As the wire was inserted into the nerve hole, the fish's body jerked violently. Leon pressed down on the fish's tail with his knee. Bro Zane, it's still moving. That's normal. It'll stop moving once the wire's in. Zane slowly pushed the wire along the spinal canal toward the tail. The fish twitched once every 10 centimeters. And as the wire went deeper, the twitches grew weaker. When the wire reached the base of the tail, the fish ceased all movement entirely. The entire fish fell still. From the start of bleeding to the completion of nerve severance, the whole process took less than 2 minutes. Zane pulled the steel wire out and tossed it aside, then rinsed the bloodstains from the fish's surface with seawater. Is the ice water ready? The ice water from the insulated box is right here, Zane. Leon carried the 50-liter cooler to the edge of the swim platform. It contained a mixture of crushed ice and seawater, with a temperature of around 0 degrees. But a 50-liter cooler couldn't hold a fish that was 2.7 meters long and weighed over 300 gene. Zane had already anticipated this problem. Open the refrigerated compartment. Leon ran to open the hatch to the refrigerated compartment below deck, and Zane set the temperature control panel to 0 degrees. Pour all the ice water from the cooler into the refrigerated compartment. Then we'll move the fish inside. Got it. Leon poured the icy water into the refrigerated hold, and Zane added 2 bags of crushed ice from the ship's ice maker, creating a layer of icy water about 10 centimeters deep at the bottom of the hold. Next came moving the fish. As the 2 men carried the massive bluefin tuna from the swim platform toward the refrigerated hold, they nearly couldn't lift it. Man, this fish is way too heavy, Zane. It feels like it weighs way more than 300 Gene. Give it your all. Move it forward. Zane gripped the fish by the head, his arm muscles taut as steel rods, while Leon held the middle section. Step by step, the 2 of them maneuvered the fish to the entrance of the refrigerated hold and lowered it inside. As the fish settled into the icy water, it made a dull splash. The icy water rose from both sides, covering most of the fish's body. Only the highest dorsal fin and a small section of its back remained exposed. Zane spread another layer of crushed ice over the fish to ensure it was completely enveloped by the cold. The temperature is at 0 degrees. The refrigeration unit will keep the compartment at this temperature. Zane closed the refrigerated hold door and only realized his t-shirt was completely soaked when he straightened up. Leon sat on the aft deck, panting heavily. Bro, Zane, how long has it been since it took the bait? Zane glanced at his phone. 52 minutes. 52 minutes to land a bluefin tuna weighing over 300 Gene. Leon looked up at the sky, his hands spread out on the deck. Bro, Zane, how much can we sell this fish for? Zane washed his hands and face under the faucet on the aft deck, dried off with a towel, and walked over to sit down next to the fighting chair. The price of bluefin tuna depends on several factors: origin, quality, weight, and processing method. He counted on his fingers. This fish has 3 major advantages. First, it's wild-caught, not farmed. Second, it underwent live slaughter processing, which includes bleeding, nerve disruption, and chilled preservation to maximize the retention of its meat quality. And third, it's large, heavy, and rare. The wholesale price of bluefin tuna in the domestic high-end Japanese cuisine market ranges from 1,000 to 2,000 yuan per kilogram for properly processed, chilled fish. However, for extra-large specimens weighing over 150 kilograms, the scarcity premium is even higher. It could reach 2,500 yuan per kilogram or more. If we calculate this fish at 350 Gene, that's 175 kilograms. At the midpoint price of 2,000 yuan per kilogram, that comes to 350,000 yuan. Leon jumped to his feet. 350,000 for a single fish? If the quality assessment confirms its top grade, that price might not even cover it. After saying this, Zane stood up and walked into the wheelhouse. He glanced at the navigation screen to check the distance between their current location and the White Sea Village Pier, 22 nautical miles. At a speed of 20 knots, they'd reach it in about 70 minutes. But his top priority right now wasn't rushing back to the dock, it was contacting a buyer. A 350 Gene bluefin tuna wasn't like sea cucumbers or abalone. It couldn't be left in the refrigerated hold to wait for a buyer to come along. The optimal window for consuming this fish was 24 to 48 hours after capture. Beyond that, the texture and color of the flesh would deteriorate significantly. He had to find a way to ship it out today. Zane took out his phone and opened his contacts. The first person who came to mind was Shen Qingyi. Jinhaigu was a high-end restaurant, but it served Chinese cuisine, not Japanese. Bluefin tuna was primarily consumed at high-end Japanese restaurants, so Shen Qingyi's establishment might not be able to handle this type of ingredient. However, Shen Qingyi's network was far more extensive than his own. Zane dialed Shen Qingyi's number. She picked up after 3 rings. Mr. Su, were you calling today about the abalone? Not the abalone, let's put that aside for now. I have a bluefin tuna I need to sell, and it has to be today. There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the line. Bluefin tuna? Yes, wild-caught, whole, chilled, and processed using the live slaughter method. It's 2.7 meters long, with an estimated weight of 170 to 180 kilograms. There was another moment of silence on Shen Qingyi's end. Mr. Su, where did you get this bluefin tuna? I caught it myself. We'll discuss the details later. Right now, the most important thing is whether you have any contacts in the high-end Japanese cuisine sector. Hold on a moment. Shen Qingyi's footsteps could be heard over the phone, followed by the sound of a door closing. She must have moved to a quieter place to speak. Mr. Su, Wild bluefin tuna weighing over 170 kilograms is a rarity in the domestic market. Fish of this caliber usually only appear at large seafood auctions or through the exclusive procurement channels of top-tier Japanese cuisine groups. I know that's why I called you. I do have a few contacts in the Japanese cuisine industry, but this fish is simply too massive. There aren't many buyers in China capable of taking on a shipment of this size all at once. Just give me a name I can reach. Shen Qingyi thought for a few seconds. I know someone named Tanaka. He is the China procurement director for Misaki Seafood Company, Limited in Japan. Misaki Seafood is one of Japan's largest tuna traders, and they hold a significant share of the high-end Japanese cuisine supply chain here. Is he in China? I spoke with him on the phone just last month. He said he is based in Shanghai but travels all over the country. Can you put me in touch with him? I'll call him right now. Hurry up, the longer the fish stays in the cold storage compartment, the more its quality deteriorates. I know. Wait for my call. Shen Qingyi hung up the phone. Zane placed his phone on the dashboard, started the engine, and began the return trip. Xiaojun. Hold on tight, we're heading back at full speed. Got it, brother Zane. Zane pushed the throttle up to 25 knots. The yacht's bow rose high before quickly leveling off, leaving a long white wake as it raced full speed toward the White Sea Village dock. Leon stood in the cockpit, holding onto the handrail as he watched the sea recede rapidly outside the window. Bro Zane, is that guy from the Japanese company you mentioned earlier coming to buy the fish? I don't know. Let us wait for news from Shen Qingyi. On the way back, Zane's cell phone rang. It was Shen Qingyi calling back. I got in touch with him. Mr. Tanaka asked me to give him your number. He said he'll contact you directly within 30 minutes. What did he say? When he heard about the wild bluefin tuna weighing over 170 kilograms, he asked me 3 times in a row if I was sure. The corner of Zane's mouth twitched. Okay, have him call. After hanging up with Shen Qingyi, Zane continued sailing at full speed. The outline of the White Sea Village pier was already visible on the coastline ahead. 23 minutes later, his phone rang, an unknown number. Zane answered. Hello, is this Mr. Zane? The caller spoke Mandarin with a distinct Japanese accent. This is Zane. Hello, Mr. Su. I'm Ichiro Tanaka, Director of Procurement for China at Misaki Seafood Company. Limited. Ms. Shun passed your information on to me. Mr. Tanaka, I have a bluefin tuna here. Ms. Shun should have already briefed you on the situation. Yes, I'd like to confirm a few details. First, how is this fish processed? Live slaughtered, bleeding, nerve severing, and preservation in ice water, the full Japanese standard procedure. On the other end of the line, Ichiro Tanaka's breathing grew heavier. Second question. When was this fish caught? This morning, no more than 2 hours ago. A bluefin processed via Ikari within the last 2 hours? Yes. There was silence on Ichiro Tanaka's end for about 5 seconds. Mr. Su, I need to see this fish with my own eyes. When can you get here? I'm in Shanghai right now. Please give me your exact location, and I'll come over today. Zane gave him the address of the White Sea Village pier. Ichiro Tanaka exchanged a few words in Japanese with someone nearby, then returned to the phone. Mr. Su, I'll be there this afternoon or tonight at the latest. Until I arrive, please make sure to keep the temperature in the refrigerated compartment around 0 degrees Celsius. Do not open the compartment or move the fish. I know how to store it. Also, Mr. Su, let me ask one more thing. Is this the only fish you have? Zane glanced at the location of the reef cluster on the sonar. It had disappeared from the screen, but its coordinates were still saved in the navigation system. Mr. Tanaka, let us discuss this when we meet. After the call ended, Leon stared at Zane for several seconds. Bro Zane, is that Japanese guy flying over to buy a fish? Not flying, they're coming from Shanghai. They'll probably fly to the nearest airport and then drive over. Flying all the way from Shanghai for a single fish? Zane placed his phone back on the dashboard, gripped the steering wheel with both hands, and steered toward the marina entrance. Xiaojun, in these people's eyes, a 170-kilogram live bluefin tuna is worth them taking a private jet here. The yacht slowed down and pulled into a berth at the White Sea Village marina. Zane shut off the engine and brought the boat to a stop. The first thing he did was check the temperature in the refrigerated hold. 0 degrees stable, and running the refrigeration unit was functioning normally. He didn't open the hatch, maintaining the seal and keeping the fish undisturbed as requested by Ichiro Tanaka. Standing on the aft deck, Zane saved Ichiro Tanaka's number in his phone, then sent a message to Shun Chingy. President Shin, I've made contact. He.S. coming today. I'll remember this favor. Shun Chingy replied with 4 words. Let me know the results when the time comes. Zane locked his screen and gazed at the stone path on the pier, bleached white by the afternoon sun. In the distance, someone rode a tricycle through the alley at the village entrance, the vehicle loaded with freshly woven fishing nets. Leon stood beside him, rubbing his hands together. Bro Zane, that Tanaka guy said he'd arrive this afternoon or tonight. Are we just going to wait here on the boat? No need to wait. Go back and do whatever you need to do. I'll let you know when he gets here. So do you have any idea how much this fish will sell for? Zane walked into the wheelhouse, grabbed a bottle of water, unscrewed the cap, and took a sip. The price depends on his quality assessment after he inspects the catch, but there's one sign you can use as a reference. What kind of sign? The China Regional Purchasing Director for one of Japan's largest tuna traders called me within 30 minutes of hearing about this fish, and he's flying in from Shanghai to inspect it in person. Zane set the water bottle on the railing. That means this fish is worth considerably more than the 350,000 I estimated earlier. Leon opened his mouth to say something, but in the end, only one sentence came out. Bro Zane, does that count as me catching a fish with you today? Zane gave him a light tap on the back of the head. Sure, I'll add it to your bonus when the time comes. The corners of Leon's eyes crinkled as he jumped off the boat and rode away on his scooter. As he passed the fishermen on the pier who were still sneaking glances at the yacht, he honked his scooter's horn twice with all his might, showing off like crazy. Zane sat alone on the aft deck, the priceless bluefin tuna lying directly beneath his feet. He pulled out his phone to check the time. 1:17 p.m. Ichiro Tanaka had said he'd arrive by tonight at the latest. Zane leaned back in his fighting chair, closed his eyes, and thought for a moment, a slow smile curving his lips. His phone vibrated in his pocket, a new message. He pulled it out and saw that the sender was Ichiro Tanaka. Mr. Su, I've booked the next available flight from Shanghai, scheduled to land at 5:40 p.m. My assistant will depart from Tokyo at the same time, and will arrive at your dock together tonight to inspect the cargo. Zane replied with 2 words, waiting for you. He locked his phone and slipped it back into his pocket, then looked up at the cloudless sky above him. A sea breeze blew in from the south, carrying a salty scent and warmth. The shadow of the Pier's lighthouse stretched long across the water. Chapter 057. Japanese food giant goes crazy, rushes over overnight on a private jet. The message on his phone was from Bruno. Bro Zane, I heard you caught a big one out on the water today? Zane replied, who told you that? Take a guess. Zane didn't need to guess to know it was Leon's big mouth. He didn't reply, tucking his phone back into his pocket. On the aft deck, he cleaned the rod holder on his fighting chair, packed up his tackle, and hung it back on the rod rack. 3 p.m. he stopped by his place. Grace was chopping vegetables in the kitchen. Zane's back. How was your trip out on the water today? Not bad. Caught a fish. What kind of fish? Tuna. Grace paused with the knife in her hand. Tuna? The kind they slice thinly and eat raw in Japanese cuisine. Yeah, that one. How big is it? A little over 300 jin. Grace turned to look at him, her expression suggesting she hadn't heard him clearly. How many jin did you say? About 350 jin, and it's 2.7 meters long. Grace set the knife down on the cutting board and wiped her hands on her apron. Zotzi. Tell me the truth, did you catch that 350 jin tuna all by yourself? Leon helped. He speared the fish. How much is that fish worth? Zane grabbed a glass, filled it with water, and took a sip. I'm not sure yet. A buyer is coming to inspect it tonight, we'll know after that. What kind of buyer? The purchasing director of a Japanese seafood company. He flew in from Shanghai. Grace wiped her hands on her apron again, not because they were wet this time, but purely out of nervousness. He flew all the way from Shanghai just to see this one fish of yours? Yeah. Then just how much must this fish be worth? Zane set down his glass. Mom, don't ask. I'll tell you once it's sold. Grace's lips moved a couple of times, but she didn't ask any further. However, her pace while chopping vegetables noticeably quickened. Zane could tell she was doing the math in her head. Gordon walked in from the yard, still holding a pair of pruning shears. Zotzi, everyone at the dock is saying you caught a big fish today? News travels fast. White Sea Village isn't that big. As soon as your boat leaves the dock, the whole village knows. And when you come back, with all the hosing down and unloading on deck, there is no need for word to spread, everyone standing on the shore sees it anyway. Zane leaned against the kitchen door frame. Dad, what do you think? What do I think? It's your fish, you sell it. What's it got to do with me? After saying that, Gordon set his scissors down next to the shoe rack by the door and went inside. Grace whispered from behind him. Your dad might not say it out loud, but he just chatted with old Wong from next door in the yard for half an hour, and between the lines, he was saying you've really made something of yourself. Zane smiled but didn't respond. At 5 p.m. he returned to the dock. The temperature control panel in the refrigerated hold read 0 degrees, the cooling unit was running normally, and everything was stable. At 5:40 p.m., Shen Qingyi called. Mr. Su, Ichiro Tanaka has already boarded his flight. He chartered a private jet from Shanghai Hongqiao to fly directly to your nearest airport. He's expected to land at 7:30 p.m. After landing, he's arranged for a private car to pick him up. Factoring in travel time, he should arrive at your dock before 9 p.m. He chartered a private jet? Yes. He's also bringing their company's quality inspector, 3 people in total. Zane stood on the pier holding his phone and glanced into the distance. The horizon was already beginning to turn red. Ms. Shun, why did he charter a private jet? Shen Qingyi paused for a moment on the other end of the line. Mr. Su, let me explain the situation in this industry, and you'll understand. Go ahead. The total annual wild catch of bluefin tuna worldwide is only a few tens of thousands of metric tons. That sounds like a lot, right? But less than 5% of it meets the standards for top-grade sashimi. Extra-large specimens weighing over 170 kilograms are even rarer than a phoenix's feather or a chilin's horn. Combined with the fact that you've performed a complete live slaughter processing, if this fish passes the quality inspection, it will be an extremely scarce commodity across the entire East Asian market. Misaki Seafood in Japan got its start in the tuna auction business. They're one of the biggest buyers every year at the New Year's auctions at both the Tsukiji market and the Toyosu market. I've met Ichiro Tanaka a few times. He has a keener eye for top-grade tuna than anyone else. The fact that he's willing to charter a private jet to come here shows just how high his expectations are for this fish. Zane didn't respond immediately after hearing this. Mr. Su, are you still there? Yes. I'm thinking about something. What is it? If his expectations are that high, then his bid will be high too, right? A brief chuckle came from Shen Qingyi's end. That depends on how you negotiate, but I have a suggestion. Go ahead. Don't make an offer first, let him make the first move. The Japanese have different criteria for evaluating tuna than we do here. Their pricing system is based on meat quality grades, and for the same fish, the Japanese typically set prices 30 to 50% higher than we do. Got it. By the way, Mr. Su, is this the new product category you mentioned last time? No, the tuna was an unexpected windfall. We'll talk about the new product category another time. All right, then I wish you the best of luck tonight. After hanging up, Zane sent Leon a message asking him to be at the pier by 9 p.m. Leon replied instantly, I'll be there by 7:30. Don't worry, Brother Zay. Zane thought for a moment, then sent a message to Bruno as well. Brother Zhuang, if you're free tonight, come by the pier to give me a hand. Bruno replied with an okay emoji. By 7 p.m. it was completely dark. At the pier, only the lighthouse at the end of the pier and the LED lights on the yacht's deck were lit. Leon was the first to arrive on his electric scooter. He changed into a clean outfit and even styled his hair with hair gel. Zane glanced at him. Why are you all dressed up? Bro Zane, the Japanese are coming. I'm representing your team's image. What image are you representing? You're just here to move stuff. Well, I still need to look presentable. Bruno arrived at 7:40, riding his beat-up bicycle. Brother Zay, why did you call me out so late? Is something up? A few people are coming to check out the cargo in a bit. Could you show them the way at the pier? What cargo? Tuna. Bruno's eyes lit up. Is that the one you caught today, the one weighing over 300 gene? So the whole village knows about it, huh? Aunt Zhang at the village store was talking about it this afternoon. She said you caught a fish as long as a person. The way she put it, she was implying you were bragging. Zane ignored him and walked into the wheelhouse to check the status of the refrigerated hold. At 8:15, Ichiro Tanaka called. Mr. Su, I've landed and am getting into the car. The GPS says it's about a 40-minute drive to the White Sea Village dock. Okay, Mr. Tanaka. Someone will be there to pick you up at the dock. Thank you for your help. Zane hung up and checked the time. Xiao Jun. Turn on all the lights on deck. Got it, brother Zane. Leon turned on every light on the yacht that could be turned on. The LED lights on the aft deck and the navigation lights on the top of the cockpit illuminated the entire boat, making it stand out prominently against the night sky at the dock. At 8:55, two sets of headlights appeared from the direction of the marina entrance. A black Buick GL8 minivan slowly drove onto the Marina South stone paved road and came to a stop at the entrance to the pier. Bruno went out to meet them. The door opened, and the first to step out was a young man in a black suit, carrying a silver metal case with a Japanese label attached. Next came a middle-aged man in a gray jacket, short and stocky, with an ID badge hanging around his neck. The last to step out was Ichiro Tanaka himself, of medium build, with his hair combed immaculately and his leather shoes polished to a high shine. He wore a dark blue cashmere coat that stood out starkly against the surroundings of the White Sea Village pier. Which one of you is Mr. Zane? Zane walked over from the pier.
Em Zane.
Ichiro Tanaka stepped forward and shook his hand with just the right amount of pressure. Polite in manner, but with a gaze full of a businessman's shrewdness. You're welcome. This way, please. Zane led the three men along the pier to the yacht's berth. As Ichiro Tanaka boarded, he glanced at the yacht's model and specifications, gave a slight nod, but said nothing. Zane led them to the aft deck. The fish are in the refrigerated hold. It's been about 9 hours since they were caught, kept at 0 degrees the entire time, and the hold hasn't been opened. Ichiro Tanaka turned to glance at the young man in the black suit. Takahashi, get ready. The young man named Takahashi crouched down and opened a silver metal case containing a set of professional testing tools. A core thermometer, a meat sampler, a magnifying glass, and a small stack of grading forms. Zane bent down and pulled open the cold storage compartment door. Cold air surged out from the hatch, and white mist spread out under the deck lights. Ichiro Tanaka walked to the hatch and peered inside. He froze in his tracks. Still bent over, he stared motionlessly at the massive bluefin tuna covered in crushed ice inside the refrigerated hold for a full 10 seconds. Then he straightened up and turned to look at Zane. The middle-aged man in the gray jacket peered into the hatch, gasped, and said something in Japanese. Ichiro Tanaka replied in Japanese, his tone 2 pitches higher than before. Leon, standing nearby, whispered to Zane. What are Zane and the others saying? I don't understand, but judging by his expression, it must be good news. Tanaka Ichiro turned back to Zane, this time speaking in Chinese at a much faster pace than before. Mr. Su, could you please take the fish out so we can conduct a detailed quality inspection? Sure. Zane and Leon worked together to lift the bluefin tuna weighing over 300 gene out of the refrigerated hold and placed it on the waterproof tarp that had been laid out on the aft deck. The deck lights illuminated the entire fish in minute detail. Tanaka Ichiro crouched beside the fish and examined it carefully from head to tail. The fish's silvery blue sheen remained vivid under the lights. The skin was intact with no scratches or bruising. The bleeding incision behind the gill covers was clean and neat. The cut surface had already coagulated but retained a bright red color rather than a dark red. The bleeding was performed with great precision. Ichiro Tanaka gently pressed his finger against the muscle surrounding the incision. Takahashi, take the core temperature. Takahashi picked up the core thermometer, inserted the probe into the thickest part of the fish's side, and waited about 10 seconds. 0.3 degrees. Ichiro Tanaka nodded. Was the nerve severed? Yes, a steel wire was inserted through the nerve foramen in the head, all the way to the caudal peduncle. As Zane answered, Ichiro Tanaka was already examining the small hole where the steel wire had been inserted at the top of the fish's head. He reached out to lift the fish's eyelids and take a look. The pupils were fixed, but the surface of the eyeball was clear and translucent with no cloudiness. How was it caught? Trolling a 130-pound class rod paired with an 80-size reel, using a fighting chair. How long was the fight? About 45 minutes. Ichiro Tanaka looked up, and the way he regarded Zane was completely different from 5 minutes earlier. 45 minutes to land a bluefin of this size. Mr. Su, you're either an extremely experienced angler or incredibly lucky. This is my first time fishing for tuna. Ichiro Tanaka didn't respond. Instead, he turned and exchanged a few words with Takahashi in Japanese. Takahashi opened the meat sampler, a tool with a hollow needle, and inserted it into the thickest part of the fish's back muscle to extract a small, cylindrical sample of flesh. The sample was placed on a white ceramic plate, illuminated clearly by the deck lights. Ichiro Tanaka picked up a magnifying glass and examined it for a full 30 seconds before passing it to the middle-aged man in the gray jacket standing beside him. After examining it, the middle-aged man uttered 2 words in Japanese. Ichiro Tanaka turned to Zane this time. His voice had changed noticeably from before, carrying a hint of restrained excitement. "Mr. Su, this fish has a very even fat distribution and a high fat content. According to Misaki Seafood's grading standards, the preliminary quality rating for this fish is S+. Leon chimed in from the side. "What does S+ mean?" Tanaka Ichiro glanced at him. Misaki Seafood's bluefin tuna quality ratings, from lowest to highest, are divided into 5 grades: A, B, S, S+, and SS. An S+ grade means the meat of this fish is suitable for use as a signature ingredient at the world's most prestigious sushi restaurants. Leon's Adam's apple bobbed up and down twice, but he didn't dare ask any further. Ichiro Tanaka stood up, brushed the crushed ice off his pants, and faced Zane directly. "Mr. Su, I'd like to discuss the price with you now." Chapter 058. 3,500 per kilogram, a single fish worth 600,000. The aft deck fell silent for a few seconds, broken only by the sound of waves lapping against the hull and the low hum of the refrigeration unit in the cold storage compartment. Zane pointed toward the wheelhouse. "Let us talk inside. It's too windy out here." Ichiro Tanaka followed Zane into the wheelhouse, while Takahashi and the middle-aged man in the gray jacket remained on the aft deck to continue taking detailed measurements of the fish. Leon tried to follow them in but was stopped by a glance from Zane. As soon as the wheelhouse door closed, Ichiro Tanaka spoke up. "Mr. Su, let me start by sharing my assessment." "Go ahead." "This fish is 2.7 meters long, and we just measured its girth at 1.63 meters. Based on the conversion formula for bluefin tuna, its gross weight should be between 175 and 185 kilograms. My estimate was about the same. After removing the head, tail, internal organs, and skeleton, the net meat yield is approximately 58 to 62%. In other words, the usable portion of this fish is roughly 100 to 115 kilograms. Zane leaned against the side of the helm, his hands tucked into his pants pockets. "Mr. Tanaka, I'm not really interested in conversion formulas. I want to hear the price." Ichiro Tanaka nodded slightly. "The price is based on the gross weight of the whole fish. My offer is 2,800 renminbi per kilogram." Zane said nothing. He did a quick mental calculation. At 180 kilograms, 2,800 multiplied by 180 equals 500,004. This price was nearly 50% higher than the 350,000 he'd previously estimated based on the domestic mid-market rate, but he recalled what Shinchingi had said. Japanese pricing standards were typically 30 to 50% higher than those in China. In other words, Ichiro Tanaka was offering the bottom line within their system. "Mr. Tanaka, I'd like to hear your best offer, not your bottom line." Tanaka Ichiro's expression remained unchanged, but the index finger of his right hand tapped lightly against the seam of his pants, a very subtle gesture. "Mr. Su, 2,800 yuan per kilogram is already the top price for bluefin tuna on the domestic market. This isn't just any ordinary bluefin tuna from the domestic market." Zane picked up the bluefin tuna processing manual that had been sitting on the navigation console, flipped to the cover, and waved it in front of Ichiro Tanaka. "Live slaughter processing, precise bleeding, complete nerve severing, stored at 0 degrees Celsius throughout the entire process within 9 hours of capture. You yourself just rated it S+ grade. You chartered a private jet from Shanghai just to come see this fish, Mr. Tanaka. If this were just a 2,800 yuan fish, you wouldn't have come." The corners of Ichiro Tanaka's mouth twitched slightly. "Have you been in the seafood business for a long time, Mr. Su?" "Not long, but I know exactly how much what I'm holding is worth." Silence filled the cockpit for about 5 seconds. Ichiro Tanaka pulled his cell phone from the inner pocket of his overcoat, opened a Japanese language market data page, and handed it to Zane to look at. "These are last month's transaction data for bluefin tuna at the Toyosu market. The average transaction price for a whole S-grade fish ranged from 4,200 to 4,800 renminbi per kilogram, but those are domestic Japanese prices, which include all logistics and customs clearance costs from the origin to the market. After deducting logistics and customs clearance costs, a reasonable price range for domestic supply should be between 3,000 and 3,500 renminbi per kilogram. Zane handed the phone back to him. 3,500. Ichiro Tanaka looked at him. You want 3,500 per kilogram? That's the upper limit of the reasonable range you yourself mentioned. Mr. Su, at 3,500, will need to settle based on the actual gross weight after weighing. Agreed, but on one condition. Go ahead. We'll use my scale to weigh the cargo at my dock, and your people and mine will verify the weight together. Ichiro Tanaka thought for 2 seconds. Agreed. He held out his right hand. Zane shook his hand. It's a deal. When the cabin door opened, Leon was standing practically pressed against the door, his face full of curiosity. Brother Zay, did you close the deal? It's a done deal. Go to the village and borrow a large scale, the kind that can weigh over 200 kilograms. I'll go find Brother Dezhuang. His seafood purchasing station has a floor scale. Leon jumped off the boat and dashed off. Bruno was waiting on the pier. As soon as he heard they needed to borrow a scale, he hopped on his bike and headed back. 15 minutes later, Bruno arrived at the dock riding his dad's farm tricycle, hauling an electronic floor scale. The weighing platform was 1 meter square and had a maximum capacity of 500 kilograms. Leon and Bruno carried the scale to the pier platform, set it up, plugged it in, and calibrated it to 0. Zane and Leon worked together to unload the fish from the refrigerated hold and place them on the scale. The fish lay across the weighing platform, with both the head and tail hanging off the edges. Zane used 2 blocks to support the overhanging parts, ensuring the entire weight rested on the platform. The numbers on the scale's screen flickered a few times before stabilizing. 182.6 kilograms. Ichiro Tanaka walked over, glanced at the number, and nodded. 182.6. Takahashi took out his tablet and recorded the figure. Zane also got a clear look at the number. 3,500 multiplied by 182.6. 639,100 yuan. Leon stood nearby, counting on his fingers for a long time but couldn't figure it out. Finally, he pulled out his phone and tapped the calculator after entering the numbers. The phone nearly fell to the ground. Brother Zane, 639,100? Zane glanced at him but said nothing. Ichiro Tanaka pulled a contract from his overcoat pocket. It was in both Chinese and Japanese. Mr. Su, this is a standard purchase contract. The amount is 639,100 yuan, payable by wire transfer to your designated bank account within 24 hours after inspection. Zane took the contract and skimmed through it. The terms weren't complicated. The subject matter was the entire bluefin tuna delivery was to be made on site. Quality standards were to be determined by Misaki Seafood S+. Grading report and payment was due within 24 hours. Do you have a pen? Ichiro Tanaka handed him a pen. Zane signed it and Ichiro Tanaka signed it as well. The contract was drawn up in duplicate, with each party retaining a copy. After signing the contract, Ichiro Tanaka made a phone call, spoke a few sentences in Japanese, and after hanging up, turned to Zane. I've already notified the cold chain logistics team. A specialized refrigerated truck equipped with fresh-grade preservation equipment will arrive here at 6 a.m. tomorrow to pick up the shipment and transport it directly to the processing center in Shanghai. What about the fish tonight? Just keep them in the refrigerated hold at 0 degrees Celsius as you did before. With 9 hours of chilled storage plus overnight preservation, they'll be delivered to the processing center within 24 hours after pickup tomorrow morning, well within the optimal quality window. Zane moved the fish back into the refrigerated hold and sealed it shut. Ichiro Tanaka stood on the aft deck watching Zane's movements. Once Zane had closed the hatch, he spoke up. Mr. Su, I have one more question for you. Go ahead. You said this fish was caught in nearby waters? Yes. Bluefin tuna are migratory fish. They don't stay in one spot for very long. But if the area where you found them is indeed a feeding ground where warm and cold currents converge, the school is likely to return during the same season every year. Zane knew what he was getting at. Mr. Tanaka, are you looking to discuss a long-term partnership with me? Ichiro Tanaka smiled. It was the first time he smiled that evening. Mr. Su, you're very straightforward. I like doing business with straightforward people. Misaki Seafood's supply of bluefin tuna in China has always been unstable. Most of our supply relies on imports. If you can provide a stable, direct supply of high-quality bluefin tuna from domestic sources, we'd be very willing to establish a long-term, dedicated procurement relationship. Zane leaned against the railing along the ship's side. A long-term partnership is something we can discuss, but it's too early to talk about that now. Let us wait until I've surveyed those waters a few more times before making a decision. No problem. I'll leave you my business card and my direct office number. Feel free to contact me anytime. Ichiro Tanaka took a business card from his card holder and handed it over with both hands. Zane took it and glanced at it. It was printed in both Japanese and Chinese with gold foil stamping and felt substantial to the touch. I'm the one who should be thanking you, Mr. Su. This is the best bluefin tuna I've seen all year. Ichiro Tanaka shook hands with Zane once more. Then, accompanied by Takahashi and the middle-aged man in the gray jacket, stepped off the boat and into the Buick GL8. The car's headlights swept across the stone-paved road at the pier and disappeared toward the village entrance. Bruno stood on the pier watching the car drive away, then turned to look at Zane. Bro Zane, done with the deal? Done. How much did you sell it for? Zane patted him on the shoulder. You tell me how much it sold for first. Leon chimed in from behind. Bro de Zhuang, 639,001. Bruno's bike keys slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. How much? 639,000. Bruno stood on the pier for quite a while. His hands were still shaking as he bent down to pick up the keys. Brother Zay, you make over 600,000 from a single fish. I couldn't save that much even if I collected seafood all year long. Zane ignored the comment and walked back to the wheelhouse to double-check the temperature in the refrigerated hold. Leon followed behind him. Bro Zane, there are still over 40 tuna down there. If each one goes for that price, that DB. Don't bother calculating. It's not that simple. That 2.7-meter one was the king of the catch, the others aren't that big. So the prices 1 TB the same. Even if each one is 200,000, 40 of them would still be 8 million. Zane glanced back at him. Did your gym teacher teach you math? 40 times 200,000 equals 8 million. Leon paused for a moment and recalculated. No, it's 8 million. I didn't make a mistake. Whether you made a mistake or not is beside the point. Those 40 fish are still in the water. First, figure out how to reel them in. Leon's lips moved a couple of times without making a sound, but his eyes were sparkling. Zane gave all the equipment on the boat one last check, turned off the deck lights, leaving only a single navigation light on, locked the cabin door, and stepped off the boat. His phone vibrated in his pocket. It was a message from Shun Chingy. Are you done talking? What's the price?
Zane replied, 3,500 per kilogram.
639,100 for the whole fish. Payment within 24 hours. Shun Chingy replied with 3 words. Congratulations. Zane stood on the pier for a moment. The sea breeze blew across his face, carrying the distinctive coolness of the night. Nothing could be seen on the distant sea, only the light from the lighthouse tracing a slowly rotating arc across the water. He locked his phone and started walking toward home. Halfway there, Grace called. Zatsi, are you coming home for dinner? I saved some food for you. I'm on my way, Mom. I'll be there soon. Did that Japanese guy leave? He's gone. Did you sell the fish? I did. How much? Zane paused in the alley at the village entrance. 630,000. There was silence on the other end of the line. It took a full 10 seconds before Grace's voice came through again, slightly trembling. What did you say? 630,901, Mom. The money will be in the account tomorrow. He could faintly hear Grace talking to Gordon on the other end of the line. Then Gordon's voice came through. Zatsi. Dad. Over 600,000 for one fish? There was a 2-second silence on Gordon's end. Come home for dinner, the food's getting cold. Zane chuckled, hung up the phone, and quickened his pace toward home. Chapter 059. Making city-wide news, the fishing village becomes a sensation. At 6 a.m. the next morning, the refrigerated transport truck arrived at the pier right on time. A white van bearing the Misaki Seafood logo and Japanese characters had its air conditioning running in the cargo area. 2 men in blue work uniforms jumped out and checked the delivery slip with Zane. The fish were unloaded from the refrigerated hold and loaded into specialized insulated containers on the truck, which were lined with crushed ice and thermal insulation material, keeping the fish securely in place. The entire handover took less than 20 minutes, and the truck drove off. Zane stood on the pier watching the truck turn out of the village entrance and disappear onto the highway when his phone buzzed. It was a confirmation message from Ichiro Tanaka. The fish has been received. The logistics team is escorting the shipment, and the payment will be credited to your account by 3 p.m. today. Please check your account. Zane replied with a single okay. A little after 9 a.m., as he was organizing his gear on the boat, his phone rang again. This time it was Shun Chingy calling. Mr. Su, your story is in the news. What news? I just came across it. The official account of the Municipal Integrated Media Center posted a video titled Giant Bluefin Tuna Caught in Local Waters Fisherman Sets Record with a single cast. Who filmed it? I don't know. The video shows footage of your pier and a long shot of your yacht. It must have been filmed near the pier last night. Zane furrowed his brow. It was already 9 p.m. when Ichiro Tanaka arrived at the dock last night. There shouldn't have been anyone else there besides the few of them. But the White Sea Village dock is open to the public, and quite a few fishermen live nearby. It wouldn't be surprising if someone spotted them from a distance, filmed the scene, and posted the video online. Did the video mention my name? They didn't mention your full name, just referred to a young fisherman from White Sea Village, but people are already asking about it in the comments. How many views does it have? It was at 470,000 when I checked. It's probably even higher now. Zane opened the news app on his phone and did a quick search. Sure enough, he found the video featured prominently in the local news section. The video quality wasn't great. It was clearly shot from a distance with a cell phone. The footage showed a white yacht with its lights on docked at the pier, with several people on deck moving things around. A blurry segment captured the outline of the massive fish on the weighbridge. The caption read, "A rare scene unfolded last night at the White Sea Village Pier in the city, where a young fisherman caught a bluefin tuna weighing over 180 kilograms in coastal waters. It is understood that the fish was purchased on the spot at a high price by a Japanese seafood company. The exact amount was not disclosed." The comments section has already exploded. The most liked comment was, "A fish weighing 180 kilograms, just how big is that?" The second was, "Bluefin tuna, a single slice of that costs several hundred yuan at Japanese restaurants." The third was, "Where is White Sea Village?" The fourth was, "Dude, you probably made more from that one fish than I do in a year." Scrolling further down, others were asking what gear he used, where in the ocean he caught it, and if he had contact information for anyone wanting to learn from him. Zane looked at it for 2 minutes before logging out. He didn't want to be famous, but he knew that once something like this hit the news, it would be impossible to control. Sure enough, by noon, the story had started to snowball. First, Bruno called. "Bro Zane, did you know you're in the news?" "I know. My wife saw it on her phone and forwarded it to her whole family group chat. Now all her aunts and uncles know about it. And then her aunt's son called to ask if you're still hiring." Zane ignored him. Next, village chief Zhao Degue called. "Zaji, it's Uncle Zhao." "Hello, Uncle Zhao. I just saw the news. You're doing great. Kid, you've really brought honor to our White Sea Village." "You're too kind, Uncle Zhao." "Hear us the thing, Zatsi." A reporter from the city's integrated media outlet called the village committee, saying they'd like to interview you. "When would be a good time for you?" "Uncle Zhao, let us just skip the interview. I'd rather not be on camera." "Zane, you're wrong about that. It's not like appearing in the news will cost you anything. Besides, being in the news promotes White Sea Village, and it helps sell our village's seafood better in the future." Zane thought for a moment. "Uncle Zhao, if it's to promote White Sea Village, I'm okay with it, but I have one condition." "Go ahead. Don't mention specific amounts in the report, and don't mention the exact location where I fish." "All right, I'll tell the reporter." A little after 2 p.m., a reporter from the Municipal Media Convergence Center arrived at the White Sea Village Pier with a cameraman. The reporter was a woman in her early 30s with short hair and glasses. She looked quite sharp. "Hello, Mr. Su. I'm reporter Zhou from the Municipal Media Convergence Center." "Hello, reporter Zhou. Would it be possible to film some footage on your boat?" "Sure. But I have a few requests." Uncle Zhao should have already told you about them. He did. No mention of the amount or the fishing location, no problem. The cameraman shot some establishing shots on the yacht. The interior of the wheelhouse, the fighting chair on the aft deck, and the exterior of the refrigerated hold. Then reporter Zhou set up her camera for the interview on the aft deck. "Mr. Su, could you briefly describe how you caught this fish?" Zane sat on a folding chair next to the fighting chair, wearing the old t-shirt and work pants he usually wore when going out to sea, speaking at his usual unhurried pace. "I spotted a school of fish while out on a routine fishing trip. I figured they might be bluefin tuna, so I reeled them in using a trolling method. How long did it take? About 45 minutes. Were there any difficulties or dangers along the way? Zane paused to think. The fish put up a strong fight, and the struggle was pretty physically demanding. Fortunately, the gear held up, and I managed to handle it. Are you a professional deep-sea angler? No, I'm just a fisherman from White Sea Village. Reporter Zhou visibly paused for a moment upon hearing this, glancing down at the yacht beside her. No matter how she looked at it, this yacht didn't seem like something an ordinary fisherman would be operating. But she didn't press the issue and continued following the interview outline. What happened to that bluefin tuna in the end? After catching it, we bled it and severed its spinal cord according to Japanese Ikazuki standards, then stored it on ice and sold it to a specialized seafood trading company that same day. I heard it sold for a very high price? I'm not at liberty to disclose the price. What are your plans for White Sea Village and your fishing business? Zane paused to consider the question. To keep going to sell White Sea Village's fine products and let more people know about them. After the interview, reporter Zhou added Zane on WeChat, saying he would publish a more formal report after editing the footage back at the office. As Zane walked them to the pier entrance, he noticed several unfamiliar faces in the alley at the village entrance. A few people were taking photos of the yacht with their phones. Brother Zane, someone's taking pictures of your boat. Leon had arrived on his electric scooter at some point and was parked by the roadside, looking at those people. Ignore them. Let us go. As soon as Zane got back on the boat and sat down, his phone rang. It was a text from the bank confirming a deposit. Recipient: Zane amount, 639,100 yuan. Sender: Chinese subsidiary of Misaki Fisheries Company, Ltd. He stared at the numbers, fell silent for 2 seconds, then put his phone away. At 4 p.m., the more formal news report was published. The headline read, White Sea Village fisherman born in the 1990s catches giant bluefin tuna off the coast. Export earnings boost local fisheries development. This time, the view count skyrocketed even faster. Zane's phone kept vibrating in his pocket as calls came in from all sorts of unknown numbers. He hung up on them all. By evening, 3 cars with out-of-town license plates were parked along the road leading to the White Sea Village pier, and several people were wandering around the pier asking where Zane was. Zane turned off his phone and took a back road through the village to head home. Grace was sorting vegetables in the yard when she saw him return. She quickly waved him over. Zotzi, come quick and look, you're on TV. Zane walked into the house and found Gordon sitting on the couch, staring at the TV. The city news channel was airing the report, and the screen showed him sitting next to his combat chair, speaking. Gordon glanced at him. It's not bad, but that t-shirt is way too old. Couldn't you have worn something nicer? Dad, the filming's already done. What's the point of bringing that up now? Grace chimed in from the side. Your dad's watched it 3 times this afternoon, and every time he has said that t-shirt of yours is too old. Gordon cleared his throat, picked up the remote, and changed the channel. At dinner, Grace had prepared 2 extra dishes, braised spare ribs and steamed sea bass. Zane, did the money come in? It did. 639,001. Grace paused with her chopsticks mid-serve. What are you planning to do with this money? I'll put it in savings for now. I've got an expense coming up soon. What kind of expense? Zane took a sip of the spare rib soup. The new house will be almost finished next week. Chapter 060. Daily dog petting. The Oceanview Villa is finally complete. Construction on the new house began 3 months ago. It's located on a plot of land at the eastern end of White Sea Village, right by the sea. Zane spent a considerable sum to secure the usage rights from the village and hired a well-regarded local construction company to handle the design and construction. It's a 2.5-story detached house with a floor area of over 260 square meters. The exterior walls are finished in light gray stone effect paint, and large floor-to-ceiling windows face the sea. On the second floor, there's a 15-square-meter terrace from which one can see the entire bay and the pier in the distance. The yard is spacious enough. Gordon personally planted 2 osmanthus trees in the front yard, and there's an open area in the backyard that Zane plans to turn into an outdoor barbecue area. Construction is progressing a bit faster than expected. The main structure and interior work are already complete, and over the past couple of days, they've been doing the final cleaning and finishing touches on the soft furnishings. Zane didn't go out to sea today. Early this morning, he drove his pickup truck over to the new house to check on the progress. Old Chun, the foreman of the construction crew, was directing 2 workers as they carried furniture up to the second floor. Mr. Su is here, come on in and take a look. Don't call me Mr. Su, just call me Zane. Okay, okay. Zane, look, we re-grouted the floor tiles in the living room. A few of the joints were uneven before, but now they're all fixed. Zane crouched down to take a look. It was indeed much better than when he'd been there last time. He walked around the new house. The first floor consisted of the living room, dining room, kitchen, and a guest bedroom. The living room's floor-to-ceiling windows stood 3.6 meters tall. Looking out the windows revealed the ocean. And in the morning, sunlight streaming in from the east bathed the entire living room in light. The kitchen was open concept, with a kitchen island featuring a gray quartz countertop. A high-powered range hood was installed above the stove, and the spice racks and storage shelves were custom-made to fit Grace's height. The second floor consists of the master bedroom, a study, and a multipurpose room. The master bedroom has an ensuite bathroom and a walk-in closet. The study's window faces the marina, so sitting at the desk, one can see his own yacht. Brother Zane. Leon's voice drifted up from downstairs. Zane walked to the top of the stairs and looked down. Leon was standing in the yard, holding a golden retriever on a leash. He spotted this 3-month-old golden retriever puppy at a pet store in town yesterday and paid the owner on the spot to look after it for a few days. He'd gone out of his way to pick it up today. Zane went downstairs and walked out into the yard. The golden retriever puppy started wagging its tail the moment it saw him, its hindquarters swaying as it wiggled its rear end. Zane, look how well behaved it is. It didn't make a peep the whole way here. Zane crouched down and petted the dog's head. The golden retriever immediately rested both front paws on his knees and stuck out its tongue to lick his hand. What's its name? We haven't named it yet. You decide. Zane picked up the dog. The little guy squirmed in his arms, burying his fluffy head under Zane's neck. Let us call him Ahai. Ahai, that's a good name. It has something to do with the ocean. No kidding. Zane set Ahai down on the lawn in the yard. The puppy frolicked for a while before running over to scratch at the soil under the osmanthus tree. Gordon had arrived at some point and was standing at the front gate, watching the golden retriever with a somewhat complicated expression on his face. Zotzi, you bought another dog? What do you mean another? This is my first one. You had a mutt when you were a kid. It ran away after 3 months. It ran away on its own. It wasn't like I stopped taking care of it. Gordon didn't say anything else. He walked into the house and began inspecting everything. He walked around the kitchen, turned on the faucet, lit the gas stove, and opened the refrigerator door to check the interior. You bought a fridge that's too small. Your mom won't have enough room for all her groceries. It's a 530-liter side-by-side model. It's plenty big enough, Dad. You don't know your mom. She'll manage to cram 530 liters into a 600-liter fridge. Zane listened silently from the side as Gordon continued up to the second floor. He stood in the master bedroom for a moment, glancing at the ocean view outside the window, then at the showerhead and bathtub in the bathroom. Did you install that bathtub for your mom? Yeah. She's always said she wanted a bathtub she could soak in. Gordon nodded briefly without saying anything else. As he came down the stairs, he paused at the spot on the wall around the corner where a photo wall had been set aside. What are you planning to hang here? Photos. I'll have someone take a family portrait in the next couple of days to hang up. Gordon took his hand out of his pants pocket and put it back in, gave a non-committal and walked away. Grace arrived in the afternoon, accompanied by Li Tsuehua. Once the two of them entered the new house, they didn't come out again. They looked from the first floor to the second, from the living room to the balcony, going into every room to stand for a moment, run their hands along the walls and check the windows. Zaji, what brand is this range hood? It's Fengtai, Mom. I had someone install it. Fengtai is good. I've seen their commercials on TV. Mom, don't worry. I've set up the whole kitchen just the way you like it. I even measured the height of the stove and the placement of the cupboards. Grace opened the cupboard to take a look at the interior shelving, and her expression gradually softened. Tsuehua, come take a look at this cupboard. It's well designed. The bowls and plates are stored separately. Li Tsuehua came over to take a look as well. Sister-in-law, this is a million times better than that wooden cabinet we have at my place. Zane really is such a dutiful son. Don't praise him right in front of him. He'll get a big head. Zane listened from the side but didn't say anything. When Grace saw the bathtub on the second floor, she stood there for quite a while, running her hand along the edge of the tub. Is this bathtub for me? Yeah, you mentioned before that you wanted to take a bath. You actually remembered something I just said offhand? I did. Grace turned away and wiped the corner of her eye. Li Tsuehua reached out and gave her a gentle tug. Sister-in-law, don't cry, this is a good thing. I'm not crying, I just got some sand in my eye. Zane pretended not to notice and walked out onto the balcony to call old Chun from the construction crew. Brother Chun, can you wrap everything up tomorrow or the day after? I'd like to move in the day after tomorrow. No problem, Zane. There's just a little finishing work left, we can get it done in a day tomorrow. Alright. Thanks for your hard work. After hanging up, Zane stood on the second-floor balcony and gazed into the distance. The sea shimmered in the sunlight. Toward the pier, he could see his white yacht moored quietly beside the jetty, while the village's fishing boats were scattered in small groups at the old pier. Ahai was chasing butterflies in the courtyard downstairs. After chasing them for a while without success, he lay down on the grass, sticking out his tongue. Leon walked in through the courtyard gate. Zane, Zhuang asked when you're having the banquet. What banquet? The housewarming banquet, of course. Once you move into the new house, don't you have to treat the whole village to a meal? Zane thought for a moment. We're moving the day after tomorrow, so we'll have it the day after that. How big will it be? Zane glanced at the size of the yard. The front yard plus the open space by the entrance would easily accommodate 30 tables. Go tell Uncle Zhao. We're moving the day after tomorrow, and we'll be hosting a continuous banquet at the new house at noon the day after that. Everyone in the village is invited, it's on me. Leon's eyes lit up. Inviting the whole village? How many tables will that take? We'll set up as many tables as there are people. Brother Zane, you're so generous. Go handle it, stop chatting. Leon zoomed off on his scooter in a flash. When Zane returned to the yard, Ahai had already run to his feet and was scrambling up his pant leg. He bent down to pick up the little dog, cradling it in his arms, and ran one hand through its golden fur from head to tail. Ahai! I'll take you to your new home in a couple of days. Ahai tilted his head to look at him and sneezed. Chapter 061. A joyous housewarming, a banquet for the whole village. It was a sunny day on moving day. Early in the morning, Zane drove his pickup truck back and forth, hauling belongings from the old house to the new one. The large pieces of furniture, new ones purchased in advance, were already in place. What he was moving from the old house were mainly clothes, bedding, and Grace's old keepsakes that she couldn't bear to part with. Grace came out of the old house carrying a cardboard box, with a red cloth bag placed on top of it. Zotzi, be careful when you carry this. There are porcelain bowls inside, they were left by your grandmother. Got it, Mom. I'll put it in the back of the truck so nothing's on top of it. After making 2 trips, Gordon stopped at the gate of the new house and stood motionless, his hands clasped behind his back as he looked at the spot above the entrance. Zane, shouldn't we hang something above the entrance? Hang what? A plaque or a pair of couplets or something. Moving into a new home calls for a proper tradition. Zane glanced at him. Dad, are you going to pull that feudal stuff? What do you mean, feudal? This is called tradition. Grace chimed in from behind. Your dad stayed up half the night writing a pair of couplets on paper. Gordon cleared his throat. It's just something I jotted down, nothing to mention. What do you mean, jotted down? I looked at it, and it's actually pretty good. Grace pulled a folded piece of red paper from her cloth bag and handed it to Zane. Zane unfolded it to find a couplet written in calligraphy with a brush. The handwriting wasn't particularly elegant, but every character was written with care. The upper line read, "Facing the sea and listening to the waves. The home is warm and peaceful." The lower line read, "Diligence leads to a bright future, and people enjoy lasting prosperity." The horizontal inscription consisted of 4 characters, "Fish leaping at the gate." Zane looked at it for several seconds, then folded the red paper and put it back in his pocket. I'll have someone mount it and hang it on the door. Gordon hummed in acknowledgement, turned, and walked into the courtyard to continue checking the water and electricity. By noon, the new house was mostly set up, and Grace tested the stove's heat in the new kitchen. This stove has plenty of heat, it should work great for stir-frying. She opened the door of the 530-liter refrigerator again and peered inside. It really is big enough. Gordon chimed in from the side. It won't be big enough once you've stuffed it full for a week. Grace shot him a glare. In the afternoon, Leon arrived with Bruno. The 2 of them drove up in Bruno's pickup truck, loaded with a full truckload of tables, chairs, and benches. Brother Zay, I rented these tables and chairs from a banquet company in town, 35 sets of round tables and chairs. Is that enough? That's enough. Will they fit in the yard? Leon ran out to the front yard and gestured to show where they'd go. 15 tables in the front yard, plus 20 more on the open space by the entrance. That'll be just right. Bruno worked hard unloading the tables from the truck. Brother Zay, have you found any chefs yet? Yes, I have. General Manager Shin from Golden Sea Pavilion helped me arrange for 2 chefs to come and help. They'll arrive first thing tomorrow morning. Having chefs from Golden Sea Pavilion come to the village to cater a banquet that's quite the spectacle. I didn't specifically ask Zhuang to come. Shin Qingyi heard I was moving and offered on her own. Bruno carried a round tabletop over to the empty lot and set it down. Zay, do you think Ms. Shin has a thing for you? Zhuang, don't say things like that. She's just a business partner. Would a business partner send you a chef on her own? She's running a business. I'm the one paying the chef's wages. Bruno pursed his lips and said nothing more, but his expression clearly showed he didn't believe a word of it. In the evening, village chief Zhao Degui arrived, carrying a string of firecrackers and a silk banner inscribed with, "Congratulations on your new home. Zhaji, I already knew you were hosting the banquet tomorrow, but these firecrackers and the banner are a gift from the village committee. They're on us." Uncle Zhao, you're too kind. Not at all. You've brought honor to our village. You made the city news. In the past few days, several people from the tourism industry have come to the village to investigate, saying they want to develop a fishing village tourism project. Really? That's great news. So make sure to throw a great banquet tomorrow. I've notified everyone in the village. Every single person will be there. As Zhao Degui was leaving, he glanced back at the new house, whistled softly, and shook his head. This house is really beautifully built, just like a villa in the city. That evening, Zane and his family of 3 ate their first meal in the new house since moving in. Grace cooked 4 dishes on the new stove: braised pork, sweet and sour spare ribs, stir-fried seasonal vegetables, and an egg drop soup. Ahai was lying on the floor next to the dining table, gnawing on a chew stick, and every now and then he'd tilt his head up to glance at the spare ribs on the table. Zane picked up a piece of spare rib with his chopsticks and placed it in Gordon's bowl. Dad, try this and see if Mom's cooking has lost any of its touch on the new stove. Gordon took a bite. It hasn't gotten any worse. The heat is easier to control than on that old stove. Grace sat at the other end of the table, her chopsticks still untouched, her eyes sweeping around the spacious, bright new dining room. Zane, how much did this house cost you in total? Mom, can't you just not talk about money today? I'm just asking. Including the land, construction, renovation, furniture, and appliances, it came to about 1.5 million. Grace's chopsticks tapped lightly against the rim of her bowl. Gordon muttered quietly from the side. Money spent is money spent. Living comfortably is better than anything else. Grace glanced at Gordon without saying a word, but the curve of her lips was noticeably wider than before. The banquet was scheduled for the next day. At 5:30 in the morning, 2 chefs from Jinhai Pavilion arrived, bringing a truckload of cooking utensils and seasonings, and set up 2 large stoves in the open space of the backyard. Grace felt a little nervous when she saw the 2 chefs' professional demeanor. Zhaji, do you think the chefs from Jinhai Pavilion will have trouble adjusting to cooking in our village? Mom, they're used to cooking in big pots, not French cuisine. Don't worry. A little after 6 a.m., Leon and Bruno arrived, bringing Bruno's wife, Li Tsuehua, and a few other young villagers to help set up the venue. 35 round tables were arranged in neat rows in the front yard and the open space by the entrance. Each table was covered with a red disposable tablecloth and set with bowls, chopsticks, and wine glasses. Zane hung the pair of couplets at the entrance to the courtyard. The black characters on red paper had been rewritten the previous afternoon with the help of a teacher from the town's calligraphy class. The handwriting was much neater than Gordon's, but the content hadn't been changed a single character. Facing the sea, listening to the waves, the home is warm and peaceful. Through hard work, we reach far. People enjoy lasting prosperity. The horizontal inscription read, "Fish leaping at the gate." When Gordon saw the couplets hung up, his mouth opened slightly as if to say something, but in the end he said nothing and turned to go to the backyard to help the cook carry firewood. A little after 9 o'clock, the villagers began arriving one after another. The first to arrive were the old fishermen from the pier, Uncle Lu, Uncle Wang, and Old Zhao, who usually mends nets at the pier. Zatzi, congratulations on your new home. This house is really well built. I heard it cost over $1 million. Uncle Lu, come on in and take a look. Once the old fishermen entered the courtyard, They looked around, touching the door frame and checking the thickness of the window glass. This glass is double-paned, right? It's double-glazed, thermally broken aluminum. Uncle Lou, it's soundproof and insulated. How much does that cost per square meter? Zane chuckled at this. No matter what they saw, the people of White Sea Village always asked the price first. At exactly 10 a.m., firecrackers went off. Zhao Degui lit them himself. The crackling echoed through the entire alley, and the remnants of the firecrackers scattered all over the ground. Ahai was so startled that he hid behind Zane's legs. As soon as the firecrackers stopped, the gongs and drums began to play. Zhao Degui had hired a gong and drum troupe from town, 4 people playing with great enthusiasm. Grace stood at the courtyard gate welcoming guests, a smile never leaving her face. When Aunt Zhang arrived, she took Grace's hand and offered a long string of congratulations. Guilan, you're living the good life. Your son Zane has really made something of himself. Not at all, he's just messing around. Could messing around have built a house like this? You should just be secretly happy. More and more villagers arrived. By 11 a.m., 28 of the 35 tables were already filled. Zane stood in the middle of the courtyard and took a quick head count. There were over 250 people, and virtually every permanent household in White Sea Village had shown up. The 2 large stoves in the backyard were already bustling with activity as dishes began to roll out. The 2 chefs from Jinhage were nimble and skilled, preparing the large pot dishes quickly and expertly. A whole pot of braised pork hocks was brought out. The skin glistened a deep red, and fat dripped from it. Each table received a steamed sea bass, made from fresh fish Zane caught himself every day while out at sea. The steamed scallops with garlic and glass noodles, 10 per table, filled the plates to the brim. The blanched jumbo shrimp were the same size as the bamboo joint shrimp we'd eaten on the boat last time, each weighing over half a gene. There were also sweet and sour spare ribs, salt and pepper mantis shrimp, stir-fried clams, sea cucumber congee, and garlic roasted oysters. Leon carried a tray from table to table, serving the dishes, and was running around until he was drenched in sweat. Brother Zay, there's way too much food. Can we even finish 12 dishes per table? If you can't finish it, just pack it up to take home. We're all you can eat today. Bruno was helping set up the drinks nearby. 2 bottles of baijiu and a case of beer per table. Zane had bought the baijiu from a liquor store in town. It wasn't top shelf, but it was much better than what they usually drank in the village. Brother Zay, is this Luzhou Laojiao? Yeah, the special blend. 35 tables, 70 bottles of Luzhou special blend. The alcohol alone must cost over 20,000. Zhuang, can you please stop keeping track of the numbers today? Just enjoy your meal. Okay? Okay. Okay. I'll shut up. The banquet began at 11:30. Zane stood in the middle of the courtyard and said a few words. Hello, uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters-in-law. Today, Zane is hosting this meal to celebrate moving into our new home. I want to thank White Sea Village for taking care of our family all these years. There's plenty of food and drink, please help yourselves. After saying this, he picked up a glass of wine and downed it in one gulp. A chorus of cheers and the clinking of glasses rang out from the tables below. Zane went from table to table, toasting everyone. At each table, he would clink glasses with the elders and exchange a few words. Uncle Lou, please eat more. These shrimp were just brought back from the dock this morning. Uncle Wang, try this sea cucumber congee. It was made by the chef at Jinhai Pavilion. Delicious. Delicious, 100 times better than what my wife cooks. When he reached Zhao Degui's table, Zhao Degui stood up to clink glasses with him. Zheji, you've done a splendid job hosting this banquet. You've saved face for the whole village. Uncle Zhao, you're too kind. It's the least I could do. Zhao Degui took his hand and whispered, Zotzi, that tourism delegation from the city is coming back next week. When they do, can I bring them to your dock to check out your boats? Uncle Zhao, they're welcome anytime. By the time Zane had made the rounds toasting everyone and returned to his own table, his face was flushed, but his steps were steady. Seated at his table were his family and closest friends. Grace and Gordon sat on either side of him, while Leon and Bruno, along with his wife, sat across from them. Half the dishes on the table had already been eaten, and Grace kept serving Gordon. Old Sue, have some shrimp, these are fresh. Gordon kept his head down and didn't say a word, but his jaws kept moving. Li Tsuehua had drunk 2 glasses of beer, and her face was flushed too. She had her arm around Bruno's as she spoke. Shuangzi, once we've saved up enough money, let us build a house just like this one. Sure, once you've saved up 1.5 million, we'll build it. Then how long will it take me to save that much? Bruno glanced at Zane. Ask Brother Zay. If he takes me out to sea every day to catch more, it'll happen faster. Zane smiled. Brother Zhuang, stick with me, and it won't take long. Bruno raised his glass and clinked it against Zane as both of them laughed as they downed their drinks. The feast didn't wrap up until past 2 p.m. Some people at the tables were too drunk to walk, so they sat in the courtyard chatting and soaking up the sun, while a Hai darted back and forth under the tables, picking up bones that had fallen on the ground. Grace and Li Tsuehua were cleaning up the dishes in the kitchen, while Leon and Bruno helped clear the tables. Zane stood on the second-floor balcony, looking down at the scene below. Scattered red tablecloths and broken firecracker casings littered the courtyard, while a few uncles who had a few drinks were chatting loudly in the open space by the entrance. In the distance, the sea glinted dazzlingly in the afternoon sun. His phone vibrated in his pocket. It was a message from Shun Qingyi. The chef's back. He said your banquet was a big hit. Congrats on the housewarming. Shun Qingyi replied, Okay. Zane put his phone away and was about to head downstairs when Leon called out from the yard. Looking up, Bro Zane, are we still going out to sea tomorrow? Zane leaned on the balcony railing and glanced down. Yeah, we're going a bit farther out tomorrow. Where to? Zane's gaze swept past the village rooftops toward the pier, taking in the deep blue expanse of the ocean in the distance. Let us check out the Great Rift. That area the sonar picked up last time. The deepest point is over 60 meters. I've never gone down there before. Chapter 062. Setting out to sea after a hearty meal to explore the undersea Grand Canyon. Shun Qingyi replied with a message, Okay, I'll let you treat me. After reading it, Zane put his phone back in his pocket, stood on the patio watching the bustle in the courtyard for a while longer, then turned and went downstairs. It took until past 4 p.m. to finish cleaning up the aftermath of the banquet. Leon loaded all the rented tables and chairs onto Bruno's farm tricycle and hauled them away, while Bruno's wife, Li Tsuehua, helped Grace scrub the last few pots in the kitchen clean. Zane sat on the steps in the courtyard, with a Hai dozing on the top of his foot. Gordon came out of the house holding a cup of tea. Dane, what are your plans for tomorrow? Heading out to sea. Going fishing again? Not fishing, I'm exploring a new fishing ground. Gordon took a sip of tea and asked no further questions. At 5:30 the next morning, Zane arrived at the dock. It wasn't quite light yet, and a thin layer of mist hugged the water's surface. He boarded the boat and checked all the equipment. The engine and the ocean system sonar were both functioning normally. He emptied the ice water left over from the last tuna catch from the refrigerated hold and refilled it with fresh crushed ice. At 6:10, Leon arrived. Bro Zane, where are we headed today? Southeast. I marked a spot on the nautical chart. The sonar picked up a submarine rift there before, but I've never checked it out. A seafloor rift? What's that? It's a deep gully in the seafloor topography like a canyon in the mountains, with reef walls on either side and a deep channel in the middle. Leon untied the rope and jumped aboard. Are there any fish in a place like that? We won't know until we get there. But rift topography is usually a gathering spot for large benthic organisms, and where currents converge, there's plenty of prey. Zane started the engine, pushed the throttle to a cruising speed of 18 knots, and the yacht cut through the water off the pier, heading southeast. By the time the sun rose above the horizon, they'd already been underway for nearly 40 minutes. Leon sat in the co-pilot's seat, munching on a steamed bun, and spoke with a slur. Bro Zane, you know Zhuang got pretty drunk at the banquet yesterday, right? When has he ever not gotten drunk? After he finished drinking, he dragged his wife out to stand at the entrance to your yard for ages, saying he wanted to work hard so he could build a big house too. If Zhuang works hard with me, it won't take long. What about me? Zane shot him a sidelong glance. Find yourself a girlfriend first, then worry about a house. Leon chuckled twice without responding, then lowered his head to continue munching on his steamed bun. After another 20 minutes or so, Zane slowed down to 8 knots and began studying the sonar echo display. On the screen, the seabed topography shifted from gentle sandy terrain to undulating features, first a few scattered clusters of reefs. Then the terrain gradually dropped, the slope growing steeper and steeper. We're here. This is the spot. Zane reduced the throttle to the lowest cruising speed, and the yacht glided slowly forward across the water. The topographic image on the sonar screen grew increasingly clear. A distinct rift valley stretched from northwest to southeast, approximately 80 to 120 meters wide, with a height difference of 30 to 50 meters between the reef walls on either side. Bro Zane, look, this gorge is really deep. Leon leaned in close to the sonar screen and stared intently. How deep is it at its deepest point? Zane adjusted the sonar's range. The bottom of the rift is roughly between 75 and 80 meters below the surface, and the tops of the reef walls on either side are about 30 meters below the surface. Can we see anything down there? The sonar can only show a rough outline. To see clearly, we'll need an underwater camera. Zane retrieved a set of underwater exploration equipment from the cabin. He bought it in town last month. It consisted of an underwater camera with LED lighting, connected by a 100-meter waterproof cable, capable of transmitting real-time footage to the display screen in the cockpit. He slowly lowered the camera into the water from the edge of the aft deck. At first, the screen showed the blue-green light of shallow waters, with a few small tropical fish swimming past the lens. As they descended, the light gradually dimmed, and the water's color shifted from blue-green to deep blue. When the camera's LED light turned on, it illuminated a small area, revealing the reef wall covered with abundant coral and seaweed. Look, Zane, there's so much coral. Leon stared at the screen, completely forgetting to eat his steamed bun. The ecosystem on this section of the reef is in great shape. Look at the density of those soft corals. It shows that the water quality and nutrient levels here are excellent. The camera continued downward, passing the midpoint of the reef wall. At this depth of 50 meters underwater, natural light had almost completely vanished, and the LED light's range was only about 3 or 4 meters. A grouper over half a meter long darted out from a crevice in the reef wall but immediately retreated back into the shadows as soon as it was illuminated by the light. That grouper's not small. Groupers in the rift are never small. In places like this, the food chain is intact, so bottom-dwelling fish tend to be larger. Zane slowly moved the camera down along the surface of the reef wall. The screen gradually revealed various marine organisms attached to the reef: sponges, crinoids, and vast colonies of tubeworms. At a depth of 65 meters, the camera had nearly reached the bottom of the rift. The terrain at the bottom was more complex than what the sonar had shown, not a flat sandy bottom, but a landscape strewn with rocks of all sizes and fragments of coral, covered in dark sediment. Leon looked at the screen and remarked, "Bro Zane, it's pitch black down here. It's a little scary. What are you afraid of? It's not like you have to go down there. I just mean it's unsettling to look at." Zane maneuvered the camera to move slowly along the bottom of the rift when, suddenly, a massive silhouette appeared on the screen. An exceptionally large object was pressed tightly against the base of the reef wall on one side of the rift's bottom. Its surface was covered with a thick layer of seaweed and biofouling, but its shape clearly revealed a semicircular shell-like structure. What is that? Leon leaned his face close to the screen. Zane stared at the outline for several seconds, then used his fingers to make a slight adjustment on the control stick, bringing the camera a little closer. The LED light illuminated the edge of the shell, revealing two massive, clamshell-like structures close together, with wavy ridges along the shell's edges. Zane's fingers paused. "Zane, what on earth is that?" Zane looked at the colossal creature on the screen, his mouth opening slightly. "A giant clam." "What?" "A giant clam, a type of super-large bivalve, commonly known as a giant clam." Leon stared at the shell on the screen, which was bigger than a person. "How big is this thing?" Zane estimated the scale on the screen. "The shell looks at least 1.2 meters long, maybe even bigger. A giant clam of this size must have been growing for at least 100 years. 100 years? Giant clams grow extremely slowly. It's impossible to reach this size in less than 100 years. This is a century-old giant clam." Leon swallowed hard as he stared at the screen. "Zane, is this thing valuable?" Zane didn't answer right away. He maneuvered the camera to circle the giant clam, capturing footage from every angle. Although most of the clam's shell was covered in seaweed and other growths, the exposed edges revealed a white-tinged yellow texture with distinct patterns. Giant clams are a nationally protected species. Trading live specimens is prohibited. "So we just looked at it for nothing?" Zane stared at the narrow gap between the two clamshells on the screen for several seconds. The giant clamshell itself can't be sold, but if something has grown inside this one, that's a different story. What's grown inside? Zane paused the camera feed on the slightly open gap between the conch's shells. "A pearl." Leon's eyes widened instantly. "You mean a pearl?" "Not just any pearl. A pearl formed inside a giant clam is called a giant clam pearl, also known as a deep-sea pearl. If a giant clam over 100 years old contains one, you can look up the value yourself. Leon pulled out his phone, ready to search. Zane stopped him. Don't rush. Don't look up the price just yet, we need to figure out how to bring this thing up first. Zane glanced at the depth displayed on the camera. 68 meters. 68 meters underwater, that's already beyond the safe range for recreational diving. If we're going down there, we'll need technical diving gear and procedures. Bro Zane, do you know how to dive? Zane slowly reeled in the camera, speaking as he wound the line. I do, but 68 meters is no joke. We'll have to go back and get our gear ready. He walked back to the wheelhouse and precisely marked the coordinates of this location on the nautical chart, recording the longitude and latitude to 4 decimal places. Xiaojun memorized these coordinates. Don't tell a soul. Don't worry, brother Zane. I'll keep my mouth shut this time. Zane glanced back at him. That's what you said last time, too, and in the end, the whole village knew about the tuna fishing. Leon's face flushed. That time, Zhuanga asked me first, I didn't bring it up on my own. No matter who asks, you're not to reveal a single word about this. Got it. Got it, Zane. Zane restarted the engine to head back. As he turned the boat around, he glanced once more at the location of the rift on the sonar screen. The yacht turned around and headed back toward the White Sea Village dock. Chapter 063. Avoiding Vicious Sharks, Discovering a Giant Tridacna. It took Zane 3 days to prepare his diving gear. He drove to a specialty dive shop in the provincial capital and bought a full set of technical diving gear. A dual-tank ocean system with a back-mounted configuration, a dry suit, a mixed gas regulator, and a high-lumen underwater work light. The shop owner was a bald man in his 50s. Judging by the gear Zane had selected, he was clearly an expert. Bro, how deep do you dive? Around 70 meters. 70 meters on a helium-oxygen mix? How many people are you taking down with you? Just me. The bald owner gave him a look. Diving 70 meters alone? How many stars do you have? I have a technical diving certification. Just fill my tanks for me. The bald boss didn't ask any more questions. He filled his 2 tanks with the helium-oxygen mix and provided him with a pure oxygen tank for the decompression stop. Zane loaded all the gear into his pickup truck and drove back to White Sea Village. As Leon helped him carry the gear onto the boat, he examined each item one by one. Bro Zane, how much did all this stuff cost in total? Just under 20,000. Just to go down and take a look at that giant clam? That's no ordinary clam. Call it a clam one more time and I'll dock your pay. Leon quickly shut up. The morning of their departure, the weather was beautiful, with winds on the sea below force 3 and excellent visibility. Zane started the engine just before 6 o'clock, and the yacht pulled away from the White Sea Village dock. Leon sat in the co-pilot's seat, yawning. Bro Zane, what time did you go to bed last night? 3 a.m. I spent the whole night reviewing decompression tables for technical diving. You already know all that, why keep reviewing it? At a depth of 70 meters, there's no room for even the slightest mistake. If anything goes wrong at any stage, it won't just be an injury. After about an hour, the yacht reached the coordinates Zane had marked. He shifted the engine to idle and turned on the sonar to confirm the seabed topography. The rift was still in the same spot, its shape exactly matching what they descanned last time. Zane first lowered an underwater camera to verify the position of the giant clam. On the screen, the massive clam lay quietly at the base of the reef wall, exactly as it had been 3 days earlier. It's still there. It hasn't moved. After retrieving the camera, he began donning his diving gear. Once his dry suit was on, he secured the ocean system twin tank harness to his back. Attached to his belt were a stainless steel pry bar, a mesh pouch, and an underwater work light. Leon glanced at the pry bar. Bro Zane, what's that metal bar for? It's for prying open giant clams. You can't pry open the shell of a 100-year-old giant clam by hand. You're going to pry it open? Not the whole shell, just pry open a small crack along the seam to see if there's a pearl inside. Leon thought for a moment. What if there's no pearl inside? Then it'll have been a wasted trip. After saying that, Zane adjusted his diving mask and bit down on the mouthpiece of his regulator. Xiaojun, once I'm down there, you stay on the boat and keep an eye on the sonar and camera feeds. If you see anything unusual, contact me through the underwater communicator. What counts as unusual? A signal from a large fish approaching my location would be unusual. What do you mean by large fish? Zane glanced at him. Sharks. Leon's expression changed slightly. Bro Zane, are you saying there are sharks around here? The Rift Valley terrain itself is a migration route for large predatory fish. It's not unusual to find sharks here. Under normal circumstances, they won't actively attack people. But if they get too close, you'll need to warn me. How do I alert you? Zane pointed to the talk button on the underwater communicator. Just press this button to speak. I'll hear you underwater. Leon gripped the communicator, his palms sweating. Zane, stay safe. Zane nodded once, then flipped over from the diving platform on the aft deck and plunged into the water. The underwater world fell silent in an instant, with only the sound of bubbles escaping from his regulator. He descended at a steady pace along the guide rope, equalizing the pressure in his ears every 10 meters. The water temperature continued to drop with depth, falling from 24 degrees at the surface to 18 degrees at 30 meters. But his dry suit held up well. At 40 meters, he passed the edge of the reef wall at the top of the rift. He braced himself against the reef to adjust his direction and began descending along the reef wall into the rift. 50 meters. 60 meters. When he turned on his underwater work light, it illuminated a range of about 5 or 6 meters ahead. The reef walls inside the rift were teeming with all kinds of marine life, their colors appearing exceptionally vivid under the light. At 65 meters, he spotted the giant clam. It was even larger than it had appeared on the camera feed. Up close, the shell was well over 1.2 meters long. Zane estimated it to be at least 1.3 to 1.4 meters. The shell's surface was covered with a thick layer of seaweed and calcareous deposits, but the exposed edges revealed a smooth, milky white texture. He swam directly in front of the giant clam and adjusted his work light to maximum brightness, aiming it at the gap between the shells. There was a gap about 2 centimeters wide between the two shell halves, through which he could faintly make out the sheen of the inner surface. Zane reached for the pry bar on his belt. Just then, Leon's voice came over the communicator, clearly tense. Zane, there's something approaching you on the sonar. Zane froze. How strong is the signal? Quite strong. The sonar shows it's over 2 meters long, swimming in from the southeast of the rift. It's not moving fast, but it's heading your way. Zane turned his head to glance toward the southeast, but his work light didn't reach that far, and he couldn't see anything in the darkness. How far away is it from me? About 80 meters. No, 70 now, and it's still getting closer. Zane slipped the pry bar back into his belt, gripped the spare work light in one hand, and braced himself against the reef wall with the other, pressing himself tightly against the hull and holding still. Is it swimming in a straight line or in circles? It looks like a straight line. No, wait, it just turned. Now it's heading toward the north wall of the rift. Zane controlled his breathing to minimize the number of bubbles. About 30 seconds later, Leon's voice came through the communicator again. That signal is starting to move away, swimming northwest. It's already 120 meters away from you. Zane waited for about another minute, making sure the signal had completely left the area before releasing his grip on the reef wall. Can you tell what kind of fish it is? Can't tell, it's just a dot on the sonar, but based on its size and speed, it's probably a shark. Zane exhaled a bubble. Keep an eye on it. Let me know immediately if anything happens. Got it, Zane. Zane turned his attention back to the giant clam, aiming his work light once more at the crack in its shell. He gripped the pry bar, aligned the tip with the widest part of the crack, and slowly pushed it in. When the pry bar had penetrated about 3 centimeters, it met with noticeable resistance. The giant clam's adductor muscle was fighting against the external force. Zane steadied himself and applied force simultaneously with his hips and arms, applying pressure slowly and evenly. The gap in the shell began to widen little by little. 3 centimeters, 5 centimeters, 8 centimeters. When the gap widened to nearly 10 centimeters, the light from the work lamp shone into the shell, and Zane leaned his head close to the opening to peer inside. His fingers gripped the pry bar even tighter. Chapter 064. Prying open a century-old giant clam, a blinding glow. The interior of the shell glowed with a mother-of-pearl luster under the light. The inner walls of the giant clam were composed of layered nacreous structures, with the color transitioning from a milky white on the outer layer to a pale pinkish purple toward the center. But that wasn't what Zane was staring at. He was fixated on a protrusion nestled against the inner wall, slightly below the center. The protrusion was round, with a considerable diameter. Its surface reflected the light, refracting a soft yet incredibly bright glow. Zane's heart skipped 2 beats. He held his breath and slightly adjusted the angle of the light, focusing the beam more precisely on the protrusion. It was a pearl. Its color wasn't white, nor was it the creamy hue of an ordinary pearl. It had an extremely rare golden pinkish sheen, and under the light, its surface seemed to glow on its own. Zane stayed underwater for quite a while before picking up his communicator and pressing a button.
Siu Junio.
What's up, Zane? The sonar up here shows no anomalies. There's something inside. What is it? Zane didn't answer right away. He needed to retrieve the pearl to confirm its quality. He pushed the pry bar in a little further, widening the gap in the shell to about 15 centimeters wide enough for him to slip a hand inside. But the giant clam's adductor muscle was incredibly powerful. If it suddenly snapped shut while his hand was inside, it could easily sever his fingers. Zane took the spare short pry bar from his belt and wedged it horizontally into one end of the crack to act as a support, preventing the giant clam from closing its shell. With one bar inserted vertically into the center of the crack to apply force and the other wedged horizontally at the opening as a safety measure, he had double protection. He took a deep breath and carefully slipped his right hand inside the shell. His fingers touched the pearly surface of the inner wall, smooth and slightly warmer than the seawater outside. His fingertips traced down the inner wall until they encountered the pearl. The feel of the pearl made his fingers pause. It was incredibly smooth, with no imperfections or ridges on the surface when he pressed against it. His fingers encountered a perfectly rounded curve, and it was larger than he had anticipated. It was even larger than the pad of his thumb. Zane ran his finger around the edge of the pearl and found the base where it was attached to the inner wall. Unlike cultured pearls, which are free-floating, natural giant clam pearls are usually partially embedded in the shell's soft tissue. The tissue at the attachment point must be peeled away to remove the pearl intact. He pinched both sides of the pearl between his thumb and index finger, slowly rotating it from side to side, while the fingernail of his other hand gently scraped along the base of the pearl, peeling away the adherent soft tissue bit by bit. Working underwater is far less efficient than on land. Every movement requires overcoming water resistance and the reduced tactile sensitivity caused by dry gloves. It took about 2 minutes before the tissue at the base of the bead was finally completely separated. Zane removed the bead from inside the shell and held it in the palm of his hand. He withdrew his right hand from the crack in the shell and released the pry bar. The two halves of the giant clam shell slowly closed under the action of the adductor muscles, returning to their previously tightly closed state, with the live clam suffering no substantial harm. Zane let out a sigh of relief. He raised his right hand in front of the work light and slowly opened his palm. The moment the light shone directly on the pearl in his palm, the reflected brilliance made him squint. The pearl was even more stunning than it had appeared inside the shell. A perfectly round sphere with a diameter of about 15 to 16 millimeters, its surface shimmered with an incredibly soft, golden pink glow under the LED light, not merely a reflection, but a quality where the light seemed to radiate outward from within the bead itself. Zane stared at the bead in his palm for about 5 seconds. Then he carefully placed the bead into the mesh pouch on his belt and tightened the drawstring at the opening. He pressed the button on his communicator. "Xiao Jun, I'm heading up. Brother Zane, did you get it?" "Got it. Start the decompression procedure. Don't rush me, I still have a few decompression stops to make underwater." "Got it, Zane. I won't rush you. Everything looks normal on the sonar." Zane began ascending at a steady pace according to the pre-planned decompression profile. From 68 meters to 50 meters, a 3-minute stop. From 50 meters to 30 meters, a 5-minute stop. From 30 meters to 20 meters, switch to a pure oxygen tank and stay for 8 minutes. From 20 meters to 10 meters, a 10-minute stop. This entire decompression process took nearly half an hour, more than twice as long as the descent. By the time Zane surfaced, Leon was already leaning over the edge of the diving platform on the aft deck, peering out in anticipation. "Zane, you're finally up here. You had me worried sick." Zane grabbed the platform's handrail and pulled himself up. Leon helped him unhook his tank and handed him a bottle of water. Zane sat on the deck, catching his breath for a moment, then took off his mask and set it down by his feet. "Bro, you said there was something in there. What was it? Exactly?" Zane didn't answer right away. Instead, he unfastened the mesh pouch from his belt and pulled the drawstring open. He reached inside, fished out the bead, and cradled it in the palm of his hand. Sunlight shone on the bead. Leon froze in his tracks. Unlike the underwater LED lights, natural sunlight created a richer, more nuanced play of light on the bead. A pale pink halo overlaid the golden base, making it look like a tiny sphere that had captured the colors of sunset. "Bro Zane, what is this?" A natural giant clam pearl. Leon crouched down, bringing his face less than 10 centimeters from Zaina's palm, his eyes fixed intently on the pearl. That color is absolutely stunning. It's not just about how beautiful it is. Zain flipped the pearl over so the other side faced the sunlight. Look at how perfectly round it is, not a single imperfection. Less than 1/10,000th of natural giant clam pearls grow into a perfect circle. Most are irregular in shape. And take a close look at the luster on the surface. There aren't any pits or textures. The entire surface of the pearl is as smooth as a mirror. Leon reached out with his index finger to touch it, but Zain pulled his hand back. Don't touch it, you've got salt on your hands. Leon quickly wiped his hands on his pants. Bro, Zain, how much is this pearl worth? Zain put the pearl back in the mesh pouch and tied it shut. I'm not sure, but if the quality assessment matches what I see here, all I can tell you is that its value isn't measured in 10,000. Leon's mouth opened and closed and opened again. Not in the tens of thousands? Then what? Zain glanced at him, stood up, and walked toward the cockpit. We'll talk about it when we get back. Let us head back first. Chapter 065. A top-grade deep-sea pearl as big as a pigeon's egg. It was just past noon when the yacht returned to the dock at full speed. Zain changed out of his diving gear on board, took the pearl out of the mesh bag, carefully wiped it down with a clean cotton cloth, and then placed it into a small, airtight case he brought with him. He had prepared the airtight case in advance. It was lined with soft velvet and designed specifically for storing delicate items. Once on the dock, he didn't go home but drove straight into the city in his pickup truck. Leon fidgeted restlessly in the passenger seat. Brother Zain, where are you going? To find someone to take a look at this pearl for me. Who? There's a master appraiser on the second floor of the city's antique mall. His surname is Fong. He has been appraising jewelry for 40 years. I heard about him from Shen Qingyi last time. When was the last time you looked into this? It's none of your business when I looked into it. Just sit still. After driving for nearly an hour and a half, the pickup truck arrived at the city's antique mall. The antiques market was a 3-story building designed in a traditional style. The first floor sold porcelain, calligraphy, and paintings. The second floor featured jewelry, jade, and miscellaneous items, and the third floor housed the auction hall and several appraisal studios. Zain went straight to the second floor and found a half-open door at the end of the hallway. A sign on the door read, Fong's Jewelry Appraisal. He knocked twice. Come in. The voice from inside was deep, as if he had a peanut stuck in his throat. Zain pushed the door open and stepped inside. The room wasn't large. There was a row of display cases along the wall, and in the center stood a large solid wood table covered with various appraisal tools, magnifying glasses, jewelry scales, color comparison lamps, and refractometers. Seated behind the table was an elderly man with completely white hair but a lively spirit. Wearing a pair of reading glasses, he was bent over, examining a piece of jade. Who are you looking for? Master Fong, my name is Zain. Shen Qingyi referred me. The old man looked up and gave him a glance. That girl from the Shen family? Yes. Do you have something to show me? Yes. Zain walked up to the table, pulled the sealed box out of his pocket, and placed it on the table. Master Fong took off his reading glasses, replaced them with a professional appraisal magnifying glass, perched it on the bridge of his nose, and reached out to open the sealed box. The golden pink bead lay quietly on the soft velvet lining. Master Fong's hand froze mid-air. His gaze fixed directly on the bead. His fingertips hovered in the air for 2 seconds before slowly descending. Using professional tweezers, he picked up the bead and held it up to the color-matching lamp. The light struck the bead from the side, and the golden pink iridescence became even more pronounced under the professional lighting, with a delicate halo shimmering across the entire surface of the bead. Master Fong examined it once with his magnifying glass, saying nothing. After a second look, his lips twitched slightly. After a third look, he pushed the magnifying glass up from the bridge of his nose and turned to glance at Zain. Where did this pearl come from? It was retrieved from the sea. What kind is it? A giant clam pearl extracted from a giant clam over 100 years old, at a depth of 68 meters. Master Fong put his magnifying glass back on and examined it once more. Have you measured its diameter? ID estimate 15 to 16 millimeters by eye. Master Fong took a digital vernier caliper out of a drawer, clamped the pearl between the 2 measuring arms, and gently closed them. The number on the caliper flickered. 15.8 millimeters. He then took out a precision jewelry scale and placed the pearl on it. It weighs 8.3 grams. Master Fong glanced up at Zane, then turned away to retrieve a box of color comparison stones and a color grading chart from the cabinet behind him. He placed the bead next to each comparison stone, comparing it one by one from white to pale yellow to gold to rose gold. After finishing, he sat there in silence. Leon had been standing there so long his legs had gone numb, and he couldn't help but speak up. Master Fong, what do you think of this pearl? Master Fong ignored him, his eyes fixed on the pearl the whole time. Took about half a minute before he spoke, his voice a notch lower than before. This pearl of yours has several characteristics that, in my 40 years in this business, I've never seen before in a natural mother of pearl. Zane remained silent, waiting for him to continue. First, circularity. The probability of a natural mother of pearl being perfectly round is extremely low. This 1's circularity is nearly 99%. I can't see any signs of ellipticity with either the naked eye or a magnifying glass. Second, surface smoothness. There isn't a single visible pit or flaw on the entire surface of the pearl. Even under a 10x magnifying glass, defects are almost impossible to find. This level of smoothness is found in less than 1,000th of natural mother of pearls. Third, the color. This pearl isn't just ordinary white or yellow, it's a golden pink hue with an iridescent sheen. This particular coloration has a specific name among mother of pearl beads. What's it called? Flame pattern. Master Fong used tweezers to gently rotate the pearl at an angle. Under the light, a flowing pattern resembling flames could indeed be seen faintly dancing across the surface of the sphere. Flame patterned mother of pearls are considered top-tier collector-s items on the global market. I have no record of ever having handled a perfectly round flame-patterned mother of pearl of this caliber measuring 15 millimeters or larger. Leon listened from the side, his throat tightening. Master Fong, how much is this pearl worth? Master Fong placed the pearl back into the sealed box, took off his appraisal magnifying glass, and picked up his reading glasses to put them back on. If you ask me how much it's worth, I can't give you an exact figure. Why? Because there are virtually no comparable sales records for natural mother of pearl beads of this caliber on the open market. 2 years ago, at a jewelry auction in Hong Kong, a 12mm flame pattern mother of pearl bead sold for 1.28 million Hong Kong dollars. But that bead's roundness and luster were both inferior to yours. Yours is nearly 4 millimeters larger and of even higher quality. Master Fong glanced at Zane. Young man, based on current market conditions and the quality of this pearl, if it were to go to auction, the starting bid wouldn't be less than 2 million. You can imagine the final price yourself. Leon gripped the edge of the table beside him. Zane closed the sealed box. His expression remained unchanged, but the hand holding it tightened slightly. Master Fong, could you issue me a formal appraisal report? Sure, but I suggest you also get an official appraisal certificate from the Provincial Geological and Mineral Resources Testing Center. Having both certificates will be more advantageous for you when you handle this bead in the future. How long will it take to get the report? I can have mine ready in 2 days. The provincial one might take a week at the earliest. All right, then let us get yours first. Zane left the bead with Master Fong for appraisal, photography, and the report. Master Fong had him sign a deposit agreement, and the bead was locked away in the studio's safe. After leaving the antique market and getting into the pickup truck, Leon kept rubbing his hands together in the passenger seat. Brother Zay, the starting bid is 2 million. Don't get too excited, the auction is still a long way off. But Master Fong said the starting bid is 2 million, the final price will be even higher, right? Zane started the pickup truck. The final price depends on how badly the buyer wants it. So how do you plan to sell it? Zane pulled onto the main road and turned the steering wheel to the right. Let us get the appraisal report first. Without it, this thing is just a pretty ball that's been polished to look good. But anyone who sees a pearl that big as a pigeon's egg will know it's the real deal, right? Zane shot him a look. You blabbed everything last time. If you let anything slip this time, I'll throw you off the boat into the ocean. Leon quickly raised his right hand. I swear, I'll never say a word. Chapter 066. A priceless treasure, brought back to land close to his body. 2 days later, Zane received a call from Master Fong. Xiao Su, the report is ready. Come pick it up. That afternoon, Zane drove to the antique market, where Master Fong handed him the appraisal report along with the pearl. The report was a bound document with the Fong's jewelry appraisal, letterhead, and a reference number printed on the cover. Zane flipped through it. Item name: natural tridacna pearl. Shape: perfectly round. Diameter: 15.8 millimeters. Weight: 8.3 grams. Color: golden pink with flame-like patterns. Roundness: 99.2%. Surface finish grade: excellent. Defect record: no visible defects detected either by the naked eye or under a 10x magnifying glass. Overall quality rating: top-tier collector S grade. A note in the remarks section read, "This pearl is a natural aggregate of nacre formed within a natural giant clam. It is neither cultured nor artificially treated, and its quality is extremely rare." Master Fong opened the safe and handed the sealed box to Zane. "Xiao Su, I haven't mentioned this pearl to anyone in the industry. You don't need to thank me, but there's something I need to tell you." "Go ahead." Master Fong took off his reading glasses and wiped them on his shirt. "Yesterday, a friend of mine who works at an auction house came by for tea. I didn't mention your pearl to him, but during our conversation, he brought something up." "What was it?" "His company is holding a jewelry auction in the provincial capital next month. This year's theme is ocean treasures, and he said they've been actively seeking a showstopper lot." Zane held the sealed box in his hand without saying a word. "I'm not asking you to give him the bead, I'm just passing this information along. It's up to you to decide." "What's the caliber of this auction house?" "It's the largest in the province. It's called Dingxing Auctions, and it has a decent reputation in the industry. Their annual jewelry auctions typically generate between 50 million and 80 million in sales." "What's that friend's name?" "His last name is Chun. His first name is Chun Jiahao. He is the director of acquisitions at Dingxing Auctions." Zane jotted down the information Master Fong had given him in the Notes app on his phone. "Master Fong, I'll decide what to do once the official provincial appraisal comes out. No rush. Something like this won't lose value even after 100 years." Zane slipped the sealed box into his inside pocket and took his leave from Master Fong. After leaving the antique market, he didn't rush to his car. Instead, he stood at the entrance and called Shen Qingyi. "President Shen, there's something I'd like to ask you." "Go ahead." "Have you heard of a company called Dingxing Auctions?" There was a moment of silence on Shen Qingyi's end. "I've heard of it. It's the largest auction house in the province specializing in jewelry and art. The owner's surname is Chen Bojun. He is a veteran in the industry." "Why? Do you have something you want to auction?" "I'm considering it, but I haven't decided yet." "What kind of items?" Zane thought for a moment. "It's not convenient to discuss over the phone. Let us talk in person another time." Shen Qingyi didn't press the issue. "All right, then set a time. It'll take about a week for the Provincial Jewelry Testing Center to issue the report. I'll contact you once it's ready." "Okay." After hanging up, Zane got into the pickup truck. Leon was sitting in the passenger seat, glued to his phone. "Bro Zane, I just looked up some auction records for giant clam pearls." "What did you find?" "In 2019, a 13mm natural mother of pearl was auctioned in Beijing for 890,000 yuan. In 2021, an 11mm flame-patterned one was auctioned in Taiwan for 1.6 million new Taiwan dollars, which is about 380,000 yuan. And in 2023, the 12mm one Master Fong mentioned was auctioned in Hong Kong for 1.28 million Hong Kong dollars. And then I searched for ages but couldn't find any sales records for beads larger than 15mm. Zane started the pickup truck. "The lack of records suggests that this size has hardly ever appeared on the open market. Doesn't that make it even more valuable?" Zane drove the truck onto the road back to White Sea Village. "In theory, yes, but how much it's ultimately worth depends on how many people bid at the auction." "Bro Zane, are you really planning to put it up for auction?" "Let us wait until the report comes out." Leon squirmed restlessly in his seat. "Bro Zane, let me tell you, if this pearl goes for a few million, plus the 630,000 from that tuna earlier, you'll have made nearly—" "Shut up." Okay, I'll shut up." By the time they returned to White Sea Village, it was already evening. The pickup pulled up in front of their new house. Zane took the sealed box out of his pocket and hesitated for a moment, wondering where to put it. He walked into the study on the second floor and opened the small safe under the desk. Only he knew the combination to the combination lock. He placed the sealed box inside the safe and locked it. Then he went downstairs. Grace was stir-frying in the kitchen. "Zane, did you go into town today?" "Yeah, I ran some errands. What kind of errands? I had someone take a look at something. Grace turned from the stove and glanced at him. What was it? Zane paused at the kitchen doorway. Mom, I found a pretty valuable pearl. What kind of pearl? A giant clam pearl taken from a big shell in the ocean. Grace rested her spatula on the edge of the pan. How much is it worth? I'm not sure yet. It's being appraised. We'll know once the appraisal is done. Roughly how much is it worth? Zane thought for a moment about how to put it. Probably quite a bit more than that tuna. Grace wiped her hands on her apron, a gesture Zane knew all too well. She always wiped her hands on her apron whenever she heard a figure related to money. How much is quite a bit more? Mom, can I tell you the exact amount once the report comes back? Grace looked at him for several seconds. Are you safe? What? I mean, is it safe for you to go out to sea to retrieve these things? What if something happens when you're diving that deep all by yourself? Zane walked into the kitchen, took the spatula from her, and helped her stir the food in the pot. Mom, don't worry. I've had professional training, and my gear is top-notch. Nothing will happen. Grace wiped the tip of her nose with the back of her hand and said nothing more. Gordon walked in from the yard. Holding a high-s leash, the fluffy little golden retriever was circling around his feet. Is Zane back? Yeah. Did you find something good again? Zane glanced at him. Dad, how did you know? I could tell just by looking at your face. It's exactly the same as when you found a nice marble as a kid. Zane chuckled. I did find a nice marble. Gordon didn't press the matter further. He crouched down, untied a high-s leash, and let the dog run freely in the yard. During dinner, Zane's phone beeped. It was a text message. It was from the official number of the Provincial Geological and Mineral Testing Center, stating that the samples he'd previously submitted had been received and were currently in the queue for testing, with a report expected in 7 to 10 business days. After reading the message, he set his phone on the table. Grace picked up a piece of spare rib and placed it in his bowl. Zane, when will the test results be ready? A week at the earliest. What are you planning to do once the results come out? Zane chewed on the spare rib and thought for a moment. Find an auction house and hold a public auction. Gordon looked up at that. An auction? Right? It's not worth selling this kind of thing privately on your own. You need a lot of bidders at an auction to drive the price up. Gordon hummed in acknowledgement and went back to eating. A few seconds later, he spoke again. Zotzi. No matter how much that thing ends up selling for, just be careful out at sea. Zane glanced at Gordon in his memory. His dad rarely said things like that. Got it, Dad. After dinner, Zane sat in the study for a while, opened the Notes app on his phone, and glanced at the name Master Fong had given him. Chun Jiahao, director of the acquisitions department at Dingxing Auctions. He locked his phone, leaned back in his chair, and thought for a moment. Then he picked up his phone, opened the chat with Shin Qingyi, and typed a message. Miss Shun, are you free next Saturday? I'd like to show you something. About 3 minutes after he sent the message, Shin Qingyi replied. Next Saturday works. Where? Zane thought for a moment. Come to White Sea Village. We'll meet at my new place. Shin Qingyi replied with a single word. Okay. Zane set his phone on the desk, stood up, and walked over to the window. Outside the window lay the harbor in the night. The lighthouse's beam traced circular arcs across the water. His white yacht was moored quietly by the pier, its hull glinting in the moonlight. His phone beeped again, a text from an unknown number. Hello, Mr. Su. This is Chun Jiahao, director of the acquisitions department at Dingxing Auctions. Mr. Fong gave me your contact information. I've heard you have a very special item in your collection. I was wondering if you'd be available to discuss it. Feel free to call me anytime. Zane looked at the text message and flipped his phone face down on the desk. A high-s bark came from downstairs. Grace was feeding him his evening meal. Zane turned and walked over to the safe, entered the combination, opened the door, took out the sealed box, and lifted the lid. The golden pink bead lay quietly on the soft velvet cloth. Under the study's light, the flame-like patterns on the bead's curved surface shimmered faintly. He looked at them for 5 seconds, closed the lid, and locked the safe again. As he turned to go downstairs, Grace called out from the top of the stairs. Zotzi, I made you some mung bean soup. It's in the fridge. Okay, Mom. You get some rest too. Grace replied and went into her bedroom. Zane went to the kitchen, poured himself a bowl of mung bean soup, and carried it out to the courtyard. Sitting on the steps, he sipped the soup while stroking Ah Hai's ear. His phone vibrated again in his pocket. It was another WeChat friend request from Chen Jiahao. The verification message read, "Introduced by Teacher Fong at Dingxing Auction." Zane finished his mung bean soup, picked up his phone, and tapped accept. Chapter 067. A sensation at the jewelry auction. Bigwigs gather to bid. Zaji, come down here for a moment. Zane stepped out of his study and walked to the top of the stairs. What's up, Mom? Your dad's in the yard, trying to outdo a high. Go take a look. Zane went downstairs to the yard. Gordon was crouched under the osmanthus tree, holding a slipper, while a high, with the other slipper clenched in his mouth, was frolicking on the grass. Dad, why are you trying to outdo a dog? This beast ran off with my slipper. Then go after it. I did, but I couldn't catch up. Zane whistled, and a high immediately let go and ran to rub against his legs. The slipper fell onto the grass. Gordon walked over, picked up the slipper, glanced at the teeth marks on it, pursed his lips and said nothing. His cell phone vibrated in his pocket. Zane pulled it out and saw a text from the Provincial Geological and Mineral Testing Center. The official appraisal report was ready, and he could either pick it up in person or have it mailed. He didn't choose to have it mailed. He wanted to pick this up himself. Early the next morning, Zane drove to the provincial capital. The testing center was located in a research park on the eastern outskirts of the city, housed in a small, 3-story white building with several gold-lettered signs hanging at the entrance. After checking in at the front desk, he was directed to the pickup window on the second floor, where a middle-aged woman wearing glasses handed him the report. Mr. Su, the test results for your sample are all complete. Here is the official appraisal certificate. Zane took it and flipped it open. The certificate was printed on anti-counterfeit paper and bore the official seal of the testing center as well as the examiner's signature. Product name, Natural Tridacna Pearl. Color, golden pink, with a flame pattern effect. Diameter, 15.82 millimeters. Weight, 8.31 grams. Shape, perfectly round, with a roundness of 99.2%. Luster, excellent. Surface quality, no visible flaws. Origin, natural. Treatment, no artificial treatment whatsoever. A line of small print in the remarks section read, "This specimen is of extremely rare quality. The holder is advised to keep it in safe custody." Zane closed the certificate and placed it in the document pouch he was carrying. After leaving the testing center, he sat in his car for a few minutes, then picked up his phone and dialed a number. "Hello, is this Mr. Chen Jiahao?" "Yes, this is Chen Jiahao. Who's calling?" "This is Zane. Mr. Fong gave you my number." There was a half-second of silence on the other end of the line. "Mr. Su, I've been waiting for your call for nearly 10 days. I was waiting for the official appraisal. Is the report out yet?" "Yes. Both the appraisal report from Fong S. and the official certificate from the Provincial Geological and Mineral Resources Testing Center are ready." Chen Jiahao's tone quickened slightly. "Mr. Su, we at Dingsheng are holding a jewelry auction on the 28th of this month. Themed ocean treasures. If you're interested in putting your piece up for auction, the timing works out perfectly." "When is your submission deadline?" "It was originally set for last Friday, but if the piece is of sufficiently high quality, the acquisitions department can grant special approval for inclusion." Zane thought for a moment. "Mr. Chun, could I come by your office first to check out the venue and the process?" "Of course. Mr. Su, whenever it's convenient for you, I'll be happy to arrange it." "Would this afternoon work?" "Sure, absolutely. I'll be with you the whole time this afternoon." After hanging up, Zane sent another message to Xinqingi. "The official report is out. The quality has been confirmed. I'm heading over to Dingxing Auctions this afternoon to check it out." Xinqingi replied 2 minutes later. "Do you need me to come with you? I've worked with Chen Bojun a few times. I can help you get introduced." Zane thought for a moment and replied, "Is that convenient?" Xinqingi replied with just 2 words. "Sure." At 2 p.m., Zane arrived at Dingxing Auction's headquarters in the provincial capital. It was a standalone office building with a dark gray stone curtain wall. The lobby featured marble flooring, and directly opposite the entrance was a photo wall covered with images from past major auctions. Chen Jiahao was waiting in the lobby. He was in his mid-30s, wearing a dark blue suit, his hair combed with meticulous precision. "Mr. Su, hello. I've long admired your reputation. Mr. Chun, you're too kind. I wouldn't go that far. Mr. Fong has mentioned your collection to me. I've been looking forward to seeing it." Just then, Shun Qingyi walked in through the door, wearing a gray business suit with her hair tied back in a low ponytail. The moment Chen Jiahao saw her, his expression immediately took on a more respectful tone. Miss Shen, you're here too? That's wonderful, truly wonderful. Hello, Mr. Chen. I'm here today to accompany Mr. Su and take a look at your procedures. Certainly, certainly. Let us go upstairs to discuss this. The three of them sat down in the VIP reception room on the 4th floor, where Chen Jiahao personally brewed and served tea. Mr. Su, let us start by reviewing our company's credentials. He handed over a folder containing Dingxing Auction's business license, auction permit, and a summary of auction results from the past 3 years. Zane flipped through a few pages, while Shun Qingyi glanced over them from the side. Mr. Chen, how do you calculate your commission? Chen Jiahao set down his teacup. Our standard commission is 15% of the final sale price, split equally between the consignor and the buyer. How much does the consignor pay? Normally, 10% the buyer pays 5% plus a service fee. Shun Qingyi interjected from the side. Mr. Chen, if Mr. Su's piece is confirmed to be a top-tier collector's item, surely the commission rate is negotiable. Chen Jiahao glanced at Shun Qingyi and nodded. If it truly is a highlight lot, I can request special approval from Mr. Chen regarding the commission rate. For the seller, we could lower it to as low as 6%. Zane didn't respond immediately to this figure. Instead, he took 2 appraisal reports, one from Fangji and the other from the Provincial Testing Center, out of his briefcase and placed them on the table. Mr. Chen, please take a look at the reports first. Chen Jiahao opened the first report and read it carefully, then opened the second one. After finishing, he closed the reports and tapped his fingers lightly on the table twice. Mr. Su, did you bring the actual item with you? Zane took a sealed box from his inside pocket, placed it on the table, and opened the lid. The lighting in the reception room wasn't particularly bright, but the luster emanating from the gold-pink bead on the velvet cloth still held Chen Jiahao's gaze for several seconds. May I handle it? Sure. Chen Jiahao took a pair of white cotton gloves from a desk drawer, put them on, and gently pinched the pearl between 2 fingers, holding it up in front of him. He examined it for about half a minute before placing the pearl back in the box. Mr. Su, I've been in the art acquisition business for 8 years, and this is the first time I've seen a natural pearl of this quality in person. Mr. Fang said the same thing. What are your thoughts on the starting bid? Zane took a sip of tea. Master Fang suggested no less than 2 million. Chen Jiahao shook his head. Zane glanced at him. Do you think that's too high? It's not too high, it's too low. Chen Jiahao pulled a printed spreadsheet from his folder and handed it over. This is a record of global public auction results for giant clam pearls over the past 5 years, compiled by our team. There are 7 entries in total. The highest was that 12mm flame pattern pearl sold in Hong Kong in 2023 for 1.28 million Hong Kong dollars. That pearl's quality is more than a tier below yours, Mr. Su. Its diameter is nearly 4mm smaller, and its roundness isn't as good as yours either. After internal discussion, our team recommends setting the starting bid at 3 million renminbi. A no-reserve auction is also an option, but given the quality of your piece, setting a reserve price would be the safer approach. Shun Qingyi glanced at Zane. A starting bid of 3 million, what do you think? Zane had already gone over the form and had a clear idea of the situation. 3 million as the starting bid is fine, but I have one condition. Please go ahead, Mr. Su. My personal information must not appear in the auction promotional materials or catalog. Just list me as anonymous in the consignor section. Chen Jiahao nodded. No problem. Anonymous consignments are standard practice for us. Many consignors request this. That afternoon, Zane signed the consignment contract, and the pearl was left in the vault at Dingshang Auctions. On the way back to White Sea Village, Leon called several times, but Zane didn't answer a single one. After arriving home, he locked a copy of the contract in the safe in his study. Grace knocked twice on the study door. Zotzi, dinner's ready. Coming, Mom. What were you running around doing all day? I took that bead to the auction house. Grace paused on the stairs. What do you mean, auction? It means I'm having a professional company help me sell it. Lots of people will bid and the highest bidder gets it. How much could it sell for? Zane leaned on the stair railing, thought for a moment, and decided to tell the truth. The starting bid is 3 million. The final price will depend on how the bidding goes that day. Grace stood motionless in the middle of the stairs, blinking several times in a row. How much? The starting bid is 3 million, Mom. Grace grabbed the stair railing. You found a pearl in the ocean that's worth 3 million? 3 million is the starting price. The final sale price could be even higher. Grace turned and started walking downstairs, but after 2 steps, she turned back. Does your dad know? I haven't told him yet. Don't tell him just yet. His heart isn't in the best shape. Zane smiled. Mom, Dad's heart is fine, he just worries too much. Stop talking and come down for dinner. The auction was set for 12 days later. During those 12 days, Zane went out to sea as usual, heading to the dock every morning before dawn to work alongside Leon and Bruno. In the evenings, he'd come home to eat, walk the dog, and spend time with his parents. His days were no different from before. The only difference was that Chun Jiahao called him every few days to update him on the progress. Mr. Su, the catalog has been printed. Your pearl is listed as lot 32 in this auction. It's the very last item, the grand finale. Good. So far, 17 bidders have registered, including 3 collectors who traveled all the way from Hong Kong specifically for this event. Got it. There's also the founder of a Beijing-based jewelry brand, the kind with a net worth of over 100 million, who is very interested in your pearl. After looking at the catalog, he called our acquisitions department 3 times in a row to verify its authenticity. Zane answered the call while unloading his catch at the pier. Mr. Chun, when we get there, we'll just let our track record speak for itself. You're right. Mr. Su, will you be coming? I'll be there. The night before the auction, Zane sat on the second-floor terrace with a high snoring at his feet. Gordon walked out onto the terrace with a cup of tea and sat down in the chair next to him. Zaji, what is the plan for tomorrow? I'm heading to the provincial capital for an auction. Your mom told me about that pearl. Zane glanced at him. Didn't Mom say not to tell you? Gordon took a sip of tea. She was tossing and turning and sighing all night last night. I had to ask her over and over before she finally told me. Dad, what do you think? Gordon set his teacup on the armrest. If it sells, sell it. Once it's sold, put the money away and get on with your life. That's it. What else? What do you want me to say? Jump for joy? Zane laughed. All right, I'll go tomorrow. Gordon stood up and walked toward the living room, pausing at the doorway. Zane. Dress properly. Don't go out in that old t-shirt and make a fool of yourself. Chapter 068. Hammer falls at a sky-high price, tens of millions in proceeds. The auction was held in the auction hall on the 3rd floor of Dingsheng Auction's headquarters. Zane arrived at 9:30 a.m., an hour before the auction was set to begin. Today he was wearing a newly purchased dark gray polo shirt paired with black casual pants, and his haircut looked much neater than it had recently. Shinqingi was waiting for him in the lobby, dressed in a more formal black suit dress and a pair of stiletto heels. You've spiced up your look today. My dad told me to dress nicely. He's worried I'll embarrass him. Shinqingi smiled. Let us go. Chun Jiahao is upstairs. The auction hall was larger than Zane had imagined. The semicircular, tiered seating held nearly 200 seats, with a half-meter-high podium at the front featuring the auctioneer's desk and a large display screen. Chun Jiahao came over to greet them and led them to the VIP seats in the back row. Mr. Su, a total of 23 bidders have registered today, 7 of whom are here specifically for your pearl. 7? Last time you said there were 3 from out of town. How did that become 7? Chun Jiahao's face betrayed his excitement. After the catalog was sent out, 4 more registered at the last minute. 1 is a Chinese businessman from Southeast Asia who just flew in yesterday. Zane sat silently in the VIP section, glancing around. People were trickling in, well-dressed middle-aged men and women taking their seats in small groups of 2 or 3. Some were flipping through the catalog, while others were speaking quietly on the phone. A woman in the front row wearing a light camel-colored coat caught Zane's attention. She appeared to be in her 40s, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a string of jade bracelets on her wrist. Who is that woman? Shinqingi followed his gaze.
Zhu Wei.
She is a veteran in the provincial capital's jewelry circle, owning 3 jewelry store chains.